with any sector of your own constituency. You cannot be a minister or a TD. You have to work with them. You have to understand whatever concerns they have. And the fact that Redress elected 4 councillors and came close to electing a 5th councillor in June's local elections was the red and amber light to say, hold on, folks, the message isn't going through. Is there issues here that we should be working through chapter and verse? And if you fail to do that, you get a scenario, which I anticipate will be the scenario here today, that they are in serious, serious contention for a Dáil seat. So it's not criticising Charlie, it's criticising how politics is now. 20, 30 years ago, when I became actively involved in politics, if you had an issue on the ground, you worked with the people on the ground through that issue to get the resolution. That seems to be completely disconnected. You know, it's not
a personal attack. It's not personalizing the situation. But if Charlie personally, it is in a sense, if he was personally more aggressive on the issue to push the argument.
I think
you don't think, like, say for example, it was Patrick Gallagher and he was being asked the same questions.
I think
you can imagine he'd be pushing the.
I think you're on the wrong horse altogether. It's less aggressive. You need to be, and more understanding and more conciliatory and more willing to engage. I think the idea of aggressive politics and aggressive selling policy that's either not understood or just not fit for purpose. And I'm apolitical now because of my job, but we have to be realistic. If they won 4 seats in the council election, that was warning enough for the mainstream parties, the government party, to say, this is a reoccurring issue. It's not resolved. We need to sit down around the table and work this out in the old Bertie Ahern style of politics.
We're going to be giving you the tallies as they come in. And John Campbell, just as Brendan was talking there about the importance of connecting with the voters and being on the ground, etc., right? Wait till you hear this. We have to talk about this for a second. In South Donegal, you've got a large section of the county that is in the Sligo Leitrim constituency. I voted yesterday at Ballantrae Community Centre. St. Bridget's Community Centre is the official name of it. And I says to the officials, I says, can you let me know once and for all, where is the boundary? And she says, between the 2 constituencies, and she said Bridgetown. Now, this is a small area in between Lahey and Ballantrae, and then it probably swings down around my house. I'm down Dromanis Glebe, Mullinasole, and then all the way down and covers Ballyshannon, Bundoran. So it's kind of a large area. Like, I'm literally a stone's throw away from the Donegal constituency, but I'm in the Sligo Leitrim constituency. This is crazy, is it not? Like, I mean, I didn't see one candidate. And I drove down to Shannon Airport there a couple of weeks ago, and it felt like I saw Frank Feehan's poster a million miles away, and he's one of my candidates in Donegal. And I'm like, what's going on? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's crazy that the way the boundary has been drawn there, and there's been reviews, and it still stayed the same. Like, there's no logic in it. And I think if we even go back to the local elections again, that the same area then comes back into the Donegal electoral area at the local elections. And I still can't help but get the feeling that those people felt disenfranchised at that time as well, because if you look at the turnout in that area, it was relatively low. I think it should be.
Well, 3 people had voted. 3 people had voted by the time I voted at 8 o'clock in the morning. 3 people had been there before me in Ballantrae. I mean, I would say the turnout in those areas is going to be titchy, tiny.
Well, and I think that area, and I know it quite well because when it was part of the old Southwest constituency, all the political parties, Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, Sinn Féin, they were all very strong in that area, Ballyshannon, Bundoran, and down into Ballantrae. And there were very active people in politics. Now, as you say, they have no involvement in the Dáil election. And going back to, if you look on the Fine Gael side of the time, you know, Jim White was the TD. He was there in that area that now is not part of the constituency. And I think it's something that they should look at again. I think
it's more than they should look at it again. This, like, I was listening to Catherine Gaffney did the debate, Margaret, didn't she, for Ocean FM, and it was a very good debate, I thought. And actually, I was enraged with the whole thing, but it was like therapy listening to that debate, because all of the candidates were echoing what was going on in my head and how annoyed and frustrated I was about the constituency thing. They were all saying we should be out on the streets protesting. We should be, and we're hearing it on the doors time and time again. And I was like, okay, that's fine. And I was over it then, because I was like, okay, it's not just me thinking this. They should do more than think about it or talk about it. This is the Electoral Commission, isn't it? Who decides what they do?
I think here's part of the problem. We have decided, rightly or wrongly, that we will hand the responsibilities over to an independent Electoral Commission that will be totally free of any political influence. Okay?
Well, that's a bad idea in this case.
It is a bad case, and this is one of the cases where it is a bad case because all those politicians that took part in the debate, etc., are all want that part of Donegal in. But the Electoral Commission will say, no, we're not taking. You can make representations, and I know, in fairness, all parties have made those representations multiple times. The Electoral Commission say, sorry, not interested, doesn't meet our criteria, nothing we can do about it. And now we have an Electoral Commission that I'm not really 100% sure who they're answerable to, because I can't see any minister saying to the Electoral Commission, I think my recommendation to you is that part of Donegal is added back into Donegal, because I think he will be straight away accused of political interference in the system. So I think South Donegal, that area of Donegal, is effectively, I think they're in a no man's land politically.
100%. 100%. India, come here. Like, you're based in when you're not in Belfast, you'd be based in the south of the county.
Yeah.
And this idea that Donegal is kind of cut off and so on, it's crazy, isn't it?
Well, if I was to vote in my mum's house, I would be voting in Sligo Leitrim, but I'm voting in my dad's house, so I'm voting for Donegal.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, so it's mad that my mum will be voting for a different person than my dad purely because one lives 10 minutes out this side of Donegal town and one lives 10 minutes the other side of Donegal. I think it was something that should have been looked at 5 years ago and should have been really much.
Oh, it has to be sorted out.
It should have been sorted.
I'm going down there, and I was doing a video down there, but I thought, okay, I'll vote. But I mean, I'm voting the list of those candidates. I know Marion Harkin because she's got a high enough profile. I know Frank Feehan because I knew him before. Sean McManus was an MEP. I know him from Brussels. But listen, I hadn't a clue who most of these candidates are. How many candidates did it say they're running? I think it's 18 candidates. But the point is, that is crazy. And I think they have to sort it out. By the way, so she said Bridgetown is the cutoff point. That means Lahey village is in the Donegal constituency, and anywhere south of that then is like where you mentioned your mom, and I'm right beside her.
But so you wonder how it makes sense that for Bundoran and Ballyshannon and Lahey, they're voting in the local elections for the Donegal County Council, but in the general elections, they're voting for Sligo Leitrim. So they're voting for completely different people for a general election. So how are their needs supposed to be met if they're answering to different people at the local level and different people at the national level?
And I'll let you, Michelle McFadgeen, journalist in Donegal. I want you to comment on that as well a little bit if you can, just before and we'll probably come back to the boundaries issue again. I called him. It's Chris McManus, not Sean. I was actually down in Glenties recently, and Chris McManus was there, and I called him Sean, and he was actually delighted because that's his father. And
there's some early figures.
We've got some early figures coming in, and we're going to Brendan Byrne.
They're very patchy at the minute, but I'll just give you an idea of what's happening. It's Ballymacary. It's in Charlie McConaughey's and Pádraig McLaughlin's area. And I'm going to give you the figures that each candidate got the last time and what they're getting this time. So in Ballymacary, the last time, Pádraig McLaughlin had 205 votes. He's down to 141 this time. And Charlie McConaughey had 127, and he's down to 71. And significantly in that box, the Redress candidate got 61 votes. And I'll give you, there's quite a number of booths in Ballymacary, so I'll give you the second booth in that area. The last time around, Pádraig McLaughlin got 178. This time he's got 190. Charlie McConaughey on the last occasion got 67. Today he's got 38, and Ward has 40 of the Redress party. The third box in that Ballymacary area, McLaughlin had 204 votes the last time. This time he has 159 as a decrease. Charlie McConaughey had 71. On this occasion, he's down to 37. And the redress candidate has 52 in that box. And if I go to Bridgend, which would be the border with Derry, on the last occasion, Pádraig McLaughlin got 85 number ones there. On this occasion, he's down to 73. And Charlie McConaughey on last occasion got 78. On this occasion, he's getting 48. And I think it's 28 went to the redress candidate ward. So we have one also from Buncrana, and if these figures are accurate, they are as follows. The last time Pádraig McLaughlin, who's a native of Buncrana town, got 162. He's gone up to 176. Charlie McConaughey on the last occasion got 111 in the Buncrana box that I refer to. On this occasion, he's got 46. And the redress candidate has got 44 votes in that. And I'll do one final. This is just setting an early trend. It's very early. I'll do Burnfoot, which is South Inishowen. Last occasion, Pádraig McLaughlin got 103. He's got 108. The last occasion, Charlie McConaughey got 57. Today, he's got 41. And 20 votes went to redress. It's very patchy, but it's setting a trend that Charlie McConnell's vote is under pressure. A little bit of under pressure too is part of McLaughlin's, but not to the same scale. And there is a significant, as I see it, showing for redress in Inishowen.
And Inishowen is very important, isn't it, in terms of understanding about the McConaughey situation?
Correct.
Well,
absolutely.
I think, Jerome, it's fair to say if Charlie,
John Campbell.
if that were to continue, that rate percentage loss, Charlie McConaughey is in serious trouble. Now, we've only 6 boxes there, but it's running between 35 and 40% drop in Charlie McConaughey's vote. Patrick McLaughlin, there's nothing serious, but there's one huge difference as this day goes on. Patrick McLaughlin, if he even comes in around the same or 5-10% of a decrease, he has the safety net, and I use that like of Pierce Doherty with probably several thousand of a surplus. So there's no issues there. Like Patrick is guaranteed to see. The other side of this,
I have some run-in percentages after. I'll give you, we see 1, 2, 3, 4. The run-in percentages are as follows. Nicky Bradley is polling in Inishowen 3.5%. Vincent Bradley is polling 0.1%. Nuala Carr Green Party is polling 0.5%. Pierce Doherty of Sinn Féin is polling 13.4% in Inishowen. The Carl Gallagher is it, of the People Before Profit is polling 0.75% in Inishowen. Patrick Gallagher is polling 0.5% in Inishowen. Noel Jordan is polling 0.9% in Inishowen so far. Claudia Kennedy is polling 0.2%. Pádraig McLaughlin so far in Inishowen is polling 41.8%. Charlie McConaughey, the sitting minister, is polling 16.8% in Inishowen. Niall McConnell, independent, is polling 0.7% in Inishowen. McGee is polling 0.2%. Arthur McGuinness is polling 0% at the minute. Jerry McKeever is polling 0% at the minute. Kim McMenamin is polling 3.2%. John McNulty, Fine Gael, is polling 0.8%. And Frank O'Donnell, independent, is polling 0.2%. And Thomas Pringle is polling 1.7% in Inishowen. Mary T. Sweeney into 2.8%. Charles Ward, Redress Party, is polling 12.8% in Inishowen so far. And there's quite a number of boxes open. We're probably 1/4 way through on the tally in Inishowen. That's the run in total as we talk.
And as you say, what's standing out for you there after you read out all that?
What's standing out is that at 12 to 13% in Inishowen, redress are making an impact there. I would be very concerned. The scale of fall in Charlie McConaughey's vote is significant. It's very significant. I'm looking here, it hasn't gone into his heartland, which is Carndonagh, Mallinhead, Glengad area. You would expect him to poll stronger there. These early polls that are coming in here, results are in the heartland of Pádraig McLaughlin, Buncrana, South Inishowen. That'll probably favour it in terms of Pádraig McLaughlin's percentage. He's running very high at 44% there. And most significant of all is Pierce Doherty, who's not from that area at all, polling 13% in Inishowen. So,
Yeah. Michelle McFadgeen, and just staying with the defective concrete blocks and the way those votes are going, right? And I want you to reflect on how big of an issue that is in Donegal. Because, for example, yesterday morning, I fell out of bed, went down to Ballantrae, put on my vote, dropped up to Keys Alahi, the garage for a sausage roll. And it was just a case of going through the motions, even though I exercise my democratic right and so on. But for some people, that's me. And I'm thankfully in that position. But for some people, they're seeing this as almost a matter of life and death in terms of trying to get their voices heard, to get somebody in the Dáil, to get a government elected that will change things for them. And it's only when you speak face to face with the people that their homes are crumbling and so on, and they feel they have been, left out in the cold, literally, and so on. What do you think? I mean, this is something. It's a massive issue in Donegal, isn't it?
It's an absolutely huge issue in Donegal, and more than that, it's a very emotive issue. I've covered the story quite often as a journalist. I've been in the homes, I've seen the water drip down the walls, I've seen families have to stay in B&Bs over the Christmas period. I've seen children sleeping on sofas in sitting rooms. It's absolutely deplorable. It's horrendous. It shouldn't be happening. And I think that this reflects, if we look at these figures that Brendan's after giving us, if we look at Pierce Doherty polling 13.4% in this area, it shows that Sinn Féin have been very strong on the Micah issue. Pádraig, of course, is going to do well. As he said, it's the heartland 41.8. But if you look at these figures, Pierce Doherty is polling as well in that area as Charlie Ward is at 12.8. As a matter of fact, Pierce Doherty is polling better. So it shows that Sinn Féin have had a strong stance on the Micah issue. And it has due to them in this election in the Inishowen area. And it's also carrying Charlie Ward. But without a shadow of a doubt, I think the Micah issue is one that will transcend and cross borders. I know for a fact that when I go into the polling booth, I will always give a high number or a high vote to the Micah issue, as I did in the local elections. I think as a county, we all have to come together and we have to support each other in terms of this Micah issue, because it might not be our house, Jerome, but it is somebody's house. And these people, there could be children in it, there could be people with special needs, there could be disabled people. So we all have to pull together, and we all do have to send a strong message to government, every last one of us, to say this isn't acceptable, this shouldn't be happening, and we need to help these people.
And by the way, it's like life is hard enough in any case. Life is hard enough already, generally, without having that on top. And if anyone wants to jump in, by the way, feel free. If any of the panel wants to jump in at any stage, you're more than welcome. John, yeah, go on, Brendan, first.
Can I come back in here? There's just a live feed of figures coming to me here. So just to give a balance, we talked about the Buncrana boxes. There's two Carndonagh, which I would consider the home of Charlie McConaughey, his home area. So I'm just going to give the comparative figures for McLaughlin and Charlie, because both have been in the two elections. This is Carndonagh box 1. And on the last occasion, Pádraig McLaughlin got 157 in Carndonagh box 1. On today's outing, he's getting 157. Sorry, 110. He had 157 the last time, 110 today. Charlie had 105 in that box. Today, he's getting 87. And Charles Ward in that box is getting 45. And just bear with me, Pierce Doherty, based on these tallies, is actually getting 64 votes in this box in Carndonagh. Now, if you bear with me, I'll go to the second box in Carndonagh number 2. And on the last occasion, Pádraig McLaughlin got 144 in this box. Today, he is 132. On the last occasion, Charlie had 130 votes there. Today, he has 70. And in that box, the Redress, Charles Ward, has got 50 number ones. And just to give a bit of context, Pierce Doherty in box number 2 in Carndonagh seems to be polling 63 number ones based on this tally here. So there is a run in total. If we want to run through them, I don't want to bore people with figures.
No,
this
they're interesting.
This is the raw data coming through. So the latest, after we're nearly at 40% of the ballot boxes tallied there, Nicky Bradley Fingale is on 3.2%, 141 votes. Vincent Bradley Independent is on 3 votes. Nuala Carr Green Party is on 25 votes. This is in his own area. Pierce Doherty Sinn Féin is on 642 votes. Carl Gallagher, People Before Profit, is on 39. Cathercope Gallagher is on 24. Noel Jordan is on 30. Claudia Kennedy is on 7. Pádraig McLaughlin Sinn Féin is on 1,717. Charlie McConnell Logue is on 788. Niall McConnell Independent is on 37. McGee Independent Irish Freedom Party, I think 12. Arthur McGuinness is on 4. Jerry McKeever Independent is on 3. Kim McMenamin is on 121. John McNulty Fine Gael is on 31. Frank O'Donnell Independent is on 7. Thomas Pringle Independent is on 86. Mary T. Sweeney is on 123. And Charles Ward Redress Party is on 558, leaving in his own, and that is with 4,625 votes tallied to date. So Charles Ward is on 12%. Charlie McConnell Logue is on 18%, and Pádraig McLaughlin is now on 40%. Pierce Doherty, his running mate, is on 14.9% in the initial own boxes to date.
John Campbell.
Very interesting coming out of that there, and the fact that sort of if you were the director of elections, you would be wondering why in the initial area Pierce is running at 14% when there's it's tactically it's not something, it doesn't help the Sinn Féin strategy of 3 candidates. If you've got one of the candidates in the initial area from not the local person running at 14%, it would be much more vote effective if 10% or 11% of that had gone to Pádraig McLaughlin. I think it's just something that sort of jumps out at you, that I'm not saying it's going to cause any problems for Pierce or Patrick, but in relation to the third candidate, Noel Jordan, going down the line, it would be much better if Pierce went over the line at the very end, and if Patrick had enough to take himself over the line, that freed up a hell of a lot more number twos from Pierce that could transfer to Noel Jordan to raise him up the thing. I just find that interesting that Pierce in the initial area is running. I understand that Pierce is a huge profile, but I just think tactically, it would be better for Sinn Féin if Pádraig McLaughlin were getting more of the Sinn Féin vote than Pierce. I don't think there's any issue. Charlie's vote, though, he can't continue on hemorrhaging votes like that. I think in the next half an hour...
You think he's in trouble?
It's early to say he's in trouble, but certainly if I were him or the people around him, I'd be very worried.
Well, that'll be the big story of the day, won't it? And one of them, if it comes to pass. I mean, a minister, sitting minister or outgoing minister.
Yeah, I think
huge
the
story.
Minister of Agriculture in a rural constituency, if, and there's a big if here, were to lose his seat, Agriculture and the Marine, to lose his seat would be incredible, but there's not much longer he can afford to be taking hits of a decrease in his vote like there is in the figure so far. There's 5,000 votes, and if you look, I think off the top of my head, the last time Charlie had nearly 5,000 votes in the show, and we're certainly a mile off that at the minute,
It's still very early days. And India Kennedy, as somebody who's studying the subject and so on, like if you look at the outgoing TDs, none of them are women. We do have a former Taoiseach, Mary Coughlin in the county, which is it's some achievement. Niamh Kennedy is, I think she's based in Killybegs, and she's
Yes.
independent, and she's the chairperson of Donegal County Council. Now, in terms of incumbents, 80% of incumbents retain seats. at the general election.
Yeah.
So in other words, it's a hard nut to crack. So if you have a legacy issue where it's mainly male dominated, it takes years for that to change. If the incumbents are, if 80% of the people keep their seat. What do you think in terms of women getting involved in politics and I suppose even in Donegal here in the Dáil, the lack of representation?
I think in any case, Donegal votes very differently from the rest of the country, and you can see that in the way running women for politics. Like as you said, we haven't had a woman in the Dáil since Mary Coughlin. Nikki Bradley is also a senator, and it would have been great to see her as a TD, but it's not looking very likely. And I think that was a massive hit from Fine Gael. They should have got completely behind her. Yes, behind John McNulty, but they should have completely got behind her, and they could have definitely had a woman sitting as a TD, and it would have been a momentous occasion for Nikki Bradley. She's only new into politics, but she is a great senator, and I think she would have been a fantastic TD. But it's just unfortunate, I think, that there isn't enough emphasis on putting women into politics. I think a lot of parties will just put a woman into the arena just to tick the gender quota box. And I think that's really insulting for
What
women.
more could I take the point, but what do you mean then? Can you expand on that? What more could they do in terms of just sort of selecting a woman?
Well, selecting a woman that is definitely, not in a rude way, but has a chance of getting a seat and supporting them fully. A lot of the times, candidates and parties leave the candidates to their own devices and just let them go themselves. And I think that's not the way it
Give
should
them the
work.
proper support.
They need the proper support, they need the proper facilities, and they need the proper training to ensure that they will get the seat. It's just unfortunate looking by the figures. It's not very likely that there's going to be a woman as a TD in Donegal again.
And Michelle Nick Fagin, there's like 686 candidates nationally running for the Dáil seats. 246 are women. What's your take on that whole thing?
I think it's a legacy issue as well. I think that in the past, women didn't really feel that they were part of the political system or that they actually could be part of the political system. And I think when the gender quota came out, I kind of felt somewhat aggrieved because I thought that they may have been picking candidates just for the sake of the gender balance rather than their ability to perform as a politician. I'd prefer to see good women. I'd prefer to see good candidates all around rather than, what sex that they might be. So I think it's a legacy issue. I think that it will change. And I also think of that there are a lot of strong women in politics and there will be more. And I think it's just a matter of them coming to the fore, and they will.
And they have to be willing to put themselves forward as well, because Niamh Kennedy made the point way back that, if you look at the local communities, the NGOs, the charity groups, everything that's happening in a local community, invariably it's run by women, but that often they're reluctant to put their name forward for various reasons. What do you think? Niamh Kennedy, or India Kennedy.
It's
India
also
Kennedy.
the abuse that they get online. I know male candidates are subjected to abuse, but the abuse that female candidates get and female politicians get online and in person is a disgrace. If you were sitting down with a female candidate, a lot of people would be very quick to judge how she's looking or what she's wearing, whereas you'd never say that to a man. And I think that's something that definitely needs to be addressed, the abuse that women get online and in person just because they're TDs and just because they're women.
And I think go on, that we have John Campbell.
Yeah, I think, look, I'm not 100% sold on the idea of the quotas, the gender quotas. Even when it came out, I thought at the time, it's an easy cop out for a political party to look at your list and say, I've got 50 men, oh dear, I need to find 10 women just for the sole reason she will be female. I'll tick a box. I'll get my funding at the end when the election is over. So I don't think that is the solution. I think it was well intentioned, but I think even you could look at this election in some of the constituencies in the Northwest and think, yeah, I mean, they're just ticking boxes here, adding certain people to it. And I think that actually is very, very negative then, because people see, let's say, Michelle, I'm not sure she will get thousands of votes, but goes in, gets 100 votes, then down the line says, well, sure, there's no point in a woman running that constituency. I've never been sold on that idea. I think It needs to be looked at in many other ways. And a step back, it also, the party, I said earlier on in relation to the Fine Gael situation at the minute, the candidates did well, but unless the parties, where there's parties involved, throw their weight behind them, not in the last 2, 3, 4 weeks, but for many, many months, probably years beforehand, unless they're prepared to do that with their candidates and with their female candidates, it is not going to work. And they're at the minute they're not doing that. And the gender quota thing is just a safety net for the political parties.
We're on 105 FM. This is Ocean FM, and you're listening to the election coverage here, the Donegal count at Letterkenny Aura Centre here, the Aura Leisure Centre in Letterkenny, and we're going to be here throughout the day. We've got a panel of guests. We're going to be letting you know what happens around the country and also in the Sligo Leitrim constituency as well, so you won't miss a thing. And also to mention the online, because it's not only our wonderful voices you can listen to today, you can actually see us. And I'll even straighten me back if I know that there's a few people watching. I thought the camera wasn't on. I was looking over here, but I see that camera is actually on. So if you go to the Ocean FM YouTube channel, you can watch. And also the link in the Ocean FM Ireland Facebook page. And then you can actually watch what's going on as well. And you're more than welcome to join us. And I suppose, it's going to be a long day. But India, can I ask you as well, India, Kennedy, like if you look at the politics across Europe, like for example, that the most powerful person in the EU institution is Ursula von der Leyen. She's a woman, obviously, so she's in power. And uh, uh, then you have the chairperson of the European Parliament is a woman. You had Angela Merkel, who was in power in Germany, which is the powerhouse of the European Union. And I mean, listen, the EU has such a massive impact here in Ireland, but you had Angela Merkel in control. Like when women get into power, that they can hold very senior roles. But it's just here in Donegal, for whatever reason, attracting, we're not really getting women into power here, are we?
I mean, if you look at the MEPs now for Ireland, for everywhere, we have two Fine Gael, especially for the Northwest, we have two Fine Gael female TDs, or MEPs, I'm sorry. So they can't do it. Women can't do it. Women can be in politics, and women could do very, very well in politics. And we can see that from Angela Merkel and from when Mary Coughlin was in politics, Ursula von der Leyen, Cynthia O'Maraku. There's plenty of women, and they're very good women, but it's just getting them there. And I think it's so hard to get a woman past a local level now. Yes, there's Niamh Kennedy, but in terms of Fianna Fáil, Claudia Kennedy, she got 303 votes in the last local election, and now for the general election, she's barely at 1%. So why is that? That's something that parties need to ask themselves. Why is this? Why are we running women? Why aren't we women running stronger women that are more likely to get a seat and retain a seat? So that in years to come there will be more women and the door is opened more for women to be in politics.
100%. I'm not going to annoy Brendan Byrne because he's number crunching there, and just let him carry on with that because I love it when he comes out with the figures that come out. And we have John Campbell.
Brendan is the up-to-date figures there. And just looking at the last election, Charlie McConnell got what 5,080 votes in the Inishowen area. Realistically, when you look at where the rest of his votes came from, if that we're going to know very soon just how much of a mountain Charlie has to climb. I mean, what percentage is done there at the moment, and what vote has Charlie got at the moment?
Brendan Byrne.
In terms of the number of votes, it's just over 35% of the votes counted. And it's just been updated here now. So with 35% of the votes counted, we have Nicky Bradley of Fine Gael, 256. Vincent Bradley, Independent, on 5. Nuala Carr, the Green Party, 37. Pierce Doherty, Sinn Féin, 1,051. Carl Gallagher, People Before Profit, 65. Patrick Gallagher, Fianna Fáil, 59. Noel Jordan, Sinn Féin, 42. Claudia Kennedy, Fianna Fáil, 20. Padraig McLaughlin, Sinn Féin, 2,558. Charlie McConnell, Fianna Fáil, 1,235. Niall McConnell, Independent, 85. Eugene McGee, Irish Freedom Party, 19. Arthur McGuinness, Independent, 5. Jerry McKeever, Independent, 6. Kim McMenamin, Irish Party, 196. John McNulty, Fine Gael, 61. Frank O'Donnell, Independent, 12. Thomas Pringle, Independent, 140. Mary T. Sweeney, Intu, 188. And Charles Ward, Redress Party, 834. And that's with 6,949 votes tallied to date in his own only.
What do you think, Matt?
Well, if you and John asked a very legitimate question, the last time around, Charlie got 27.5% of the vote in Inishowen. It was the basis of his vote. And as you know, he only won his seat the last time over Pat the Cope really by 300 votes. And he is currently running on a running total of 18.6%. So he's down almost 9%. That's a heavy hit. That's down a third, isn't that correct? Yeah.
And this is John Campbell.
The stronger
Sorry, John,
areas
start
in.
again.
That's what some of the stronger areas in for Charlie, if my memory serves me right from the booth.
He has 3 of his home booths in Carndonagh to come in. They should favour him. Glentoher, Greencastle, that should favour Charlie Mallon. He's Mallon based. He was born in Mallon, that general area. So there is a bit of gas in the tank that he should lift. It's strange looking at it. He's down nearly 90% of the boxes, and then every now and then there's a box or two that he's actually up 3 or 4 votes. So it's nip and tuck. But from South Inishowen, the key indicator would be that Charlie has lost heavily in some boxes directly either to Pierce Doherty or directly to the redress candidate. So there is a lot of votes moving in Inishowen.
And the problem I see for Charlie McConnell-Logus now, we see what he's down, but trying to identify where he makes those lost votes up is a lot harder to figure out. Like, if he's not going to get them in Inishowen, is he going to get them in the Letterkenny area, Finn Valley area? Very unlikely. I would suspect the Fianna Fáil vote there goes to Pat the Cope. The west of the county, it will go to Pat the Cope. The south of the county, the bit that's left your home, yeah, it will go to Pat the Cope. So I just struggle to see where Charlie makes up. He's 1,500 votes down at the moment. And it's just to see where he makes those votes up. Not saying he's gone at the
Well,
moment, but
if you look at
certainly it's
the
hard to do.
Brendan Byrne.
if you look at the Tyrconnell Tribune, it showed his vote in Letterkenny increasing by 1/3. It could be a situation where Charlie's losing heavily in his home ground as anticipated to Micah redress. We expect that. But could it be compensated by an increase in the traditional Fianna Fáil middle class vote in Letterkenny, or did Letterkenny fail to come out to vote, which is another factor? We had very poor indications of turnout in Letterkenny. So that's something that's going to come into play. But there's a significant percentage I want to draw people's attention to. At the minute, Pierce Doherty is polling 15.6% in Inishowen. And redress, which is a big issue up there, are polling 11.7%.
Well, I think from looking at the figures, at the minute, and then they showing the redress candidates is not pulling heavy enough because everybody, I think, believed if they were have a serious shot at this seat, they did need to pull well in the showing, and those figures there do not show. It shows Pierce keeping a vote. It shows Patrick keeping a vote. Okay, Charlie is down, but I don't think the volume of votes that's coming to the redress candidate in the showing is enough to take him and as a serious contender at the minute. Now, he may very well be able to make up for that in the Milford Letterkenny area.
But I think you're missing one point. If you have someone that's hemorrhaging votes, which we clearly identify Charlie McConnell as hemorrhaging votes, and you have an emotive issue such as redress with a sizable vote, transfers. You always have to ask yourself who's going to be more transfer friendly, a sitting minister, incumbent TD, losing votes, or an emotive issue. And this is very much going to come down to the transfers of Pierce Doherty's phenomenal surplus, as we now know he will have, and the plethora of independent candidates. and the Tyrconnell Tribune poll and the TG Carr opinion poll all indicated one thing to me, was that Redress are extremely transfer friendly.
Oh yeah, I think that's
Okay.
yeah.
And that's the voice of Brendan Byrne there. We also have Michelle McFadden here, John Campbell, India Kennedy. We're live here on Ocean FM from the Ora Leisure Centre in Letterkenny. And it's a big day because the Donegal people have cast their votes. They're currently being sorted out at the moment. And we will know, out of the 20 candidates who are battling it for the 5 seats, we will know in the hours ahead who is successful. It's all to play for. The excitement is building. It's going to get even more exciting. The tallies that we were just talking about there, they're only tallies, although it has to be said, Donegal County Council, the tallies for the local elections were very, very, very accurate. But anyway, listen, you are tuned to Ocean FM. We're going to be back very shortly, but for now, we're going to take a break, followed by the death notices. And you're welcome back. It's Jerome Hughes here at the Aura Leisure Centre in Letterkenny. We're here for election 2024. 20 candidates in Donegal battling it out for 5 seats. And with me here at the Aura Leisure Centre are Michelle Nick-Fagin, a well-known journalist in Donegal, John Campbell, former Fine Gael Director of Elections, India Kennedy, who's studying politics and international relations in Belfast, and Brendan Byrne, former Fianna Fáil Donegal County Councillor and former Fianna Fáil Director of Elections. And I want to ask you, John Campbell, if, after 20 boxes have been officially inputted at this stage, and they've just handed us the sheet, and come here, it's not looking good on the face of it for Charlie McConalogue, Minister for Agriculture. This would be a major story, wouldn't it?
Well, if it was, if it were to carry on as is, it's certainly not looking great for him. His vote after 20 is substantially down. It's at 17-18%, and it was 26-27 the last time in the same area. So he certainly needs to start pulling up very, very quickly. They started to open Letterkenny boxes there as well now as part of what they're doing. So certainly politically and logically, you would think that the two areas where Charlie has got to get some form of vote in is Inishowen and Letterkenny. We look at his vote the last time; it was 5,080 in the Inishowen area. It's certainly fallen way, way short of that at the moment. While he's still not out of it, he certainly, in my opinion, has to pick up votes and pick up votes seriously, the Fianna Fáil vote in the Letterkenny area. And the question, I think Brendan raised it earlier, did they come out and support, did Letterkenny come out and support the minister, or did they just stay at home?
Brendan, what do you think? It's not looking good for Charlie, is it?
Well, it's very early stages, I would have to say, in defence. Look, we're dealing with a situation where he's hemorrhaging votes. There's no doubt about that. Very much to Redress candidate Charles Ward, who's leaving Inishowen after 22 boxes opened with 11.7%. Now, I suppose, balancing that statement, I would imagine Redress would have hoped for a slightly higher percentage than that in Inishowen. So you're going to have to ask yourself the question. I think Charlie McConalogue is still going to have in and around the 6,000 votes. Not quite sure where Redress are going to end up. They're going to go over 5,000, and it's going to be very much a transfer game. Now, at the rate that Charlie's losing votes in the general area, it's a bad early indicator. But he still has Letterkenny and Milford, and can that compensate the scale of loss that he has in Inishowen? It's very difficult to predict at this stage. And as I said earlier, there are more boxes in Carndonagh to be opened, and in the north half of Inishowen, which you would hope would be favouring Charlie. But at this early stage, losing a third of his vote, you would be concerned as to what pathway has he to stay ahead, because it's very much going to boil down to transfers in subsequent counts.
And you can also watch what's going on here at the Aura Leisure Centre by going on the Ocean FM YouTube channel or clicking the link on the Ocean FM Ireland Facebook page. Sinn Féin councillor Jack Murray, former chairperson of Donegal County Council, joins us now. And Jack, tell me, what's your analysis of what's happened so far?
Well, it looks like it's going to be a very good day for Sinn Féin in Donegal, I'd have to say. 2020 obviously was a very, very good election for us. We're very strong in Inishowen. We look to be up further on that. We're sitting about 52-53% of the vote so far. I know it's early days, but when you're comparing there, Paddy McLaughlin's on 36%, Charlie McConalogue's on 19%, so it does look like we'll pull ahead. It's far too early to call what's going to happen after that, but I'm happy so far.
Do you think it's all about clear messaging? Because Sinn Féin came out with a very clear message, and it would have resonated very well here in Donegal in particular, you could say. And the very clear message was 100% redress in terms of the people affected by the defective concrete. And Sinn Féin said, if you get us into power, we give you 100% redress. I mean, that was just a very clear, simple message, wasn't it? Do you think that's part of it?
I think it's a huge part of it. 100% redress is the issue, and particularly in Inishowen, particularly in Buncrana, where I live. We made it clear that we wouldn't be going in just as a protest or a voice for it, that we would actually deliver it. We had a plan for it with Mary Lou McDonald up very recently, met with all the leading campaigners and gave their word that we, if in government, will deliver 100% redress. So I think that's why we've come out considerably stronger than Charles Ward at this point, that it's more than a protest, that we have the capability, if in government, to deliver it.
Now, when we saw the exit polls last night, it came out at 10 o'clock nationally. It showed that basically, Sinn Féin doing very well, but it looks like, just on the face of it, it looks like we could have the status quo. Are you disappointed in relation to that, in terms of, Sinn Féin being able to form the next government?
I suppose that's the question that's been put in the national media. No, I'm very happy. Sinn Féin coming out as the most popular party in the state. I would take that. And look,
that was just an exit poll, but they're normally very accurate. But as you say, on the face of it, it looks like Sinn Féin would be the number one.
Look, if Sinn Féin emerges as the most popular party in the state, I would be very, very happy with that. Look, we'll see how the negotiations go. We'll see how the chips lie over the next few days. But look, if you asked me a couple of weeks ago, would you take Sinn Féin coming out in front of the other two parties? Absolutely, and I'm very pleased with that.
You're listening to Ocean FM from the Ora Leisure Centre here in Donegal, where we have 20 candidates trying to pick up one of the 5 seats. And Pierce Doherty is here as well from Sinn Féin. And Pierce, you're one of the outgoing Sinn Féin TDs, along with Pádraig McLaughlin. It's looking good so far, isn't it?
Yeah, it's looking really good for Sinn Féin here in the county. There's no doubt about it that from what we've seen, and we've put the Intermission boxes and the Letterkenny boxes, the people of Donegal are saying very clearly that Sinn Féin is the party for them. They've come out in their droves. I think so far, what is it, for 53, 54% in Sinn Féin? It's actually an increase in our vote in Intermission, which is significant given the fact that there is also the 100% redress party running there as well. But look, people very clearly see, as Jack has said, we are the party that will actually solve this crisis for people in their homes and in their families for once and for all. But I'm very humbled. I'm very humbled at the numbers that have come out for the party and come out for me personally as well so far, even though we're not opening the boxes that I've been campaigning, and there's also a huge vote for. And a very disciplined vote as well, from what we're seeing in the tallies. There's very clearly 1, 2, 3 strategic voting here, and people want change. That's clear.
People might want change, but the reality is, a lot of people that would have voted for Sinn Féin, they would have been hoping, and especially, I was talking earlier about my frivolous vote down in the south of the county at Ballintrae Leisure Centre, and then going up to Keys Elahi to get a sausage roll. In other words, it's not life and death for me, but for some people up here, who are impacted by the defective concrete blocks, they are literally trying to hold on to any hope that a government can get into power that will give them 100% redress. And they really are serious when they go out and vote. Like, their vote means an awful lot. But the point is, they'd be hoping above hope that they are going to elect, in this case, we're talking to you, Sinn Féin, that are actually going to get into government. But it looks like, from what we can see nationally, it looks like that Sinn Féin won't be in government again. So, you're saying about promising one, and it's not your fault. I'm saying it just nationally, it looks like the reality.
Yeah, let's actually just wait till we see where the chips fall in relation to this year. This was a PR vote, so the last number of seats will come down to transfers, and what you're seeing in this election is that Sinn Féin are transfer friendly. I think 10%, what the exit poll said the last time, it's now 17%. A lot of those transfers will come from parties that'll maybe eliminated in certain constituencies because they won't take a seat themselves. So this is a long way to run yet. I'm very, very conscious, as Jack and Pádraig McLaughlin and others, the weight of responsibility on us. We've been in those homes with defects. We know that this election is really a lifeline for them. So on the other side of this here, we're going to do everything we can to be in government and deliver on our commitments, not just to 100% redress, but the wider Donegal community in terms of this county being forgotten.
What is the possible road to get into government? Based on those exit poll figures we saw last night, what is the possible... Now, give me... we're only speculating here, but give me a scenario that gets Sinn Féin into government based on those exit poll figures.
So when I was in this hall 4.5 years ago, we were discussing the exit poll. Fine Gael were first, Sinn Féin were second, and Fianna Fáil third. We were a bit behind Fine Gael. That isn't what happened when the votes were counted. We were nearly 4 points ahead of Fine Gael. Fine Gael came third in that race. So the exit poll underestimated Sinn Féin the last time and overestimated Fine Gael. So that's why I'm saying let's not be counting our chickens too early.
What's the road?
So the road has always been ensuring that as many of our 71 candidates get elected across the constituency, and then looking at other parties of the left the Social Democrats, the Labour Party, people before profit, other parties like that, some of the independents on the left. And what we're seeing from the exit poll is not just if it is right, is that Sinn Féin won the popular vote. We're the most popular party in the state. But not only that, but those parties that I mentioned have also seen an uplift in terms of their vote. So let's wait and see. It's far too early
Is
to
that
be making
John
predictions at this
Campbell,
point in
as
time.
a former Fine Gael director of elections, is that plausible, do you think, what Pierce is saying in terms of Sinn Féin, Labour Party, left-leaning independents? Like that would sounds like a huge rainbow.
Well, I've learned over the years in politics, anything is possible, and anything you think may not happen usually does. I think I'm sort of agree with Pierce here. I'd be more comfortable talking about this when we have the figures firmed up a lot more. But
But I'm
at the
just
end,
talking about the exit polls last night. Like we could know, we're in the early days now, so we're in the realm of speculation. Do you know
yeah.
what I mean? And I know we'll know more later on, but
Well, as I say, I think, and in the present and political climates now, anything is possible. I mean, just going back a few years, if somebody had told me some years back that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael would be in government together, I think
and
I would have
Brendan
looked
Byrne,
long and hard at the person who said it.
Brendan Byrne, is it possible that Sinn Féin could lead the next government?
Well,
In your
look,
opinion?
it's a matter for the people, and the people are now speaking, and we're counting the votes. And you can have all the high moral ground you want in the wide world, but once the Dáil assembles, there's a moral duty to elect a government, whatever shape make that is. You have to elect a government. The alternative is you go back to the country, and I don't think anyone would thank you for that.
And Pierce, I put it. I was chatting to Jack earlier, and I put it to him. Do you think the likes of Charlie McConalogue now, and it's on the face of it, it's not. It could be looking bad for Charlie McConalogue, a minister for agriculture. It'd be a big story if he lost his seat. But you had a very clear message, and that is 100% redress. Massive issue here in Donegal. Do you think that's what's really resonated for you? Because I know they have their own candidate, and I was suggesting that maybe midway through the government, if there had been a by-election or something, and they ran a candidate that gets straight through, they get all the votes. But given that you were promising or saying like we're going to get into government, 100% redress, it resonated, didn't it? It's a massive issue up here. The defective blocks.
Yeah, it absolutely has resonated with people, not only in Inishowen, but also in Letterkenny as well. And we'll see where the rest of the boxes open. Look, it is really early in Donegal. The one things we can say is we're very, very solid. We're very confident, and we may even have bucked the national trend here because I think McLaughlin's vote, the Sinn Féin voting in Inishowen, is actually may have even increased in the last the election. So and that doesn't tally with what the national trends are. Charlie McConalogue has performed poorly. There's no doubt about that in terms of his vote. I think in some cases I'm out polling him in Inishowen, and I think is way ahead, thundering ahead on him. More than 2-1. And that is reflective of the fact that he has let people down in terms of 100% redress, but also more broadly in terms of being at the cabinet table and not delivering. Look, we'll see Pat the Cope's votes coming in later on. Pat the Cope, in my view, is going to have a very, very strong showing. He had a very good campaign. There is a campaign in the West to try and elect a second.
He's very
TD.
well liked. Yeah.
And he's been there for over
Forever.
40 years, so it's always been my view that of the two in Fianna Fáil, Pat the Cope was definitely going to be way ahead of Charlie McConalogue, and I would imagine that that's what we're going to see when this is all accounted for. The big question is when you add Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael together, you have two parties that are over probably 2.5 quotas, and it's the transfer patterns between those parties that are going to decide whether there is going to be a second seat either for Fianna Fáil or for Fine Gael. Will there be 2 seats coming from that combination of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael? And I wouldn't rule that out at this point in time. Those transfer patterns are going to be crucial, but geography is also going to play an important part.
Brendan Byrne.
Also the factor that I would imagine that the redress are going to be very transfer friendly. And there is an awful amount of independents and smaller parties there that mightn't add up to much individually, but collectively there's going to be a pool of votes there. There's going to be a massive transfer from your surplus that will go on to Padraig and another surplus. So there's so many unknown factors here other than that Pierce Doherty is going to top the poll, followed by his running mate, Padraig McLaughlin. And indeed, we haven't gone into South Donegal, so Noel Jordan is still there in the mix.
John
I just
Campbell.
agree with that. I think that um, if you look at the logic of what's happened here, obviously Pierce is going to have a very significant surplus here, very significant. Obviously, Patrick McLaughlin is doing very well, whether he gets to the quota or not, not far away from it. But there's few ifs and buts here. But if Patrick gets to the quota, Pierce has a huge surplus. So I think Brennan touched on it there. We haven't got into South Donegal for Noel Jordan. No, he's well positioned there. There's options there, and the candidates you may get, have to get above. So I just have an outside feeling that it could be a very, very good day for Sinn Féin when it comes to them votes, because I certainly think there obviously is certain two at the minute for Sinn Féin, and we're talking about ruling people and ruling people out. With the surplus there, you cannot rule Noel Jordan out.
And if you could just, if Pierce, if you could stay with us just for another wee minute, and Councillor Jack Murray of Sinn Féin, you know, when they were doing the exit poll, the big issue that came up was housing. It was the single biggest issue, and it's a massive issue here in County Donegal as well, in terms of people not being able to even rent accommodation or find a house to buy and so on. What about Sinn Féin's housing policy? Do you think that sort of muddied the water a little bit for Sinn Féin? If it had the same clear message that, for example, and it was an easy message, I suppose, in one sense, that 100% redress for the. If it had a very clear single line message on housing, because there was all this stuff about the state will hold on to will actually own the land, and you'll own the house and you'll keep it and you can transfer it and all that. Whereas we know in Ireland the psyche is that people want to own their own home, but also people also want to own their own land. They want to have the land as well. It's seen as a big issue. What do you think?
Yeah, well, rather than muddy the waters, I think it was a very, very strong position for us. Now, like I was knocking the doors in Buncrana where I live, and we have two, I suppose, parallel crises in the defective block and housing. So even houses that are being built by the council at this moment in time, we're actually rehousing people from local authority housing that are crumbling into those. So look, when I was in the doors, people said housing's like the issue, defective and the needful house, but they trusted Sinn Féin, and that's not just my opinion. That's been evidenced by the vote that's coming out today. Like in Buncrana, I think we're sitting about 70% of the vote, so that's really resonating with people. So no, I think it was a very, very strong position for us.
Pierce, do you think that Mary Lou won the debate? You know, that final leaders debate. Yeah, I actually thought. I know it got a lot of criticism. I thought it was fascinating to watch, especially visually, when they went to the wide shots and they were looking around each other and all that. But on that issue of housing, do you think she stumbled a bit on the housing issue, and do you think she won that debate?
Look, listen, let's be clear. Every single TD from other parties will say their leader won the debate, right? So absolutely, Mary Lou won the debate. But most importantly, the Irish Independent said that Mary Lou won the debate.
They must be right.
The Irish Independent are saying that Sinn Féin won the debate. And when the Sunday Times poll said that they won the debate, I think then that really, you don't have to take my word for it. Look, I think Mary Lou's had a blinder of a campaign. She had a stormer of a campaign. We had a very bruising local and European elections. We took 11 and 12% in those elections. A lot of people were writing our obituary, then, or some of our political opponents. Mary Lou responded back. And even in the exit poll there, in terms of who do you fancy as Taoiseach, she's right there with Micheál Martin. We were having this conversation a couple of even just 2 months ago. 55% of the people in opinion polls were saying they wanted Simon Harris to be Taoiseach. Simon Harris had a terrible campaign, but from our point of view, I think Mary Lou really, really performed well. I think her engagement, the fact that she'd taken time to listen. If you were watching Simon Harris on social media, you would get dizzy. It was just shaking hands, shaking hands, shaking hands. What people want is you want engagement. Elections is about engagement. It's about listening to people. It's about hearing their concerns. It's about empathizing with them. You mightn't have an answer right then, but you need to take those conversations. You need to then look and say, I think Mary Lou did really, really effectively in the campaign.
Can I ask you about John Campbell?
No, I want to ask Pierce, if you recall in Donegal way back, I asked you the night of the local elections about the performance over nationally of Sinn Féin. And I think I recall you saying we've got to go and have a long, hard look at what worked and things that didn't work. sort of, and obviously you did as a party because the local elections, then there was other issues, and then your campaign came very strong. What sort of specifically did you tweak, change, or was it the messaging, or what sort of generated
We
the
made the
momentum?
exact same mistake in the local and European elections, in my view, as we did in the previous local and European elections, and that was we didn't clearly outline the positive policies, the positive change that we wanted to bring about. So, right after the local elections, what Sinn Féin moved into explaining and communicating with the public what we wanted to do. So we brought out policy after policy, very detailed, like, and look, even pundits will tell you none of the parties can touch us in relation to that. There, we have a housing policy that's 110 pages long, a health policy that's 120 pages, full of detail and communicating that. We did that in the summer. Our immigration policy, our school transport policy, our childcare policy. Like, we set the agenda. We came forward with €10 a day childcare. Other parties have tried to now follow that. We came forward with a policy about abolishing the means test for carers. Other parties are doing that. So, like, that was the key thing. It was about actually, it was about not the negative message, but it was about the positive message in terms of what change looks like. And I think people reconnected with Sinn Féin between that time of the local European elections and the general elections.
Now, can I ask you about the part of County Donegal that's in the Sligo Leitrim constituency, right? I voted yesterday morning in the St. Bridget's Community Centre in Ballantrae, and I'm voting in Sligo Leitrim. I'm voting in Sligo Leitrim. Not only me, I'm in a small area, but you've got Bundoran and Ballyshannon, which have sizable populations. And here I am. I'm looking at the list of candidates. How many candidates? They've 18 candidates. 18 candidates. The outgoing ones: Martin Kenny, Sinn Féin; Frank Feehan, Fine Gael; Marion Harkin, Independent; and Mark McSherry, Independent. Before I ask you about the constituency thing, right? You have two Sinn Féin candidates running in the Sligo Leitrim constituency, right? Isn't that right?
Yeah, Chris
And-
McManus and
But
Martin Kenny.
traditionally, this is a predictable constituency. So for Sinn Féin to get 2 seats there would be a huge achievement. Any chance?
I was looking at the Ocean FM exit poll that you did last night, and it definitely still has us in the running there. I think Martin Kenny was at 14%, and Chris was just at 9% or just below 9%. So you're definitely there in the running if that exit poll is anywhere accurate. The issue in terms of South Donegal, I think that's terrible. I strongly believe that Donegal, like, is it is a county that has a unique identity that is because of partition, because of the neglect of different successive government parties, we are forgotten. And the fact that then a part of Donegal is then kind of annexed into another constituency, in my view, is wrong. I would have liked to see 2, 3 in Donegal in the last election, but I do think Donegal should be reunited.
And this is not a party thing, right? But say, for
all
example,
the parties, I think, want
say,
the
for
same.
example, Noel Jordan.
Yeah.
I mean, I know him well.
Yeah.
I would see him all the time. He does karaoke. He does stuff in the local community. I know him.
Yeah.
Look at all these candidates, the list of candidates in the Sligo Leitrim constituency. I've never heard of them.
And
Most of them, I mean, I've heard of some of them.
And let me be clear. See, if you had the Bundoran Ballyshannon area in this constituency, that would give a massive boost to Sinn Féin. Sinn Féin tops the poll in that area. It's always been there. It's been a huge support to me when it was part of Donegal Southwest. It now feeds a large number of support into Martin Kenny in the past, and I'm sure that will be reflected with Chris's vote today. It's a big support base for Sinn Féin. We've always topped the poll in that area in general elections. So, like, it's not fair. Like, it's part of the same council region, and I strongly think it should be part of Donegal.
And it was Donegal Northeast and it was Donegal Southwest, right, back in the day. So what can we do? What can we do to change it? How does it change?
It changes.
How does it change?
It changes through the commission. First of all, we don't have 6-seater constituencies, so you can allow for the terms of reference. The government sets the terms of reference, and if you had a 6-seater constituency, then you could potentially have a Donegal constituency. It is reliant on the constitution, and you'll remember 14 years ago this week, I got elected as a TD in a by-election, and that's because after Pat the Cope went to Europe for a year and a half, they didn't fill the vacancy, and I had to take the government at the time to the High Court to ensure our constitutional rights were there. But there's a provision in the Constitution that is based on population, so you can do a larger constituency, or you can have two three-seaters. And I think there was merit this time for two three-seaters in Donegal. It would have, and I think that would have been the fair.
I think there's a psychological thing because remember way back they had the money for the Ballot face Tranola bypass. Okay, I think if that had been built, people in South Donegal would associate more closely to Letterkenny, you know, in terms of the hospital and everything else, in terms of being access to North Donegal. But there's a sort of a psychological thing in South Donegal where people, because, you know, a lot of people born in South Donegal go to Sligo. It's back to the infrastructure in the sense that Donegal is kind of divided by terrible infrastructure there in Ballymafeist Tranola. I know not everyone's in favour of the bypass, but things like that would sort of, you know, maybe people would resonate more with what's happening up here in the north of the county, and it would be more. But just I want to ask you, and I'm going to let you come in now, John Campbell. Chris McManus, um, this is for you, Pierce. Chris McManus, what's the story there? Like he was an MEP, he didn't get re-elected there in to Brussels, and now it's, you know, we don't know what's going to happen, but it'd be incredible, I suppose, if he got two Sinn Féin in Sligo Leitrim. What's the story with Chris McManus?
Well, look, Chris was an excellent MEP. We obviously, as reflected, we didn't have the day we wanted to have in that election. Despite the fact of securing additional seats, it didn't work out for us here in the northwest. We came close, but it didn't happen. So Chris is running for the general election. It seems polling well in terms of the exit polls. So a lot of these last seats will come down to, you know, transfers, but it is a four-seater. So therefore it is challenging. It's absolutely challenging to take two seats in a four-seater.
And John Campbell.
No, I just agree totally with what said it earlier with Pierce there, and I think it's ridiculous that part of South Donegal has been hived off to Sligo Leitrim. I think it's the natural boundary was always Benrose Bridge, and I think it is. And I think the disadvantage, for example, that it puts, let's say, the Sinn Féin candidate Noel Jordan at there is incredible because he goes down the road, 5-6 miles, and his own county is just cut off. So I totally agree with Pierce is saying there. I think that's an absolute ridiculous situation that should be put right.
Jack Murray is the Sinn Féin councillor.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's part of Irish culture and Irish psyche to be lived within our county boundaries, and we're parochial when it comes to that. I think it has disadvantaged Noel in particular to a certain extent. Noel's very, very popular down there himself, and Mickey Mackey. See the vote that the two of them got between it, like, so it would give Noel a considerable boost coming into this count if he had it. I think Noel's still very much in play here. We'll see how the South Donegal boxes open very shortly. If we can get Noel up to 4,000 or 5,000 first preferences, if we can manage the voting of Pierce's surplus, which looks to be quite significant, can fall towards Noel. If we can get Potter McLaughlin as close to the quota or over it and out of the way, for want of a better phrase, I think Noel's very much in play when it comes to that.
Do you know Charlie McConnell, Jack?
Do I know Charlie? Yeah, I do. Yeah, of course, yeah.
And what do you think of him in terms of his political performance here in Donegal?
Look, Charlie's a very nice man, I have to say that, but I think the vote will tell you there that the people of Inishowen have lost faith in him, that we haven't seen delivery at government level in terms of the defective block crisis in particular, but even local issues like the leisure centre in Buncrana, people were irate at the decision not to fund that, and like ultimately the blame for that and that will lie with the government, and people are fighting back today.
Brendan, what do you think? Brendan Byrne.
I can't get involved in a political discussion, but sometimes people would say the Buncrana Leisure Centre was the fault of the county council that didn't prioritise it, Jack. Would that be fair? I think we're both.
Are we okay?
Yeah. Some people would blame the council. I think the government would like to blame the council for that, but ultimately, look, that could have been funded. It was an extremely strong application. There was a priority, but was
it one or two?
It was number two. There's no doubt about that. But like, if that was the case, if the government and the Department of Sport were only going to fund one application,
did the council make a case to jointly fund the two projects, or priority 1 and 2?
The council made a case that they're going to match fund with €5 million towards Buncrana Leisure Centre. They gave a commitment to give €500,000 subvention annually to it. They completed the designs.
Not being pedantic about it, but sometimes when you drill down to something, there's another logical
No,
reason.
look, it's a very convenient defence or a very convenient excuse for government representatives to use. But when we look at it, there was a case or an excuse made that needed to be a regional spread. When you look at Cavan and Monaghan, which is like it's two counties, but it's a five-seater. They got two projects funded, totaling €20 million. So if they can do it and their councils can get it, I can't see why Donegal.
That's legitimate.
And I do feel that people in Inishowen feel very neglected or
So yeah,
forgotten on that.
back to when I was in the council 11 years ago, it was an issue then, so it must have got worse since.
It is, and when you look there, like this fund specified swimming pools as a strategic objective of it. They only funded one swimming pool in the state, and that was in Edenderry in County Offaly. That swimming pool closed in January of this year. The Buncrana Leisure Centre closed almost 9 years ago, so people would see that as very, very unfair. And again, just another example of Donegal and Inishowen being forgotten.
Michelle Nick-Fagin is a well-known journalist across County Donegal, and you've been out and about, Michelle, around the Ora Leisure Centre here, where basically we've got 20 candidates battling it out for the 5 seats, although we do know traditionally 80% of incumbents get re-elected, but listen, there could be a few big shocks here in Donegal. What's the atmosphere like out there? What have people been saying to you?
Well, the atmosphere is good, but we all know it's going to boil up before this evening when you get elbows shoved and crowds arching their backs over this fence behind us. It's going to be very busy. It's not that busy yet, Jerome. The general chit chat on the doorsteps and around here is that they're surprised about Charlie McConlogue and how he has fared in Inishowen. There's a lot of talk as well about the Micah candidate and how he's faring and how he's doing and how he's impacting the outcome. There's been no shock at all about Sinn Féin's Pierce Doherty looking to top the polls and ticking every box, is what one man said to me. There hasn't been a box opened yet that Pierce Doherty hasn't fared well in, and perhaps in a sense, his surplus will definitely benefit Peter McLaughlin, but where that will go then is another question. There's a lot of questions as well about how Pat the Cope will do now when they see that Charlie's kind of struggling in Inishowen. What impact will that have on the Cope when the boxes more west start to be open? There's quite a lot of boxes left to be opened yet, but yeah, there's a sense of shock.
Yeah.
As I said this morning,
I think there's also a sense that Pat the Cope might be returning to Dáil Éireann as well to be a part of the 34th Dáil. And just I want to thank, by the way, you're not watching and you're listening, you might think it's odd the way it happens, but Pierce Doherty has left us. Thanks very much to Pierce Doherty and Councillor Jack Murray as well. And if you do want to watch us, by the way, you can go onto the Ocean FM YouTube channel, or there's a link on the Ocean FM Ireland Facebook page, and then you can actually watch us here from the Ora Leisure Centre in Letterkenny. India Kennedy is studying politics and has been following this. You're a young woman, and I think you told me you're 21, isn't it?
Yep.
So you're a young woman. You're extremely interested in politics. But I want to ask you a question. Since like the last time I covered a general election was 2011. Okay, I was following Enda Kenny around the country for TV3.
Yeah.
Now that's not today or yesterday. That's back in 2011. But back then, I think Twitter had, I would need to check it, but I think Twitter had just started. And I remember my boss at the time, Bob Hughes, was saying, Twitter, everyone has to get onto Twitter. Twitter's going to be amazing. Social media is going to be so important. How important, this is incredible. When you look at like TikTok and all the other platforms, how important has that been, or how present has it been in this general election campaign?
Well, I mentioned a bit in the local election how important it is to kind of get a balance between social media and the grassroots of politics, so meeting people at the doors. But I think as we go on to the general election, and definitely in the next election, local and general, media is where it's at. It's getting involved with TikTok and Facebook and Twitter and everything, being present in all the media spaces, because it's a great way for young people and old people that are very much involved in media to see what your views are, what your ideals are, what your plans are, and what you stand for. And it's a great way for you to showcase yourself, because yes, there's a bad side to the media where you can edit yourself and you can make sure you are given the best version of yourself. But as a candidate, you can really use media to your advantage if you have someone that's very much in the know with media.
And they know what they're doing and they know how to do it well.
Yeah.
Because like Sinn Féin seem to, I just saw a video on the way here or maybe late last night. with Pierce Doherty. Like, they know how to do the social media well, don't they?
Definitely. And so does Fianna Fáil. Like, whoever was doing Micheál Martin's campaign did a very, very good job. It's hard to scroll through TikTok for the last few weeks and not see a candidate, whether it's general election, Micheál Martin, Mary Lou McDonald, or local, Pierce Doherty. Everybody's involved with everybody that's involved with this election is being on the media and is very active in the media, and it shows in the polls.
That's the voice of India Kennedy. We'll hear a lot more from her over the next few hours. Let's go to Brendan Byrne.
Well, just to give you a progress, we have 13,000 votes tallied. And if you have a pen and paper, we'll give you the running totals. 13,000 votes tallied. And we have 43 of the 61 boxes in the Inishowen area fully tallied. So here are the figures. Nicky Bradley, Fine Gael, 517. Vincent Bradley, Independent, 17. Nuala Carr, Green Party, 126. Pierce Doherty, Sinn Féin, 2,027. Carl Gallagher, People Before Profit, 120. Pat the Cope Gallagher, Fianna Fáil, 120. Noel Jordan, Sinn Féin, 103. Claudia Kennedy, Fianna Fáil, 30. Padraig McLaughlin, Sinn Féin, 4,614. Charlie McConnell, Fianna Fáil, 2,631. Niall McConnell, Independent, 189. Eugene McGee, Irish Freedom Party, 57. Arthur McGuinness, Independent, 8. Jerry McKeever, Independent, 10. Kim McMenamum, 316. John McNulty, Fine Gael, 128. Frank O'Donnell, Independent, 19. Thomas Pringle, Independent, 290. Mary T. Sweeney, Aintu, 336. Charles Ward, Redress Party, 1,613. And that was worth 13,271 votes tallied. And on the last election, there was 18,000 votes in the Inishowen area. So we're coming to the tail end of it. So the trends are pretty clear. The ballot boxes that are not tallied would geographically favour Charlie McConnell because they're in Moville, which is near his home place. There's one remaining in Carndonagh, in Whitecastle and Greencastle. So there should be a geographical bounce for him there, but based on the others that were in his general area, the bounce is not very high.
So it's all to play for, and we're just doing tallies at the moment. In certain cases, when do you think we're going to, Brendan? When do you think we're going to get, like, for example, our first result?
Well,
is there any way of
you won't have a first count until I would say at this rate of going, definitely not this side of 6:30 in the evening. We're now at 11 o'clock. We're still in the Inishowen area. We have Letterkenny, we have Melford, we have Donegal, Glenties and Lifford. And so I can't see us getting to a first count proper declaration until 6:37, maybe 7:30. Will she proceed then to do a first count surplus distribution, which is effectively another mini full count because you have to count all of Pierce Doherty's number twos. That count usually would take 2.5 hours. She most likely will because she'll need to do a second count declaration before tomorrow morning. So this is going to be a slow process. And as you can see, it's very nip and tuck in Inishowen, whilst the figures show that Charlie's vote has fallen by 25-30% in places. That in itself isn't sufficient to say that he's going to lose his seat. I think Inishowen is one thing. He could rebuild in Letterkenny. He could remain in the race for transfers from Fine Gael. We saw last night in the exit poll that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael are transferring to one another at a rate of 30%. The only thing you would worry about that, to give the counter side of the same argument, is that the Fine Gael vote in Inishowen is running at 4.6%. That's extremely low. It's probably a historical low. But that being said, there will be a Fine Gael vote in Letterkenny and in Melford that should be favourably disposed towards Charlie McConnell. But even at this early stage, with so few boxes tallied, he is, as Alex Ferguson used to say, the squeaky bum position.
But the thing about Squeaky Bum or Alex Ferguson is invariably, even in the 93rd minute, they managed to get
Pull
the
it out.
equaliser
Yeah.
or even win.
And politics is quite like that, you know.
Yeah, it certainly is. Go on, Michelle McFadden, what was going to come in?
Actually, I did hear on my ramblings that Charlie McConalogue seems to be doing better in the Letterkenny boxes that are opening at the moment. I don't know if that'll translate, but that's what I did hear.
Well,
What do you think, Brendan?
The Tyrconnell Tribune, if we look at that poll, and that was a fairly well compiled poll, showed him growing, his vote increasing in Letterkenny by 40-50%. But we must look at the numbers and the baselines. The last time around, Charlie in Letterkenny, just to give you the exact figure, the Charlie in Letterkenny got 1,383 votes. That was 10.6% of the poll. So to compensate the loss that he's going to come out of in his own, he would need to double his vote in Letterkenny to remain in the race.
Michelle McFadden, you know, a massive issue on the doorsteps. We heard already about housing, but cost of living is a massive, massive issue. But the sentiment towards the main parties, you know, okay, Sinn Féin have a good vote there, and they're not in government. But the sentiment towards the incumbent government doesn't seem to be that negative from the exit poll and from what we're seeing nationally. Like the cost of living crisis continues, but people seem to be somehow managing because you know, it's not translating really into votes for the alternatives.
That's it. Yeah, like we have seen that the cost of living is crippling people. That people are struggling. It's not today or yesterday that did start. You know, it started within the term of this government. Sinn Féin has been promising change. They've been saying that they are going to switch things up. Even despite the fact that Sinn Féin will fare very well today, and despite the fact that Pierce Doherty will have a huge surplus, the exit poll is saying that they will not fare as well as they did other years. But in terms of Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil and the fact that the people who did come out to vote, that the cost of living didn't seem to factor in the manner in which they did vote. And that's because I think in the run up to the election that Simon Harris, you know, he gave pensioners more money, he gave social welfare more money, and they say that actually bucked the trend in Ireland compared to other countries, where in, say, for example, in Germany, where they're screaming out for austerity measures, and parties have and governments have fallen in other countries, and different parties have been brought in. It isn't the same in this country because people have gone back to the polling boxes and voted once again for Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, and the lines between both parties are beginning to dull a little bit at this point, especially when we see as well in the voting system that the civil party politics has now been brought out of that, in terms of people going to the polling booths and voting for either Fine Gael or Fianna Fáil, and people who were traditionally Fianna Fáil voters now casting votes for Fine Gael candidates and vice versa. That's what's making this really interesting.
Brendan Byrne.
It was to be expected once Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael broke the Rubicon by going into coalition with one another. I was against that coalition. I was a member of the party back then, whereas I am not now. But the idea that the two main parties that were party of government and party opposition in rotation were to coalesce so that as you said, the lines were blurred, has a long-term impact, and it's going to have a massive long-term impact on both parties. Now, what we see is they want change in Ireland, but we're not quite sure what change it is. We want change of Sinn Féin, but they don't have a partner to form a government. So therefore, the change might be you change the third leg of a three-legged stool, who is now going to be the third party. That'll be with Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. So look, there is a state of flux in Irish politics. The only thing is going to probably take another election or two to figure out what exactly change is going to mean in the terms of Irish politics.
And you're listening to Ocean FM live from the Aura Leisure Centre in Letterkenny. The atmosphere is building, the excitement is building. We just cannot wait to see what happens. We're getting all sorts of indications at the moment, and some worrying indications possibly for the outgoing Minister Charlie McConalogue. But of course, it's too soon to tell. And we talked about the squeaky bum situation. We also said that Alex Ferguson often was able to pull it out of the bag. So it's not over yet for Charlie. but we're going to be watching this space very closely. And I want to say as well, by the way, that if there are any questions from our listeners for our panel, maybe you did vote, maybe you chose not to vote. But whatever the case, if you have any questions for our expert panel, then you can get in touch with us. No problem. You can text us WhatsApp 083 3500 530. 083 3500 530, and we will put your questions to the panel. And our panel, by the way, is Michelle Nick-Fagin, is a journalist, well-known journalist here in Donegal. John Campbell, former Fine Gael Director of Elections. India Kennedy, studying politics and international relations. And Brendan Byrne, former Fianna Fáil County Councillor here in Donegal and former Fianna Fáil Director of Elections. And I wanted to ask you, India Kennedy, I mean, you're studying politics and international relations. Now, you know that we haven't talked about it yet, immigration, okay? And as a younger person as well, do you think it's more of an issue? Do you think this has is more of an issue for older people than younger people in terms of this, anti-immigrant sentiment that we see across the country? Or do you think younger people, your friends, for example, are they also saying we're letting too many of them in and all this type of stuff? Tell me.
Well, I would say I would have a different view to a lot of people my age because my nana was actually Indian. She came to Ireland from India. She was a nurse. She met my granddad. He was from Donegal and they married. So I'm quarter Indian. So I think that if you take all the immigrants out, like a lot of parties are talking about a lot of the Irish freedom parties and a lot of the independents that are running that want to do complete close of the borders and get all of the immigrants out. You'll have no hospitals, you'll have no doctors, you'll have no hospitality sector. I believe that, yes, there is a few immigrants that will just come and use the system, but there's also immigrants that have come to this country. They've raised families here, they've integrated into the community, and they want to integrate into the community and make a life here. And I don't think that they should be penalised just because there is a small minority of them. But there's definitely something that needs to be done with the open border situation. There needs to be stricter regulations on the open border. But I think if somebody's coming to this country to work, I don't see what the problem is because there's plenty of Irish in Australia and Irish in America that are going there to work and to make a better life for themselves and their families. So I think we should support that and not block the borders.
Yeah, well, I spent 11 years in working in Brussels, and so I was following the EU situation closely.
Yeah.
And the asylum policy, there were always debates over the EU asylum policy. But after the war in Ukraine, I think it was February 2022, so almost 3 years ago. But when the war in Ukraine started, they brought in an emergency mechanism that allowed Ukrainian refugees to come into any country in the EU, more or less no questions asked because they were in a war situation, and there were a lot of support given to those people. And that when you go around any capital city in the EU, you see people, asylum seekers from, now some would argue they're illegal immigrants if they're, depends on the situation, but you'd see them and they're from African countries or from Middle East countries.
Yeah.
And they're sleeping in tents and stuff in the city centre.
Yeah.
So, okay, it's great that we supported the Ukrainian refugees, but the EU's asylum policy is discriminatory.
Yeah,
There's no
100%.
doubt about that.
I mean,
and that's a problem, isn't it?
for the Ukrainians, they were brought in, they were given passports, they were given PPS numbers, and they were all given houses. Whereas
guaranteed housing,
guaranteed
even if it's
housing.
a hotel.
Yeah. Whereas there's the Syrian refugees, which are still living in direct provision centres in Letterkenny. They can't work, they can't buy food, they can't even buy nappies for their children. They're left in the provision centres. They're given a barter system, which means that they can only buy the food that's been provided by the direct provision centre. And these token systems, you could have 10 tokens for one banana. It's a disgrace the way that the divide is. If there's going to be one policy for one, it should be one for all.
So when we talk about rule of law and the various sort of what we hear from the European Union in terms of our value, when it comes to seem to discriminate, do you have any theory as to why that might be?
It's definitely discriminatory. There's no doubt about it. I mean, if you look at the Syrian refugees, which were fleeing the Syrian war on boats, and thousands and thousands every day were being killed because they were leaving unsafe territories, as opposed to the Ukrainian refugees which were flown in and given houses. There's
Yeah, but
definitely
do we know why?
it's discriminatory.
I know, but I mean,
The
I suppose it's a complicated question. I mean,
It's a
I'd have my own
complicated
theories on it,
question.
and I mean,
Yeah,
look,
but it's definitely the Eastern Divide
Yeah.
because Ukraine's part of the EU, but they're all still citizens and they're all still fleeing war, and I don't think they should be treated any differently just because the color of their skin or their religion.
Well,
or where they come from.
Angela Merkel in 2015, I think she brought in 1 million Syrian refugees into Germany, and there was an uproar about that.
Yeah,
But I was speaking to a young woman in Brussels recently, and I was saying, "Oh, I always support Angela Merkel because she did that. She got a lot of criticism over it, bringing in a huge number into Germany, 1 million people."
Mm.
I said, "I always supported she brought in Syrian refugees." And you know what? She turned around to me. She says, "I'm one of them."
yeah,
And oh my God, she was studying law. She was so articulate, and
yeah.
I was actually taken aback because I didn't know. Obviously, I didn't know who I was speaking to. She says I was one of them.
Yeah.
And that's why I suppose there can be major contributions from people coming into the country. But you can also understand why people are so frustrated when they can't get a house here in Letterkenny or in other parts of Donegal. They can't get a house. They can't get access. Even the rents are so high, and also, and this, and people shoot them down, say, "Oh, you're far right. You're far right." But you can understand that there are people out there really angry that they feel that Irish people can't get into housing and so on
Yeah.
when other people are walking into it, particularly, and it's not in any way anti-Ukrainian, but particularly Ukrainians, because they have the specific emergency mechanism that the other people don't have.
I do think the Department of Social Protection has a lot to answer for this. I think that they need to look into where they're placing Ukrainians, like in terms of facilities. Why would you put a group of Ukrainians into a place like Frosses where there's no community centre that's active, there's no hospital, GP? You need to put them into areas where there's facilities and the facilities can cope. In areas like Frosses and areas like Donegal Town, there is a lack of facilities for the people and the community. Adding more to this without adding any more facilities is just going to cause more riots and more frustration. And you can understand why people are angry. I completely understand why people are angry, but at the same time, it's the Department of Social Protection that needs to look into where they're being placed and whether or not the facilities are able to handle them.
Michelle Nick-Fadgeen, you're a journalist in Donegal, so you would have spoken to a lot of people who are frustrated with the housing system, but also you have the anti-immigrant sentiment as well here that prevails. Maybe we're not going to see it in the results here in terms of Dáil Éireann, but what do you think?
I think it's a very, very difficult situation, and it's definitely a situation that I suppose fueled the fire and the countdown, this 3-week countdown in the election. It's a very difficult question to answer, and I'm listening to Indy there, and she speaks eloquently and beautifully with an affiliation and a background to her grandmother, and I completely agree with her. Yes, we need these people in these countries to work, especially because like the Irish went abroad and they worked abroad. They worked in London, they worked in America, they worked in Australia. So that's okay. Now there is another arm of our school out there that will say we don't have the facilities, we do not have the hospitals, we've overcrowding in our hospitals, we've pensioners, 90, 95-year-old pensioners lying on trolleys. We don't have the infrastructure, we don't have the transport system, we don't have the GPs, we don't have the dentists. How can we help these people? And what really, really riles me is when I go up to Dublin and I walk down the canal and you see tents on it. I wouldn't invite somebody to my house if I didn't have a room and a bed for them. I want to take care of the person that I invite in. So I think there's a huge question over that. And as Indy said, these people are probably highly qualified and able to do work. And a lot of the cases, they're not allowed to work. A lot of the cases, they're not allowed to cook their own dinner. And people are saying, that house over the road has a chef coming in to cook their dinner. It's not. They're not allowed to cook. There's health and safety issues. And they're being cooked for about 30 pence per person. Like if we bring people in here, we need to be able to look after them and look after them well. We need to ensure the facilities are there, the infrastructure is there. And I don't know if the government is actually doing that. And I think we do have to sit back and question that. And I don't think any political party actually has brought the solution to me.
I like on the issue of infrastructure. I lived in Brussels, as I say, for 11 years. People are going to be texting and saying you should have stayed there. But no, it's just, but no, it's just to make a comparison. Like it's half the size of Ireland geographically, but it's more than double the population. Okay, and you've got trains flying all over the place. There's a little village, and honestly, it's like Lahi village. It probably has a larger population, but it feels like Lahi village. But there's trains there to Belgium in Belgium. We don't, and I'm going to say something controversial, but it'll come around full circle if you bear with it. You know, if you look at the size of County Donegal, if you take the geographical size of County Donegal and you place it into many parts of Europe, we have a tiny population here. Tiny, tiny population. And yet on the local radio stations and in the media, you have people calling in saying that we have to travel to Galway. We want to retain our airport so that our flights to Dublin. We don't want to be. We need more facilities. Listen, we don't have the population to justify a huge hospital that does. We just don't have the population. But here's the other side of the coin, and I'll come round to it if you don't mind. And I'm just making this as a proposition for you to react to. If back going down years ago, if you said, could we have a high-speed train from Letterkenny to Dublin, the argument you'd get in response is, well, sure, we don't have the population, to justify it. But here's the deal. If you had things like high-speed trains, proper infrastructure, that would encourage inward investment, presumably. That would grow the population, more younger people, because that would make more facilities, more things to do. Fewer younger people would leave the country, the population would grow, and then you could justify having a proper, fully equipped hospital. It's almost like the infrastructure needs to come first before we demand all these services. Am I completely off the wall? Tell me.
Right, but I think
India, Kennedy.
the infrastructure that we have now, like in terms of Letterkenny Hospital, everybody's saying all the overcrowding because of the Ukrainians and because of the refugees. There was an overcrowding situation in Letterkenny Hospital long before the Ukrainian war, and yes, it's gotten significantly worse. And yes, there needs to be more funding put available, but it's not the Ukrainians' fault. It's the HSE's fault for not providing enough funding and not supporting the staff that are there. If you sit and I've sat in A&E one time for 26 hours in a wheelchair, and I was looking around to see, what actually is wrong. It's not the nurses' faults. It's not the doctor's fault. It's the bed managers, and there's just not enough support for the HSE, simple as. And it's not the refugees' fault. It needs to be looked at from higher up. They need to look into. They need to just go to the hospitals like Letterkenny and like Sligo and see what they're experiencing on the ground. It's not just a one fits all module. They're very different hospitals. They cater for very different people. They have very different facilities. So they need to be catered to the individual hospitals, and the funding needs to be provided accordingly.
And just before I let John Campbell in, when I say about population, we don't have the population for a proper, I'm on about to justify a massive hospital with every department and every specialist. Invariably, just simply for financial reasons, you need a large population, um, you know, but I'm suggesting that if we invested in the infrastructure, that everything would follow. We'd have massive multinational companies potentially here, and we'd grow the Donegal economy. We'd grow the Donegal economy, and then we could demand all the services we want in terms of health. John Campbell.
Yeah, I think there's sort of touched on several points there. I think if you look at take one simple thing there, if you look at the county of Donegal and its links to the rest of Ireland via rail, we go back 50, 60 years, we actually had the service there. We had a service from Killybegs to rail that you could get through the north to Dublin. You had the link from Buttonport. We decided then at central government that no, this is not the way to go. Scrap the railways, right? Now, 30, 40 years on, we're turning around and saying, would be a great idea if we could link Derry to Letterkenny to whatever with rail. And again, that has come from central planning.
But Derry to Letterkenny is not enough. I mean, I've had a couple of meetings. I know you're not saying that, but Derry to Letterkenny, this is small-minded stuff here.
Yeah.
We need a high-speed train from Letterkenny to Dublin, to the capital city, and to Belfast as well, if you want. Derry's Letterkenny, this is small fry, isn't it? We need proper infrastructure. Well, how much was that Apple funding? Was it 13 billion?
13,
13 or
13
14
billion.
Hmm?
But the point I'm
14
trying to
was-
make, there's been no joined up thinking. We do central planning for certain things, be it the health service, be it whatever, and say, yeah, this is the way to go. And 5, 10 years later, we say, no, absolute made a mistake of that. Let's throw the whole thing out and start again. But I'm interested in what you say there. I think on the whole refugee issue, Ukrainians or whatever, I don't have a service within the hospital and the other services, GP schools. It's for a single patient units. There's been looking for years. The facilities wasn't there. The resources weren't to teach us what was there 10 years ago. The GP service in West Bengal, not just West, South Bengal, is that, yeah, thousands of squares throughout into that. It's not completely refugees for planning whatsoever. So to increase has placed on what Ukrainian has there been a single extra block to the point of visibility? Has there been a single additional teacher in the school? The fact that everyone's planning is you cannot have a business. It cannot be saying doors. You shall be a very big project. Somebody into your house and say, you know what, stay there the tent outside. So it's free. So one of the better words to tell them to be a great that you know, said, we're going to invest another 10 million. So I the resentment, if you want to call it, is grown. It's people are generous. To share what they have. The same said, taking you've got to start this for accommodation to a local doctor. The school is overcrowded. Things to record, and my opinion is what's causing the problem. If you have to this many people into that, which will surround the services. Because somebody was saying that people were coming in here in Ukraine that professional people beyond refugee camps. It's true. India, Kennedy, you're studying international relations, right? Yeah. By the way, when I'm talking about infrastructure and so on, and I know Ireland, in my opinion, is country in the world going on. I don't know, I'm not just, sanctuaries or whatever. It's the best country in the world. The political system over there, the transportation system, you have to make comparisons. I mean, it'd be absolutely crazy if I didn't. I love also Portugal, by the way. The country and all, and then it's Ireland as far as I'm concerned. Such a these issues, otherwise, otherwise India, Canada, international relations, and I'm this by also saying, by the way, Putin is a tyrant. Vladimir Putin. This is in no way, in any way. And I hate the level of war or conflict, okay? But in terms of international relations, Francis set out a tweet, and he says the war in Ukraine was either, and this is relevant to this conversation, but a lot of the issues we're talking about is linked to this, okay? Because of the cheap fuel we're getting from Russia, okay, which builds Europe and kept the cost of, kept inflation down, it's cheap energy, and it's more complicated than that. And again, I mean, just putting it out there. Francis says the war in Ukraine was either provoked or could have been prevented. When you see that the policy Trump in power, it looks like he might be worse for the people in Gaza and actually better in terms of ending the war in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Then you have the EU's position in all of that. What's your analysis of that? Because it is all linked to what's happening in Donegal as well. I know it sounds like a sort of a flash of a stretch, but it's not.
Looking at it, you have two types of leaders in all countries in the world. You have a leader that cares about themselves and their countries, and then you have a leader for all. And I think, like Sydney Hall Martin, Ursula von der Leyen, they're leaders for all. They want their country to flourish, but they want their country to be reciprocal to other countries to work together for the greater good. Whereas the likes of Putin and Trump, their number one goal is themselves and their countries, and they don't care how they're going to get it. They're going to make sure their countries are the best in the world. And that causes so much issues around war because they don't care what way they will get to the top as long as they get to the top. And Trump being elected as president, I think, it's a grave disgrace for women and for areas like Palestine and like Ukraine, where the people are suffering and they need the help of the greater good. And people like Trump don't care. They don't want to know about it. And it all depends on what way you look at it and where your views sit. But I think if you call yourself a European and you call yourself a citizen, you can't be reciprocal to people like Putin, who will be quite happy to murder innocent people for the goods of his own, what he thinks is right.
Yeah, and my first NATO summit or meeting, I used to go to the defense meetings and the foreign ministers meetings and then the summits, the leaders,
Yeah.
was in 2013. And I interviewed a Russian woman there at the time, and she says, "Oh, NATO uses Russia to justify its existence." And at the time and since then, the narrative from NATO has always been, a more assertive Russia, a more assertive Russia. And then Russia says, well, you gave commitments not to expand NATO. But if you look at Estonia and all the countries around Russia, Lithuania, and so on, there were bases put in there.
Yeah.
Now, again, I'm not saying Pope Francis says the war could have been prevented, or it was provoked, or it could have been prevented.
It could have been prevented if Putin was reciprocal to the other countries and if they actually sat down, discussed their views, and realised that there could be a common goal met without going to war.
Hopefully it all sorts itself out anyway, because it all has a massive impact here on us in terms of all these wars. We talk about inflation and stuff, and now they're increasing interest rates to try and bring down inflation, which has a massive impact for people with mortgages who have, it's all actually linked.
But even
so we need peace.
Like if you think you're saving money by building a house, you're not going to save any money because of the price of materials, which have skyrocketed.
Exactly,
since
materials,
COVID,
everything,
and since the Ukrainian
war. And it's all directly linked, these conflicts, to what we've been experiencing here in Donegal, and there's no doubt about that. All the figures show it. Can I go to Brendan Byrne to see if there are any updates?
Yeah, we're just 2 boxes short of a full and complete tally for Inishowen. So we'll give a running total now. There's 18,350 votes tallied in Inishowen, and the result is as follows. Nicky Bradley, Fine Gael, 734. Vincent Bradley, Independent, 22. Nuala Carr, the Green Party, 185. Pierce Doherty, Sinn Féin, 3,011. Carl Gallagher, People Before Profit, 176. Pat the Cope Gallagher, Fianna Fáil, 178. Noel Jordan, Sinn Féin, 135. Claudia Kennedy, Fianna Fáil, 44. Padraig McLaughlin, Sinn Féin, 6,094. Charlie McConnell, Fianna Fáil, 3,774. Niall McConnell, Independent, 263. Eugene McGee, IFP, 80 votes. Arthur McGuinness, Independent, 29. Jerry McKeever, Independent, 10. Kim McMenamum, the IP Party, 378. John McNulty, Fine Gael, 196. Frank O'Donnell, Independent, 25. Thomas Pringle, Independent, 459. Mary T. Sweeney, Aintu, 419. Charles Ward, Redress Party, 2,446. And that's 18,856 votes tallied.
So, Brendan, what do you think? What's your analysis of it?
Well, my initial analysis of it, at an earlier stage, I was looking at the run-in totals. I thought Charlie would be down more in his own. So he's down about 1,200 votes. He can pull that back if he has a surge in the vote in Letterkenny, 1,200 certainly. He is a sitting minister. He could pull a certain degree of vote through the valley in the agricultural part in the east of the valley. So whilst he had a bruising start in South Inishowen, as the votes were counted in North Inishowen around Moville, around Greencastle and Carndonagh, he held on better to North Inishowen. He's a native of North Inishowen, of course. So his hemorrhage isn't as bad or as
John Campbell, he's down but not out.
Yeah,
Charlie McConnell.
he's down but not out. But we're going to get a very clear picture now when we see the Letterkenny votes coming in, because he certainly has to pull votes back in Letterkenny. Now I just watched one or two Letterkenny boxes there, and uh, inside even the Fianna Fáil votes, maybe it's just the two boxes. I think certainly the Cope was pulling quite well in them, which would not necessarily be good news for Charlie. The other thing I would note, I think that 2,900 for the redress candidate is probably at the low end of it. It makes life a lot harder. Now, I know he goes into uh, he can get potentially more votes in Milford area, Letterkenny, into the valley because he's living in out in Drumkeen. But Charlie is down, but not out yet.
Do you think, Michelle McFadden, we had the two senior people here from Sinn Féin not so long ago, including Pearse Doherty. Do you think they're disappointed in reality? They always put on a brave face. I'm on a bit nationally here. They always put, even at the local elections, I was chatting to Pearse Doherty, and it was clear that Sinn Féin didn't perform well in the local elections as well as expected. Do you think behind the scenes they're disappointed that they didn't do better in the overall vote, like according to the exit polls, or what do you think?
I think that every party on the day of account and on the run up to the election will always have a favourable spin on how they are faring. You never really hear people saying, I'm at a loss. I'm not going to do well. Like Sinn Féin I have to say, one of the things that's really strong in Sinn Féin is their media management. They know how to tell the story, even when it's negative. They know how to tell it in a favourable light. I think that we can see that today. They're not going to do as well as they normally would. But see in Donegal, when we have somebody like Pearse Doherty, who is leadership material, he's recognised as being leadership material. I think the entire county are kind of proud that there is somebody in the county that can lead a party like Sinn Féin. Same way as if we had somebody here who would lead Fianna Fáil, Fianna Gael. There's a type of pride affiliated with that. Are they disappointed? Perhaps it'll better inform them for the next time around. No matter which way they go, and this is a difficult thing for Sinn Féin, is they're not going to find a party that will bring the numbers up to form a government. We're looking at the smaller parties now, like the Social Democrats were faring quite well, Labour were faring quite well, and in a sense, the independents themselves and the smaller parties are indeed a political entity. And perhaps if they had better managed their votes and spoken ahead of the election, they might have a little bit of teeth in them, before government formation comes to the fore to talk about government formation. It's quite interesting, I have to say.
Brendan, are Sinn Féin used to putting on a brave face at this stage?
Well, they spent their entire life at it, so they're professionals.
Listen, John Campbell, because I'm associating you with Fine Gael, right? 145,000 euros spent by Fine Gael just in a couple of weeks on election ads. 145,000 just in a couple of weeks, wasn't it? Before the election on election ads. Do you think they got the message out? But that's a big amount of money. And the social media, we were talking about that earlier. Sinn Féin were brilliant at the social media in terms of TikTok and all the rest of it.
Yeah, look, it's over the years the amount of money has been spent by all political parties. And I'm going back to one of those areas of it. It's incredible. Like,
sure, 145,000 be like pittance in the United States. Can you imagine?
Well, and the overall budget of an election in Ireland, it's pittance as well, going back to years.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that has it been spent well? I'm not sure. It's totally different. Like, there's two problems that political parties, I think, especially, for example, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael have, is that you need to spend money because you're going after two totally different age groups out there. You need to make a pitch to the young voters and people that you're trying to get into your party. But the same system you're trying to use there will not work for your older supporters, 50, 60, 70, the older Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil people. That still has to be done. A lot of people, is it unless they hear it on radio or unless they read it in the papers, it didn't happen. And it's something that even the last time I was there, there was a lot of head scratching. Well, if you've had, let's say, 40,000 for Donegal Southwest, like it was then, well, how do you spend the budget? Do you say, well, we're going to go with the written media with 50% of it, or how we're going to do that? And I think the parties, I think, are struggling with it. Some of the things that are done are a bit crazy, but I think the problem is the parties may very well have to spend that money in the last couple of weeks. I think it's a problem in itself. I think if you're going to develop candidates for elections, general elections especially, you need to be spending that money in them for at least a year before that. You've got to, you cannot, in my opinion, sell a candidate over 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks. You must have invested in him, her for a year prior to that. And I think that's something more and more political parties are wising up to, that the money, what does happen inside a lot of political parties is the famous phone call. If we could only spend another 5,000, I think we could get him or her across the line, get them a very decent vote here. But I think it is changing, but it's the way you're going. You're going to see more and more and more money spent by political parties on massive campaigns because they're becoming more and more presidential now.
It's India, Canada, and for young people, like I know a huge number of young people are not even registered to vote. They're over 18. They're not even registered to vote. And then once if they are engaged in politics, I don't know any young person in their early 20s that watches mainstream television anymore, like to actually watch a program on RTE or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But what about this? How can we get young people to become more engaged in politics? Because it's a massive demographic, it's a massive cohort of the population that could really change the whole political landscape if they actually registered and voted. But you ask them, who are you going to... It's unbelievable when you speak to young people,
Yeah.
And I'm not saying all of them, but I'm saying a lot of them. I'm saying a lot of them.
I'd agree with
and
you
you
on that.
chat to them and you're like, and they haven't a clue what's going on.
Yeah. But I think,
Politics.
as I mentioned earlier, it does go back to how politics and how voting and elections is taught in schools. In secondary school, CSP is run from first year until it's not really an option in many schools in Leaving Cert, 5th year and 6th year. You can do politics as a course, but not many schools offer it. But I think it needs to be taught more in CSP in 1st to 3rd year, the importance of voting and the importance of the election and the importance of how your vote matters and how transfer friendly and how you should fill out, what, not just go in, write number 1 and leave, write all the way down the page, because your votes, your 2s, your 3s, your 4s could be crucial to a candidate. It's hard to know if that would make much of a difference now because a lot of us have finished school, but I think going forward it needs to be something that's looked at. As well, parties, as I mentioned earlier, need to be more engaging on social media and talking to younger people and approaching younger people and saying, well, what can I do or how can I help you to get my vote and to get you to come out and vote for me? Because as a young person, we face a lot of issues, but we're often silenced because we're just young people and we're not appreciated enough. But our votes matter, everybody's votes matter, and I think that it needs to be put to the young people more how important it is to vote. And maybe in the next election, we'll see the young people did come out. A lot of people that are voting Sinn Féin because how Sinn Féin are marketing their campaigns. They're offering better housing, they're offering more affordable childcare. And that's very appealing for a young person.
And they do it in such a
They do it in a very good way. But if, like myself, I'm studying politics, I'm trained to look into the candidates and look into the campaigns and see, well, can we afford to do this? Can they afford to offer this? And I think by doing that, you'd realise that the likes of Fianna Fáil, they're doing the Help to Buy scheme, and they have provided 18,000 affordable homes, I think. Don't quote me on that. So the parties that are in government now are doing what they can to provide housing, but it's not just as simple as here, you get a house, you get a house, you get a house. There's planning permission, there's funding that needs to become available. And I think that in the next election and in elections to come, the parties need to be more reciprocal to young people and what the needs of the young people are.
And Michelle, it looks like we're going to have a small turnout as well. I want to ask you about that in a second, but let's go to Brendan Byrne.
Thanks. We have Letterkenny results coming in. There's 12 boxes of the 41 boxes open, so I'll give a run in total. This is Letterkenny. And we have Nicky Bradley, Fine Gael, 311. Vincent Bradley, Independent, 4. Nuala Carr, Green Party, 61. Pierce Doherty, Sinn Féin, 819. Carl Gallagher, People Before Profit, 34. Pat the Cope Gallagher, 307. Noel Jordan, Sinn Féin, for 52. Claudia Kennedy, Fianna Fáil, 16. Padraig McLaughlin, Sinn Féin, 529. Charlie McConnell-Logue, Fianna Fáil, 652. Niall McConnell, Independent, 54. Eugene McGee, 26. Arthur McGuinness, 1. Jerry McKeever, Independent, 46. Kim McMenamum, 6. John McNulty, Fine Gael, 91. Frank O'Donnell, Independent, 47. Thomas Pringle, Independent, 114. Mary T. Sweeney, Intu, 215. Charles Ward, 100% Redress, 426. Now, the most significant thing I've done was I was looking at the running totals for them 11 different booths, and all the booths that's contained in that 11, Charlie's vote is up in every booth. In one booth, it's up from 34 to 41. In another, is up from 50 to 79, from 50 to 65, from 29 to 45. And in Illustrum, it was up from 47 to 85. So he is clawing back the votes that he lost in Inishowen, which is a good early indication, bearing in mind there's only 11 booths, 11 boxes out of 41, but he's starting to claw his way back.
So once again, Charlie McConnell is down, but he's not out, and it could be an exciting finish to the end. And we're just going to be taking a break very shortly. Michelle, just before we do that, it looks like we're going to have a lower turnout nationally in this election than the previous election, okay? The lower turnout. And but I think the last election was on a Saturday. But anyway, in terms of actually getting, we were talking to India there a short while ago. Like in Australia, you're forced to vote. You have to vote. What do you think?
It's from my coverage of elections over the years, I've always found out that there hasn't been a satisfaction with the turnout rate. But this one is dire. If we go with the 50%, 9 p.m. the night before last night, 50% of a population coming and an increasing population coming out to vote is incredible. And we've seen as well that there was, I think, 400,000 registered and then 100,000 registered in the last week to vote. And, did they vote? Did they vote? Were their voices heard? I don't know. There were questions of weather. The weather was bad. I had to say, particularly myself, I found that I had to get home from work, make her dinner. Maybe other people had the same experience and, run up before 7 or 8 o'clock. But a Saturday would have been a lot easier for me to vote on, definitely.
You're listening to Ocean FM live from the Ora Leisure Centre in Letterkenny as the excitement will begin to mount even further in the next couple of hours as we start to get a clearer picture. But it's all to play for here as we have our 20 candidates battling it out for the 5 seats in this constituency. And we're also keeping an eye on the Sligo Leitrim constituency, which has an impact on a significant area of South Donegal. We'll be keeping you up to date with all of that. And just to mention as well, before we go to the break, that you can, if you have a question for one of our panel, we've got Michelle Nick-Fagin, John Campbell, India Kennedy, Brendan Byrne. As you've already heard, they have a lot to say on all sorts of subjects. So if you have a question for them, you can contact us, and you're more than welcome to WhatsApp us on 083 3500 530. 083 3500 530, and we'll put your question to them. You can also watch proceedings via the we're on the YouTube channel, the Ocean FM YouTube channel, and also the link on the Ocean FM Ireland Facebook page. But for now, we're just going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere else, because when we come back, we'll have lots more to tell you about. Melissa Tattoo, Jerome Hughes here live at the Ora Leisure Centre in Letterkenny. I'm just butting a scone here, or a scone. Well, there's a big debate. That is the ever lasting, and it was Pádraig Kennedy that baked the scones or the scones. So thanks very much to Pádraig Kennedy, Mayor of Donegal Town. And they're absolutely delicious, I have to say. I must try a wee bit of jam. I know there's more important things going on, but I'm actually just buttering it as we speak. By the way, you can watch us live if you want. You can go onto the YouTube channel, the Ocean FM YouTube channel, or the link on the Ocean FM Ireland Facebook page. And we do have a camera here. And continuing to keep the show on the road is Margaret Carr Flynn, whom I worked with 25 years ago or more, and we're back together now, and we're going to keep the thing going. There's loads ahead of us, by the way. Things are still relatively early in the day. Kevin Fury as well. We didn't get a karaoke song off Kevin yet, but Kevin Fury is doing all the sound and keeping an eye on the social media and so on. And we also have Ronan Flanagan all the way from Boyle and round County Roscommon, the UFO capital of Ireland. And Ronan is also here, and he'll be out and about speaking to people as the day goes on and speaking to guests and so on with a roving microphone, I believe, but also keeping a close eye on what's happening in terms of social media. And if you'd like to get in touch with us and actually, this is a 5-seater, 20 candidates running for 5 seat here in the Donegal constituency, 18 people running for 4 seats in the Sligo Leitrim constituency, and part of South Donegal is in the Sligo Leitrim constituency, so that's why it's relevant. But if you want to maybe pose a question to one of our panelists, then the WhatsApp text number is 083 3500 530. 083 3500 530, and you can ask a question to one of our panelists there. And just to mention them as well, Michelle Nikvagin is a well-known journalist here in Donegal, worked for many different publications. John Campbell is former Fine Gael Director of Elections. India Kennedy is studying politics and international relations. And Brendan Byrne is a former Fianna Fáil County Councillor in Donegal and also Fianna Fáil Director of Elections as well. And Brendan Byrne, we're going to go to Brendan Byrne.
Right, we have some local results from the Donegal town area down. So if you have pens and pencils at home. So we'll start with the John Bosco Centre in Donegal town. Nicky Bradley got 11 votes. Vincent Bradley got 0 vote. Nuala Carr, Green Party, got 2. Pierce Doherty, Sinn Féin, got 34. Carl Gallagher of the People Before Profit got 3. Pat the Cope Gallagher got 53. Noel Jordan got 73. Claudia Kennedy, Fianna Fáil, got 3. Padraig McLaughlin, Sinn Féin, got 0 votes. Charlie McConnell got 7. Niall McConnell got 5. Eamon McGee got 0 vote. Arthur McGuinness got 0 vote. Jerry McKeever got 1 vote. Kim McMenamin got 0 vote. John McNulty, Fine Gael, got 33 votes. Frank O'Donnell, non-party, 1 vote. Thomas Pringle, 46 votes. Mary T. Sweeney Aintu, 9 votes. Charles Ward got 9 votes. And there was 1 spoiled paper. So that's in Donegal town. We'll go straight into Kilcar. The Kilcar booth is as follows. Nicky Bradley, no vote. Vincent Bradley, no vote. Nuala Carr, Green Party, 5 votes. Pierce Doherty, Sinn Féin, 52 votes. Carl Gallagher, People Before Profit, 6 votes. Pat the Cope Gallagher, Fianna Fáil, 45 votes. Noel Jordan, Sinn Féin, 30 votes. No vote for Claudia Kennedy, 1 for Padraig McLaughlin, 7 for Charlie McConnell. Niall McConnell got 6 votes in Kilcar. Eamon McGee got 2 votes. Arthur McGuinness got 1 vote. Jerry McKeever got no vote. Kim McMenamin got 1 vote. John McNulty, a native of Kilcar, got 340 number ones. Frank O'Donnell, no vote. Thomas Pringle, 75 votes. Mary T. Sweeney, 4 votes. Charles Ward, Redress, 2 votes. And there was 1 spoiled paper there too. We go straight now to Pettigo. Pettigo, Nicky Bradley Fingale, 3 votes. Vincent Bradley Independent, 1 vote. Nuala Carr Green Party, 6. Pierce Doherty, 85. Carl Gallagher People Before Profit, 1. Pat the Cook Gallagher, I think it's 35. Noel Jordan, 27. Claudia Kennedy, 5. Padraig McLaughlin, 2. Charlie McConnell Logue, 19. Niall McConnell, 8. Eamon McGee, 1. No vote for Arthur McGuinness, McKeever, McMenamin. John McNulty got 6 votes. Frank O'Donnell, no vote. Thomas Pringle, 27 votes. Mary T. Sweeney, 4. And Charles Ward, 2. So the next booth we have here is, just bear with me, Barnes Moore, St. Francis's National School. We have Nicky Bradley, 15. No vote for Vincent Bradley. No vote for Nuala Carr. Pierce Doherty, 40 votes. This is St. Francis in Barnes Moore. Carl Gallagher, People Before Profit, 2. Pat the Cope Gallagher, 47. Noel Jordan, 41. Claudia Kennedy, 1. No vote for McLaughlin. 9 for Charlie McConnell Logue. Niall McConnell, 1 vote. No vote for McGee, McGuinness, McKeever. Kim McMenamin got 3 votes. John McNulty got 28 votes. Frank O'Donnell got no vote. Thomas Pringle got 57 votes. Mary T. Sweeney, Aintu, 16. And Charles Ward, 3. So we have some more here.
Yeah.
Just
By the way, Brendan Byrne, you're doing a fantastic job there doing that, because that's takes a lot of effort to actually follow it and to jot it down. So thanks very much.
We
have more figures.
John Bosco in Donegal Town. We have Nicky Bradley, 9 votes. Vincent Bradley, 1 vote. Nuala Carr, 2 votes. Pierce Doherty, 48 votes. Carl Gallagher, People Before Profit, 3 votes. Pat the Cope Gallagher, 30 votes. Noel Jordan, 93 votes. Claudia Kennedy, 2 votes. Padraig McLaughlin, 3 votes. Charlie McConnell Logue, 17 votes. Niall McConnell, 2. Eamon McGee, 1. No vote for McGuinness, McKeever, McMenamin. John McNulty, 13 votes. No vote for Frank O'Donnell. Thomas Pringle, 54 votes. Mary T. Sweeney, 5. Charles Ward, 2. So the next booth after this, these are all local to ourselves in the South Donegal region. We go to Duncanely. Duncanely, box 2. No vote for Nicky Bradley. No vote for Vincent Bradley. Nuala Carr, the Green Party, gets 4. Pierce Doherty, 22. Carl Gallagher, 1. Pat the Cope Gallagher, 63. Noel Jordan, 55. Claudia Kennedy, 2. Padraig McLaughlin, 0. Charlie McConnell Logue, 3. Niall McConnell, 9. Eamon McGee, 1. No vote for McGuinness, McKeever, or McMenamin. John McNulty, 28. Frank O'Donnell, no vote. Thomas Pringle, 106. Mary T. Sweeney, 2. Charles Ward, 4. So that's Duncanely. Just bear with me. We'll go to the next one. Here we are. That's right. The next one here is Fintra. Fintra Killybegs. Nicky Bradley, no vote. Vincent Bradley, no vote. Nuala Carr, no vote. Pierce Doherty, 34. Carl Gallagher, 1. Pat the Cope Gallagher, 23. Noel Jordan, 24. Claudia Kennedy, no vote. Padraig McLaughlin, 2 votes. Charlie McConnell Logue, 3 votes. Niall McConnell, 3. No vote for McGee, McGuinness, McKeever. 1 vote for Kim McMenamin. John McNulty, 22. Frank O'Donnell, no vote. Thomas Pringle, 109. Mary T. Sweeney, 12. Charles Ward, 5. That's Fintra. So the next one is
And if you look at it nationally, like in, for example, in Wicklow, it looks like the Minister for Health, Stephen Donnelly, is in trouble for his seat, which had been predicted by some. I think it's the same constituency as well as Simon Harris.
we go back into Kilcar, the second box in Kilcar. So this would be a complete tally for Kilcar. Nicky Bradley, 3. Vincent Bradley, no vote. Nuala Carr, Green Party, 3. Pierce Doherty, Sinn Féin, 34. Carl Gallagher, People Before Profit, 1. Pat the Cope Gallagher, 44. Noel Jordan, 19. Claudia Kennedy, 1. Padraig McLaughlin, no vote. Charlie McConnell Logue. Sorry, that was a half box. I've read the wrong list. Hold on. Can I start again?
No problem. Start again.
Sorry about this.
No problem.
This is Kilcar box 2, the full box. There was 2 halves to it. This is the full box. So this is the second box from Kilcar. The full amount is Nicky Bradley, 3. Vincent Bradley, 0. Nuala Carr, 4. Green Party. Pierce Doherty, 62. Pierce Doherty, 62. Carl Gallagher, 2. Pat the Cope Gallagher, 70. Noel Jordan, 33. Claudia Kennedy, 1. Padraig McLaughlin, no vote. Charlie McConnell Logue, 11. Niall McConnell, 1. No vote for McGee, McGuinness, McKeever, McMenamin. John McNulty, Fine Gael, 344. Frank O'Donnell, Independent, no vote. Thomas Pringle, 86. Mary T. Sweeney, 4. Charles Ward, 1. So that is Kilcar. That's the second box from Kilcar. And the next one here is Drummerone National School. And just to make sure I write the right column, we go as follows. Drummerone, Nicky Bradley, 5. Vincent Bradley, no vote. Nuala Carr, Green Party, 2. Pierce Doherty, Sinn Féin, 28. Carl Gallagher, 0. Pat the Cope Gallagher, 42. Noel Jordan, 86. Claudia Kennedy, 1. Padraig McLaughlin, 1. Charlie McConnell Logue, 7. Niall McConnell, 1. Eamon McGee, 1. No vote for McGuinness, McKeever, McMenamin. John McNulty, Fine Gael, 24. Frank O'Donnell, Independent, no vote. Thomas Pringle, 77 votes. Mary T. Sweeney, Intu, 2. Charles Ward, Redress, 2 votes. And we have another one here. Carrick is my hometown. So Carrick.
Lovely part of the world. Lovely part of the world.
We'll soon see how they voted. Nicky Bradley, 0 vote. Vincent Bradley, 0 vote. Nuala Carr, 2 votes. Pierce Doherty, 52. Carl Gallagher, 3 votes. Pat the Cope Gallagher, 62. Noel Jordan, 25. Claudia Kennedy, no vote. Padraig McLaughlin, 3. Charlie McConnell Logue, 6. Niall McConnell, no vote. Eamon McGee, 1 vote. McGuinness, McKeever, no vote. Kim McMenamin, 3 votes. John McNulty, 132 votes. Frank O'Donnell, no vote. Thomas Pringle, 94. Mary T. Sweeney, 6. Charles Ward, 1. That's Carrick.
Lovely part of the world.
There you are. And we have another one coming, I'm sure. That's Carrick. Here we are. The next one is John Bosco. We're back into Donegal Town. There's multiple boxes in Donegal Town. And Nicky Bradley, 11. Vincent Bradley, no vote. Nuala Carr, 10. Pierce Doherty, 48. Carl Gallagher, 8. Pat the Cope, 83. Noel Jordan, 70. Claudia Kennedy, 5. Padraig McLaughlin, 1. Charlie McConnell Logue, 11. Niall McConnell, 5. No vote for McGee, McGuinness, McKeever. 1 vote for McMenamin. John McNulty, 33 votes. Frank O'Donnell, 2. Thomas Pringle, 59. Mary T. Sweeney, into 11. Charles Ward, 5. So that's Donegal Town. We have another one. They're all local to the Ocean FM area. And the next one is Minaneri, just outside Carrick. And we have Nicky Bradley, no vote. Vincent Bradley, no vote. Nuala Carr, no vote. Pierce Doherty, 14. Carl Gallagher, 1 vote. Pat the Cope, 23. Noel Jordan, 5. Claudia Kennedy, 1. Padraig McLaughlin, no vote. Charlie McConnell, 3 votes. Niall McConnell, 2 votes. No vote for McGeever, McGuinness, and McGee. McMenamin, no vote. John McNulty, 69. Thomas Pringle, 40. Mary T. Sweeney, 1. And Charles Ward, 1. That's Minaneri. The next one is Keelogs in Inver. Keelogs, Inver. Nicky Bradley, 10. Vincent Bradley, no vote. Nuala Carr is 2. Pierce Doherty, 29. Carl Gallagher is no vote. Pat the Cope Gallagher is 69. Noel Jordan, his home booth, 234. Claudia Kennedy, 6. McLaughlin, 1. Charlie McConnell, 21. Niall McConnell, 12. Eamon McGee, 1. No vote for McGuinness. McKeever, 1 vote for McMenamin. John McNulty, 48. Frank O'Donnell, no vote. Thomas Pringle, 67. Mary T. Sweeney, 9. And Charles Ward, 5. That's Keelogs in Inver. And we have a few more. The next one.
This is the voice, by the way, of this is the voice here of Brendan Byrne, and he's just given us some figures here, which are very interesting to the local people. And as soon as you have them, you can continue. Also, I mentioned Wicklow. In Wicklow, the Minister for Health, Stephen Donnelly, is in trouble. So that could be interesting. It had been forecast by some, but also Minister for Tourism, Catherine Martin, apparently, according to the tallies and so on, she might lose her seat. And believe it or not, you know the monk, Jerry Hutch, in Dublin Central. Apparently, he's actually in contention to win a seat. So, just to give you some highlights from what's happening national, Brendan Byrne.
Right, well, that's the local trends for now. Wow. How would you put it? John, you were listening to me as I was going along. A very strong local vote for John McNulty in Kilcar and Carrick.
Just looking at that, our own area there, John McNulty has done very well, in fairness, in his own area, if I'm right. Almost 700 in Kilcar.
Yeah, that's right.
40 in Carrick.
That would be
200 in the 6, 7, 8. And Glencullen Kilhobby has come in. Some very interesting things that jump out at you there. And I'm just looking at that. And I think, in fairness, he's done very well. I'm looking at other things. I am note there, Charlie McConnell has got 20-something votes in one booth in Donegal.
Someone was very busy on the phone. And what's more, the party know the identity of the individual.
I thought they would. Anyways, internal can you call matter.
So we have the whole Letterkenny council.
It's really tightening up, so it is, and it's becoming very, very tight there. Pierce, Noel Jordan has done very, very well in those booths, and as I say, he only needs to get 4-5%, and then Pierce can do an awful lot for him after that. On those figures as well, it's going to be interesting. Just looking at us, take the John McNulty one at the moment, where he goes. It'll be interesting because he's in business in the Finn Valley, for example, what he takes out of that. Obviously, it looks like he's going to go well ahead of his running mate. Now, I'm not too sure, even the two of them together, they can get anything out of it. But he has, in fairness to John, has pulled very well.
Just if we could break in to go to the final for Letterkenny, the final.
Yeah.
Because I think a lot depends on this for Charlie McConnell. So all 43 boxes are now opened in Letterkenny. So I'll give the running totals across as per the tallies. Yeah. And they are as follows. Nicky Bradley, Fine Gael, 1,022. Vincent Bradley, Independent, 21. Nuala Carr, Green Party, 333. Pierce Doherty, Sinn Féin, 2,999. Carl Gallagher, People Before Profit, 124. Pat the Cope Gallagher Fianna Fáil, 819. Noel Jordan Sinn Féin, 174. Claudia Kennedy Fianna Fáil, 43. Padraig McLaughlin Sinn Féin, 1,740. Charlie McConnell Logue Fianna Fáil, 1,727. Niall McConnell Independent, 201. Eugene or Eamon McGee, apologies, Eamon McGee, 73. Arthur McGuinness, 7. Jerry McKeever, 247. Kim McMenamin, 43. John McNulty Fingale, 245. Frank O'Donnell, 175. Thomas Pringle, Independent, 440. Mary T. Sweeney, into 775. Charles Ward, 100% redress, 1,589. So if we compare that to the last time, this is an area that we need Charlie to gain. He's up 400 votes on that. And Pat Cope, his running mate, is up 220. The Fine Gael vote the last time, we're not comparing like with like, it was Joe McHugh. He had 2,041 votes. This time, the combined Fine Gael vote between McNulty and Bradley is 1,300 votes. So there's 700 votes gone from Fine Gael. Looking at the Sinn Féin side of the house, Pierce Doherty, the last time in that area, got 2,400. He's up 500 to 2,999. Pádraig McLaughlin, the last time in that area, had 3,000 votes. He's actually down to 1,740. So there must have been a switch between party running mates. So look at, is that the scale of gain you would have wanted Charlie to get, John?
No, I don't think so. But I think there's something that's emerging there in Letterkenny that may be interesting. I think that there's an element of the Fine Gael vote that has transferred to the minister. If we look at the decrease in the Fine Gael vote in comparison with Joe was running and the two now, and if you look at the increase in Charlie's vote, I think this is something we talked about, Brenton, you and I. Would that happen? It certainly looks like it happened here. It'll be very interesting when you get to the Finn Valley because there's a lot more farming people in the Finn Valley. So it'll be interesting to see, does that continue? The only problem I think Charlie still has, that Charlie is still well down overall. He dropped about 1,200 votes in
13, yeah, 1280 or something.
1280. Yeah. He's gained back about 400 or 500 there. He's still well behind.
Yeah, but unlike the last general election where Joe McHugh was elected, as we know, we're now pretty confident that neither Fine Gael candidate will get elected.
Yeah.
I would be realistic to expect that between them, they're going to have 6,000 votes at least, if not more. Judging on the exit poll last night, they're saying 30% of that, which is 2,000 plus votes, is going to go to their coalition colleague partner. So would that bring the minister back into play, or the minister and Pat the Cope back into play?
Well, I think the difficulty that they'll have, I think this is where I think it'll break down in the old southwest and northeast constituencies. I think the Fine Gael vote in the southwest, if it comes into play that way, I think will go to Pat the Cope. I think if you go to the Glenties area, the Donegal area, and I'm not 100% sure about the Finn Valley, I think the number two's there for Fine Gael after obviously their own party. I think Pat the Cope, you would expect to do that. Nicky Bradley, I'm less certain of. Yeah, the vote round Letterkenny, I think if we follow on from the logic that some of the number ones of Joe McHugh has gone to Charlie McConnell, I think it's kind of a reasonable assumption then to assume that when Nicky Bradley is eliminated, a good proportion of the twos will transfer to the coalition partner. I think they would probably transfer anyway. That would be my gut feeling. So it's tightening up. I'm not sure Charlie is out of the woods yet. I think he has a ways to go, and I think as we get into the Finn Valley, he needs to pull back a lot more votes in the Finn Valley. Otherwise, I think 1,000 down on the last time, Brenton, I think is a big ask for him to survive, because what's going on behind him is different as well. There's a there they we need to keep in mind as we go through this that Pierce looks like he's going to have 8, 9, 10,000 of a surplus, and certainly Patrick McLaughlin. Patrick McLaughlin doesn't need all that much, but more importantly, over the years, and we've both been director of elections, the Sinn Féin vote is very, very disciplined in what it does, way ahead of any other party.
So we have another local booth in Barnesmore, a very famous location. Great people come from Barnesmore. A.R. Margaret.
She's not quite Barnesmore, but you're not far off. Would you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So here we have Barnesmore.
Brendan Byrne again.
Nicky Bradley, 5. Vincent Bradley, 3. Nuala Carr, Green Party, 3. Pierce Doherty, Sinn Féin, 45. Carl Gallagher, People Before Profit, 4. Pathacope Gallagher, 41. Noel Jordan, 59. Claudia Kennedy, 6. Pádraig McLaughlin, Sinn Féin, 6. Charlie McConnell Logue, 13. Niall McConnell, Independent, 4. Eamon McGee, Independent, 2. Arthur McGuinness, Independent, 3. Jerry McKeever, 2. Kim McMenamin, 1. John McNulty, 18. Frank O'Donnell, 0. Thomas Pringle, 61. Mary T. Sweeney, Inthu, 11. And Charles Ward, 5. That's Barnesmore. There is votes coming in here also from the Melford area. It's starting to move at a
Well, you're just having a look at that, Brendan. You know, I said to people that they can contact us here at the Oral Leisure Centre via WhatsApp, because we're doing the Donegal election coverage. 20 candidates, 5 seats, and it's still all to play for. We're going to give you the latest as we get it. Brent will just update us on a few more boxes. But you can contact us on WhatsApp, 083 3500 530, 083 3500 530. We've already got loads of comments here. Great election coverage. Well done to all. Brendan Byrne is great with the tallies there, as he was with the local elections. How close are the tallies to the exit polls? Well, listen, if the tallies are anything to go by, we were talking about tallies earlier. If they're anything to go by when the local elections, the tallies were extremely
very good. Yeah,
were very, very accurate. Very impressed with the interview in relation to the high-speed rail link with Dublin. I just had 2 candidates call to my door, one in person. I gave them both my vote. Well, this was last night. I think candidates didn't think it was worth their while calling to my door for my vote. Well, I didn't think it was worth my while giving them my vote. What about the Ballyshannon and Bundoran boxes? Well, I'm sure as Brendan will get to those. Absolute disgrace outside polling stations last night. Lighting was a major problem, especially for the elderly, and I had to help old age pensioners. That needs to be sorted out at polling stations. And then there's a question here for India. Which one of the Kennedys will run in the next local elections? Will it be Jonathan Porrick or India? And I know that you have a... Oh, well, I was going to let you think about the answer and come back to you, but she's already says, what did you say? No comment?
No comment.
No comment. Well, I'll tell you, your grandfather, Peter Kennedy, a good friend of mine, and when I was a young journalist, he was brilliant. He used to call into the radio station where himself and Margaret worked. A big loss, and if you could follow in his footsteps, you'd be doing some job. Would you ever get into politics?
I kind of went into study politics.
Is India on there, yeah?
Do plan to go into politics?
Say it again.
That was one of the reasons I kind of got involved with politics, would have been because of Granda and the great legacy that he left. But a lot of the reason I went into politics because I saw how Dad and my uncle Jonathan have worked in the community and have worked so hard in the community, and I'd love to follow on in their footsteps. I think politics is a very difficult job to be in, especially now, and especially with the way the media is and how there's so much hatred towards politics. But I think if you go into it for the right reasons and remember the people that brought you into politics, I think you can make a career out of it, and I hope to somehow make a career out of it.
Very good. Brendan Byrne, you have anything else for us?
Yeah, Duncanneely box 2. There's 2 boxes in Duncanneely. And it's as follows: Nicky Bradley, 2, Vincent Bradley and Nuala Carr, no vote each. Pierce Doherty, Sinn Féin, 35. Carl Gallagher, People Before Profit, 1. Pat the Cope Gallagher, 41. Noel Jordan, 68. Claudia Kennedy, 2. Corey McLaughlin, 1. Charlie McConnell Logue, 7. Niall McConnell, 2. No vote for McGee, McGuinness, McKeever. 1 vote for Kim McMenamin. John McNulty, 28. Frank O'Donnell, 0. Thomas Pringle, 81. Mary T. Sweeney, Enthus, 7. Charles Ward, no vote. That is Duncan Neely. So there are figures coming in here from Milford, which is key. It's the final key ground that I believe that Charlie McConnell can make up ground because it's in his area. So we just have it here now, Milford. And it's indicating there's 20 boxes open, so they're nearly there. And this is the run-in total for the Milford electoral area. It's a big area. So Nikki Bradley, it's her home base, 498 votes, run-in total over 20 booths. Vincent Bradley, 39. Nuala Carr, Green Party, 48. Pierce Doherty, Sinn Féin, 1,023. Carl Gallagher, People Before Profit, 45. Pat the Cope Gallagher, 305. Noel Jordan, Sinn Féin, 50. Claudia Kennedy, Fianna Fáil, is 10. Pádraig McLaughlin, Sinn Féin, 770. Charlie McConnell Logue, Fianna Fáil, 754. Niall McConnell, Independent, 85. McGee, 18. Arthur McGuinness, 5. McKeever, 31. McMenamin, 6. McNulty, 132. Frank O'Donnell, 27. Thomas Pringle, 123. Mary T. Sweeney, 143. And Charles Ward, 427. And there's 4,800 votes tallied. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boxes to be opened.
And John Campbell's back. Yep.
Somebody was texting me there. The reason we haven't mentioned the Finn Valley yet is because that box hasn't, those boxes haven't been opened because we've done any showing Letterkenny, Milford, the 2 areas we have left. The Glenties is open, so it looks like the Finn Valley one will be next. So the people in the Finn Valley who are looking and texting saying, "We will get around to you. Don't worry, we will."
Very good. And what's your gut feeling now? I mean, listen, it's going to be one of the major talking points, so don't want to be too repetitive, but it's all up in the air, so we don't know yet. But what are our feelings now about Charlie McConnell? Is he, what do you think?
I think he still has a battle, quite a battle. It's going to be the first two stroke 3 seats look like they're straightforward. I think the battle may be a bit less than we talked about an hour ago, but I still think he's fighting for his political life at this stage.
Yeah. When will we get an idea, Brendan Wallace, about the turnout, etc., and all of those details? That'll come later on.
I was doing a double take here. There's a figure coming here for Bracky. Bracky is in our draw. If it is, it's a strong indication of the increase in vote for Pat the Cope. This is Bracky, our draw. Nicky Bradley, 3. No vote for Vincent Bradley or Nuala Carr. Pierce Doherty, 48. Carl Gallagher, People Before Profit, 1. Pat the Cope Gallagher, 114. Noel Jordan, 5. Claudia Kennedy, no vote. Pádraig McLaughlin, 2. Charlie McConnell Logue, 7. Niall McConnell, 10. Eamon McGee, 2. No vote. McGuinness, McKeever, McMenamin. McNulty, 29. Frank O'Donnell, no vote. Thomas Pringle, 59. Mary T. Sweeney, 12. And Charles Ward, 13. That's Bracky. And I had to double check, was it right? Because it seems a very high vote for Pat the Cope in our draw. In that year. Yes. Yeah. So his vote is up there, it's up 13%, which is a good early indicator. That's the first box we've had from the Glenties electoral area. So that's the first indicator that And as you know, Bracky in Ardra is a good distance away from his home base at Dunlow. So that'd be an early indicator that he's polling well down there. Would you see? Have we anything else here?
It's probably
Killy,
be 6:30, will it, before we get our first result?
it will be, or 7. We have the first
6 or
from
7.
Killybegs, which is the home base of Thomas Pringle.
Very
This
good.
is important too, to be fair and balanced. Nicky Bradley, 3. Vincent Bradley, no vote. Nuala Carr, no vote. Pierce Doherty, Sinn Féin, 45. Carol Gallagher, People Before Profit, no vote. Pat the Cope Gallagher, 67. Noel Jordan, Sinn Féin, 30. Claudia Kennedy, no vote. Pádraig McLaughlin, 5 votes. Charlie McConnell Logue, 6. Niall McConnell, 1 vote. No vote. McGee, McGuinness, McKeever, and McMenamin. John McNulty, Fine Gael, 25. Frank O'Donnell, no vote. Thomas Pringle, 237. Mary T. Sweeney, Enthu, 12. And Charles Ward, 8. That's Killybegs, the first of the Killybegs, folks. That's a strong polling by Thomas Pringle.
Which you'd expect, of course.
Yeah.
What are we thinking about Thomas Pringle in terms of, he always seems to manage to get over the line, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, I know in the last election he was very transfer friendly, which took him over the line because a lot of times, I think in the last election, we weren't sure where he was going. But he was. Again, he's hanging in there. I think it's still going to get, when we get clear in the Donegal area where it is in relation to himself and Jordan, I think it'll become very, very clear. But he's done well. He's been there for, I know, many elections now. And he's done very well. I think when you look at Thomas Pringle, Thomas has pulled well in his own area there, as John McAnulty has in his area, which is just in the road. Now, for example, I think depends on who's eliminated there, obviously, but there's a lot of votes playing around there. So we're getting into, hopefully by 6, 7 o'clock this evening, we'll have the first count, but we should have a fair idea on the tallies, especially when this area is complete, and especially, I think, the Finn Valley. That will decide a lot of things. For example, how many votes we've got. A lot of we've got we've got a lot of candidates there from the south of the county. For example, do they get any traction in the Finn Valley? You've got Jordan. You've got McAnulty, you've got Pringle. What sort of vote can they reasonably expected to go to the Finn Valley, or will that vote be more inclined to go towards Ward, obviously, McConnell, etc. So the Finn Valley does become very, very important here to see where it goes. But certainly, I think on the figures that's coming through there, up into Bracky, into Ardra, and that Pat the Cope can be very happy at the minute with what he's doing. And I think when you get down to Letterkenny, Dunlow, into Gweedore, I think he's looking pretty. He's off to a very, very good start. The very sort of opposite of Charlie.
He's a veteran. He's a veteran candidate. He's a veteran politician. I think that there was speculation he might run for as an MEP in the European Parliament, and I think the party held him back for this general election. I think that's what was happening on the ground.
Yeah,
and it's he's a safe pair of hands in terms of the general election, isn't he, to get elected?
he is, and I think the one thing that Pat the Cope I have found there over the years, the one thing he's perfected is this, all politics is local. Pat has always concentrated on local issues and delivering and providing the service, and it's paid off for him. The last time was sort of a freak of what happened, that he got caught out at the last minute. But I admire the fact that he came back, and now, obviously, unless something major goes wrong, it's going to be a TD again.
Yeah, well, he's always contactable because
That's right.
I phoned him at 2 o'clock in the morning there honestly, by mistake, because on my phone it's Pat Taxi, and I wasn't wearing my glasses. Pat Taxi and Pat McCobb Gallagher. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, so I'm actually terrified to meet him today.
He provides a great service over the years, but the taxi to
I know.
a taxi to lie at 2 o'clock in the morning.
And I says, he texts me, what's wrong? And I says, I'm so sorry. It was an easy mistake to make at my age. Like, I'm almost 50. And, but still, I haven't met him face to face yet, so I'm kind of dreading that. But we'll figure it out anyway. I wanted to bring in back India and Michelle, but I want to ask you the question first, because I've already asked them the question, John Campbell. In relation to the turnout, right? We can be here. It was like when I was living in Brussels, to mention it yet again. But listen, I lived there a long time. But like it's like you had the Brussels bubble, and like you'd go to every day, you'd go to this midday briefing and it's a press briefing, and everyone was so interested in what was happening in Brussels, and no one else outside of it really give a damn. Now, I'm asking you this in the context, and it's not in a good analogy in any way, but the turnout, okay? Like some places lower than 50%, and the turnout nationally is going to be lower than the last general election. And like, then if you're talking about half or just over half of the people willing to come out and vote or thinking it's worth voting, as a former director of elections for Fine Gael or for any party, and for someone that's been involved in politics your whole time, what do you make of that low turnout? Well, a lot of people maybe aren't interested, maybe they're angry they're not voting. Give me your analysis of it anyway.
Well, as a general rule over the years, we always took it that if there was a low turnout, obviously the first people that benefited were, say, incumbents. And the logic behind that was if you had a general election with a huge turnout through the 60s, it was always believed by director of elections that your problem started there because the electorate were angry and they came out to register their disapproval. So if you were to sit in TD, in the main, not totally, but in the main, you were much happier to see the figure between 55, 60%. If it's 70%, it means the electorate, this is how we always looked at, the electorate are not happy and they're coming out to tell you they're not happy.
But I'm just saying, well, let's talk about the people that don't vote. Like it's a compared to some other countries, it's a huge figure. The number of people that are not voting.
It's massive, and I genuinely have an issue with it. I think it's a right that people have, and I think it's something you should exercise. I would never not vote, and I think there's a lot of people. I think I nearly go as far as say you can lose your right to say, oh, in the years ahead, well, it's easy to say, no, I didn't bother supporting any of them. Like there's you look at this, there's 20 people on that ballot sheet at the minute. Like anybody that's interested in politics, there has to be something on that you say, yeah, I agree with him. I agree with her. Right? Nobody can convince me that they go through a ballot sheet there and there's 20 people say, totally disagree with every thing that one of the 20 said. I think you don't have a problem at that stage. I think you have a problem. That's it. But no, I think, the Australian system where people are saying you have to use your vote. I think it's a wee bit, it's not a wee bit, it's more than worrying if you're heading towards 50% of the people say, not interested in who rules this, who runs the government, who makes the decisions for the next 5 years. I think that's very, very unhealthy.
You can understand in certain circumstances, like a well-known former politician who shall remain nameless said to me, don't bother voting in I can understand why he would say it as well, where I'm in the Sligo Leitrim constituency. And he says, just don't bother, don't do it.
Must have been the sitting TD anyway. He must the sitting TD was worried about you.
Certainly not from Sligo Leitrim. But the point is, you can understand in that situation if people down in Ballyshannon, Bundoran, and say to themselves, stuff this, I'm not going to go out and vote.
That's Yeah, that's very true, I can understand that because they're saying, look, we've been totally pushed into the sidings. But it's hard to understand, like, you have a lot of issues, health and housing and everything in Donegal, but equally you have the Micah housing situation, which is a red hot subject. It may have put it up a little bit on but it hasn't. The extra number of votes that you're going to see there in Buncrana, for example, the Buncrana district, it's not going to be massive. And I think political parties, everybody should be concerned when we're dropping towards 50% of the people saying we're interested in basically 50%, really nothing to do with us. We're not. Now, I happened to be in Dublin yesterday, and I think there's other questions that need to be asked to Jerome. There was came into Busaras to come home at 5 o'clock. Didn't get away from Busaras until 7:30. There was 4 busloads of people coming back to Donegal. Not one of those got back before 10 o'clock, even though those services were supposed to leave at 5:30, 6, 6:30. So just a quick count, there were 4 full buses. That's 200 people. I'd love to know how many of them just coming back on a Friday evening had no chance of voting.
No, yeah.
You know, so therefore,
If you had my high-speed train, that would have been up.
if we
no
do a
bother.
train, which I'd have been home by watching Coronation Street or whatever. But no, I think maybe there's a case that you make it easier by moving to a Saturday. You know,
Yeah, well, I think it was Saturday last time, wasn't it?
it was, yeah. But you know, somebody said to me this over there today, why with all Black Friday yesterday, with all the traffic in every town
Yeah,
in
it's
the
just
place
strange.
to go for Black Friday, it's little things, but it's little things. You have Black Friday and people getting caught up on traffic, buses. You also have when it went to rain. It's little things. It's very easy. I've seen over the years putting people off going out. Ah, it's a terrible evening. Ah, it's the traffic is shocking. Ah, I was late getting back. But it is, and I also agree with what Linda said. I think there needs to be a lot more education in schools in relation to, when I say education, the whole system that's saying, look at this is a right that was got for you. This is the implications of not voting.
Yeah.
You know,
That's what India was saying, isn't
yeah,
it?
and you're right. And a lot of young people, my own grandchildren, they say, well, you can't change things, but you can't. Like, you can change things if you take part, but nobody has said, well, this is actually the process of what you need to do.
But you need to take part as a big, I'm not being too cynical here, but you need to take part as a big movement. Like,
Yeah.
if you look at the likes of the guy, People Before Profit, Richard Boyd Barrett, great speaker. I see him at all these protests and stuff like that. But I mean, is he ever going to be in government? And I'm not saying that he shouldn't, I'm not saying that he should join Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael
Yeah.
or Sinn Féin. But like, you know, this thing about, oh, every voice counts and all that. Come on, I mean, is it true?
Well, you know, to be honest, it isn't, because unless you're part of a party system at the
Yeah.
minute, you have no chance.
No chance.
And I mean, just how many times has, even in the last all, have TDs been disciplined for speaking out a
And I
line
listen,
or
and I love Thomas Pringle, by the way. He's a great guy, and he does a lot for a lot of people, so he does get stuff done. But he's an independent. Like, realistically, if there's another TD in the county that's in the government, in a government party, or is even a minister, I'm going to contact them. Forget
Yeah.
about party politics. You know, now I'm not putting anything against independence. It's important to have an. What do you think? We haven't heard from you, Michelle, for a wee while.
Thinking about the scones, actually.
Delicious.
There's
I've
lovely
already had
scones
two.
here on the table. Jerome's already had one. What do I
Two?
think? Yeah, you know, you need to get something done. More than likely, you have to go to somebody who's in government. And John was just chatting about Pat the Cope there, and he's a fine example of actually somebody who isn't in government, who lost a seat, and who you definitely approach to get things done.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Pat the Cope, even though he's not in power, even though he's not elected, 100%. Yeah.
yeah.
So it's that's the type of thing. I remember Seamus Rogers, by the way. I mentioned to Seamus Rogers, rest in peace, and he passed away recently. And he always talked about the importance of getting your vote out there, and no matter who you vote for. And I was fortunate enough in the last couple of months for the Derry People Donegal News. They have a position here, and I was working for them. Great people, but they sent me down to Annagry to interview him on camera. So I have a video of him, and it was in his home in Annagry. But an amazing character. I think he was 90, wasn't it, in the end? 90, passed away. But fair play to Seamus Rogers, and he never got into the Dáil, did he? He never got. He tried many times, but he just. He was with Labour, and Labour doesn't have a massive. He was with many different ones, but like Labour doesn't get much traction here.
But in fairness, like I think it's very appropriate that you remember Seamus today, because Seamus was over many, many years fought and was a community activist as well, worked very hard, didn't get the recognition because, as you say, it probably wasn't on the inside track with political parties, but worked
got a lot done all the same.
Yeah, he did get on very, very well. By the way, we're keeping two tallies here. One is the accounts, the electoral, and the second, how many scones your own is it?
100%. And we're going back to Brendan Byrne.
We have the second box from Killybegs, the home base of Thomas Pringle. So this is the second box, Killybegs Town. Nicky Bradley, 2 votes. Vincent Bradley, no vote. Nuala Carr, Green Party, 5. Pierce Doherty, Sinn Féin, 54. Carl Gallagher, People Before Profit, 1. Pat the Cope Gallagher, 46. Noel Jordan, 24. Claudia Kennedy, no vote. Pádraig McLaughlin, 4 votes. Charlie McConnell Logue, 7 votes. Niall McConnell, 4 votes. Eamon McGee, 2 votes. No votes for McGee, McGuinness and McKeever. John McNulty Fine Gael, 15 votes. Frank O'Donnell, Independent, no vote. Thomas Pringle, 222 votes. Mary T. Sweeney, Aintu, 6 votes. Charles Ward, Redress, 100%, 5 votes. So that's the second from Killybegs.
Very good. We're waiting for a bit more. India, Kennedy, did you watch the last leaders debate? Like, I watched it. I thought it was fascinating. I loved watching it on TV because you could see the wide angles, like near the start when Simon Harris was more or less explaining that no one contacted, I'm paraphrasing, but no one contacted RTE to get the video removed of him when he had the encounter with the person on the campaign trail. Yeah. And then Mary Lou came in and she did a big spiel. And then she says, and she kind of turned to him like this and says, we should not, none of us should be involved in taking down videos. And his reaction was hilarious because he just looked at her like, and he couldn't really say anything because he wasn't accusing him of doing it, but he was like startled. And then later on in the debate, you had Micheál Martin, Simon Harris was sort of speaking straight ahead to the camera, and he mentioned our party never collapsed the economy, you know. And while he continued speaking, there was a wide shot, and Mary Lou looked to her right and looked straight at Micheál Martin, and he looked down at her, you know, as if looking at him as if to say, "Well, you did." And again, that was off cameras, and Simon Harris was oblivious to it. I thought it was hilarious. But as somebody who studies politics and all the rest of it, do debates like that? Do you think that debate, or do you think debates like that in general have any impact?
I think that it definitely showed a lot of the leaders in different lights. And I think the one thing I took out of it is no party was able to clearly get their point across because there was so much talking under and talking over candidates. I think it was really frustrating for a lot of the party leaders because they weren't able to actually speak on their issues and speak on the issues that were important to them because there was so much talking under and cutting over. And I think that if they wanted to do a good debate, they should have let each other get the time. But there was a lot of snipes between Simon Harris and Micheál Martin and Mary Lou McDonald that were really not really necessary. But I suppose that is politics. But I think it showed Simon Harris in a completely different light because in the few weeks up to the election and during the election, Simon Harris was very well portrayed in the media until he had the issue with the caregiver. And then he went on both debates and came out with statements that were completely wrong, like saying that he had nothing to do with Children's Hospital, even though he was Minister for Health when the Children's Hospital. I'm sure he read that memo, but no, I definitely think that the leaders debate it gave the clear leaders, and it just wasn't Simon Harris.
But Simon Harris, like, he's hard not to like, and apparently, if you speak, it doesn't. I don't think he went to it doesn't have a degree. I don't think
he doesn't.
But like when you speak to people professionals in the system, if you want to put it like that, who civil servants who deal with him,
yeah,
they tell me he's really on top of his brief. Like, he really knows, like if it's to do with education, universities or something like that, he knows exactly. Yeah. And he is impressive. I've met him a few times. But on that debate as well, and he kept kind of mumbling and that didn't work because you couldn't really hear what he was saying. It just sounded like he was trying to put her off to Mary Lou. I don't think that worked, but it doesn't seem to have done him too much harm anyway.
I actually did placement with Minister Mary Butler in Leinster House, and I was lucky enough to be in the Taoiseach's department the day he was elected as Taoiseach. So his first day as Taoiseach, I was with Mary Butler when the cabinet was formed, so I got to meet him and he was very nice. But I think the whole mumbling under the breath, it was just really rude. I don't think there was any need for it.
It didn't work. It didn't work in his favour at all. If he had been audible and, you know, even, dare I say, it, a bit more aggressive in terms of being able to hear what he's saying and a bit more pushy. It might have worked, but I just think it just was like irritating rather than anything else. Couldn't hear what he was saying.
It was hard for any of the leaders to really come across because everybody was talking over and there was mumbling and there was backhand comments and it was not necessary whatsoever.
But Michelle, it would have been good fun to let them just go at it with each other, wouldn't it? Because even one of them said, I think it was like Simon Harris or Micheál Martin said at one stage, no, well, it is supposed to be a debate. You know, when they were trying to interact with each other, and then you had the two presenters. It would have been fun, wouldn't it, to let them go at it?
It would
Or maybe not. I
absolutely.
don't know.
I think I'm not saying I agree with her in any shape or form, but when Mary Lou said Tweedledum and Tweedledee here,
Yeah,
I thought that was really good, as in funny. And
yeah.
I kind of agree with India too in terms of that debate did no good at all to Simon Harris. He comes across, and the description I would actually give him is quite pleasant. You know, quite pleasant. He always thanks people for asking a difficult question. He welcomes it. You know, he's delighted he was asked it, and a lot of the time he will answer it. But I think the Simon Harris hop, unfortunately, was taking a downturn the closer we got to the election. And I think the place that I saw this clearest would have been on TikTok, where suddenly all these skitters came out and started, you know, taking a hand at Simon Harris and indeed Micheál Martin in the run up to the election. Whereas before that, you wouldn't have seen so many, you know, people pick holes in the approach that Simon Harris had to actual events. But I think Mary Lou came out moderately okay. I think she could have been stronger for the leaders' debate. I do think it would be absolutely great to let them all have their say, but unfortunately, Jerome, that can't be happening. That wouldn't be allowed to happen.
Well, this day and age, like back in the day when myself and Margaret were doing it, you know, you used to love it when they were all shouting at each other, you know, and it was good fun. But nowadays, that's seen as like even the listeners don't want to say, don't want it, or the viewers they want. Oh, we want to hear what they're saying. We want to hear what they're saying. We want everyone to have their say. No, I like a good old blast at each other.
Absolutely,
and a better crack.
The crazy thing as well is that we're as a society, I think we're changing. We're becoming so kind of conscious and politically correct that you don't actually let people vent or say what they actually think. And more to the point, a lot of people actually
get cancelled.
Yeah, people don't say what they think because they're afraid of the consequences and they're afraid of being viewed in a certain way. And that isn't good for society. I think we have to say what we do think and whether it's accepted or well regarded or not, you know, voice your opinion, have your say.
It's better I don't say what I think.
Okay.
But I will say this. I'm only joking. I will say this. Ballyshannon and Bundoran are just being opened now, the boxes. And also, just in relation to the Sligo Leitrim constituency, because it's relevant to parts of South Donegal, because parts of South Donegal are in that constituency. And Martin Kenny from Sinn Féin looks set to top the poll there. Maybe not a huge, exactly, again. Marion Harkin is struggling, though. That's interesting. Marion Harkin was an MEP, and then I met her in Brussels a few times, and I know her son in Brussels, and she's TD and so on. And that would be a bit of a surprise because she's well known nationally as well. You could say we're going to be going to a break very shortly. In terms of Micheál Martin, and we're going to Brendan Byrne.
Yeah, I was going to give a running total on.
Just start again, Brendan.
I was going to give a running total on 38,657 ballots that are now tallied. They would involve all of Inishowen, all of Letterkenny, 90% of Milford. And the running total is Pádraig McLaughlin Sinn Féin, 8,740. Pierce Doherty Sinn Féin, 7,463. Charlie McConnell Fianna Fáil, 6,442. Charles Ward, 100% Redress, 4,512. Nicky Bradley Fine Gael, 2,319 votes. Pat the Cook Gallagher Fianna Fáil, 1,704. Thomas Pringle Independent, 1,598. Mary T. Sweeney Intu, 1,397. John McNulty Fine Gael, 816. Noel Jordan Sinn Féin, 715. Nuala Carr Green Party, 601. Niall McConnell Independent, 590. Kim McMenamin IP Party, 437. Carl Gallagher, People Before Profit, 372. McKeever, Independent, 290. Frank O'Donnell, Independent, 227. McGee, IFP, 198. Claudia Kennedy, Fianna Fáil, 111. Vincent Bradley, Independent, 84. And Arthur McGuinness, Independent, 41. Now, the health warning with that is very few of the Donegal electoral area and very few of the Glenties electoral area are factored into that. And likewise, none of the Stranraer electoral area. So it's disproportionately favouring those that are in the northeast, the old Donegal northeast constituency.
Very good. We've just been handed another sheet now.
This
This is Brendan Byrne continuing.
This is the final for the Milford area. So the final result of all the Milford boxes are as follows. Nicky Bradley, Fine Gael, 781. Vincent Bradley, Independent, 54. Nuala Carr, Green Party, 86. Pierce Doherty, Sinn Féin, 1,777. Carl Gallagher, People Before Profit, 66. Pat the Cope Gallagher, Fianna Fáil, 534. Noel Jordan, Sinn Féin, 94. Claudia Kennedy, Fianna Fáil, 22. Pádraig McLaughlin, Sinn Féin, 1,252. Charlie McConnell Logue, Fianna Fáil, 1,266. Niall McConnell, Independent, 156. McGee, IFP Party, 32. Arthur McGuinness, Independent, 8. McKeever, Independent, 58. Kim McMenamin, Independent, 12. John McNulty, Fine Gael, 193. Frank O'Donnell, Independent, 60. Thomas Pringle, Independent, 218. Mary T. Sweeney, Intu, 260. Charles Ward, 100% redress, 726. That's the Milford area now complete. John. Did Charlie get enough of lead there, John?
I genuinely don't know. I don't think he's clawed enough back just yet. He's getting there, but it's more and more looking like it's going to be the Finn Valley
That decides it.
that decides it. I think more definitely. And the farming, but to be honest, in the Finn Valley, where that decides it's going.
We'll know a lot more soon enough anyway, that's for sure. But for now, we're going to go towards a break. This is Jerome Hughes here at the Ora Leisure Centre in Letterkenny, where 20 candidates are battling it out for 5 seats in general election 2024. And the other important constituency, Sligo Leitrim constituency, 4 candidates battling it out there. 18 candidates battling it out for 4 seats, and it looks like Marion Harkin could be in trouble. But Sinn Féin doing well in that constituency like the last time. But for now, let's take a break. Buonasera and welcome back. Jerome Hughes here at the Aura Leisure Centre in Letterkenny, and we'll be here for the entire duration. We have 20 candidates battling it out for 5 seats here in this constituency, and we're also keeping an eye on the Sligo Leitrim constituency, which has 4 seats, but of course a sizable portion of South Donegal is in that constituency, so it's all very relevant. And you have the 2 big population centres of Ballyshannon and Bundoran. A lot of our listeners are in that area as well, and they're voting in the Sligo Leitrim constituency. It looks like Sinn Féin's going to top the poll. Marion Harkin could be in trouble there. Up here in Donegal, it's also very exciting because it's not exciting for him, mind you, I would say, but for Charlie McConalogue, sitting minister, outgoing minister, it looks like he could be in danger of losing his seat. But listen, a clearer picture will emerge as the time goes on. If you have any questions or comments for us today, you can actually text us on WhatsApp, and the number is 083 35000 083 35080. Let me give you the full number. It's 083 3500530. So it's 083 3500530. And you can basically text us in with your comments or questions, and all the rest of us. And we're going to get a quick update now. We have our panel of guests, by the way, they keep coming and going. And also we'll have sitting politicians, outgoing politicians, candidates. You'll hear it all here first on Ocean FM, and you won't miss a trick. And I mentioned the significance of the Sligo Leitrim constituency because of the South Donegal element to it. And Ronan Flanagan is part of our team here, and he's been around the Count Centre all morning, figuring out what's going on, getting a mood of the place, but also he's been monitoring very closely the situation in Sligo Leitrim. And Ronan, you have an update for us.
Yeah, very interesting indeed, Jerome. As you mentioned there, that's a 4-seater compared to the Donegal, which is a 5-seater. But it has emerged, I suppose, in the last number of minutes. All boxes in the constituency have been tallied, and it makes for some quite interesting reading, has to be said.
The tallies are often very, very accurate. If you look at the last local elections, they're very, very accurate. So you're saying all of the boxes have been opened, and the tallies for all of the boxes?
Well, actually, that's a correction. Actually, 72%. So
okay,
we have 9 boxes open in Leitrim out of the 64, but all 120 in Sligo and all 16 in Donegal.
Okay, well, brilliant. So you have information on that, do you?
Absolutely, yeah. So I suppose we'll go in order. So Camden, non-party, 296. Casserly, non-party.
Just 1 second now. We're going to this feed now of the returning officer.
Sculch os Cornanini, ach egacher, atá fada go leor siúl, honest nach veti irohori, no nanin dihe, on rowan votia, atá na paper waloja. As cloime na buski shin, on sho ilor na hala. Ladies and gentlemen, ballot boxes with less than 50 ballot papers should be opened in view, but at such a distance that the preferences on the ballot papers cannot be seen by agents or other persons present. I will proceed to open those ballot boxes at the table here in the centre of the hall. Freshen by me agusculch buscan na voti poist table iver a hain on sho my love clay. Come scale table iver do my love clay on sho. Gurmahagi, thank you.
And that's Geraldine O'Connor, who is the returning officer for County Donegal. And we're going to be hearing from her much later on. Maybe around 6:30 or 7 o'clock, we'll get the first result here in the Donegal constituency. But for now, that was just a general announcement. But when it actually comes down to the wire and when it comes down to actually making the announcements, everybody will be glued to every syllable of what Geraldine O'Connor has to say. Now, Ronan Flanagan was giving us an update on the Sligo Leitrim constituency. And all of the boxes have been opened in Sligo and tallied. All of the boxes in Donegal have been opened in Sligo and tallied. And most of them, I think, in Leitrim, Ronan?
Around about 16%.
Around about 16%. So listen, people are hugely interested in this because, as I say, part of South Donegal is in this constituency. So, Ronan, sorry to interrupt you, or it wasn't me actually. You can blame Geraldine O'Connor, but I'll let you plough on now for now anyway.
So, Camden non-party 20296, Casserly non-party 2191, Clark Independent Ireland 5316, Corcoran Independent Ireland 63, Cosgrove Labour 1794, Feehan Fine Gael 6382, Gallagher Green Party 524, Guckian Non-Party 219, Harkin Non-Party 2952, Kelly Irish Freedom Party 516, Kenny Sinn Féin 3657, McConville Non-Party 40, McManus Sinn Féin 4669, McSharry Fianna Fáil 4048, Monaghan Ainthu 794, O'Boyle People Before Profit 1404, O'Rourke Fianna Fáil 845, and Scanlon Fianna Fáil 5513. So I suppose what that means at the moment, looking at the tally figures, as things stand, Frank Feehan has picked up the most first preference votes according to those tallies on 6,382, which is 15% of the votes. Next up on the list we will see will be Eamon Scanlon, who has picked up 5,513 votes, which is 13%. And then we have Chris McManus, of course, a former MEP who lost his seat actually in June's European elections. He is on 11% of the votes on 4,669. And then we have Edel McSharry, interesting enough, a cousin, of course, of Mark McSharry, the former Fianna Fáil and former independent TD who has stepped away from politics. He's actually part of our panel down in the Clayton Hotel in Sligo. Edel has polled 4,048 first preference votes according to the tallies, which is 10% of the votes. Under other, I suppose, candidates of note there, I mentioned Martin Kenny, an outgoing Sinn Féin TD who has ideas of becoming possibly Minister for Agriculture should Sinn Féin come into power. He's on 3,657. That's 9% of the first preference votes. And independent Ireland candidate, of course, what about Michael Clark has picked up 5,316. That's 13%, excuse me. So that's actually greater than the tally of Chris McManus and Edel McSharry. So he polled extremely well. Michael Clark, a former member of Fianna Fáil and, of course, a former independent councillor as well. But he recently joined Independent Ireland under Michael Fitzmaurice and Ciara Mullooly, and he certainly proved to be a popular candidate. And, of course, Marion Harkin, who's an outgoing independent TD, former MEP, as Jerome previously mentioned, has polled 2,952 votes. So she has a mountain to climb if she is to return to the Dáil just before Christmas.
Very good. So that's keeping you up to date with what's happening in the Sligo Leitrim constituency, because at the end of the day, very important here because it actually forms part of Donegal and the big population hubs there of Ballyshannon, Bundoran. And it'll be interesting to see, in terms of voter turnout right across the country, it seems has been down on last time out. But in areas like that area of South Donegal that forms part of the Sligo Leitrim constituency, I would say the turnout there is very, very low indeed. Brendan Byrne.
Right. We'll go through the Donegal electoral area, municipal area. All boxes are in, apart from one in Lahey and one in Mount Charles. So this is the run-in total. We'll start off. This is the Donegal municipal area. Nicky Bradley, Fine Gael, 202. Vincent Bradley, Independent, 6. Nuala Carr, Green Party, and she has 96. Pierce Doherty, Sinn Féin, 1,145. Carl Gallagher, People Before Profit, 76. Pathacope Gallagher, Fianna Fáil, 1,473. Noel Jordan, Sinn Féin, 2,080. Claudia Kennedy, Fianna Fáil, 57. Pádraig McLaughlin, Sinn Féin, 55. Charlie McConnell Oak, 343. Niall McConnell, Independent, 137. Eamon McGee, the Irish Freedom Party, 39. Arthur McGuinness, Independent, 4. Jerry McKeever, Independent, 7. Kim McMenamin is on 23. John McNulty, Fine Gael, 1,610. Frank O'Donnell, Independent, 4. Thomas Pringle, Independent, 2,493. Mary T. Sweeney, Aintu, 200. Charles Ward, 100% Redress, 100. And that's with 10,150 votes tallied. And as I said, one box outstanding from the Lahi area. And that actually included the Mount Charles box that was fed into the system as we were reading out the results. So that's Donegal with the exception of one box in Lahi.
Very good. And appreciate that, Brendan Byrne, and he's been doing a great job tallying up all these figures and reading them out and put them on the sheets. It's really not an easy job to do, and fair play to you. And actually, you can contact us on 083 3500 530, 083 3500 530. And that's, you can WhatsApp us. And a lot of people are doing that. A lot of people are doing that. We all need a comment or a listener or even a viewer, because we're available on the Ocean FM YouTube channel. And also you can go to the link on the Ocean FM Ireland Facebook page, and you can actually watch what we're doing as well as listening. But one of our audience members, let's put it like that, says we all need to work towards climate change. Unfortunately, the Greens are forgetting about rural Ireland, and getting from rural locations is very difficult when the lack of services and good public transport. We've been talking about infrastructure earlier on, and that is very true. And by the way, on the issue of the Green Party, it has not been a good day for the party. That's a quote from Roderick O'Gorman, who is the head of the Green Party. It has not been a good day for the Green Party, or for the party. So he's talking about the Green Party. They're not doing very well, apparently, obviously, from reading that. Ocean FM has become the best part of an election over the past 8 or 10 years. Well done once again to all involved, from Keith. Thank you very much, Keith. Thank you very much. And, you know, the rest of the team aren't too bad either. Thank you so much. I must take off, team player. I must take that off my CV. Stuff being a team player. No, Keith, you're right, actually. And I'm just a blow in here for one day only, but the amount of work that goes in terms of setting it all up and all the rest of it. So fair play to them for doing that. Just wondering, has the quota, this is from another listener, has the quota been determined yet? Or does that wait until after the first count? Well, Brendan, we hear all that information, like the turnout and all the rest of it at that stage, don't we?
That'll be determined once we have a first count proper declaration. Now, I hate to hug the microphone, but
Brendan Byrne.
There's 19 boxes tallied in the Glenties electoral area, which is a vast area and critical to the candidates of Pierce Doherty and Pathacope. So with 19 boxes tallied, 5,457 votes tallied in total. The running totals are as follows. Nicky Bradley, Fine Gael, 191. Vincent Bradley, Independent, 9 votes. Nuala Carr, Green Party, 45. Pierce Doherty of Sinn Féin, 2,047. Carl Gallagher of People Before Profit, 33. Pathacope Gallagher, Fianna Fáil, 1,719. Noel Jordan, Sinn Féin, 156. Claudia Kennedy, Fianna Fáil, 10. Pádraig McLaughlin, Sinn Féin, 59. Charlie McConnell Logue, Fianna Fáil, 122. Niall McConnell, Independent, 107. McGee, Independent, 26. Arthur McGuinness, 1. McKeever, 7. Kim McMenamin, 11. John McNulty, 257. Frank O'Donnell, Independent, 6. Thomas Pringle, Independent, 447. Mary T. Sweeney into 216. Charles Ward, 100% redress, 251. And that's with 5,768 votes tallied. It's too early to do a trend on that.
Too early to do a trend. Brendan Byrne, though, as soon as it's not too early to do a trend, Brendan Byrne will do the trend. You can be sure of that. And now I want to introduce, and we still have our panel of guests here, but we also have a new guest, and it's Alton Bringle. Now, Alton, I know your father a million years at this stage. I know him a million years.
Okay,
a gentleman and an outgoing independent TD. You were involved in his campaign, Alton.
Yeah, I was.
Tell us.
How was it?
Well, how was it? Yeah.
It was fun. I think the worst part of it for me was people at the doors thinking I was my father, which makes me, that's aged me by, I think, 31, 32 years, which was kind of horrifying. But I think it went really well. I think there seemed to be on the doors a real appetite for change. I think people were really dissatisfied with where the country's going. Housing was the major issue that came up all the time. Housing, healthcare, and care.
The exit poll from the national exit poll, that was the number one issue as well. So it's massive, isn't it?
Yeah, which is kind of funny that it seems like the Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, the party that have been in government, are going to maybe be returned to government. It's kind of funny that might have been the major concern, and that maybe seemed to have been ignored in terms of the vote. But it was major what was coming through. I mean, people dissatisfied with the lack of public housing being built, the carers, having no carers allowance if you're on the pension came up massively on the door, waiting times in A&E came up. Those are the major things. Immigration, a tiny bit, but I think that's reflected in the exit poll as well. There's only 6% of the voters' concerns, and I think that reflects what we got on the doors.
What was that? Immigration.
Yeah.
That's interesting. And listen, I know it's very difficult to be impartial, okay?
Yeah.
But because there's so many figures being thrown around, what's the situation like from what you're seeing here in terms of tallies and all the rest? What's the situation with Thomas?
I think we really see that we're on track, was the words. I was talking to my father there earlier. He said we're on track. I think it looks like a lot of the transfers from Pearse to Hardy surplus that's going to happen. I imagine after the first count, I think some of that will come to us as well. I think we're picking up votes everywhere we go.
And that would be huge because he's going to have a huge surplus.
Of course, as he did the last time as well. So I think that's probably going to be split between Paddy McLaughlin, Noel Jordan, and I'd say us. And then maybe a little bit to Charles Ward as well. So it'll be interesting to see how that falls. And then I'd say as well...
so the big thing in the spoke, the thing in the spokes there could be a huge transfer to Charles Ward rather than the normal,
I wouldn't
that could be a problem.
I wouldn't mind seeing a huge transfer to Charles Ward.
Yeah, but in terms of Thomas Pringle.
Yeah. Well, I think we're looking at we're ahead of John McNulty and Noel Jordan at the minute, and I think that'll continue throughout the tallying of the first count. I think we can stay there. I think we're in a great place to take the seat. I'd imagine the fourth seat would be my bet.
Very good. And we were talking earlier about independence and the influence that independence can have at a national level, because at the end of who was it? Mary Harney said, she might have been quoting somebody else, but I was actually there when she said it, and she's been quoted as saying it loads of times, and I don't even know the quote. I'm going to paraphrase it, but something like a day in government is worth a million days in opposition, or something. It was along those lines, right? She said, I'd take a day in government or something like that.
Yeah.
Now, she was probably quoting another politician from and people are probably going to say this idiot should know it. Listen, but does he have any prospect of ever serving in government, do you think? Looking at the exit poll, for example, last night, you have the three big parties there, and then you've got 171, I think, independents running. So, and then you've got groups, and you've got independents, and you've got groups of independents. Does he ever have a chance of serving in government?
Well, a lady asked me this in the doors this week, actually, and I think in 2016 he negotiated with Fine Gael and spoke to Fianna Fáil about entering into I think it was confidence in supply was what you called it then, because it was a minority government they were looking to form, and he negotiated on that, but again, his terms weren't met for Donegal. I think that's been something my dad's always said, both publicly and privately, of if somebody's willing to meet his demands, then he'll go into government, no problem. Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil historically haven't been willing to meet them. And he said the major one that I can remember at the top of my head for this one would be 100% redress for defective homeowners, would be his big demand this time for government formation. But the chance of that being met, probably quite small, I'd imagine. But he's open to it.
Confidence in supply. And I think, Margaret, we're old enough to remember, was it Thomas Gilday, wasn't it? The deflector systems. In relation to we're moving away. It was to do with electronic radiation or something. But I don't. Oh yeah, the masts, the phone masts, and all this.
Okay.
MMDS. That's it.
Did he get it?
Oh, he got into the government, but I remember I was interviewing him on the old Lahey Road, and actually RTE asked me for the clip but we were in the radio station at the time, and he says, "This, huh? 10 years old? Yeah, we were about 10 years old."
Yeah.
Sorry,
Totally.
listeners. Margaret is the producer. She's speaking over to me. Sometimes it sounds like I'm talking insanely to myself. But no, anyway, on the old Lahey Road in Donegal town, and he says, "Listen, that's one thing about Dublin." He says, "They're slow learners, but we'll learn them."
Great.
And it's kind of one of his famous quotes. And then RTE wanted the clip and all the rest of it. So listen, and you've seen up here in this part of the country where the confidence in supply or whatever, and actually, you would know India as well. Like down through the years, when you have when a government really needs politicians to come in, independents or whatever, they can get a lot. I mean, they can get a lot done.
Yeah,
You know?
definitely. I think though you're more reciprocal if you're independent at local level, it's a lot easier to get work done. Whereas an independent at general level, it is, as Alton said, unless your needs are met, it's hard to get things done as an independent TD.
But I think as well, like, I mean, I know I'm biased, so I would support my father on it, but like in the previous Dáil before 2020, he was took the lead on the fossil fuel divestment bill, which was internationally recognized as a massive. Ireland was one of the first countries to divest from fossil fuel companies and take all public money out of that, and that was led by my father. And because it was a minority government, the government were more willing to go along with that bill. But that was his major landmark achievement that's been heralded all over the globe. An independent TD did that. I think he also has spoken since 2011, 61,000 representations on behalf of constituents in Donegal, more than any other TD in the county at the moment. He's spoken more than any other TD in the Dáil about Donegal on nearly every single Donegal-based issue. So while you mightn't be able to sell your soul and enter into government, I think you're able to still represent the people of this county and represent them well, would be my biased
And you're
take on it.
confident, you're genuinely confident you'll get back in?
Yeah, I think so. I think we have the most positive canvas ever, according to my dad. He's been flying high the last couple of weeks. He's really confident. I think the team's really confident. I think the figures as of now, I think bear that out as well.
And India revealed she's 21 earlier on. Do you mind me asking your age?
I'm 26.
26. Like I was just saying to India earlier on that it's incredible the number of young people in their early 20s who aren't even registered to vote, and they're no interest in it. It's completely the last thing.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about a lot of young people
Yeah.
that I would know because, I've
Yeah.
nieces and nephews around that age. I'm not saying it's them, but, I come in contact with a lot of their friends and so on. And I'm not saying it's them either.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm really digging a hole now. I should just stop. But the point is, this is not just in my area. It's across the county.
Yeah.
Or across the country.
Yeah.
But what do you think? What can be done about that?
I don't know what can be done about it. I think unless people realize that their vote has power and they feel greatly disenfranchised, and I think the reality is, and I don't know if Andy would agree with me, that our generation, I think we are the same generation, are we?
More or less.
You're not that old, don't worry.
She probably thinks you're ancient.
Yeah.
He's on the spring chicken.
I need to get on the song tune.
No, I don't mean it like that because you're 26.
No, I feel ancient. But I think we're a generation that has been disenfranchised and a bit left behind by policymakers and decision makers. I think we're the first generation that probably won't own homes. We're the first generation in history, one of the last since the Industrial Revolution, that won't be as prosperous as our parents statistically across the globe. But I think that's disenfranchising a lot of young people. I think they don't see any will for change. How you get around that, because the only way to get change is to make change. But I think a lot of people feel that there's no point in even trying. I personally blame social media companies. This is my reason. I'm all about technocratic fascism at the minute, about people are being kind of brainwashed into sitting at home watching TikToks and feeling like sharing something on your Instagram story is activism, or that's how you make change, whereas we're not actually engaging with the levers of power to try and make that change. I don't know how we eventually come to terms with that, but
yeah. And I have to say, even as someone approaching 50, although I've still a couple of years left, TikTok is probably the most addictive thing that's been invented.
But it's built to be addictive. I mean,
it's unbelievable. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to the stage now you don't want to watch anything on TV because it's too long.
Yeah.
Because you want the instant TikTok and everything that you can think of. It showed me clips from the Late Show, from everything
from 40 years
advertisements from 40 years ago.
Yeah.
Like it just ticks all the boxes. But in terms of,
as Alton said about young people being more engaged, I think that the vote at 16, which is something that Thomas is very active on, is something that needs to be pushed forward, because I think at voting at 16, it allows people to be involved at a younger age in politics, so they're more reciprocal to vote as they get older and continue to vote into their 20s, into their 30s. And I also think that the postal vote is something that needs to be looked at, because that was something that was brought to my attention a lot in the local elections. People in college and people living away for college and for work, weren't able to vote because they couldn't get back in time. As John Joe mentioned, there was probably a lot of people on that bus that were coming home from college and weren't able to vote just because the transport wasn't there. So I think the postal vote is definitely something that needs to be more, easier accessed and more widely available to students that are living abroad and living down the country so that they can vote too.
And if you talk about people, young people your age, migrating from Donegal, from Ireland, and if you ask the government ministers down through the years, they'll say, "Oh, this is a normal rite of passage. They're supposed to go out and travel, and they'll come back," and that's fair enough. But in a lot of cases, that's not how the young person who's leaving feels. I mean, I know again a lot of young people who they've headed off to Australia. They go to Australia, but they go to United. Um, where else? Canada, not so much the United States. Australia, Canada, are the two main ones, aren't they?
Yeah.
And I mean, that's a lot. And the problem is, okay, a lot of them will come back, but a lot of them won't.
No.
What do you think?
Yeah, completely. I mean, sometimes I feel quite stupid for still being here. Sometimes I look around and I wonder, like,
what's wrong with me?
Yeah, what am I doing at age 26? And my reality is that I work as an actor and a writer in Dublin, but that means living in my childhood bedroom in Donegal and scrimping by and not being able to sustain any real form of living for myself, which I probably shouldn't have admitted on the radio, but here we are.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah, but it's the reality of what's out there at the minute. I mean, if I went to London, there's more opportunity and more work, more investment in the arts there a little bit, and more commercial investment in the arts, maybe not governmental. So I don't know. I wrestle with that question all the time. Am I wasting myself being here? I love Donegal. I love being here. I love the sense of community. I love everything about it. But am I going to turn around at 30 and wish I'd went when I was 21, 22 and I graduated from college?
Well, you still have plenty of time at 30, by the way.
Yeah,
you do actually.
30 is the new 20.
Well, it is. I mean, everything is the new 10 years beforehand. But do you know a lot of people, India, that do you know a lot of people, your peers that have headed off?
Yeah, well,
Like,
not as many.
yeah.
A lot of the people kind of older than me, a few more years older than me, like not that much older than me, have headed to Australia or Canada. A lot of them in London and Edinburgh and Scotland. And a few didn't even go to college. They just went straight to Australia and they're loving life. Like they're making proper lives for themselves. And in a year or two time, they'll have enough money to come home with a deposit or even to build their own house. I think Australia is so tempting is because the life is sold there. You're living the high life. You're getting paid $47, $50 an hour. Although a lot of people probably wouldn't stay there permanently, you could go there, stay for 2 years, still live life and enjoy your life there, come home and then have a reason to come home and have the funding to come home and build your house. Like I'm very like Alton. I love Donegal. I love my home and I'll settle here.
It's
and
the best place in the world. And we're not just
100%.
saying that. And Alton, you might turn around and you might be forced in your 40s to work somewhere else and look back and go, Jesus, I can't believe I spent those times in Killybegs, in my 20s, and you'll look back fondly on it. No doubt that could happen. So it is the best place. Ireland is the best country in the world, I think, honestly. And I've been to a lot of countries, but there are a lot of shortcomings. Like the thing about it is, you often hear people say, "Oh, there's nothing to do except go to the pubs and all this." Now, I suppose we have you can windsurf, you can surf. There's the natural amenities out there. But I mean, and I'm not being facetious. I'm asking it genuinely. Is there a shortage of facilities for young people or whatever? Like, and if there is, what is missing here that should be here?
I think it's the cost of living. Like, genuine. I was asked to speak at a theatre conference in Barcelona last week, and we were over there, and there was a group of us globally theatre artists from all over the world sitting having breakfast. We were looking up the prices of the hotel they put us up in, which was a 4-star hotel in central Barcelona. It was €120 a night to stay in that hotel, and everyone else around the world was like, "Oh my God, that's so expensive! I'd never pay that." And I was thinking, the same in Dublin's like €495 for a night in a central hotel. I mean, who could even I don't know. I'm certainly not earning enough money to be able to go out for a meal once a week. Never mind go for a nice break somewhere in Ireland. I mean, the cost of everything has just blossomed so much, ballooned out of all proportions. And I think young people are really feeling that. I have a couple of friends recently who've emigrated to. I think they're in Adelaide. Maybe they're watching right now. Probably not. But they're
I'm sure they are. Jeez, we have a huge audience in Adelaide.
Yeah, they are.
What are their names? Wave to them.
Leah and Jamie.
Leah and Jamie, how are you? Welcome to the Aura Centre, Letterkenny.
Blow up now.
Yeah.
But they're making the same level of money that they're making here, but everything's a little bit cheaper, just enough cheaper that they're able to sustain a lifestyle that's much more enjoyable than €450. Yeah.
Like all, we're definitely second class citizens in terms of transport and in terms of facilities. Donegal Town, we fought for a cinema for years. We're never going to get that. We fought for an aura-like centre with a swimming pool. There's no facilities for young people. If you don't play sport and you're not interested in the arts, there's nothing for you. But even in the arts, there's not enough funding available for the arts at all. And I think that that's something that definitely needs to be looked at. A lot of the parties now are talking about bringing young people home and giving them a reason to come home. Housing's great, build the houses, but you need to have facilities for the houses.
But even this is a little bit of a tangent, if you'll forgive me. I volunteer with Paroiga. I'm on the National Council of Paroiga as a volunteer organisation. But in the last 10, 15 years, Paroiga funding has become taken over by TUSLA. So it's fully funded now as a targeted youth service instead of an open to any young person in the community. It's targeted now to vulnerable young people. So, and that was huge. 10 years ago when I was in school, we all went to Paroiga after school because it was the place to go. But since that funding has changed to be a band-aid on a crumbling social services model, now nobody goes there anymore because it's highly targeted interventional services. So we've lost that major kind of social hub for young people in Killybegs, and that's been replicated all over the country.
Is that Farroy? Like I used to work for Farroiga in Dublin, so I know the structure of the organisation very well. I was the communications officer.
Yeah.
But when you're saying that, is that across the country? Is
across the country?
Is that like the youth diversion programs and stuff like that?
Yeah, all of that. Like,
they've gone into that rather than because it's a good few years ago.
They still have their volunteer hubs and volunteer-led community groups are still active, but all of the actual, like the majority of the staff, over 600 staff now hired by Paroiga, are targeted intervention services. I think it's over 90% of their funding now is intervention.
Which is good, but it's not what it was before.
But it's good, but that organisation has been subsumed to become a wing of the social services hub of TUSLA because TUSLA doesn't know what to do. They that organisation isn't fully working properly. And I think it's worthwhile, and those young people that need those supports are now getting them. But I keep thinking about everything in this country is about patching up the cracks instead of actually making something new that stands on its own 2 feet. When is everything going to actually crumble? When are we actually going to have to try and make a change of the way things are being done? Because how many,
When are you going to run yourself?
No, I'd rather die than be a politician, I have to say.
Rather die. Okay, well, listen, tell us what you really think. No, but you wouldn't be a politician.
No,
you've seen how that goes because you're involved in it. Yeah. But Thomas obviously enjoys it anyway, doesn't he?
He loves it. Like I said something recently that he really just seems to believe in decency and in human kind of respect for everyone, and that's his hallmark as a politician. I don't think I'm as decent as him, so I don't think I could do it.
I'm sure that's not true. Alton Pringle, very decent young man, 26 from Killybegs, and hopefully you'll be a very successful. Is it acting and just general actor and writer? So listen, don't forget us when you're famous.
Thank you very much. You can have me
when
back
you're more
on
famous. Thanks a million for joining us, Brendan. Do we have any updates in terms of
Glenties?
Brilliant, Brendan Burns.
We have Glenties and we have 40 of the 48 boxes in, and they're geographically well spread, so we can get a fair indication. So this is the Glenties electoral area as follows: Nicky Bradley, Fine Gael, 312. Vincent Bradley, Independent, 11. Nuala Carr, Green Party, 86. Pierce Doherty, Sinn Féin, 3,778. Carl Gallagher, People Before Profit, 57. Pat the Cope Gallagher, Fianna Fáil, 3,893. Noel Jordan, Sinn Féin, 276. Claudia Kennedy, Fianna Fáil, 15. Pádraig McLaughlin, Sinn Féin, 100. Charlie McConnell, Fianna Fáil, 172. Niall McConnell, Independent, 216. McGee, IFP, 45. Arthur McGuinness, Independent, 3. McKeever, Independent, 15. Kim McMenamin, IP, 28. John McNulty, Fine Gael, 422. Frank O'Donnell, Independent, 7. Thomas Pringle, Independent, 810. Mary T. Sweeney, Anthu, 334. And Charles Ward, 100% redress, 452, with 11,100 votes tallied, which is well on the way. There's another 3,000 to be tallied, I would say. But the indications are
very good.
Are that I was just doing a quick tally on Pat the Cope's increase. It's running between 20 and 25% in the various boxes from one end of the Glenties electoral area to the other. So he has done what's needed of him, and that's to increase his vote in his home base, and he's on target for that. And this next thing is, it's significant when you look at it, at the massive vote that Pierce Doherty got in Intermission and Letterkenny, and yet he's neck and neck in his home base that he shares with Pat the Cope, which is a phenomenal
It's mad,
result.
isn't it? What do you think of that, Brendan? What do you think of that, John? John?
No, there's a couple of things that sort of jumping out. The first thing I'm going to ask Brendan, as a former director of election, there has appears to have been no advantage for Fianna Fáil in adding a third candidate in the south of the county. It actually looked like it's just totally bombed out. I don't know what the logic was doing it. I suspect could have been one thing, but I just think there's no sense in it actually. Yeah, but the Cope has done his work in his home area and he is running neck and neck with Pierce. I expect him to move ahead because traditionally, Pat the Cope has always been very strong in the Finn Valley area, and certainly in the Fianna Fáil vote there. So he's got at the minute 3,500, 3,700, 3,800. He's approximately 1,500, 1,600 in the Donegal area, which puts him, trying to do my maths here, on like 4, 5, 6. Finn Valley. So he's looking fairly good there.
I think there was a sense for a long time that Pat the Cope was going to do well.
Yeah,
You know, because he's been out of the political, he's been out of the spotlight for a while, and
but
and
even
he's always been successful and ever present.
yeah,
present on the
even
ground.
he's been out, Jerome. He's done the work. I mean,
Yeah.
most people, you said it yourself, you're rang up for a taxi ride at 2 o'clock in the morning. But the problem with Pat never switched off. Even one loser draw,
That's right.
he was there and he did the work. I know many, many people that have got him to intercede on their behalf of things. So, he's done the work. I think he's certainly looking uh, very strong. And we now are down to, once we get to the Finn Valley, it'll be very interesting to see the split of the Fianna Fáil vote specifically in the Finn Valley. I don't know, Brian, we have no Finn Valley boxes open yet.
No, it's the only area that has no box open whatsoever. They're, as I say, they're down to the last 8 or 9 boxes in Glenties, and Milford is finished. So the boxes that are outstanding in Glenties are Ranafast, Roisin, which is beside Dunglow, Tory Island, and one of the Falcara boxes. So
that'd be Pearson, well, probably Patton on a lot of instances there. The 4 of those would be, would think, would be that. So it's have you the running total there for the entire first preference vote so far?
Yes, I'll just get that now.
Brendan Byrne's going to have a look at that. And just while you're doing that, Brendan, people have been commenting and texting in on WhatsApp. I'll give you the number in a second. Had the pleasure to teach Alton and Killybegs. We were just chatting to Alton Pringle there a few minutes ago. Had the pleasure of to teach Alton and Killybegs. Even as a first-year student, Alton set himself apart as an independent political mind with the confidence to deliver his message. A great prospect to represent Donegal in the near future. I think he's ruled out politics, but he could become a famous actor or writer. I see they're taking down the election posters, but they are leaving up the cable ties. So that's an old issue, that is, in terms of taking down the posters but leaving up the cable ties, and I'm sure we'll hear more of those. Can the tallies be added to the Ocean FM website? The link is already there. The link is already there. So if you go onto the Ocean FM website, by the way, you can watch everything that's happening by going to onto the Ocean FM YouTube channel, or go to the link on the Ocean FM Ireland Facebook page, and you can watch what's happening here from the Aura Leisure Centre. And you'll get the tallies there as well. That's the best way to go into that link. And we're going to Brendan Byrne.
We have a running total after 61,918 votes tallied, and the running total is as follows: Pierce Doherty, Sinn Féin, 13,209. Pádraig McLaughlin, Sinn Féin, 9,372. Pat the Cope Gallagher, Fianna Fáil, 7,502. Charlie McConnell, Fianna Fáil, 7,402. Charlie Ward, 100% redress, 5,350. Thomas Pringle, independent, 4,508. Nicky Bradley, Fine Gael, 3,081. Noel Jordan, Sinn Féin, 2,770. John McNulty, Fine Gael, 2,679. Mary T. Sweeney, Intu, 2021. Niall McConnell, Independent, 985. Nuala Carr, Green Party, 798. Carl Gallagher, People Before Profit, 512. Kim McMenamin, the IP, 489. McKeever, Jerry, Independent, 337. McGee, Eamon, Independent, 278. Frank O'Donnell, Independent, 271. Claudia Kennedy, Fianna Fáil, 188. Vincent Bradley, Independent, 115. Arthur McGuinness, Independent, 51.
Anything standing out?
Well, look at if I was as a director of elections, which I'm not, I would be saying Charlie is now 100% life dependent on getting a sizable transfer from Fine Gael.
See, I'm just looking at what's going on here, and I'm looking. Can you just give me again the Fine Gael vote, Bradley v. McAnulty?
Bradley is 3,081. John McNulty is 2,679. So between them, they've 5,700.
No, the reason I'm asking that, Brenton, is because whichever one of them progresses and whoever's eliminated, that can have a bearing on what's going to happen. Because, for example, let's say Bradley stays in the race and let's say McAnulty is eliminated, that will certainly help certain candidates in the old Southwest. So I think that's something to keep in mind as we go along. If it go now, there's not enough there at the minute to give us that, because I suspect when you get to the Finn Valley, John McAnulty, because he has huge business interests, will catch up there. But that's something, it's another thing that's going to come into the mix as we go forward. And just a query from somebody, and you touched on it earlier, Jerome, how the quota is reached. Yeah. It's the number, the valid poll divided by the number of candidates plus one. Some people seem to think it's the total number of candidates that's in the race. The number of seats, sorry. It's the number of seats plus one. So let's say
Ask me again in 10 minutes to say, did I hear what you just said? To follow it. Say it again.
Follow what you need to do to get the quota. It'll be the valid poll, which, for example, was 77,000 plus last time. Yeah. The valid poll, divided by return opposite, divided by the number of seats plus one. So there's 5 seats plus 1 is 6. So it's 77 divided by 6.
Wow.
And that's your valid poll plus 1, actually. Like memory serves me.
Plus one again.
Keep forgetting about that one.
One vote you plus in the
end. I think that some people just believe that they can't get the figure to come out. They say, well, it's 77,000 divided. Well, there was 20 candidates, so divide by 20. It's not. It's a number of seats plus 1 and 1 added.
Very good.
Now,
go ahead.
We're monitoring the Glenties electoral area very closely, and for the first time in any electoral area, Pat the Cope has pulled ahead of Pierce Doherty. Pat is 4,494, remarkable result, and Pierce Doherty is 4,177. That's a phenomenal result for a guy that's not a sitting TD, but took on the spokesman for finance for the main opposition party and beat him in his own area. You would have to admire that.
Performance. 4,006.
Pat is just very well liked. There's no doubt about it. And Pat is very, very full of energy. Okay. and a very good debater still. And you see him walking around on the campaign trail, and everything's perfect. But he's not as young as he used to be, is he? I mean, he's heading. He's 76. He's 76.
But some of these Chinese boys go on to their 90, you know.
Oh yeah. Well, he could go on well beyond 90. And listen, it's not about it's not in any way. And I'm not Michelle, we were saying earlier. Just say what you think. And I'm not trying to be careful around ageism or anything, but it's just to say it's incredible. Like I first interviewed him 30 years ago, and he was around long before that.
Were you in transition year at the time?
Oh, Jesus. Well, thanks very much. Thanks very much. I'll take that as a compliment. No, but the point is, like, he's been around a long time. I remember he brought me out to Strasbourg in France because the European Parliament have one of their bases there. And also, but he's been around. He was the Concordia for a couple.
Yeah.
For 4 years last Concordia.
I think he's been a Minister of State twice or three.
Yeah, for 12 years in different departments. I think he's held 7 different departments.
Yeah.
Well,
Say that again, India.
He's been in politics since 1979.
1979. So, like, I wasn't even born, barely born. Barely born.
It raises many strange questions. Let's say Pat sort of wins the seat. Let's say Charlie were to lose the seat. Then does he get a ministry at 76 because he has held the seat? I'm just throwing.
Well, I mean, a lot of people would expect it. You know,
realize age is no limitation. Age is no limitation. You're all getting mind boggled there.
No.
Which one of us around this table is getting younger? Well,
if you look at the President of the United States, I think he's 78, right?
Yeah.
And this thing about age, and they kept going on about Biden, and he's too old now. But Bernie Sanders, I think, is older than Biden, and he is like as sharp as a button. Like, so it is, of course, what's happened to Biden is age related, but saying it's age is wrong. Doesn't tell the full story, because some people can be 80 or 85 and be as bright as a button and health, you know, and then somebody else can really age at that age. So listen, it's not an exact science, and Pat the Cope is certainly on the right side of that argument, because he's flying around the place. So in India,
he walks 6 kilometers every day. He's walked since 2020. He walks 6 kilometers every single day.
I haven't walked 6 kilometers in the last week.
I couldn't walk 6 kilometers in a week, I would say.
I'll tell you, it's not easy. And come here, I want to ask you, this is something I wanted to touch on earlier on, Brendan Byrne, because you're former Fianna Fáil councillor, but you're Fianna Fáil Director of Elections, or former Fianna Fáil Director of Elections. 1997 was the first time I became aware of Micheál Martin, right? Mm-hmm. Now, Micheál Martin has been voted, I think in that exit poll, he was voted as the favourite Taoiseach, even though his party, and Mary Lou was second, and then Simon Harris, even though the party, he was voted as the most preferred Taoiseach, right? I heard that on the way in the morning. He's had an incredible journey, hasn't he? A political journey. He's had an incredible. 1997, we had a poster, Margaret, up. It was from the centre pages of the Star newspaper, and it was Bertie Ahern's government, and there he was, and Micheál Martin was one of them. Then you had the 2008-2009 financial crash. Yeah, I was there in Dublin at the time working. Actually, before I ask you, I got information. Brian Lenihan was the Minister for Finance, okay? And I got information, I don't think I've ever said this before, but I got information about Anglo-Irish Bank. And I says to Brian Lenihan, the late line Brian Lenihan, we were sitting down, the camera was set up and everything else, and I says to him, listen, is it true that one of our banks is in major trouble? And he got up and walked out of the room. And unfortunately, I mean, listen, for historical purposes, it would have been interesting if the cameraman had kept recording, but he didn't. As soon as Brian Lennon got up to stage, he just switched off the camera. So it's not on camera as far as I know. But he got up, and that's before that story broke about Anglo-Irish Bank, which was catastrophic. Then when the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, came in then to the country, I interviewed John Bruton, former Taoiseach Fine Gael, and he didn't cry. There were no tears running down, but his eyes were watering up talking about the fact that the IMF had to come in. But listen, the point about Micheál Martin is Fianna Fáil were castigated, vilified, crucified by the electorate, I remember even feeling angry myself. Lots of people were very badly damaged by that economic crash. But Micheál Martin takes over the leadership, and he was even involved in the governments before. Takes over the leadership, and now look at Fianna Fáil. Give me your analysis of all that.
Well, I think what Micheál Martin's greatest trait is his perception that he's a safe pair of hands. And we've seen that in the last three debates. Everyone, look, he's not going to be a new dynamic in any debate. He is the safe pair of hands. He is the guy that you would go to if you're in real trouble with your economy, with your state. Now, that has a downside because the electorate under 40 years of age have a new dynamic to them. And you have to ask yourself, the exit polls at Fianna Fáil are 19.5%. You know, we're that because we're not reaching out beyond what core or base we have presently, the base that we have since the party went through the turmoil of the 2011 election. And whilst he's a safe pair of hands and he's doing a terrific job, in my view, I think his limitation is the party will never grow beyond what it is while he's there. That's been my view consistently. If you're asking me, am I saying there should be a new leader to Fianna Fáil at this present minute in time? No, there shouldn't, because he's still probably the best that we have when you factor in all the considerations of now having to go in and form another government and the negotiations all around that. And so he is the leader, and I do expect him to lead us into a government of some nature. Or
he won that. He won that exit poll about who do you want to see the next leader.
Yeah, and that's been
Taoiseach, I mean, not leader.
That's been consistently the way. If you look at the leadership polls that run parallel with the party opinion polls, he's always up there at 44, 45. If he's not first, he's second. If he's not second, he's third. But he's in the top three all the time. But that doesn't translate into party growth or party renewal. So there is a Micheál Martin, the safe pair of hands, the guy that we all have confidence and trust and faith in. There's no doubt about it. We have, but it's not translating into a new dynamic or a new growth potential for Fianna Fáil. Because to be fair, if you look at the Red C polls, all 56 of them, I think, have done analysis over now in the last 4 years. We're hovering between 16% and 18%, 19%, and that's Red C. So look at, we are, I don't like using the word rut, but we're stuck in a scale of growth that we're not going to come out of. Now, am I saying, will a new leader create a dynamic like that, an equivalent to a Harris Hop? I don't know.
Sounds to me like you don't really like him.
I do, actually. I do. I have great time for him. But there's one thing about me. There's one thing about me, whether I like you or not, if you're going to ask me a question, I'm going to give you an honest answer. And whilst he is the best we have, and I said that, and I support him to continue on as leader, we have to be realistic. As the party hasn't grown in the last 11 years. If it was, we wouldn't be here saying that we're 19.5%. We would be saying we are 20, 30, whatever percent. You must consider this. Fianna Fáil hasn't won an election since 2007. That's a long time for Fianna Fáil. You know, that's the longest cycle that we haven't won an election, really.
Yeah. And
you know, looks bumping along is fine.
It looks like Sinn Féin's going to win this election, isn't it?
It looks that
national.
Way. Absolutely.
Which is quite incredible.
That's an honest, open, frank answer.
Just before I let you in, John Campbell, we're getting more comments and stuff in on 083. This is the text WhatsApp line 083 3500 530, and a request for Martin and Margaret Quinn at the Salmon Inn. They're tuned in, they're enjoying the show, and great to hear that things going well. Thank you very much. We want to say hello to Margaret and Martin Quinn, and also to Siobhan and Mary McGowan. They're also tuned in and they're enjoying the show as well. And thanks. It's all down to, I suppose, to our to the fabulous panel that we've had as well.
I think we have a complete. Let me look here.
We're going back now to Brendan Byrne.
We have a complete. The three boxes that are not here are Ellengola, Inish Bofinia, and Inish Free. They're small boxes, as the returning officer just announced there a while ago. They're less than 50, so the actual results of those boxes can't be declared. So we have 14,585 votes in the Glenties area. tallied, the Glenties electoral area, and this is the final result. Nicky Bradley, Fine Gael, 413. Vincent Bradley, Independent, 12. Nuala Carr, Green Party, 111. Pierce Doherty, Sinn Féin, 5,095. Carl Gallagher, People Before Profit, 76. Pat the Cope Gallagher, Fianna Fáil, 5,227. Jordan Noel, Sinn Féin, 313. Claudia Kennedy, Fianna Fáil, 28. Pádraig McLaughlin, Sinn Féin, 143. Charlie McConnell, Fianna Fáil, 232. Niall McConnell, Independent, 289. McGee, Eamon, 57. Arthur McGuinness, Independent, 3. McKeever, Independent, 21. Kim McMenamin, 38. John McNulty, Fine Gael, 492. Frank O'Donnell, Independent, 9. Pringle Thomas, Independent, 1,004. Mary T. Sweeney, Aintu, 421. Charles Ward, 100% redress, 601 votes. That's 14,585 altogether. So I think there's something coming in here, if we bear with me, from Stranraer, just a few. And we'll do a running total on Stranraer after 6 boxes. Only 6 boxes done in Stranraer. They're Broca, Cumming, Glenmore, Letterbrick, Ballindrate, and Stranraer box 1. That's what's tallied so far. Stranraer. Nicky Bradley, 41. Vincent Bradley, 1. Nuala Carr, 8. Pierce Doherty, 574. Carl Gallagher, People Before Profit, 12. Pat the Cope Gallagher, 318. Jordan Noel, 51. Claudia Kennedy, 7. Pádraig McLaughlin, 34. Charlie McConnell, 68. Niall McConnell, 43. McGee, 6. McGuinness, 2. McKeever, 2. McMenamum, 6. John McNulty, 80. Frank O'Donnell, 6. Thomas Pringle, 80. Mary T. Sweeney, 33. Charles Ward, 157. It's a very small sample, 1,529 votes in that Stranraer.
Very good. Lots of figures to deal with. And of course, the all important results will be coming your way here on Ocean FM. We're expecting maybe the first results, the first key results around 6:30, 7 o'clock, something like that. What do you think? Yeah. Just even looking nationally as well, just to keep an eye on it. Still in Wicklow, the Minister for Health, Stephen Donnelly, looks to be in trouble and looks to be losing his seat, looks likely. I think he's in 7th place at the moment. Green Party Deputy Leader Catherine Martin in Dublin Rathdown. Looks like she's going to lose her seat. And then in Dublin Central, the monk, Gerard Hutch, looks like he actually might get a seat. And actually, listen, let me explain. I actually ended up drinking with him in Manchester. Now, let me explain.
He's a very nice...
What? Hear that now. Make sure you recorded that. John Campbell says he's a very nice man. Well, I wasn't going to say that. Who said that?
I did.
All right.
I made him by
Brendan
accident.
Byrne. Well, just let me tell my story first, and then I want to hear. But it was when Roy Keane was leaving Manchester United. Okay, so don't ask me what year it was, but that'd be easy to find out. And Roy Keane was leaving Man United. I was over there with a camera woman from TV3, and we were there following Roy Keane around the houses and all this. Then we went out and we got into a company with Irish people. And who was in the group? We only found out towards the end of the night, the monk. So, yeah, and he seemed, as I said, it did seem very friendly and personable. What's your story, Brendan?
Well, it's me being me, you know, I don't pay attention to anything that's around me, but I was in Dublin this particular day, and I was going from O'Connell Street back over to the Pro Cathedral, and from there and doing, anyway. And I just happened to be coming to this corner, and I stood talking to these two and these three who came along, and there were 6 of us talking, and And I don't know what the heck we were talking about. Anyway, I walked her down the street a little bit more, and next thing I got tapped on the shoulder, and they asked me if have you identification with me. I said I have. And they said, "What were you doing?" And I said, "Well, I went there, and I went this way, and I went that way, and I went the other way." And they said, "Well, do you know who you were speaking to?" I said, "I haven't a clue." It was two detectives.
Really?
Yes.
Jeepers.
They thought I was someone that I'm not.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But he was actually, I have a lot of friends in the Dublin inner city, and he's very well revered among the
Well,
inner
he
city folk.
obviously is, yeah. I mean, he
The-
obviously is. He looks like he might get a seat.
Well, funny, I was speaking to the friends that I have up there, and they were all saying, yes, if the people go out to vote, he will get elected.
Mm. It just makes you wonder about what impact the media has on like, you saw him coming, he was coming back from Spain and they were all around him at the airport asking all sorts of difficult questions, and it didn't seem to do him any harm. It's like, in this day and age, people, I don't know, with social media, maybe they're making up their own minds about things and people and blah, 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 and I don't know. But listen, I doubt he's a saint either.
Oh, look,
This is, I doubt he's,
yes, look,
we can say that without getting sued because none of us are saints, but we'll leave it at that. I doubt he's a saint.
well, he is what he is.
Right at home on the doll, won't he?
What's
Hey?
that?
He'd feel right at home on the doll, lads.
Well, you said it, not me. Just to remind
He
listeners,
could be the straightest among them.
we're in the Aura Centre here, the Aura Leisure Centre in Letterkenny, and this is a seat constituency in Donegal. We have 20 candidates trying to get one of the 5 seats available. And the outgoing TDs are Pierce Doherty, Pádraig McLaughlin, Sinn Féin, Charlie McConalogue, Fianna Fáil, could be in danger of losing a seat, but maybe having a resurgence. Joe McHugh, I called him independent Fine Gael at the start, but let's call him independent. Thomas Pringle, independent. We were chatting to his son. We were also speaking to Pierce Doherty earlier today. Interesting insights. Well, Joe McHugh is leaving the political scene after 23 years. And we're also interested to see how the 100% Redress Party does in Donegal. The candidate there is Charles Ward. They did well in the local elections, and we're curious to see if they can make gains. And we're also keeping a close eye, and Ronan Flanagan is going to keep us updated in relation to Sligo Leitrim. We're keeping a close eye on that constituency because there are 9 southern electoral divisions in Donegal that are part of the Sligo Leitrim constituency. And there's 18 candidates there and running for 4 seats. And the outgoing TDs in Sligo Leitrim, Martin Kenny looks to be top in the poll again, perhaps. Frank Feehan doing very well. And Marion Harkin is in danger of losing her seat the last time we checked, and Mark McSharry as well. This is all for the 34th Dáil. 174 TDs will be in the next Dáil. That's 14 more than the previous one. 686 candidates across the country. No single party is fielding enough candidates to win a majority. And that's when we look at the 171 independent candidates who are contesting the election. But it's not just the independents, it's the other parties. It looks like, if you look at that exit poll from last night, it looks like you could have 4 parties or more. You wouldn't have, I mean, a rainbow coalition, but I mean, it can't get too messy. And that's, I mean, if Sinn Féin wanted to make up a government, but if Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael want to make it, maybe they'd only need 2 groups.
There is a precedent in 1948. The entire Dáil, apart from Fianna Fáil, formed a government in order to get Fianna Fáil out of government.
Wow.
So every TD, apart from Fianna Fáil, formed a government.
Wow. So there you go. There seems to be a precedent for everything. And listen, there's 107. Can I ask about this? And maybe John Campbell and Brendan Byrne might have sort of be on in terms of having the information. The 174 TDs in the Dáil, like when I was about years and years ago, it was 166, I think. Isn't that right? And it says 14 more than the previous one. So, but 14 from 170. 114 from 174 is 160.
Yeah.
Are you saying it was reduced from 166 to 60?
The Dáil has
happened there?
The Dáil has moved in size quite a bit. It moved down to 158 seats for the 2016 election, 158. It went back up to 160 seats for the 2020 election, and now it's gone up because of the population explosion to 174. There will be obliged to do another redraw of the constituencies. And we talked about South Donegal a lot earlier, and I wasn't paying attention to you. But in April of 2027, there's a new census. And that is the first opportunity you will get to bring back South Donegal into Donegal.
Say that again. What year?
April 2027.
April 2020. That's the first opportunity.
Correct.
It's the Electoral Commission.
Yeah, the Electoral Commission must sit within 6 months of a census being held.
Ah.
And it's, we talked about a lot of the emotion earlier on, but it's the Electoral Commission, which will be headed by a Chief Justice or a retired one, will just look at the mathematics.
So they have to be completely independent from any lobbying or anything like that?
There haven't been a political redraw of constituency since 1976 when one of your gang, John, Mr. Tully, tried to do a Tullymander and it backfired. So since then, there's been an independent commission made up of the Clerk of the Dáil, Clerk of the Senate, a retired High Court judge, and it can have a one token former politician, but it's very much an independent process since 1978, I think.
Yeah, but I think that there's so much disquiet about it in the areas of South Donegal that we're talking about, and especially even among the candidates. All of the candidates that I heard talking about that situation, they keep getting it in the neck on the door.
Absolutely.
So I know that separation of powers and blah blah blah, independence, but I have to say,
you do know why Donegal South is the sacrificial lamb. You remember the last time they divided Leitrim and the hell there was after dividing and the partition of Leitrim. The consequences of bringing South Donegal back into Donegal, which is a natural thing to do, it's a natural hinterland, is where do you get 9,756 people to add on to Sligo Leitrim to justify them being the constituency that they are? In 2016, when the first redraw came into play, in order to retain the seats in Sligo Leitrim, they had to take a piece of North Roscommon and West Cavan and South Donegal in order to make Sligo Leitrim what it is. That was the price we had to pay to reunite Leitrim. So their corollary of that is, if you want to reunite Donegal, you'll have to take in a quarter of Mayo to Sligo Leitrim Mayo.
Yeah,
We can't go in just yet to Tyrone and Fermanagh to take a few thousand citizens out of there, but someday we will.
It is interesting that
John Campbell,
how you redraw that. I say that they have the criteria. It's interesting. You go back to the Tully matter. That was when a politician was put in charge, Jerome, of reorganising constituencies. He made a complete and utter hags of it because the whole idea was to draw them up in a way that give a nice favourable result to the existing parties. But he miscalculated time after time and it completely backfired. And the sitting government lost the seats. So politicians are not necessarily the best. I know it'll be enforced for the next election, but it's hard to see because I don't think the Electoral Commission will say we'll reunite Donegal, but we'll put part of Mayo into Sligo and Leitrim or the other side. I'm not sure. I think they need to be a bit creative on what they're doing. Because as we said earlier on, it's not something that's satisfactory.
No.
You talked earlier on to Brendan about the leadership of Fianna Fáil, and I'm going to risk the wrath by saying this. I think Micheál Martin, to me, is a leader like Fine Gael had over the years, has served a purpose. I don't think he can take Fianna Fáil to the next level, which is another 10, 12, 14 seats. I think
we were incredibly lucky to have him to bring us to the level we were.
Yeah, because you had nobody else.
Correct.
And that was part, I'm not being...
No, but I accept
that was part of the problem. And Micheál Martin is a very lucky leader. And they say if you're either a brilliant leader in politics or lucky, he was lucky because there is no other leader in the waiting in Fianna Fáil.
Well, I can safely say I've met every leader of Fianna Fáil going back to Jack Lynch, albeit I was only 6 when I met him. And of all the leaders that I've met, he's the most honest, straightforward, decent guy. That's what Micheál Martin is.
He is, but what Fianna Fáil are looking
maybe
for...
you do like him after all.
Some people say I don't like anyone, but I do like you now, Jerome. You're doing a good job.
Jerome, I thought you were going to have an exclusive there 10 minutes ago. But heading in tomorrow's paper, former Lord Mayor's call for Martin's head.
I've got those headings before. I don't want them back. Thank you very much.
But no, I think he's done. He was a safe pair of hands at the time he came in. He's done a job. Can he take another? The key thing you ask, can a leader get you the additional 10 seats? I don't think he can. I think he's a very nice, sensible leader.
Who could be? Because Brendan, you said it earlier as well, and you've said it as well. You said there's no obvious like there's no obvious. I mean, that could be right in the size of Fianna Fáil, the size of the party.
If you had a free hand tomorrow, then who would you say? He's a very charismatic person who can lead Fianna Fáil.
Now we're to Michelle. Come on in.
Yeah, I think Jack Chambers is very able. He's very, I don't know what Brennan would say. Yeah, beautiful. In terms of he's very charismatic. He's very diplomatic. He appeals. He's got cross party appeal as well. Yeah, I think.
Well, Jack is very capable, and I like Jack, and I think he will be the next leader of Fianna Fáil. But there's no vacancy there now. I have to put it in just in case I get a headline.
Yeah. No problem at all. Listen, we're going to be here to the very bitter end. India, can I ask you? India Kennedy's here as well, and we can all jump in on this. Like, you remember the referendums?
Yeah.
Right. Do you remember the referendums? And I was here for the results of the referendums. You know, the two referendums here in Donegal, and the only politician, and this was true actually. It wasn't because I was here. The only politician turned up the entire time was Mary T. Sweeney from Aintu. She was the only person here, and do you think that damaged? Do you think, from a political analysis point of view, do you think if Sinn Féin had have gone against the grain there and backed the right horse, do you think they'd be in a much stronger position now than they are?
I would think definitely, yeah. I think as a whole, every political party agreed that referendum shouldn't have happened. And if it should have happened, it should have been completely reworded, because a lot of people were voting on something that they didn't have a clue about. It wasn't well enough explained or researched. And there was a lot of false information that was put into the media about the actual ins and outs of the referendum. And if Sinn Féin were watching it at all, they should have went against it, explained it better, and said, this is why you shouldn't vote for it, or this is why you should vote for it. But I definitely think they missed a trick there. I think all the government parties came together and sort of just said, just vote for this. It'll be fine. Just vote for it. And there was no information. And I, like many, many other people, didn't really know what I was voting for. I did my research, but there was very limited research out there about it. And even the research that was there, it still wasn't very clear.
And did you see the number of NGOs and all the main parties and the NGOs? There's a massive list of charities, non-governmental organisations, all sorts of, who are all going with who are all backing the referendum. They all got it wrong, massively wrong. Here in Donegal, I think we had one of the highest opposition.
Yeah, but I think definitely that went down to misinformation, because it wasn't well enough explained or informed.
Brendan, do you think it damaged them? Do you think it damaged them, Sinn Féin? Like, do you think it'd be in a different position now? Because Pierce Doherty was here, and I think he said in an answer to yourself, John, that the way they kind of bounced back, or so to speak, was to have clear policies and have detailed policies and whatever else.
Well, I would like to find out where they are, I suppose. But I think what really damaged Sinn Féin, and what will continue to damage Sinn Féin, is how do you marry their supporters on the ground? Their supporters on the ground have a long history of opposing pretty much everything. And now Sinn Féin are manoeuvring themselves to centre ground and eventual government. That's fine. That's what they need to do. And they're going to be a party of government some fine day. But how do you bring your supporters that are oppositionists, by and large? How do you bring them with you? And you're 100% correct in your assessment. That referendum, when they immediately threw their lot in completely with the government, destroyed them, because they became part, to borrow their word, it's not my word, but they became part of the perceived establishment. And they are not fit to cross that bridge. Even yet, they're not fit to cross that bridge.
John?
Yeah, I think there's a few issues that Sinn Féin, in fairness, we did the night of the council election results in Donegal. We did have discussions with Pierce that night and about what it was. And in fairness, he did say, "Well, look at we've got to go away and look at this." I think there's a number of things that there. I think the referendum we're talking about, I agree. I think the biggest single issue was people didn't understand, for one reason or another, be misinformation or what, they didn't understand what they were voting for, and they said, no thanks. If they didn't, and Sinn Féin didn't, it wasn't their job, in fairness, to explain it, but uh, they had a problem there. I think there's a few other issues that their supporters that they sense kind of confusing signals on. Immigration is one of them, and it's something that I know there's some people in the Sinn Féin who don't like this issue when raised, but that is an issue where some of the Sinn Féin supporters that I know have an issue with what exactly the position is. And again, I think as what Pierre said earlier on, it's one of those areas where they need to clarify the thing uh, a lot more. The other areas, yeah, the Sinn Féin are going through the transition from a party that opposed everything. Now they're getting to a very interesting part of the political life where you say, okay, we oppose that. This is our position, their position. Then the electorate said, that's your position now. How are you going to implement it? Different world, different world. So it is.
Michelle, did you have a comment on that in relation to Sinn Féin? They seem to have had a resurgence. I don't think the debates did Mary Lou McDonald any harm.
No, of course
You know,
she's very very able, and as well as that, she comes across exceptionally well on social media. And again, I'll go back to the skits where they gave her a really good podium and they made her out to be very strong, very humorous, very funny. And most of all, as well, she's got a very maternal kind of aspect to her when you see her talking to young people in Dublin and being given bracelets. You kind of do relate to that. So I think Mary Lou is a good leader. In terms of Sinn Féin, they have. Yeah, they faced confusion, I think, time and time again over the years. Would I be right in saying that the water tax or the property tax as well, they had to do a U-turn on? And with a party like that, it should be black and white. We're not supporting this. We're not charging the people for what is rightfully theirs. Full stop. But yet there was a little bit of confusion there. I think they need a lot of clarification as well on the border issue. That how can you discuss immigration when you don't recognise a border that cuts through your own country? So if you're going to start arguing that, that means you have to see it, you have to recognise it, you have to accept it, you have to bring it into your politics. So there's a whole different sphere of politics when you start talking about border and the immigration and Sinn Féin and the 6 counties in Ireland, you know?
I think Michelle raises a very good point there. I think if you look at the TG Cahir poll, well, the questions were all asked and it probably got lost in the election. But when 67% of the people, when asked if it meant contributing more financially for United Ireland, their answer was no, no thanks. And Ireland is another area they're going to have a huge problem with. Nobody's going to say, no, we don't want a United Ireland. But you put this question slightly differently. So
are you talking about paying for
you're
it?
happy enough if there's another 5% on your tax. They're going to say, hey, hold on a minute now. No. And I think that to me was really interesting in the TG Cahir poll, and that was in Donegal. You know, you can imagine that was 67% of the to say no, no more for any no further financial commitments for the United Ireland. And I think there's a dilemma coming down the line for Sinn Féin as well. How do you sell the United Ireland policy and it's going to cost? How do you marry the two of them together and sell it to the electorate?
Yeah, I had a long debate with a friend of mine in relation to the Northern Ireland question and the United Ireland. I mean, it continues to be a key policy area for Sinn Féin for a United Ireland, but it comes with a lot of complications. And the discussion was around whether or not we could ever have gotten to the point that we're at without violence. Very difficult conversation. And he made the point that, you know, listen, he says, there's plenty of examples. He says, if they'd have followed John Hume's system, there's plenty of examples where you can achieve that all you want through diplomatic means. I says, okay, give me an example. He says, well, Scotland's a great example. He says, if you look at Scotland, he says, they almost had independence without violence. So I was in Belfast a couple of weeks ago and the taxi driver was Scottish and I made the same point to him, what I said. And he says, listen to me. He says it's completely different. He says what happened in, in Northern Ireland here has been, you can't compare it to Scotland. He says, do you know, it's a complicated subject, but if you look at these armed resistance around the world, and listen, violence is never, you just wonder where would we at. But John Hume did have a very sort of peaceful agenda. We won't get into Northern Ireland anyway, Margaret. I don't see any takers over here. I'm not surprised.
We're probably 70% the way through for Stranraer.
Okay, let's hear from Brendan Burns.
So 70% through Stranraer. The boxes not done are Liscooley, all of Ruffo, and the Stranraer town boxes. So that is the ones that are not done. These are the ones that are done. And it's Nicky Bradley on 344, Vincent Bradley on 12, Nuala Carr on 49, Pierce Doherty on 3,890, Carl Gallagher on 45, Pat the Cope Gallagher on 1,482, Noel Jordan on 351, Claudia Kennedy on 59, Pádraig McLaughlin on 314, Charlie McConnell on 459, Niall McConnell on 402, McGee on 67, Arthur McGuinness on 9, McKeever on 12, McMenamin on 18, John McNulty 437, Frank O'Donnell on 28, Thomas Pringle on 494, Mary T. Sweeney on 277, Charles Ward 100% redress on 1,046, and that's out of 9,980 votes out of a potential 12,000. So we're down to the last 2,000 to have a complete picture. Well, I do a running total when I'm at it. The running total is as follows: with 74,623 votes tallied, Pierce Doherty 18,231. Pat the Cope Gallagher 9,792. Pádraig McLaughlin, Sinn Féin, 9,726. Charlie McConnell, Fianna Fáil, 7,944. Charles Ward, 100% redress, 6,567. Thomas Pringle, Independent, 5,173. Nicky Bradley, Fine Gael, 3,575. Noel Jordan, Sinn Féin, 3,253. John McNulty, Fine Gael, 3,232. Mary T. Sweeney, Aintu, 2,392. Niall McConnell, Independent, 1,471. Nuala Carr, Green Party, 876. Carl Gallagher, People Before Profit, 581. Kim Menamin, 521. McGee, Independent, 364. McKeever, Independent, 357. Frank O'Donnell, Independent, 309. Claudia Kennedy, Fianna Fáil, 270. Vincent Bradley, Independent, 131. And Arthur McGuinness, Independent, 60. So if the turnout is to be the exact same or similar to the last time, we're probably within 3,000 votes of a complete tally account.
Very good. It's all still to play for. You're listening to Ocean FM. And don't forget, you can still watch live. We're here throughout the entire day for as long as it takes. Could be 2 days. God only knows how long we're going to be here. But you can watch us on the Ocean FM Facebook page, the Ocean FM YouTube channel, and then there's a link there on the Ocean FM Ireland Facebook page, and you'll get all the latest stats and everything else. You'll be able to watch us live. I'm sure it's not a very complimentary angle for me, but you know, I don't even want to say it, to be honest with you. But sure, look at, I'm not even the slight bit ego. We're going to be going to a break in 2 minutes' time. And just to mention as well, you can continue to text in and ask questions or make comments And the number is 083 3500 530. 083 3500 530. Now, come here, I heard, right, and this was the day before yesterday, or maybe the day before that, but I think it was an elderly woman. I think it was Simon Harris. I'm nearly sure of it. But she was asking, the Apple windfall tax. That's 14 billion euro. And now you'd need an economist here or someone. It sounds like, but she says to him, why don't you put it into an account and let the interest build up? Do you know the way you would if you won the lotto? Now, he didn't answer it, okay? Maybe it's a ludicrous suggestion. Maybe it doesn't work like that when you're talking about 14 billion. Anybody know anything about that?
But I suppose we have.
I mean, that sounds like a fantastic idea. If you put 14 billion euro into
we
But
have
sure.
the rainy day fund, which is a national fund, as national reserve, and there's 60 billion in that. I'm not sure what the interest rate is. Oh, probably a
Do
whole
you think
lot.
it gets an interest rate?
It does. They invested in a lot of state bonds and that, so there's usually reasonable investment rates,
You'd imagine.
Yeah.
And a lot of debate over where the 14 billion euro should be spent. But listen, we've got plenty more to talk about. You're listening to Ocean FM. We're on 105 FM. We're also on the social media, and you can pick us up on the apps as well, like TuneIn Radio and all the rest of it. We've got our panel are still with us, which is great. Michelle Nickfagin, who is a well-known Donegal journalist. John Campbell, former Fine Gael Director of Elections. India Kennedy is studying politics and international relations. Brendan Byrne is a former Fianna Fáil Donegal County Councillor and a former Director of Elections for Fianna Fáil. And we've still got our fantastic team with us. Margaret Carr Flynn is producing the whole thing. Kevin Fury still hasn't sung us a song. Maybe later on. Maybe we'll sing it together by the end of it, Kevin. And we've also got Ronan Flanagan, who's going to be keeping us up to date with what's happening in the Sligo Leitrim constituency. But for right now, from the Aura Leisure Centre in Letterkenny, let's take a break. Honestata to Jerome Hughes here at the Ora Leisure Centre in Letterkenny for Ocean FM. And our coverage continues, and it will continue throughout the night. And we're not going to lose any energy whatsoever. We'll be here to the bitter end. And I'll tell you this, we have 5 seats to fill here in the Donegal constituency. 20 candidates are actually battling it out to try and get one of those seats. There's a few interesting stories emerging. Potentially, we see Minister Charlie McConalogue could be in danger of losing his seat. Nationally, we see that similar interesting stories are emerging in terms of Stephen Donnelly, the Minister for Health. He might be losing a seat, and the Deputy Leader of the Green Party. And we see that the Monk in Dublin Central might actually be getting a seat. But listen, it's still early days to get a clear picture. But as we've been saying, and I won't get bored of reminding you because I think it's so important. A significant part of South Donegal is in the Sligo Leitrim constituency. And we are now going to get more information in relation to what's happening in Sligo Leitrim. And we're going to say hello again to Ronan Flanagan.
Hello, Jerome. Yeah, so tallies have just been completed there in Sligo Leitrim in the last while. So to bring you up to speed of what's going on there. So first of all, as in alphabetical order, Molly Candon from the Party for Animal Welfare on 415, that's 415. Marie Casterly, independent candidate on 2411, that's 2411. Michael Clark, Independent Ireland on 5938, 10.5% of the vote there for Michael Clark. Caroline Corcoran, also of Independent Ireland, on 79 votes. Vanessa Cosgrove of Labour on 2,072. Frank Feehan, the outgoing Fine Gael TD, on 8947. Blaheen Gallagher of the Green Party on 745. Des Guckian, an independent candidate, a current councillor in Leitrim, on 901. Marion Harkin, an outgoing independent TD, on 4307. Michael Kelly of the Irish Freedom Party, 776. Martin Kenny of Sinn Féin, 7733. Diarmuid McConville, also independent, on 67. Chris McManus, former MEP and county councillor in Sligo of Sinn Féin, 5158. Edel McSharry of Fianna Fáil on 4453. Graham Monaghan of Aonthu on 1106. Gino O'Boyle, People Before Profit Solidarity, sitting councillor in the Sligo Borough Council, on 1658. Paddy O'Rourke, another councillor, he's currently actually the Cathaoirleach of Leitrim County Council, he's on 4082. And Eamon Scanlon of Fianna Fáil, who is contesting the general election once again, having lost his seat in 2020, is on 5908. So they're really, in terms of percentages at the moment, Fianna Fáil have 25% of the vote, Sinn Féin are on 23%, and Fine Gael on 16%. And the figures to this point, according to those figures, point to the fact of seats going the way at the moment for Martin Kenny of Sinn Féin. It looks like Eamon Scanlon of Fianna Fáil is leading the way there, as well as Michael Clark of Independent Ireland and Frank Feehan of Fianna Fáil. And that's in no particular order. But in order, it's Eamon Scanlon, Martin Kenny, Frank Feehan, and Michael Clark.
So Marion Harkin looks to be in danger.
It looks like it at the moment, Rome. Yeah, she picked up there, as I mentioned, she picked up 4307. So that's a good bit away from the likes of Frank Feehan, even who is the sole Fine Gael candidate actually in this constituency, in the Sligo Leitrim one, on 8947. Like, I suppose Frank would be interesting where if he, it's a good strong vote for first of all, but Marion has a mountain to climb there. I was actually looking to see for the Donegal breakdown and figures, the South Donegal, to see, I suppose, where the votes went there.
That's very interesting.
And it looks like Martin Kenny picked up 29% of the votes there on 1215. So good strong vote there for Martin Kenny. That's followed by according to the figures, the moment is Frank Feehan on 619, which is 14.8% of the votes. And other notable figures include Edel McSharry, who picks up a very strong vote in South Donegal there with 498 votes, which is 11.9% of the votes. Well, first time contesting a general election for Hillel. She is a cousin of Mark McSherry and a niece of former Taoiseach Ray McSherry as well.
But Martin Kenny doing well from the Donegal boxes, from those Donegal boxes. Sinn Féin's Martin Kenny, and that backs up what Pierce Doherty said earlier on, because he said that, listen, if it was a Donegal Southwest constituency again, Sinn Féin would do very well in Ballyshannon, Bundoran areas. It kind of backs that up.
Yeah, like he picked up over, like I'm looking here on Ballyshannon St Anne's booth number 2. He picked 100 votes there. Ballyshannon Squel Katrina booth 2. He picked 110 votes up there, and in Bundoran in St McCartan's NS booth 4, he picked up 102 votes there. That's the most out of any candidate in those boxes, and they've probably gone a long way to determining the vote that he's got so far.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Ronan Flanagan. And that's the latest from the Sligo Leitrim constituency, and also from the Donegal perspective related to the Sligo Leitrim constituency. And a great breakdown there. Thanks very much to Ronan Flanagan, our reporter here at the Aura Centre in Letterkenny. And I just want to say hello now to a former Donegal County Councillor for Fine Gael, Barry Sweeney. You're very welcome, Barry, to our programme. We're just going to put a bit of headphones on you.
That's good.
And I have to say, I've great time for your father, because for years and years I covered the Ballyshannon Town Commissioners.
Yes.
And John was there, and we always had great crack. So, but I don't think I've met you now. If I have, it was briefly for a long time ago.
Probably a long time ago, and it's nice to meet you today.
And Barry, you were unsuccessful at the last outing.
That's right, yeah, in the local elections, unfortunately, probably for a number of different reasons we could look at, but I didn't retain the seat in South Donegal, which was quite disappointed about in the area, and for the area, so to speak. So, we'll just continue to battle on and do my community work and look at a slightly new direction in life, but I'm keeping my toes dipped into the political waters as well. We'll see how it goes.
And you're up here. I want to. You have a bit of time to stay around, do you?
I have indeed.
Because I want to speak to Charles Ward here from the 100% Redress Party as well. But before I go to Charles, you're up here. Like, would you not be inclined to be at the Count Centre in the Sligo Leitrim?
Yeah, well,
I'm not being facetious.
Yeah, no. I'm actually doing some work for Nicky Bradley at the moment now.
Right.
Senator Nicky Bradley is running in, as you know, obviously here today. And I'm on Nicky's team for this general election. And
is it crazy? We've been talking about it on and off all day. Is it crazy about this Sligo Leitrim constituency taken up in Donegal?
Well, look, it is. It doesn't go down well with people. It is. It's down to statistics. Unfortunately, we just don't have the population in Donegal at the moment to have 6 TDs. We're supposed to have 30,000 of a population per TD. So the way the census lies at the moment is we don't have enough of a population basically to have 6
But
TDs.
you need some solution has to be found.
Well, absolutely, and I 100% agree with you. I think it should be, Donegal should be reunited, but it's down to balancing out the figures, and that's why in different areas around the country, pockets of various counties are basically taken and popped into the adjoining county or constituency, and I don't like the way that operates. Nobody really does. On a day-to-day basis, it operates okay. I can deal with my local TD from my party, Frank Feehan in Sligo, and we've worked very well over the last number of years. And I suppose he is living a wee bit closer to our Donegal TD in Joe McHugh. So look, it operates and it works and it's grand, but people are disaffected. It's confusing, and it would be just much more streamlined should Donegal be reunited again. And I'd absolutely, be in favour of that happening again after the next census.
Former Fine Gael councillor Barry Sweeney, Donegal County Councillor, please stay with us if you can. Charles Ward from the 100% Redress Party, a newcomer to this whole scene here in the general election 2024. And Charles, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you.
And Charles, tell me this. What's the state of play now in terms of your candidature? How is it going? We're getting so many different figures coming in and all the rest of it. What's your analysis of it?
Well, we're in it for the last two seats, definitely the way it currently going. And if you told us a year ago that this would be the situation, we would have definitely taken it. We're in it, and we have to stay positive and just hope that the transfers go our way. And yeah, hopeful would be the word.
I was saying earlier on, in terms of when I went to cast my vote in Ballintrae in the south of the county, it was kind of like going through the motions and then off to the local garage for a sausage roll.
Yeah.
But for a lot of people up here, it ain't like that. It ain't like that. It's almost kind of like a matter of life and death, that they really want their vote to mean something, but particularly to mean something at government level. And in that context, do you think the fact that Sinn Féin come out with a very sort of clear, blunt message, we will give 100% redress if you vote for us, if we get into government, do you think that would have sucked away a few votes from yourself?
Well, look, that's what they've chose to do, okay? But what I'm saying to you is the thousands of people that are affected need a voice, and the voice has to be somebody who's affected with the same thing they wake up to every day: a defective home, cold, wet, damp home, children in hospital, chest infections, inhalers. This is happening all over Donegal. It's not just in Inishone, it's in Letterkenny. It goes all the way out to the west, and there's cases in Killybegs. It's coming. It's gonna start to spread because the quarries are not tested. So you can hit these defective materials again, and it can go back into the blocks again. We need regulation. We need somebody who's affected. We need to look at a judicial review. And if I don't make it, and Sinn Féin go in, the first thing Sinn Féin should call for is a judicial review and a public inquiry into what's going on here, because we've got over 10,000 people in Donegal that are affected, and it's a humanitarian crisis.
And the point about it is, like, I was thinking, I've actually tried to put myself in that position. I have a house in the south of the county, big mortgage and so on, a lot of pressures, and life isn't easy in any case to begin with. Forget about all this. And I put myself in that position. If I found out that the house was falling apart on top of everything else, it's a nightmare.
Yeah.
And like, some people have a capacity to deal with it better than others, but everyone's situation is different, and it must be a complete nightmare. They say that your health is your wealth and all the rest of it, but I'll tell you one thing: it would put strain on psychological health.
Of course. Look, I'm a father of four. I have four children, and it's been a war, and we haven't been supported all the way. What we have is people coming on board, and they're helping, and they're trying to get us over the line. But we need this resolved, because the government have abandoned us and failed us. And what we've got going on right now in homes in Donegal are people have given up. And I'm just trying to be a voice for them. And, it's very hard when you come in and other parts of the county don't realise what we're going through. And I can understand that. I can totally understand that. But I would say to your listeners, I wake up every day. I pay €1,400 a month. I've got four kids. My wife's a teacher. I work in healthcare. I specialise in dementia. We're squeezed to bits, the squeezed middle, and we're struggling. And that's everywhere. It's not just me. It's everywhere. Now, the difference between me and someone in South Donegal could be that their home's not defective, but they still got the same problems. But then you add that on top of it, it's a nightmare.
Exactly, yeah. That's the point I was trying to make earlier.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah.
And listen, were you devastated when you saw, like, not devastated, but when you saw the exit poll last night at 10 o'clock, okay? You're talking about they've been let down by the government. But it just looks now, let's face it looks like we're going to have the status quo again, with maybe Labour, maybe a group of the independents. Yeah. Is that devastating?
For me personally now, this is it for me now as a campaigner. I'm willing to go up to Dublin if I'm elected. I'm willing to be the voice on the floor of the Dáil. But where we go to as a party or as a grouping or as campaigners, if we can't even get somebody over the line, it's, it's going to take a lot of pressure off
But that
my.
might not be your fault.
No, but see,
Because if, and listen, and I'm saying this completely impartially, and I'm not trying to, but like if Sinn Féin were promising the 100% redress and there's a chance, like if I had a defective home up here, right, and I was looking at the mathematics, I might say, look, I'll give Charles my number 2.
Yeah.
All right. And I'll give Pierce Doherty my number 1 or something like this. So, it's a difficult situation.
It's a difficult situation.
If you don't get elected, like I made the point that if you had a by-election here a year ago or 2 years ago during the lifetime of the outgoing government, you would just fly in.
Yeah.
Because you would be the first chance that people would get to say, but in the context of a general election where you have the possibility of Sinn Féin leading government, if I had a defective home up here, and everything we've discussed, I'd probably vote for Sinn Féin, and I'd give you my number 2.
Yeah, I totally understand. But what I'm saying to you, the difference between me and Sinn Féin is that I'm directly affected. We're a Donegal born and bred party. We're ordinary human beings that have had enough. We've been promised the earth, moon, and the stars. We've had 2 schemes that failed. We watched in the Dáil as they voted down 82 amendments with people screaming in the hallway. It would anger you, and that's why I'm here. I'm trying to be the voice for the people, and I believe that if I can get in, down in Dublin, they don't think it's a problem, but I'm determined to tell them and show them it's a problem. And if I am elected, they will know about defective concrete in Donegal, because right now it's silent.
And if the theory that I was putting out there, if that comes to pass, you'd probably expect to get a lot of the surplus, Pierce Doherty's surplus.
Well, you would hope so. You would hope so. But look, it's, as I say, it's in the hands of the gods now. We've done everything. I have campaigned for over 30 days. When I ran in the local elections, I missed out by 120 votes. I campaigned for 7 weeks, night and day. And I'm determined to be a voice for the people. We need hope. We need whoever's elected. And if it's not me, and if it was Sinn Féin, they've got to come out as strong as I've come out, and they've got to go end to end. End to end is the only way out of this, because we have nurseries and creches. We have homes, but also community centres that are crumbling around Donegal. And I'll give you an example. In Fintown, I visited 17 people in Fintown that only recently came out as, we have a problem.
Saying that they
have a problem. And there's a lot of that going on too, where people are
in denial.
In denial.
On purpose, to self-preservation.
It's of course it is, because, I done a video a couple of days ago where I showed the reveal of my house. I dropped it from a height that was hanging on. I pulled it off with a piece of dental floss. And that weighed nearly 20 kilos. And I dropped it onto a chair from 6 foot underneath my bathroom floor that held a teddy bear and an egg, to show how fragile this is. Someone's going to get killed. We've told them, and we've told them, and we've told them, and we're not getting listened to. In time, in 30 years' time, we will get a state apology. But for the people that have died, and there have been many that have not been able to live through this, as in they passed away. And their
the
families
stress
are
would
left.
contribute to health issues.
Look, I'll give you an example, okay? Myself and my wife are campaigners. Anza is the PRO of the Mike Action Group. We have 4 children. We are trying to raise our children, but when you're away constantly, you're taking your children in the car to go to a protest and, trying to speak to people and trying to help people. That's what we're doing. But we're not living our normal lives. You know what I mean? I don't have the luxury of this is what we're going to do on Saturday. This is what we're going to do on Sunday. I'm away constantly. I take my children with me and I make the best of situations. If we can have a picnic somewhere, we go and do it. If we can go for a walk on the beach, but I'll be away to campaign somewhere. So I'm always factoring in things, and you've got the guilt of that. But that's just my But can you imagine somebody who's waking up in that house every single day that isn't able to fight? They're psychologically damaged. It's a war. Do you know what I mean? That's what it is. It's a war. And, they're traumatized and they give up. I was in Letterkenny, canvassing Letterkenny. I came across at least 12 cases in over 1,500 houses where 12 cases, and I wrote it down, that the people, particularly the men, would have to have some kind of psychiatric treatment or intervention where it was, I've worked in healthcare. I know what it looks like. They mentally, their home is their castle. When they can no longer look after their castle and their homes, their children and their wives, they feel like they've let themselves down and they've let their families down. And to see that on the doorstep, like I've gone and I've spoken to people and I've given them like good advice. And my advice is that you're in a defective home, but the number one priority in that home is your family. That's the most important thing. And I spoke to one man there about a month ago, and he'll know it is. He bought a home in 2021 for 400,000. The home is defective. He is trying to get on the scheme to remediate that home. He's going to have to come up with 117,000 of his own money. He's got 2 young kids. His wife works part-time. The bank won't look at him.
Of course they won't.
He said to me, "What'll I do?" I says, "It's going to take you about 10 years, but," I says, "you've got to consider your mental health. And if your mental health's that fragile, I suggest that you put the keys back. You're only 4 years into your mortgage." Because see, if I had a time machine, I've been paying €1,400 for 20 years. And if I could go back in time, I wouldn't be in that house. I wouldn't have built that house. I wouldn't have done it. I would have lived my life different. But what it is we are forgotten
You're too
about.
far in at this stage. And listen, I can remember the date because I started a new job in the dairy people all knew, and it was early November. But there was a delegation from the European Parliament. Okay, were you involved in that?
No.
Well, there was a delegation from the European Parliament visited Donegal in relation to the defective concrete. So you don't know anything that came of that?
No. Look,
nothing came of that because you think there's EU funding. I mean, Jesus Christ!
But you see, the problem is, and it's real simple. Our quarries in Donegal are not tested. Okay, we're tested by a different standard. We should have a European standard for building our blocks. And the irony is, if you go into Derry, they've got the European standard, but we don't. So we need regulation and testing to make sure this doesn't happen again. Because right now, there's blocks being built that are not fit for purpose. And it's going to happen.
Even as we speak?
Even as we speak. There's houses. Dennis McGee built his house in Fulcara in the west. And it came out of a quarry in Fulcara. In Fulcara.
How is that happening?
Because there's no regulation on the quarries. They can produce the blocks without being properly regulated. This is what we're facing.
And listen, it's not just soundbite stuff here, but it is a legitimate question. You know this €14 billion the Apple tax windfall, right? Because I'm not as clued into this, for example, as my brother would be, because he's covering it all the time on the Highland Radio and so on. But like, how much has there been ever a figure done on the total cost to sort the thing out in Donegal? How many did you say in terms of how many?
Okay. In Intermission alone, we suspect 10,000 in Intermission alone. Now, when you come into
what's the like, has there ever been a cost on just to sort it out?
Well, currently, the way we're doing it right now is the dearest way you can build a house. We've got semi-detached houses that they're splitting apart. I done a video a few weeks ago. A semi-detached house. There's a family in one end of it, and the other end that's empty has been condemned. This is what we're doing. It's farcical. Can you imagine? A semi-detached house is one unit, but one end of the unit, they've been moved out for their own health and safety, social housing, but other end, the house is still okay, they're in it. It's the same house. This is the nonsense that we're dealing with. There's no common sense. When you look back in years, the poster of it, and I said this to Charlie McConlogue, you say this scheme works. How can you split a semi-detached house down the middle and rebuild it and leave the people that are in the other house stuck because they cannot build it financially themselves? One one family move on, the other family are stuck. They're in the same building. It's ridiculous what we're dealing with.
And I'll tell you one thing, the 14 billion, right? You can talk about infrastructure projects and blah, 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 but that would sort it out very quickly, right? How many's in a 1,000 in a billion or something? 1,000 billion in a billion?
Yeah, look.
Listen, what I'm saying is that you could sort out the problem, and no better cause. Do you know what I mean?
But see, this is
no better cause compared to some of the other things that it's being earmarked.
Yeah, I would agree with you. But the reason is, and it's one reason, it's because we're in Donegal. That's why. If this was anywhere else, it would be sorted straight away. But Donegal is forgotten about. Now they could do it for in Leinster. They got them 100% redress in Leinster, 3,000 houses, but we don't even get anything like that. Now you got to remember, in Leinster, they move people out of their houses and they give them a date. So let's say September, and they say your house will be ready by September next year. They give them the keys a year later after they got them rented accommodation, and they were returned to their homes with their pictures hanging on the wall. People in Donegal can't even hang a picture on their wall. Our walls are falling down.
Barry Sweeney is a former Fine Gael councillor, Donegal County councillor, and he's here as well. Barry, you've just heard Charles there speak at length in relation to, and Charles Ward is from the 100% Redress Party, one of the candidates here, one of the 20 candidates. You've just heard that. What do you think?
Yeah, Charles, I've been around quite a lot of houses in the last number of months, seeing the devastation that has happened. And the effect, I suppose, over the last number of years working in the council, I've seen the effect that it's had on people. I've also seen an enormous amount of work that's been done by Donegal County Council and the councillors, and I think that sometimes goes unmissed, goes unnoticed. The efforts that has been put into this scheme to get a scheme up and running, a scheme that is far from perfect, a scheme that needs changes, and a scheme that has been changed over the last number of years. Tweaking at the edges, I would nearly say at this stage, there are certain things that really need to be, and we're not just talking about money here. In fact, I think money and even the increase, the recent 10% increase in both the rate and the cap is not the answer, I feel, because we're going to see prices rise. We're going to see other people who want, another house built, an extension on their house that's not affected by any defective blocks. Those prices are going up for those people as well. So the shortage of labour, the shortage of skills, the price of materials, all that's going up as further money has been invested into the scheme. So there's practical things like the transfer of eligibility. There's things like what Charles has said about the semi-detached things. These things that are kind of crazy that need to be changed now. And I think, side by side, construction is another thing that should be considered, so a family can live within their house, and if they have the land, if there's space beside them to build there. But it's a very, very complex situation, and each case has its own complexities. Each case has a lot of heartache. But I'll tell you another thing. When I was on the canvas trail for Nicky Bradley, I spoke to quite a few houses that have been completed, people that are in the process of completion, nearly there, and there are people that are happy. And thank God I've heard somebody who's happy about it. No, just a wee moment, because I know, and I've asked this question of different people. When I went up to Buncrana recently to a couple of different meetings that I was at, and I asked around a few people, I said, is there anybody happy with this scheme? Is there anybody happy that they got their house rebuilt? And I didn't get a positive answer to that question. But when I go door to door and met a number of people, they said, do you know what? It's been a pain in the arse, but I'm happy now. My house is rebuilt. We're living back there. It's cost us 40,000, 50,000 euro, maybe more to be in there. And they have a lovely new house, top standard, and they're just glad to get it over and done with. So it gives a bit of hope that the scheme has worked for some people. And, people are buying into the scheme, obviously, as well. But I think buying into the scheme, the thing is, it is under constant review, and that is something that we need to really work on. If Charles gets this seat, he's going to have to be a voice for that, along with other TDs from Donegal who will be fighting for the same thing. We need improvements to that scheme to make it worthwhile. Um, there, there are, in terms of the work that's been done, the nuts and bolts, the legalities, the framework of a scheme is in place, and that's the one that needs to have these changes done. I know there are 81 amendments, and within the People's document, there's a lot of different things that have been put out there. I was up at the launch of that document in Buncrana in the Gateway Hotel, I suppose approximately a year ago. Some of the changes are coming in place, but it's not half-fast enough. I think the time when those changes should have been done is when the legislation was pushed through 18 months ago, and when Joe McHugh voted against that because he felt it needed more time for that pre-legislative scrutiny. That's the time when some of these changes should have been made, and it was rushed through. Joe McHugh wasn't happy about that, and that's why he voted against it. The councillors in Donegal, all 37 of them, not happy about that, and that includes government parties and councillors as well.
Charles Ward. Yeah, so people have managed to get through this scheme. Yeah, 60 people out of 5,000 have managed to get through this scheme in 5 years. 60 homes
so far
fully built. That's 60 homes in 5 years, okay? Half of these are outer leaf remediation. That means the outer leaf is done in the house, you're in the house. When you do that, you cannot sell the house. You can't get a mortgage on the house. The house is currently unsellable at the moment. And the other end of it too is that the science is dictating that the outer leaf will fail. I've been to 4 or 5 houses where the outer leaf failed. I went to one woman who sued a block supplier in 2002. The block supplier came and took down her outer leaf and rebuilt the home and compensated her. 8 years later, she had to take the outer leaf out again because it failed. And with her compensation, she went to another supplier and done outer leaf. And that failed again because she didn't want to move. She was nearly 70 years old. She's been through this trauma time and time again. Do you know what I mean? So the number is 60 homes, not fully built, 60 homes, and half of them are outer leaf remediation that aren't insurable or mortgageable. This is what we're dealing with. There's 5,000 people waiting to go. Potentially by the time this is done and dusted, you could be talking about 18 to 20,000 homes, creches, nurseries, and community centres, all with no scheme to cover them. That's the reality.
Yeah, and those are some of the issues there that absolutely need to be changed within that scheme to include full demolition. And I'm not a scientist. I know we're waiting still on scientific research.
I've spoken to them,
and I know that the only thing is the demolition. Of if there's mica present, if there's pyrite, if there's any sulfates that are present in there. Full demolition is the only answer to it.
Look, pyrite and pyrite is the issue here. It's not mica.
Yeah,
you can have a mica house. A mica house will stand the test of time, but currently, there's people with mica homes that can't sell them, can't get insurance on them, can't get anything. They're stuck. It's the same. But what I say to everybody is, when people say this scheme is working, no, it's not. 60 homes have been built. There should be. I'll just give you a quick figure. For us to be successful in this, we need to be to come out of this in a 15-year period, we need to be doing 700 homes every single year in Donegal. Okay? We've done 60 in 5 years. 60. I said to Charlie McConalogue, why can't we go end to end at a public meeting? And he says, you wouldn't get 30 done if we went end to end. I says, you've only done 58. That meeting was nearly a year ago. There's only been a handful since. We are not going to get this. There's no will to get this. The only way this works, and the only way it works for people, is you need money. And I'll just give you a quick breakdown. I'm 47 years old. I will not be able to borrow over 100,000. I have got children going to college, and we're in a defective home. There's thousands like me, and we've only got 60 people through the scheme. It doesn't work.
Okay, listen,
Okay.
Charles Ward from the 100% Redress Party. Best of luck today, and I really hope that it gets sorted, because you've done a great job anyway highlighting it, and thanks for all your time today. Before I let you go, Barry Sweeney, former Fine Gael councillor, I want to chat to you very quickly. What's the situation with Fine Gael in County Donegal? Because my day when I was back here, it was Dinny McGinley, and Donegal, like Fine Gael was like a power, a sort of a major power in Donegal.
Yeah.
And Joe McHugh is retiring after 23 years or something like that.
Yeah.
There was all that stuff about, is he in Fine Gael, isn't he in Fine Gael? Even now he's down as an independent, but I think he's still a member of Fine Gael. I don't know.
No, he's outside of the parliamentary
completely
party now.
But he's still a member of Fine Gael.
He is.
But anyway, the point I'm saying is, is Fine Gael in disarray in Donegal?
I think Fine Gael is at a low ebb, absolutely. And we see that with the strength of the results here today. Sinn Féin are sweeping the boards. It's bucking the trend nationally. I know Sinn Féin are doing well nationally, but Fine Gael are also doing well nationally. Like I think what's happened to Fine Gael in County Donegal has happened over a long period of time. The sort of reduction in the amount of councillors, for example, getting the work done on the ground. Like when I was in last time around, there were just 4 Fine Gael councillors out of 37. This time around, there are 3 Fine Gael councillors out of 37 councillors in Donegal. Getting the work done on the ground. And by the way, very good councillors and very hard workers, and doing a lot of good work and working well with all councillors in Donegal. I must say that there's a very good working relationship and power sharing agreements within Donegal County Council over the last 15 years, the last 3 terms. So it's we're bucking the trend. We feel separated. We feel peripheral in Donegal. That's always been the way, and we need that extra bit of help. I don't like the tag that we have of the forgotten county.
I don't. You feel peripheral?
Well, it's peripheral geographically.
You're saying you're not getting the support from party headquarters?
No, what I'm saying is Donegal needs additional help. We've no trades. We know the transport system in terms of Donegal has been lacking over the years because of the geography. There's
the forgotten county types.
Yeah, but I don't like that phrase because there's a lot of really good things happening in Donegal. Like, we are a fantastic county, and I always start there saying, what a beautiful place we live in, what great people we have, what lovely language and music that we have in this, and culture and heritage that beats the band and knocks the socks off anywhere else in the county, and our beaches and our mountains and all that.
Question of Fine Gael, support from Fine Gael headquarters for what's happening here in Donegal. Do you feel you're getting full support?
We are getting good support from headquarters, but if I go back to even the last, I don't want to harp on about the defective blocks issue, but I think we should have got more support at an earlier stage on that. And I think that support is there. I don't think it's fully understood because of whatever it is, the busyness of running a country and doing everything else in the country, the unique situation that, I know it's not unique. It's not unique to Donegal, I know, but it's particularly in Donegal.
But it is a unique. That's the point. That's when I was making the point about the 14 billion tax from Apple.
Yeah.
Like, this is not an issue that is likely to reoccur once it's sorted.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So it is a unique situation. I mean, surely to God, they could just
let's not forget that there's
wouldn't even be a billion.
Let's not forget that there's 2.3 billion already committed to the scheme, and that's been drawn down in sections. Now, somebody will say it's only 70 million, was it for this year? But 70 or 700? Sorry. Forget the stats there. Whatever it is, it's something that happens gradually. Charles said there's only 60 houses done. There are a lot more. There's 300 in. There's a load within the system. There's 300 commencements. There's it will take a long time. We're talking, at least 20 years before this is done. Like, we'll be old and grey even at that stage. But what we need to do is get the system right. And I don't really want to go back. I know we spoke probably enough about that, but I think from a party point of view, we've had support from HQ on it. There's a lot of funding put in there. There is a scheme in place, and the nuts and bolts of that scheme are working for some.
Like, a huge amount of time on that.
Yeah, sorry.
But come here, and just on the question of Fine Gael, Simon Harris and you know, do you think are you happy with like it looks like we're going to have the status quo in the national government, doesn't it? Maybe with like Labour and a couple other maybe groups or whatever else. And I don't know how it'll work with the if there's going to be. It's all too soon to say about rotating Taoiseach and all that.
It's too soon for that.
Are you honestly are you satisfied with the Simon Harris?
Yeah, I think he's
leading the campaign.
He's come in and he's been very he's been energising to the party. He's a very clever guy. I admire him greatly as Minister for Further and Higher Education. He's done great things for ATU in Letterkenny, for Sligo, ATU and St Angela's and all that. He's done a lot of really good work over the last number of years. But I really think that within Donegal, sorry, can you turn that down a wee bit?
We're just having a wee bit of a...
Yeah, just a wee technical thing here, sorry.
It's a bit loud, is it?
It is a bit loud. That's better there now, yeah. Thanks. Within...
if you take one of your ears off...
Right.
Leave one ear on and one ear off, just in case it's banging, the banging.
Fan off side. Okay.
Sorry, it's picking up the background.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, Jerome, going back there, I think...
yeah, we were saying about Simon Harris.
Simon Harris is a fantastic worker. He's brought an awful lot to the party. His sort of induction as leader came at a good time. Within Donegal, we've a lot of work to do. We've got really good, hard-working people within Donegal within the party, but we only have 3 councillors at this point in time. Where you see the efforts of those, the really good efforts of those, is not seen as much as 10 Sinn Féin councillors or 12 Fianna Fáil councillors on the ground, because it's spread over the whole county and much more. So, in terms of how or why we've lost this support here today, the single biggest issue, we've already covered it, but there's, I suppose, we're living in a different era of, within the media, within social media, and the amount of, I suppose, engagement in social media by the next generation, and how people are influenced. And we talk about famous people now as influencers rather than being famous for other things. If you're an influencer, you're famous all of a sudden. So influence is a very important, a very prevalent thing at the moment. And negative influencing is also something. And I just hate the negativity that's surrounding Donegal at the moment. There's an awful lot of it. I would like to see that positivity getting out there, because we have a lot of good things in Donegal. If we look at our education system, and as I mentioned, the amount of money that's been spent on roads and infrastructure is huge within our community, and our sports facilities and all that kind of stuff. We have amazing stuff going on, tourism, all that kind of stuff. But no matter how many millions, Joe McHugh got for the schools in Donegal over the last number of years, it's not counting on the ballot papers, and we might see that with Fianna Fáil and a minister at risk today too.
Yeah, John Campbell.
I think there's 2 things. They're looking at this sort of as a former director of elections for Fine Gael. I think first thing, the most immediate thing was, I think that I would detect a lot of Fine Gael people would be annoyed that, as they would see it, with the overplay with the Harrisons, and it was played, replayed over and over again. And genuinely, I think in the last day or two, I detected a lot of people saying, hold on a minute, yeah, he did what he did, he made a mistake, but this has been used, manipulated, or whatever. Like you said, I think that's one, certainly got that from a lot of Fine Gael people over the last 2 days. I think in relation to the election, yeah, and as somebody who was there, a former director of elections, maybe one of the things that was needed a number of years ago was to freshen up the organisation with younger people, younger bodies. And for one reason or another, that didn't happen. I think the one thing I would look at in relation to the two candidates that went forward, and anybody who'd ever contest an election, my attitude would be fair play to you, put your name on the ballot. But I think if I would have a criticism of the party nationally, it was they were aware that Joe was stepping aside. And this is the decision now, can't be influenced by the people in the constituency. But they should have used the opportunity, say 12 months ago, to say, okay, we're closing off nominations for run the next election last September. Give those 2 young candidates an opportunity to go out through the county and make themselves familiar, because I think that's one of the issues that the 2 young candidates have. I said, John is known. Yeah, John McAnulty's known well in my neck of the woods, in Kilcar, where I live and all that. John, take John up to Fanad, etc. He just hasn't had the time to do it. Again, for Nicky Bradley, the same thing. Okay, he was appointed a senator, but I think that's something, in my honest opinion, I think that's something that was a tactical mistake by the party. But that's not something that's under control of the organisation locally. Those decisions are made way, way in advance. And it's something I just couldn't, I just think it was tactically, it was something that the powers that be should have looked at.
And that's a leadership scenario, isn't it?
Not the least. This is, I always distinguish between the party leader and the party headquarters. There's a world of difference here. If I were pointing the finger, and I don't expect anybody else here, I'd point the finger at the party headquarters and say, well, why did you not make that decision to have the close-off date in September of last year and give them a year to develop into it? And that's a decision that rests solely with the party headquarters, not with Simon Harris or his predecessor or the organisation in Donegal Southwest. The decisions were made, in my opinion, too late. But, that's where I see the biggest issue that arose in this.
And will you run again, Barry Sweeney, Fine Gael, former Fine Gael councillor?
I mean, what I would say at this point in time is, yes, I'd be interested in running for council again. I was disappointed, and I know there's a lot of work that's ongoing, and these things do take a long time. Various projects, various things you work on, you have to look at them in terms of 5 years or 10 years, even to get some of the big projects done. So the momentum that I suppose I lost, or I was stalled in, is frustrating and annoying. So
what
I
went
would
against
like to,
you at the last election?
I suppose, look, I'm not here really to talk about myself, to be honest. I'd like to talk about Nicky Bradley and John. I think there was a few different things. There might have been a bit of voter apathy. People thought I was a safe seat, to be honest, and that you should never. It's like the kiss of death, really. I worked very hard and delivered for Donegal and for South Donegal, and unfortunately, various reasons, I could go into them, but just going back to our candidates, and like what John was saying, we've two very good candidates there, and I work closely with Nicky Bradley myself on this campaign. Nicky was appointed as senator just back in July, so she was only just getting into that. And whilst Nicky has a wealth of experience in advocating for disability issues and a number of things like that, she's kind of new to the political scene, so she needs to get her feet on the ground for that. In terms of coming to terms with being a senator and getting into that role. But like all of a sudden, the general election was cast upon her. This whole campaign. So there was an awful lot at once, and really to get that time, it was a short campaign. We knew it was coming up, but eventually it was just 3 weeks, and to get out and to do what we did as a team, Nicky Bradley, I'm very proud of. I think she had a respectable vote there today. Sorry, and I'm not writing anything off here because we're at tally stage. We're coming into the first count. And it's looking like not a great day for Fine Gael and Donegal between the two candidates, but we've got two very good candidates there. And if we think of regroup and rebuilding and looking to the future, that's what we will do.
You're down in Ballyshannon.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see many candidates from the Sligo Leitrim constituency up around your area? I'm also in the same constituency as you. We're in the Sligo Leitrim constituency.
I couldn't even vote for Nicky or for John.
Yeah. I know, but well, I'm in Ballintrae, so I'd be more like, well, it's near Ballintrae, so it's more or less on the border there of this constituency. But I didn't see sight nor sound of.
All right.
Did you see anything?
Oh yeah. No, there was a few.
They
about.
Probably would go to Ballyshannon, Bundoran because population.
Well, I was speaking to Frank Feehan yesterday morning. He's been up and down a lot to the Ballyshannon, Rosnowla, Cashlard area, Bundoran. And at 8 o'clock in the morning, he rang me and he says, "I'm heading up to the polling station in Ballyshannon here now. I've already been in Rosnowla and Cashlard and Ballintrae." And
That's true.
Yeah,
because he had just left.
Yeah.
He had just, when I voted at around 7:45 yesterday morning, he had just left, and I was like, wow. So he'd been around all of the
Yeah,
he'd been
so
around all the voting, the polling stations.
he's a great man for getting around to these things, and
Yeah.
he's up and down
I
a lot,
didn't see
and
him now, by
I've
the
worked
way.
well with him over
But
the last
you wouldn't
years.
have seen many people. There were all the candidates were up canvassing, were they? That's what I mean. I didn't see anyone up at my house. Is what I'm trying to say. But sure, look,
okay.
why would they go out just for one vote, just out there? I don't know.
There's a question
John
like to
Campbell.
have your views on it. In that, the fact that the area Lahi Ballantrae and Ballyshannon Mondoran is not part of this constituency. Do you think that, for example, they're not engaged, not part of the general election? Do you think there's a knock-on effect when it comes to a local election that these people haven't been engaged with in a Donegal setting with the people that are, are here? Do you think it makes it more difficult to get the vote out when it comes to the local election, like that you thought?
I think it does. I think it did. It was probably one of the reasons that we might have referred to earlier. We're a bit disenfranchised, and people do that sort of voter apathy has been mentioned a few times. Yeah, that creeps into it all. But when you're building a team, when you're working as a unit with politicians, with your counterparts, with council staff, and that, all my council work would be within Donegal and that. But then you're dealing with a different set of TDs, and it's kind of just throws you off kilter a bit, and people get confused over all that. And even as as a Fine Gael councillor in that area, I'm dealing with politicians from Sligo Leitrim and politicians from Donegal, and I get super draw tickets to sell every year in Donegal, and I have no time. I have no time to sell any of them, Sorry, maybe we're going off a wee bit off point, and
I'm not even sure what the point was.
What was the point? I don't know. We're just blabbing on here, Jerome. But I was talking about our two great candidates that we had today, and working well with Nikki, and it's probably important to note that Nikki is a senator. She remains as a senator now for the rest of the Shannon term, and she is a voice for Donegal, and we need to use that voice. We need to build on these things, certainly for the future, depending on how things go today.
Okay, well, Barry Sweeney, former Fine Gael councillor here in Donegal, thanks very much for dropping by.
No problem.
And tell your father, John, I said hello.
I will indeed.
I'm sure he'll remember me.
I will indeed.
But thanks very much, and best luck in the next election if you decide to run. Now, Goramila Mahagat, Brendan Byrne. You've been away from the table for a while. You've been going around chatting to people. What's the lay of the land? I mean, we're still I suppose we're getting near the stage now where we're heading towards a possible excitement in terms of an announcement or whatever in a couple of hours. But what's the lay of the land?
Well, at the minute they're pigeonholing the ballot papers into the respective candidates' pigeonholes. That'll probably take about another 2 hours, really, and after that, then they will be the first count proper will come. But what you'll also see in the next, I would think, probably the next 45 minutes, hour, is that each candidate's individual papers will come back down once more for public scrutiny. They will be on the tables here. All the papers belonging to Pearse, all the papers belonging to the other 19 candidates, from the candidate that got the most to the candidate that got the least. And that will be an opportunity for the tally people to go in and tally number twos. And that's the second stage of our tally process, where we will be making predictions on what we get from that process of tallying the twos. Because as you can see, with the exception of Pearse Doherty and Pádraig McLaughlin, who should be elected on count 1 and count 2, Pat the Cope is relatively safe. He's in second place. He'd probably be overtaken by Pádraig McLaughlin on the transfer of Pearse Doherty. He should then at some stage take the third seat, and that leaves 2 seats remaining and 3 strong contenders for that: the Minister Charlie McConnell and Thomas Pringle and Charles Ward of the 100% Redress. So 3 candidates into 2 won't go, and one of them is going to have to be the last man standing without being eliminated. I'm not quite sure who that is at this point in time. There's a school of thought that says that the minister will hold on. There's a school of thought that says Thomas Pringle will hold on. Either way, I subscribe to that on the basis that John McNulty and Noel Jordan are there. They're geographically in the one neighbourhood is Thomas Pringle. They will transfer very, very heavily to Thomas Pringle. So I can't see any scenario where he won't get elected. The only scenario that could arise that would prevent him from getting elected is if inside of Pierce Doherty's transfers there is a disproportionate amount going to go to Jordan, which would get Jordan to leapfrog Thomas Pringle. But that would be a sensational transfer and it would go against anything that I've seen so far. So I think Thomas Pringle is searched for the seat, and that leaves Minister McConaughey along with Charles Ward of 100% redress. This is very early stages. It's just surmising from the figures that we've seen. And that seat will be determined by the transfers of the two Fine Gael candidates, namely John McNulty and Nicky Bradley. And every poll that has been taken right throughout the course of this election has indicated one thing, that transfers from the government parties, be it Fianna Fáil to Fine Gael or Fine Gael to Fianna Fáil, are very, very strong. So when we get to that point, which I estimate will probably be around count 11, 12 or 13, it'll all depend on what gap is there between Minister McConaughey and Redress. Redress will be gaining all along in the first 10 counts, no doubt about it. They will be getting transfers from everyone. Does the gap narrow? Does Redress overtake Charlie McConaughey? All of those questions we only can surmise, and we can only give you an opinion on it. But that's how I see it unfolding at this very early stage.
And it's significant, will it not be? Like, such as the vote for Pierce Doherty, his surplus will be distributed.
Yes, that's quite.
And who said it earlier on? Was it himself that it's kind of disciplined voting? Was that you, John?
The Sinn Féin vote has always been a very disciplined vote.
Disciplined. That would mean number one, if you're voting for Pierce, number two, McLaughlin.
Number three,
but
that won't
number
happen.
Three, what?
That won't happen.
No, it won't happen.
When you have a candidate that gets as many first preferences as Pierce Doherty has, he's probably, 20,000. There's no way, and I don't care what he said there, and I did listen to him saying it, that the party vote is disciplined. It's not a load of nonsense.
Right. So what happens?
It'll happen. I'll make a prediction. Shouldn't be making predictions this early because you'll only get caught out, but you have to live by the seat of your pants sometimes.
Oh, geez. Look, listen. Just give it a whirl. We'll not hold it against you.
I think probably 10% of the surplus will go to Pat the Cope on geographical basis.
Yeah, well, that would make sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
disciplined or no disciplined.
Yeah. And 40% of it most likely will go to his main running mate, which is Padraig McLaughlin. And I think you'll be surprised at how little of it, in actual fact, goes to Noel Jordan.
Yeah.
I think you could see a scenario for Noel Jordan may get less than 20% of it, and well less than 20% of it. So that begs the question then, when that happens, what other avenues are open to Noel Jordan to remain in the race? We saw earlier on the opinion poll by Tyrconnell Tribune, which is reasonably accurate, actually, in light of now what has happened. And it showed clearly that a third of Noel Jordan's votes were going right back to Thomas Pringle. So that's what will give Thomas Pringle the edge, in my estimation, when we get to a scenario where you'll see the elimination, most likely, of Noel Jordan, because there isn't voter discipline within Sinn Féin to keep him in the race.
I think there's the other
John Campbell
side of this as well, is that talking out there to the Charles Ward people, they do expect, for example, a very reasonable transfer from Mary T. Sweeney when she goes out, because she's geographically very, very close to them. So that's a boost. I think, like you have said, Brenton, inside of Pierce Doherty's vote, there is Charles Ward does, obviously, in comparison, say, to Charlie McConaughey, gets more of a boost there. So it's going to be very, very, very close when we get there. But nothing has changed this morning. The sources of number twos, unless it comes from McAnulty or Bradley to McConaughey, they're the only realistic sources of twos I can see, are additional votes for Charlie. So It's going to boil down to that number threes, fours, fives as we start getting to the business end of this. But unfortunately, we're probably about that's count 9, 10, 11, 12.
Well, if you look at the standing of the candidates at the minute, Thomas Pringle is what? He's 1,500 votes behind Charlie Ward, and he is about 2,800 behind, 3,800 behind Charlie McConalogue. That sounds a lot of votes, but if you're there and you know that you have John McNulty, who's only 5 miles on the road, and he's got 3,365. Noel Jordan is what was 4 to 6 miles out the road, and he's sitting with 3,382 votes. You know that you have votes left in the gas tank that you can lift. And then I would also predict that there will be something around 7 or 8% of Pearse's surplus that will also go to Thomas Pringle. So there are three sizable transfers that are open to him that will bring him right back into the race. Or take Ward at that stage, and he will also potentially come quite close to Charlie McConalogue. So the real race, I think, is between Charlie McConalogue and Charlie Ward or Charles Ward. At the minute, there is 1,300 votes between them. Charlie McConalogue has in his advantage Nicky Bradley. And I was looking at the percentage of Nicky Bradley's votes that are Letterkenny based, Melford based, and Inishowen based. 2/3 of her vote is from that geographical area. That is, I think, the best opportunity for Charlie McConalogue to get a real sizable transfer. And I think that will keep him in contention. The margin between him and Charlie Ward will narrow. It'll narrow significantly. But I think the determining factor will be the Fine Gael transfers, particularly Nicky Bradley's. I think she got something like 400 or 500 in Inishowen, 1,000 in Letterkenny, and another 400 or 500 in Milford area. You would expect Charlie to pick up 40 to 50% of them, because at that stage, Nicky Bradley's running mate will be out of the race. And it'll be solely a vote that'll transfer to re-elect the government, even though there was no electoral pact between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael.
Brendan, was there any sense within Fianna Fáil? I mean, I know you're not directly involved in it, but was there any sense you'd still have contacts? Was there any sense within the party that Charlie McConalogue could be in trouble before people went to go and vote over the last couple of weeks?
It wasn't necessarily that Charlie was in trouble. I felt from speaking to the context that I do have that the idea of winning 2 seats relatively easy was not on. That if Fianna Fáil were to succeed in winning 2 seats here in Donegal, that all the stops would have to be pulled out right across the board. We knew for the last 2 to 3 years, whenever the general election would occur, that there was going to be issues in relation to Redress and MICA and the defective blocks. Because, however, it was handled, the fact there was 1 to 2 different schemes and it was modified. And anytime you have a government scheme that involves compensation or redress that has to be modified and modified again, that leads to a lot of discontentment and dissatisfaction with the government. And the fact that they had to go to Dublin multiple times to protest on the street, that was leaving irritation and frustration in the minds of the ordinary people. And that's what we seen last June when they elected 4 councillors on Donegal County Council. And this is what we've seen here today. They're just not happy with the scheme. And that will remain until, as I see it, and as I said earlier this morning, they're going to have to get around the table, and this is going to have to be trashed out so that there is buy-in. Otherwise, it'll continue to fester and it'll continue to grow into discontentment. So from a Fianna Fáil perspective, and I can't speak directly for them, I can only speak indirectly from speaking to them, is that they knew it was going to be an uphill battle to win 2 seats, but they also knew that Pat the Cope was a very determined candidate this time around, and he was going to leave no stone unturned and no door unlocked. And we have seen that. His vote has increased by 2,000 votes.
Do you think Michelle Nicfagin, journalist here in Donegal, do you think that Pat the Cope would have made a deal with Fianna Fáil headquarters when he agreed to run here in this constituency, or do you think he's just doing it for the love of the party? in terms of, you know,
That's
huh?
Fianna Fáil headquarters didn't want Pat the Cope to run.
Yeah.
Fianna Fáil headquarters would have taken anyone but Pat the Cope. Fianna Fáil would have certainly, it's in terms of him being a candidate, he was adamant that he was going to be the candidate and he has worked consistently on that.
Did he fall out with Fianna Fáil headquarters?
I'm not aware that he has, but they didn't tap him on the shoulder and say, Pat the Cope, you're a fine fella, run for us in
Would they
Donegal.
not want the guaranteed seat?
In a perfect world, that's what you
how it'd
might
work.
think
Yeah.
it would work, but in politics, it's, as John Jared would confirm for you, it's a strange game
There's
when you
something
go
going
back
on
to your
here, I don't know.
headquarters.
There's something. You're telling us more than you're letting on. There probably was a falling out maybe from the last time, or it's all politics anyway, huh?
Well,
All innocent politics.
look at, if you want to do something in politics, you have to get up with your own ass and do it. You don't wait for headquarters to tap you on your shoulder and say, you're a nice fella, run for us. If you want to run, be it a council or be it anything else, you have to go and do the preparatory work yourself. That's my view.
We're going to speak now to India Kennedy. India Kennedy is a student in Belfast studying politics and international relations. And India, you've been around the hall here now. I think things will get there's a bit of a lull at this stage. There's a little bit of a lull at this stage because, you know, nobody's allowed in or out and that type of thing. But before that happened, you know, you've been going around speaking to people. There's a lot of supporters. Like, this place will be packed later on. But what sort of atmosphere do you feel that people are still high energy around here or whatever else? The supporters of the candidates and so on?
There seems to be a good support from all the candidates. I think a lot of the parties are very happy with their results. I think it's definitely showing now what the front runners are. It's very clear that Pat the Cope's done very well, even though he isn't a sitting TD. But has he done too well at the expense of Charlie McConlogue? It's hard to know. I think the Redress party was a party that came out of nowhere, and everybody seems to be saying that. And even though Paddy Diver didn't support Charles Ward and was very open about not supporting Charles Ward, he still has done very, very well. And it's looking like he's going to take a seat. And it's good to see that the Micah people have come out in support of Charles Ward, because there was a kind of a rumour going around that there was a split in the camp between the Micah 100% Redress Party, Sinn Féin and Thomas Pringle. But I suppose that's shown in the votes that the people still want the Redress Party to support them. So, I mean, it is very positive, but like, it's hard to see Donegal, because Donegal votes very differently to the rest of the county, or sorry, the rest of the country. But the national figures and the local figures are still quite different. But it's going to be an interesting day or 2 days.
2 days.
I would say it's going to be 2 days. Sure, what else to be at?
And tell me, and Michelle, what do you think? You've been around the place as well. What I see is people from even South Donegal that are in the Sligo Leitrim constituency. A few of them have been up here. Earlier on, we had Pierce Doherty up here, and then you have those who supported some of the candidates. Later on, it's going to be packed. But what have you been hearing when you're walking around the place?
Well, we've been hearing that Charlie Ward is definitely one to watch, that Charlie McConlogue will be battling it out for a seat. But we knew that before we came on today. We knew that there was going to be a battle for the last seat anyway. We knew that Pierce Doherty and Paddy McLaughlin would do well. We were hoping that Pat the Cope would retain, get a seat back. So all of that's good. The place is quiet right now. There's a lull during the day, but once it comes near to the count time, it gets very, very, very busy. And that's when you see all the political candidates come in. Like, they don't come in early in the day, they'll come in later, they'll come in with their supporters, and the crescendo at the end of the night will be the first person elected, and it'll become quite like a circus in here. There'll be that many people in here, you won't be able to move or hear yourself.
One thing that when I kept speaking to people on the run up to this election around the place, when you're in a bar or whatever else, is that people were like saying, I'm not going to vote. I'm not going to vote. This government, you know, this cost of living is a massive, massive issue that keeps on coming up. And then, you know, another thing, I was involved in a bit of fundraising recently, and it opened my eyes to see how many other groups are fundraising. I mean, the number of groups the number of groups, everything you can think of, the amount of fundraising that's happening when we have a government, we have a country that is supposed to be, on paper, wealthy. But, and of course, raising is good. It brings people together. It's good for the community. It's good fun, and all the rest of it. But it's actually incredible.
So when you take into account that for the last couple of years, we've seen the growth of GoFundMe. Like before this, we never had GoFundMe. We would have had rare or seldom held dances in the local pub or whatever, and the locals would all go out and they would support. But now we've got a whole network of different people starting off GoFundMes because there isn't the money, the cash isn't there. They don't know any other which way to do it. So they're depending on the charity of other people. And this goes to almost, every single aspect of society. We're not just discussing health anymore. We're discussing everything. And it's a poor indictment of the government that things are like this.
But it's structural. I mean, it's structural. It's not the fault probably of one individual country, but it's government. I mean, it just seems to be, but it's incredible the number of organizations that are out fundraising. And India, you'd see that as well, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, definitely. From local GAA clubs to Movember, everybody's out fundraising, and it's unfair on families because it's hard enough to be a family and to survive as a family. But when you have kids coming home saying I'm fundraising for this school draw or this GAA draw, it's a lot of pressure. But things like GoFundMe, a fiver from 500 people go a long way, whereas you'd be less inclined to, give to someone, hand them a fiver, you'd be nearly more embarrassed by it. But at least when it's GoFundMe, you can give as much or as little as you want and you can make your name private, but you're still supporting in your own way. But I think things like bucket collecting are still very popular. It's hard to go into Donegal Town now on a Saturday and not see somebody bucket collecting.
And every group is doing it. And then I met some woman who's fundraising for cancer care or cancer research. And you're like, okay, well, this is like, you're seeing all these other fundraising. You say, oh, cancer's the big one. We should be supporting that. But it's not just, it's every sort of organization that you can think of. Now, come here, John Campbell, I want to switch a little bit here, right? And I want to ask you, if a gun was put against your head, or if you're a betting man, let's just say if you're a betting man, let's calm that down a bit. What do you think what do you think the next government will be here in this country? 1 second now, we're just going to pause that thought.
Captain of your starting road at the table here on my left-hand side. We will through counting process. We will indicate
To tally personnel which candidates' votes we are counting here on this side of the hall. Thank you.
Just a quick announcement there from Geraldine O'Connor, the returning officer here at the Aura Centre in Letterkenny. You're listening to Ocean FM. And by the way, if you've got questions or comments, you can contact us here. Our panel is ready and waiting for you. And the text number is 083 3500 530. 083 3500 530. You can text us on WhatsApp there. It couldn't be easier. And with your comments and your questions, we've already read out loads of them earlier on. And don't forget, tune in on 105 FM, but you can also watch us live here from the Aura Leisure Centre in Letterkenny. And that's by going on the Ocean FM YouTube channel, or you can click on the link in the Ocean FM Ireland Facebook page. And also there you'll get updates on sort of the results and everything else that's happening as we're going. So listen, forget about guns against heads and all that. But John Campbell, what do you think the next government's going to look like?
Well, first thing when you're in here doing this sort of day, it's hard. You're not looking at really other things nationally. I don't know. Obviously, the two, I suspect it'll be Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael. Now, making up the numbers is difficult when you look at how it is broken down. I think the easiest group to target is probably the independents, but at the minute, I don't think they just can have enough to take it across the line. It would appear from what you're saying here today that the Green Party are, down to what, 2, 3 on a good day.
Looks very rough. The leader could be losing out. No, the deputy leader of the party But that always happens. So they were part of the government. It always happens with the smaller coalition partner, doesn't it?
It is. It always does happen that the smaller party in a coalition suffers. And when we were just talking about that earlier today, if you look at Labour, all those years on, has never recovered from being the smaller party in the coalition. It's down still around 5%. To make up the next government, there's going to be a hell of a lot of negotiating. But I think at the end of the day, political parties will find a way if humanly possible, because at the end of the day, their view will always be it's all about power. And whatever has to be done to get that power, they will do. That's the simple rules of politics.
Brendan Byrne, what do you think?
Look, we brought the country to an election, and we're going through the process of counting the result of that election. And what's the purpose of an election? To elect a government. The people decide what makes up that government, and fast forward to next Tuesday when everything will be done and dusted. If Fianna Fáil have X amount and Sinn Féin have Y amount and Fine Gael have whatever, there's a duty on the elected TDs, or there'll be 174 of them, to form a government. You know, I do enjoy discussions over the last number of elections. I won't go into coalition with X and I won't go into coalition with Y. And sure, more often than not, that's exactly what happens. So come Monday morning, it'll be all a numbers game. Who can get to 87 or 88 seats? And that's going to be your government. And if it's Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael with one or two other smaller parties, I would hope, rather than a bunch of independents, then that's what it's going to be. I can't see it, in all honesty, being back here in 4 months' time with no government being set up to have another election. I don't see any merit in that. The people have decided that this is now the formation of the next Dáil, and from that we must elect a government.
India Kennedy is one of our panelists. She's studying politics and international relations up in Belfast. India, can you give me an insight, if you can, or your views on it at least, in terms of why we don't see extreme parties getting elected here in Ireland, the far right, the far left? I mean, you look at the situation. I just came back from, I was just in Amsterdam briefly, and you know, you've got Wilders there. He's part of there's 4 parties in government. I mean, the Netherlands originally one of the founders, you could say, of the EU, but you see Maloney in Italy, right across the place. And actually, analysts that I was speaking to years ago warned, especially around the time the economic crisis following 2008 through 2009, Greece was almost falling out of the Eurozone. But analysts were saying that, look, if they don't get the economy sorted out, you're going to see a rise of far right anti-EU politics in the European Union, which could result in the downfall of the EU. But we don't seem to see it here in Ireland, do we? I mean, there are you see fringes of it.
I think that's for a lot of reasons. One of the reasons being we are still very much a country that votes through our ancestors. Like, there is very much people still vote with their party, with their family party, and they will not sway in any way, shape, or form. It doesn't matter if their father and their grandfather was Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael, they will continue to vote Fine Gael, and they'll continue to, you know, pass that on to their children. But I think that there isn't a strong enough far right party because people are aware. I think social media allows people to be aware that a lot of these far right and these extremist parties, it's propaganda that they're sharing, and it's false information that they're exposing onto the people. And yes, there is supporters and they're entitled to have their supporters, but as a whole, we as a society are very well informed and can be so easily well informed through the internet and through research and through social media to realize that the things that they're saying actually don't make sense, and in a lot of cases aren't morally right.
I mean, but maybe we haven't had the same economics. I mean, well, listen, you have to be so careful what you say, because people are struggling, but we haven't had the same struggles to the same extent as some of the other countries, and maybe that's why it hasn't translated into moving towards the extremes.
As a country, we've been through our own crisis with COVID and with the economic downfall. But I think we as a party or we as a country realise that it's important to have a government and have a stable government which is made up of, stable parties which are well informed and well in touch with the views of the people, instead of, far right or extremist parties that are very much a one party or one kind of topic party, and they're very anti-government. A lot of extremist parties you see now, they're anti-government, they're anti-EU, they're anti-COVID, they're anti-vaccine, and they're very vicious parties, and because they want their views to be heard and they believe that their views are right, and that's democracy. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion, but when it comes to politics, you have to think, well, if this party gets into government, this can be detrimental for my rights. This can be detrimental for the funding. This can be for the country as a whole. This can be serious.
And the richest person in the world is Elon Musk.
Yeah.
And he's very friendly with Donald Trump.
Yeah.
The United States, he wields an enormous amount of power across the world, really, for economic reasons. That's changing a little bit,
but if you look at the American election, and I would say in years to come, it'll go down to every election, it's all about money. Like, the American election wasn't about who was the best candidate. It was about who was the best candidate in social media, who had the most money, and who could buy the most votes. And that showed.
Do you think we should be worried, Michelle Nikfagin, journalist, Donegal journalist? Do you think we should be worried about Donald Trump coming back in January?
One of the things that I would be concerned about, and I'm even surprised that I do know this, is his stance on cooperation tax and how it will impact tech companies here in Ireland. I think that's something we have to be really aware of.
I think it's 12.5% at the moment, isn't it? Corporation tax, unless it's changed. And what's he saying? He wants to bring it up?
He wants to lower it in America, which will make it more favourable to tech companies in Ireland moving across there.
Moving back home.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that will have a detrimental effect if it does come into being on the Irish, without a doubt. That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah. I think it's going to be
John
very,
Campbell.
very interesting as you go ahead over the next couple of years, because what's happened in America, Trump has let the people have decided Donald Trump as their president. One, everybody knows his views. His views were well articulated. America is going to become extremely protectionist for its own interests going forward. And I believe, and that's what the American people voted for. There's going to be, I can't see how there isn't a knock-on effect economically and politically in Europe to what's about to happen in America. I think you can look at it from just corporation tax. You can look at it at many, many other things. The whole system of the American thing the motto is going to be America first here. Okay? I think that's the first thing. I think there will be a knock-on effect here. And the interesting thing will there be a boost to, for want of a better word, right-wing politics parties in Europe? And I have a gut feeling that there will be. I think the next couple of years, usually anything happens politically in America, going right-wing, left-wing, whatever, over the years, there has been a knock-on effect. And that's over the last 20, 30 years. And I can't see that not happening. And that will create a completely different set of problems for the EU.
And, the thing about it is Donald Trump, he did have some success in some areas. I mean, listen, the list of stuff that he did, which was crazy the last time around, pulling out of the Paris Climate Accord, pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal, but if you look at, for example, if you're a big fan of NATO or military spending, he did actually put pressure on the NATO countries to bring up the spending to 2% of GDP. And he says, if you don't do it, you're not going to have the military, you're not going to have the support of the United States. There are a list of things that he did that his supporters would turn around and say, listen, he was very radical. But the big concern now is he does seem to have a different team behind him this time, a team that might not push against him so much And so maybe he'll be able to do more damage in inverted commas this time, Roddy. What do you think?
I think that's probably one of the things that his supporters like was the NATO thing I've always found very interesting, where he basically said, look, if you want to have protection in place in Europe, you sort of very wealthy countries in the top 10 in the world pay up. And his own electorate loved it like that. And probably if we were living there, we think, yeah, you know, you're looking at the UK, you're looking at Germany, one of the wealthiest countries in the world. They weren't contributing. He said, come on, we're picking up the tab for everything here. And I think it's going to be, the more worrying probably thing will be for the amount of protectionism that comes into it. That's where, and the corporation, that's where it can be, where it can cause a problem. But I mean, in fairness to the guy, he said America's first. He's putting it first, and a majority, huge majority of the American electorate said, "Yeah, we like it."
And the media, though, if you look at, I don't know whether you're following it closely, the media in the United States, and we're talking about this because it has an impact it has an impact on us. You know, it has an impact on the European Union, it has an impact on here. But, Michelle, you know, in the United States, the media were getting very much, like if you watch CNN, for example, you know, it was pro Kamala Harris. And if you watch Fox, it was pro Trump. They don't seem to get a very mixed bag of information, do they?
Exactly. And I think the duty of the media is to always be balanced and to always be fair. And if you have a personal opinion, you leave it at the door before you come in. You do your work and you do it in the best, most informed, factual manner that you can. You really shouldn't get personal about it. And I don't think that media outlets should get personal about them either. And I didn't. There was a way as well when you were watching the election, you were able to tune in and out of different places to get different angles as well. So in a sense, you know, it give you the two sides of the coin. But I really don't think it's professional of any media outlet to be supporting any one candidate.
I think it could evolve even further, India, because we talked about it earlier in terms of the role of social media. When I was following Enda Kenny around in 2011, it was just basically the traditional media. You know, you go there, you follow him around with the camera, you gather the material, you do a package, you send it back. And social media wasn't as massive as it is now. It's totally massive. But I wonder how it can evolve even further. Like it's kind of a lot of pressure on candidates that might be a little bit older. I mean, they have to focus in, they have to maybe hire in companies and all. Like, you know, it's things have changed, but it could become even more in that direction.
I would say the 2029 election, we're going to see a lot more focus on social media. I would say that a lot of people are going to try and come away of the grassroots of politics, going to the doors and meeting the people and focusing more on social media aspects and focusing more on doing things like Facebook Live and TikTok lives to try and, because they can reach such a bigger audience in the one place, you know, and different people can ask different questions all in the one place. And it's a great way to get your voice across and hear from so many different people in the one area. But I think that it's important that we never lose the grassroots of politics, going out and meeting people, because it's such an important aspect of politics. It's a foundation of politics. And I think that although the media is extremely important and it will continue to get more and more important in politics, we should never forget the grassroots of politics, the likes of handing out the leaflets, you know, putting up posters and everything. I think that's so important.
There is so much misleading information on the likes of TikTok, though, isn't there?
Yeah,
Like if you
definitely.
flick through it, and honestly, if you've reasonable common sense, you would know straight away that it's not true. But like the amount of stuff that people say to me, "Oh, did you hear that?"
Yeah.
Was one recently, and I was like, "No, I think it was something about it's BBC." Somebody actually said to me, "What do you call it? EastEnders is going off air or something like this." Do you know,
Yeah.
next year, but it's like it's constantly, and people are saying to me, and I says, "Well, how do you? Like, you need to check that."
And
You
especially
check it
now,
yourself. But
with
it's really bad now. It's much worse than it was even a year ago, I think.
and the rise of AI as well is having
Oh
a
my
huge
God.
effect. Michael Healy-Rae got in big bother over using an AI of Taylor Swift endorsing him, and that's just what the future is. A lot of people will use AI to write their election manifestos and continue with election. Like, I wouldn't be surprised in 10 to 20 years if policies that are made for the government are made through AI.
No, I wouldn't be surprised either. And well, hang on a second there. We've got John Campbell's here.
What I find quite funny is that if you're watching, and Michelle sort of alluded to it there, if you're watching the American presidential election, I know I find myself doing it. I went between CNN and Fox News because I wanted to get the two sides of it.
Yeah.
And I think in hindsight, that is actually quite dangerous because I went to Fox News to get obviously what the Trump campaign was doing. I went to CNN to get the others. The worry about it, I think, is that touching Trump, the Trump campaign identified, look at the best thing here maybe be just go ourselves down social media. And that was very successful for them. The downside of that I see going forward, unless there's some way to regulate, verify, call it whatever you will, that is open to abuse 20 times worse than one television station being pro one candidate, one be pro the other. And I just worry about that. The way you can manipulate social media, by the time somebody has got turned around to correct it at the minute, it's too late. Like if you get someone, you pick someone up on that pick, unless most people pick up say, oh, didn't know that was going to happen. That's it. And in politics, that's in the mind and that's out there. So I don't know how I genuinely don't know how you do that, but the media, the two main contributors are even MNBC in America, they've got themselves totally. Is there anybody, for example, from the Republican Party that looks at CNN? And is there anybody from the Democrats that bother to look on Fox News? It's so polarized. It's frightening. Like ones are the Republican channel, and one is a Democrat
And
channel.
even the think tanks, like they get on experts from think tanks, and the think tanks, so-called think tanks are actually geared towards, funded by whatever way they want you, whatever opinion they're looking for. It's very hard to find international impartial media. I've never come across it yet.
But the key
I think that maybe the closest I've seen maybe is Al Jazeera or something like that. But even that has
the key thing I agree with Dion, that as long politics can never lose touch with the personal touch with the voters. That's the day it becomes a complete disaster, in my opinion. If they're going out there, shaking hands, listening to the problems, and if you're a candidate, you're getting told off. But that's the essential part of politics. If it becomes totally social media or anything, it's not. It's got
about
to
getting
go out
out,
there.
shaking hands.
It has to be done. Hear what the people tell you what they think.
What's amazing, at the last local election, I was down in Donegal, down in where I'm in Lahi, and the one guy, I shouldn't have said guy, but it's a long area. What? There are a lot of candidates. To see him getting tired, I don't know what I'm saying. But the one person that came in that I met, I'll tell you one thing, they got the vote. So and because it was the only person I met during the entire.
That's right.
And you could say the same about Ballantrae when I went to vote in Ballantrae. If I had met any of the candidates, I think it would have swayed me because I thought, okay, it's like the text that we got earlier from one of the listeners. That if you actually meet the people, but maybe I'm just too rural. India, Kennedy.
It's very hard in a general election to meet every single person. I think because this was a snap election, yes, there was candidates that were canvassing before the election was called, but unless you have a concrete date, you'd need about months solid canvassing every single day to make sure you met the majority of the people in Donegal. And that'd be the only way that you could safely say you've met every door. But it's very, very, even at local level, it is very hard to reach every single door unless you have at least 3-4 months. And that just doesn't happen in politics at the minute.
Absolutely. India Kennedy there, the voice of India Kennedy, who's studying politics and international relations. And before that, you heard Michelle Nick-Fagin, a journalist here in Donegal, and John Campbell, former Fine Gael County Councillor and former Director of Elections for Fine Gael as well. And you are listening to Jerome Hughes live from the Aura Leisure Centre in Letterkenny, where we're anxiously awaiting the results of count one here. And we're expecting that maybe in the next couple of hours. Hopefully we'll get the ball rolling, and we'll get all the key data as well when we get the first count, and we'll bring it to you live here on Ocean FM, and also the latest. This is a 5-seat constituency with 20 candidates. Also the latest from the Sligo Leitrim constituency, which is a 4-seater with 18 candidates, because of course part of South Donegal is in that constituency. We'll bring you all the latest as we get them. You can keep contacting us as well on WhatsApp 083 3500 530, 083 3500 530. But for now, we're going to take a break.
And you're very welcome back to the Ora Centre here in Letterkenny for the Donegal constituency count. And we'll just let Jerome take a little break for a while. So it's Mag sitting in for Jerome for just a short while. John, can you just take us through what has been happening here today, just for our listeners and our viewers who may possibly have just tuned in and might possibly be expecting some concrete news? But what is the situation at the minute?
Well, the situation at the minute, we're at the stage where they're just checking Pierce Doherty's votes. What they'll be doing there, they'll be checking the accuracy of what when they bundle them in there to see have they got everything right. This is not the count. This is a check on the votes where
This is the tallies.
This is not even the tally. This is where they check to see there's 100 in that bundle and it's 100 for Pierce Doherty. So they'll do that. They'll follow on then. They'll do probably Patrick McLaughlin next, Patty Cope. They're really kind of one step ahead here. They're lining up for the count, and then obviously when we get to that stage, they'll have to distribute the surplus. But we're a long way from that yet.
But why those candidates are they going down through everyone's? Like, well,
no, they'll end up having to check everybody because the surplus comes into play with Pierce. But if you go to the other end of it with I'm not going to pick out any particular candidate, maybe with 200, they'll need to check them because when they're eliminated, those votes will have to go. So they'll want the vote numbers. Let's say there's 200 and there are 190 and 10 non-transferables. That'll need to tally up on her sheets that there's 200 votes there. So that's the first, we'll have to go through this with every candidate. Now, it'll be a lot faster after this because obviously Pierce is 19,000. So I think she's probably put her full team on it at the minute. As you get down the list, she can give those votes to multiple teams. The Cup, there's 10,000. Patrick McLaughlin, there's 9,000. Charlie McConnell. After that, it'll be relatively quickly because you're just counting instead of many thousands, you're counting whatever. But it will take, I would say, a reasonable assumption would have been from the start to there. It will take 3 hours at least to do this, if not 4 hours.
To do this current
check on it. What it's also doing at this minute, it's giving the tally men and women a chance to check where the twos are going. So as we go on to this evening, the tally people will have a fair idea, for example, of roughly speaking, Pierce will have 6,000 of a surplus. So they're going to be reasonably certain that they can tell, certainly whether they tell who they tell, but where them 6,000, how many non-transferables, how many are going to Patrick McLaughlin, how many are going to Charlie McConnell or whatever. So
are we saying then that, we were expecting the first count around 6:30, 7 o'clock? I think that's slightly gone out with.
I think that's where
that's sailed out. The tide has gone out in that one.
That's very optimistic now. I think maybe 6 o'clock tomorrow morning or someone like that. But no, the strange thing, once you get this part of it done, once the votes are checked, once they're pigeonholed properly, it's relatively easy then because you can set out our teams and count. It's easier count when you know that you're counting and there's no mistakes in the bundles. That happens a lot quicker. This I've always thought is the slow and most dreary part of a count because this is just verifying them. But there's interesting things popping up here just as you go through it. Now, I want to say we're quoting actual figures and tally figures, so there's a wee health warning there. But if we look at Pierce's vote is down on the last time. Now, can't read too much into that till we have a final tally of actual total votes. But it would appear that there's not much difference in the turnout on the last time. Patrick McLaughlin's vote is down. Thomas Pringle's vote has remained pretty constant. The Fine Gael vote, for example, on the tally figures comparing them with actual, is down nearly 3,000. Charlie McConnell, Charlie is down as well. A few hundred, several hundred. Had to cope, interestingly, and I think this is where On the provisional figures I have here, Pat the Cope was about 2,800 up on the last time. Now, I keep saying, Bernard might have been telling you about everybody's vote going down. I can't think of very. That is impressive. And it's impressive as well in the Pat the Cope thing is that he's actually beaten Pierce Doherty in his own district. And I have to be honest with you, that's probably one of the most impressive things we've seen in a long time. If somebody told you a year ago that somebody would take Pierce on, for want of a better word, in the Glenties area and actually top them on number ones, you would have looked at them and said, "Nah,
that won't happen."
that
Brendan,
won't happen."
why do you think that has happened? Why?
Hard work and absolute commitment to get himself re-elected. I think he left here a very, I suppose, shocked and dejected politician 4.5 years ago.
That's right.
I remember speaking to him the following morning, and he was absolutely determined. He says, "That's not going to be the last chapter in my political career." And from that day to this, he worked and worked, even though he had no elected office and he had no secretarial assistance or backup. He just remained 100% committed to serving the people to the best of his ability without office. And the people respected that, you know. And
So here in the Aura Centre at the minute, Brendan, what are the people who are tallying for the candidates? What are they looking for now? They're standing there watching. Those who are taking out the ballot papers. What are they looking for now?
They're looking for the missing piece of the jigsaw puzzle. What they're now looking for is all the twos and threes that will come into play. For example, those candidates that have lesser votes that are going to be eliminated. Basically, we know everyone from Nicky Bradley down is going to be eliminated over the next 7 or 8 counts. So those that went out to vote for them candidates most likely put a 2, 3, and 4 after their name. So the tally people will be looking to see what percentage of those twos goes to Thomas Pringle, who's in contention, Charles Ward, Charlie McConnell Oak, and to see can they determine from that in advance of the counts happening to see what full transfers they're getting. And that's why I would hope from speaking to them maybe in 2 hours' time, you would have a fair indication: are Redress getting the transfers they're anticipating, or are they not? Is Charlie holding on, which I expect he will? And so that's what they're at. They're drilling into the 2s, 3s, and 4s in the papers to see what is the trends.
You mentioned then that the Cope was working away, and he ran a great campaign. Do you think that was the best campaign of all of the campaigns that were ran? Would you think that? Well, the Cope was up there. I'm going to ask everyone the same. Who do you think ran the best campaign?
If you look at what's trending in the social media, the amount of people that said absolutely no one came to my house to canvass. Well, if that is the outworkings of what the last 23 days have been, you would have to ask all the prospective candidates, what the heck were you at? Or, for that matter, how did you think you were going to get elected if you weren't on the doorsteps? Now, I'm pretty sure that the Cope was canvassing in every area. I think there's very few areas that he didn't have teams out. I was following him on social media. I was speaking to people that I know throughout the area, and they had people from Pat the Cope call to their door. And I think that's sign of that is there, because he increased his vote in at least 85% of the booths that he was contesting. So was it his best campaign? Well, anytime you come here, not a sitting TD, fighting your way back, and you increase your personal vote by almost 3,000, you would have to say it's a pretty darn good campaign.
Now, I know myself, we had just 2 leaflets put through my door. That was it, from 2 candidates. And I saw one of them. Now, I don't know, maybe they say, oh, sure, she works, she knows us all. We've no need to knock on her door, but that was it. For you, India, who do you think ran the best campaign?
I would say Nicky Bradley and Pat the Cope definitely stood out most for me. I think Nikki Bradley is somebody I follow on Instagram anyway before she became a senator, and I think she was always very active on social media. But throughout her campaign, she had Helen McAtee and she had Maria Walsh down to canvass with her, and she was very active on the doors and she was very present on social media. But it's just unfortunate that that didn't reciprocate in the votes. But I think Pat the Cope, he definitely hit the nail on the head. He was on the doors, he was on social media, he was very active on social media, he was on radio, he was on, there was ads in the paper, and he had posters up from here to Timbuktu. He had posters everywhere. And I think it definitely shows in his vote.
But you do not think, though, that people want to talk to their candidate at their door, or they want to talk to at least a member of their team, that not everybody's on social media, not everybody's going to say, oh, that's a great TikTok video, I'm going to remember that, or I've seen them on Instagram or whatever it is, that they want to have their say, whether it's good, you're doing a good job, or this is my issue.
Yeah, well, we were the same. We didn't see any candidates. And it's unfortunate. I mean, we're lucky we have social media, but for people living out in Carrick and up in Drummerone that don't, aren't involved with social media, it's very difficult to choose a candidate if you haven't actually met them and haven't spoke to them. And if leaflets aren't distributed through the door, a lot of the small leaflets were posted, but they don't give very much information and they don't tell enough about the candidate. It's more about the general party views. So I think that's something that definitely needs to be looked at in the next election, to make sure that if you're not at somebody's door, you're speaking to them in some way, shape or form, or you make sure that your leaflet and your information is given to them.
Michelle, what about yourself? Did anyone stand out for you or any campaign?
I'm going to say two things. One, I thought that Pierce Doherty's campaign on TikTok was very good, and I'll tell you why that was. I thought that his TikTok videos were far ahead of other candidates, especially in his own area. So I thought they were supreme, very good. And as well as that, they had your home Donegal and all the different views. Thought that was very smart. Now, in terms of a smart move in the run up to the snap election, I thought that Pat the Cope was extremely good, very hard working. All that working worked out with him as well, because I heard he was on every doorstep from here to wherever. But I think one of the smartest moves he actually did was when he realigned his focus to Mulroy, Kilmacrenan, where he was damaged before by John O'Donnell. Mulroy, Kilmacrenan and Termon, that area. So when he thought he might, he would generate more votes from that area. I thought that worked out very cleverly for him as well. And one of the things that I picked up last night from the exit polls, and something that I was very surprised about, was the lady that went into the polling booth and actually voted for a party, a TD, because they answered her email personally. I was in shock about that.
Yeah. But you don't think, we saw videos of Micheál Martin on top of a buffalo and Simon Harris jiving and all that sort of stuff, that people are not turning around and saying, well, that's not real. That's for show. That's put on. I'm on the stage and I'm doing an act for you. Do you think that would have drawn in votes for these candidates?
I think that it would definitely have worked for them up until, see, after the 2 weeks. I think it was actually a U-turn coming on social media. You could nearly see it, where there were more skits being generated by the behaviour of certain leaders in the government, But I do think it's absolutely astounding that somebody would vote for a TD because they answered her email personally. And I will say this as well about Pat the Cope. If you ring Pat the Cope, as Jerome did, morning, noon or night, he will answer. If you have anything that you need done, he will do it for you. So that will stand.
But don't ring him at 2:00 in the morning and think he's the taxi driver like Jerome did. No, we won't do that. John Jared, what yourself? Did anyone stand out for you? Or
Well, I think looking at all aspects of it, the most rounded campaign was by Pat the Cope on several fronts, even before we get into the campaign part of it, but an essential part of it, there was areas that he lost out in the last time, and other people in the party that maybe didn't throw their weight or took it for granted. And a very important part of politics, he went and repaired that before he started into this campaign, and I think that's a very important thing to do. I'm thinking about two areas in particular, but he had the political know-how to say, got to square this away in two particular areas. And when you look at the results today, he did. The other thing is that it was very wide what he did. There's a lady I was just talking to in the Ballybofey area, and not particularly political, and said, "But what do you think?" And she said, "I'm going to vote for Pat the Cook because he was always there to answer the phone call, even he wasn't the TD." And that is and was huge. I think the other part of it as well, and I just watched the number of people he had out canvassing was impressive. If it came to teams out and knocking on doors, there's not many places, you know, that he didn't go to. And that's hard to do in his own area of West Donegal, South Donegal. If you're in Letterkenny, it's another thing. But if you start even in his own district there, and you go through the whole Gweedore, Letterkenny, or the Gweedore, sorry, Dunlow area, it's a massive area. But I seen a picture one night of his workers in Dunlow, and there was 80 people in there. That's impressive to me as a director of elections. He had 80 people in there prepared to go out to canvass. And that's good political organization. And, you know, as it dust settles on this and we look at it, I can but admire a politician who lost the last time, came back this time, and increases his vote by 2,800 to sure is there. That is a political achievement. And hats off to it. He nailed it. He absolutely nailed it. And he nailed it with legwork, and he nailed it with just work and being available to people.
Will he be, Brendan, if he get, when and he's confirmed as being elected and all, will he be one of the oldest politicians we could have now in
He's most likely to be the second eldest. Bernard Durkin is older than him. He's 80 past. And because the Cope was in Europe for 2 terms and out of the Dáil for the last term, he won't be the father of the house. It'll most likely be Bernard. I think he was elected in 1981 as well. So he'll be the second most senior in length of service.
But I think from his point of view, he's never gone away. Like, while he's lost his seat, he's been working and working all the time, hasn't he?
Absolutely. And I think it's a shocking statistic, but in the last 15 years, he's only actually been in Dáil Éireann for 4.5 of them. He was previously in the European Parliament. He lost his European Parliament seat in 2014, narrowly. 14, 15, he was not in Europe or the Dáil. Came back in 16, was elected for that 4-year term, and then lost his seat in 2020. So we have this perception that he's always there. He is always there and always working, but he's not always in the Dáil. I mean, as I say, he's only been there for little over 4.5 years out of the last 15.
The fishing community in Killybegs and areas like that, they depend a lot on him, don't they?
They do, and traditionally would have done, depended on him down through the years. He's always been a very firm advocate for the industry. Of course, he worked in the industry for the first 20 years of his life. He was a fish processor, the sector I represent now. And always, he at European level, when he was the last Irish MEP that was a full-time member of the PESH committee each and every time that he was in the Parliament in Europe. So he is a strong advocate, and I know from my own day 9 to 5 job, it's not 9 to 5, it's 24/7, that we are
increasing wages.
No,
you can never get him on the phone. That's why he's working hard.
you don't get that either. But in terms of wanting a friend inside in the Parliament, we definitely have someone now that has the knowledge, has the background on it, and has the practical experience on how to work ourselves out of what is the worst crisis in fishing in the history of the state, that has got particularly very bad in the last 4 years.
Are fishing families struggling? Are they?
If you look at Killybegs, and I've been around Killybegs all my life, and if you're a fish factory worker, or if you're working on a boat, we're all the one and same now. You're struggling maybe to get 28, 29 days work if you're on a vessel, days at sea. In a factory, you're struggling to get 6, 7 weeks work. And the fishing industry is an industry that needs high investment in order to compete with other countries, such as the Dutch, the Spanish, and the French. And we are here in Ireland. We have the richest fishing grounds in all of Europe. 85% of the fish that's caught around the waters of this island are caught by French or Spanish or Dutch, Danes.
But why, Brendan? Why is that? Why has that been allowed to happen?
Well, historically, when we joined the European Union in 1973, and particularly then in 1983, when we set quotas, we weren't as advanced in development as other European countries were. So that's the first problem. And from their advanced development over us in those years, they had stronger track records of fish catching and fish processing. So we were set at a time, or quotas were set for us at a time when we were only starting to develop, and other countries were 20 years more advanced than us. And the policies of the European Union, yet to this day, state that the quotas that were set in 1976 or 1983, confirmed in 1983, are the same exact quotas today. And the countries such as France, they superinflated their quotas at the negotiations. And the naive Irish came in and told the truth. Well, this is actually what we caught. Whereas the French and the Dutch and the Spanish, who joined much later in 1986, came in and whatever quota they were actually catching, they multiplied by 3. So historically, we were locked into this agreement that's only going one way each year. That is evolving and moving on. It's worse and worse it's getting. And then we have had, for the last 28 years, we've had a department that really were indifferent to development so there was a combination of stuff, but it's very difficult when we go to Europe and we have the Dutch and the German and Danes and the Spanish talking about the great value that fishing around Ireland is to them. And we are representatives of the Irish fishing industries. And we're sitting there I sit there as a representative of a factory that I know will be closed for 44 weeks in the year. And
totally closed for 44 weeks?
Yeah. In some instances. And I'm sitting there as a representative of an industry that I know that if you look at the Eurostat figures for fishing, if you look at all the other countries, it's shown constant growth. And since 2017, we've constant decline in Ireland. And what was very frustrating for me, coming from a political background, was when you would go to the heart of government, and I'm not criticizing one government over the other government or one minister over the other minister, they just weren't getting it. They weren't getting it.
Well, as part of the problem, Brendan, not being, and you did mention it there, was that when the initial foundations were being laid, our Department of Fisheries were so outthought, so far off the market, was unreal, like in relation to the quotas and everything. They were just I think the perception always has been that our department in the Marine enforced European law to the letter, but had no interest in the day-to-day lives of the people that were fishing. And, you see, you go for a walk in an evening in the Killybegs there all through the summer, and you see many, many, many hundreds of millions worth of boats tied up. It's crazy. There's a knock-on effect as well, in that anybody here, have they ever tried to get a mortgage on 6 weeks' work?
No, you won't get it.
There's a huge, huge knock-on effect, because obviously the boats is one thing. Then you have the fish, the processors. There's a complete knock down the line, and it's something. And I know we discussed it the night of the local elections. To me, politically, the political will hasn't been there by the consecutive ministers to reel in their own department and say, hold on, guys, it's great what we're doing in the European policy, but our priority here has to be the livelihoods of the fishing. And people think it doesn't work. It does, because the farmers in a similar situation were able to get the Department of Agriculture to do what they should have been doing in the first instance. But the department and the Marine chose not to go down that road. Would that be fair to?
Of course it is. And, we don't realize, I suppose the other point is we as a nation don't appreciate the fishing industry. But in Donegal, using Donegal as an example, 16% of the people employed in Donegal are employed either directly or indirectly as a result of the fishing industry in this county. And if you were to take fishing out of Killybegs, for example, there's nothing there to replace it. Killybegs is developed for the last 400 to 500 years as the premier fishing port in Western Europe. And as John correctly stated, it's almost as if it happened in spite of government policy, because it certainly didn't happen because of government policy that we became a leading fish processor and developing nation in the. And the frustrating thing is, and I'm hoping that it'll change with the new government, we're a maritime nation and we don't have a fisheries ministry for the last 3 governments. We have part of a fishery minister that's in with food
Does that go
and
under,
agriculture.
yeah, agriculture and food, yeah. Because I remember when I was growing up, one of the most vibrant towns in County Donegal was Killybegs. And when you were down to Killybegs, like you were thinking, my goodness, it's such a wealthy town, and it's, and now I think it's becoming more famous for cruise ships coming into it than it is for the fishing industry.
Killybegs was the engine of growth for the entire Southwest Peninsula from Donegal town all the way into Glencolumkill, where I live, and all the way down to Dunlow and the Rosses area. It was an engine of growth. And the amount of ancillary services from the pallet maker to the net maker to the electronics people that developed because Killybegs was this engine of growth. And, if Killybegs was located in any other constituency, I genuinely don't think this would happen. Because all that's dependent on Killybegs is dependent on it because of fish. And the last 2 years have been real car crash in slow motion happening. When you see less and less fish landing into the port, less and less fish being processed, and a complete hopelessness when you engage with the government of the day, which I have been doing for the last 4 years. You have to draw a line somewhere in the sand that you will get a government that say, okay, lads, let's sit around the table and let's put together a strategy that can save this town. Because that's the point we've now gone beyond. We should have been at a survival strategy 2 to 3 years ago. Now we're into the third cycle of factories losing millions, losing production, and losing global market presence. And you're now at a stage that you would almost need emergency measures just to stabilize Port of Killybegs. And that is why it was heartening in many ways. If you look at the Sinn Féin manifesto, the Fine Gael manifesto, even the Soc Dems had manifesto, so many political parties had for the first time published a manifesto that dealt specifically with fisheries and marine. Now let's bring it to another level. Manifestos are fine. They're now semi-redundant until the new programme of government is drafted. But unless there is serious input into the new programme of government, and that's where people such as Pat the Cope, if it's a Fianna Fáil government, and Charlie McConnell-Logue, if it's Fianna Fáil, there will be no Fine Gael representative, it seems, in Donegal. But they are going to have to go in hard and negotiate for the fishing sector, because if we have even as little as another year of more of the same, then you're going to have utter decimation of employment in Southwest Donegal.
I'm just looking at something. Sorry, I was out walking in Killybegs on the 19th of December, and I managed to get some of the most brilliant pictures of the boats. Now, it was great for me, but there's not much point in all those boats being tied up at the pier in Killybegs on the 19th of September. And it's crazy, because the knock-on effect to the whole peninsula is unreal. Like when Killybegs was buzzing, the whole peninsula was buzzing. And it's just been down to bad policies. And bad policies by the department. And I know Mary Coughlin, when Mary was on the programme, doesn't necessarily agree. But I still think the department has to be reeled in by the politicians. At the end of the day, the politicians are there supposedly to serve the best interest of their constituents.
Well, it's no different to what the mushroom trade in Monaghan was in 15 years ago. It was on a constant decline, and a minister came in and said, right, I want to stabilize this sector. We had to do it twice in my lifetime in the beef sector. You know, we sold out the sugar beet sector, albeit. But it's not unusual in an economy that a sector gets into particular difficulty. The problem with this sector, the fishing sector, is it is in a constant decline now for the last 10 years, and nothing has been done. Whether a political decision has been made that the sector can trade their way out of it, or the sector is resilient and robust enough in order to sustain it, I'm not quite sure what the political thinking is behind it, but I would like to think between now and the formation of the next government, however far out that is, that I'll get some degree of clarity as to what the hell they intend to do with this industry, because time is not on our side.
Now, India, I've one for you. Oh, yeah, you see, this is when you're on live radio, these things happen, but I actually knew that this was going to happen, but anyways, it was going to come in for you. Tell India, we do have social media in Drummerone, and we had numerous people canvassing who were all received politely. But you know, you just picked Drummerone. You could have picked.
It's my fault completely, and I'm
but it's
very
not,
sorry to the people of Drummerone. Well, the people of Orbeg didn't get any candidates, in case you are wondering.
Well, we know there's social media in Drummerone, but
I know there's social media in Drummerone, but there's
the baptism of fire and light.
I'm talking about way up in
Better
Drummerone.
go
where
on the
everything's in
record here.
black
There's
and white.
social media in Carrick too, I think.
Oh, is there? Oh, that's great. Well, we can't call him Kevin. Yeah, there's social media in Glencoe Kill as well.
It's a Starlink. I have no fibre to the house, but I have Starlink, and it's an excellent service.
Oh, right.
You can get broadband anywhere in this world when you have Starlink.
There you are now. Now we've even got an advertisement.
The only thing it is, the only downside is it belongs to Elon Musk.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Right. That's right. Yeah. Manifestos, and I know during our debates for both constituencies, manifestos did come up, and you know, on various different topics on the health service, more especially, and a lot of people are ringing in and saying, well, you know, all these parties can say they've manifestos and they're glossy brochures and all the rest of it, but what are they actually going to do? We can all say these are our policies. What are we going to do? What do you think, India?
I think I know one thing I noticed in the general election, especially with the Ocean FM debate, was that every candidate before that debate was very kind of wishy-washy. Well, not every candidate. A lot of the candidates were quite wishy-washy in their views. But after that election, it was very clear that every single candidate knew that the number one issue in Donegal was Micah. And they since the Ocean FM debate and since the Highland Radio debate, every candidate has been very, very vocal about Micah and what they were to do, what they would do if they were elected into government. So I think the manifestos, not everybody was posting their manifestos. Even the election cards that we got, there was no real manifestos on it, but I think those that sent out their manifestos and made their manifestos public, the one thing that everybody was talking about was Micah, because it's the number one issue in Donegal at the minute.
But the health service, Michelle, in this county, again, you know, people are just not happy. I mean, you go over to the ED, and it's just carnage over there, and it's not the fault of the staff. So, like, how are we going to fix it? Or would you have confidence that maybe a new government's going to do something?
I don't know. That's very difficult to answer, to be honest with you. I totally agree with you. Yeah, it's carnage going into ED. I know people that prefer to be sick and get well by themselves rather than go in. In terms of a new government, well, if it's the same government that was there that goes in again, they'll have another bash at it. You know, but when you consider that they've spent or are spending 2.2 million on the Children's National Hospital, you know, it's going to be very, very difficult to, I imagine, finance Letterkenny or Sligo hospitals. The whole step down thing was introduced as well in the last couple of years, where it was envisaged that if people were kept out of the hospital system, like let's say the elderly and people like that who had, say, COPD or arthritis, and they were looked at in local hospitals scattered out throughout the place, that would save the hospital being overcrowded. But I don't know if it had that much of a positive result. Like I do think that we have lots more people going into community hospitals and getting care for there that weren't wasn't getting it before then. But I think it's going to have to take a real new open wave of thinking in order to fix the carnage that is the hospital scenes in this county and in Sligo. It's going to take a different manner of thinking, and I don't like it's going to be Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil again. We're quite positive about that. I don't think any third or fourth party are going to have that much of an impact on it. But actually, just listening to this, one of the things that I did perk my ears up to was the Social Democrats and their view on mental health. And I would say that they were quite strong on that. And I think that's as important as well as anything else.
Yeah, yeah. Do you think, John, that the cost of the children's hospital, and I don't think that we've had capped yet at this stage, would it happen in any other country in the world?
That's a good question, but honest answer is I don't think so. Um, like I think there's a problem there that this government needs to address. The children's hospital is an extreme. The costs there have gone crazy. But if you look at the other things that the OPW were responsible for over the last couple of months, admittedly a lot smaller, but I think it appears that there is nobody really in control of. I know that the difficulty in departments, well, a lot of it is that, well, this is the responsibility of the department of A and B and C. But, the children's hospital has become, it's embarrassing beyond belief. It's, 2 billion and rising. I think that's that was the last figure. But there, we look at the problems. It seems to be a problem of control or in every, not just one sector, in many sector. We were told, for example, that there would be a minister whose responsibility would be the financial oversight of everything. But it's not like the children's hospital. It's crazy, and the knock-on effect of that is the money that's not available to the health service because of the cost of that. Do I see it changing? I don't think it can change unless the thinking in the departments and the ministers preface doing that. And I think that's very unlikely to happen because each grouping in each of those departments will fight like hell to hold control of what they have. They won't be particularly worried about the money, but they will be thinking, no, 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 we can't have the Department of Finance, the Department whatever, telling us how to spend our money. And I think that's where there's a difficulty in government until some minister or Taoiseach who's really strong said, no, we're going to redo this. And I now reached the stage where I think the health service in Ireland needs a total reset of the management of it. I've been in hospital in the past year myself. The staff, everybody in hospitals are brilliant. The management of it, the day-to-day management of it. I often wondered when I was there, how many people would be in private industry and allowed to carry on the same way. I think you'd be sacked.
Yeah, I think so.
Inside of a couple of weeks. People say, no, sorry, you're not doing your job. But it's a culture it's a bit like the departments that we talked about in fishing. We've allowed certain departments to take complete control of themselves. And the oversight is very, very limited. And I think that's where there's a problem. The answer to your question in a long-winded way, do I think um, it wouldn't be allowed to happen anywhere else? And unfortunately, the clock is still ticking on the bill for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is it the fault of politicians? Like we're all very quick to blame politicians. But if you drill down into the National Children's Hospital, it was with consultants hired by the state for about 10 years. And I think the pre-planning consultancy fees were something north of 100 million. And they professionally advise the government. Is it realistic to expect any Minister of Health to have micromanagement level on the contracts, the bill of sales, and all that encompasses a multi-million euro construction? That is given to consultants, consultant engineer and consultant architects, the whole suite. And they're probably on 13.5% of the contract price. So we have a tendency, and this is where I really get annoyed about commentary. Politicians should be held accountable for what they do wrong or fail to do. There is a suite of people or professionals between the decision, when the decision is taken by the politician based on professional advice, and they're getting away scot-free. And until we as a commentary and we as a public support our politicians in calling out what really went wrong with the National Children's Hospital, those people that made the mess of the contracts and bills of sale are going to go and do the exact same thing because they're insulated by politicians, because the politician takes the final decision based on professional advice. That's where I see, and it drives me doolally when I hear that such a Minister of Health is responsible for the Children's Hospital. The Minister for Health at the particular time, and I forget who the heck it was given professional advice that cost the state millions. The problem, as I see it, that professional advice had more loopholes in it than a sieve.
Well, I think you're right, but I think part of the problem is if you go back to the very basic tendering process, if you want to, if you were a consultant at anything and you're selling your service to the department in many area, you're going to negotiate a fee that's going to be 13, 15, 21% of completed fee. So the problem starts from day one. It's not in your interest or any of its interest if we're the consultant working on a project for the government to say, oh, look, at our cap here is 10 million, because it's much better personally for you if it's 20 million, because 13% of 10 million is great. The 13% of 20 million is even better. And I think that's where the other thing where I think some of the units have become have been very clever in the thing that, well, we're above politics. We won't take any representations from anybody on certain things. And I think that has been used as a cop out. I know a certain department now where their boost is, no, we don't take any representations of politicians on what we're doing. Now, you can take the argument, well, that's good. The thing that I have an issue with that, then there's no oversight. If a unit in a department is saying, no, nobody can email us, we don't take any representations, and I've heard this boost from people, right? Then the problem you have then is that if you're totally safe from a politician, you're not going to, and you don't have to listen to them. Well, how do they control what you're doing? There's no balance there. And as I say, I was shocked just about a month ago to discover the boost of the person involved was, we will not accept any emails or make any representations from any politician, be it a minister. And I thought, whoa. So you're writing your own checks saying, no, we'll do this. And that's wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, because surely he is the head of the department, he or she, whoever it's going to be, and that they have the final say. But, if you go to build a house or you go to buy an hotel or whatever it is, there is a budget. This is our top line. Was that ever for the National Children's Hospital? Oh, did anyone hear what the figure should be, what the budget was for it, India?
Never heard anything about it, and I would say it'll continue to rise because there's no cap on it. Sure, they're in this far, they might as well keep going. It's like the bike shed in Leinster House. They're going to get paid no matter what, and it doesn't matter how much it's going to cost the taxpayer. And it's just unfortunate that you could have built 5 hospitals for the price of this one mega hospital that a lot of it now they're coming out to say will not be able to be used because the plans for it are too out of date for the current medicine.
But what you're saying, it's crazy what's going on in that nobody is ever going to be held accountable for the overrun here.
Yep.
The worst that will happen is that some poor minister will be called in before a Dáil committee and, well, you can explain them. The words will be the same. It's shocking. It's unreal. There was no oversight. And it'll make the 6 o'clock news, maybe the 9 o'clock news that night. Will one single person be called out and say, explain to me, how did we go 500 million, a billion over budget on this? No. And even the ones, if you have a look at some of the ones that have appeared before the committee at the minute, it's so watery as well. How did the costs spiral? Well, the cost of medical equipment increased, and then we had to alter the plans. And nobody's saying, right? It's just, it's unreal. Like you're saying, come back to your point of building a house. Everybody has a budget for building a house. There may be essential additional costs, but
But you have a top line.
it will never get to the stage where it'll be 10 times the cost that you started out with a house.
Yeah. So, do you think that the minister should be
I think
reeling this in and this responsibility? And I don't know how he's still polling. Stephen Donnelly. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
I know he was struggling earlier on, but I mean, can this be part of the reason?
Sorry, Margaret, I don't think it matters whether he goes back or they're a fresh or there's a new minister appointed in. I don't think he has or she has the control of the authority to hit the table and say, hold on a minute, how did we get to this where we're over 200?
Yeah, but the general public aren't looking at all those involved in that project. They're looking at the minister.
Yeah.
That's who they're looking at. Would you agree?
Oh, absolutely, 110%. And I'll say, look, I understand when Brendan says that there's a whole suite of consultants between the minister and the hospital. That said, the general public are going to look immediately at the minister. They're going to look immediately at the government. And you know what? If in this case it is the OPW like it was with the bike shed, shall we say, where Simon Harris did say, look, we're going to have to revisit the entire infrastructure, let's say, or the makeup of the OPW and how they work. That's whom he said was responsible for the bike shed. I wonder, John, is that the same person that's responsible for the hospital? And Simon Harris was the Minister for Health at the time the government were beginning to kick off on the whole hospital plans, wasn't he?
He was, yeah, I think he was.
And he wasn't very clear on that either in the debate. He kind of agreed that he was the minister at the time. Did he take responsibility? No, he did not. He said it was a government decision. And, that's his right. And I imagine it was a government decision, but yet no. He also said that he imagined that the public would like to see somebody admit when they were wrong, hold their hands up and say, I was wrong. I think in that case, he should have said, look, there's been an astronomical mistake made here. And another thing, accountability. It's us that's paying for it. It's the taxpayer. So we've every right to be enraged. We've every right to have an opinion. So I prefer a clear response to that. If we have 4 people sitting at a table now and we don't know who is responsible for that huge mistake of 2.2 billion, when we have 4,000 children homeless, when we have 15,000 people homeless, when we've got a housing crisis, when the cost of living is going through the roof, when we've got silver pouches for phones for again an astronomical amount of
9 million
money
or something.
9 million. And the printers before that. I'm afraid that if somebody had my credit card and ran up a bill that I wasn't happy with, I would be asking them to explain. I would be bringing them to court, and I would be taking a civil case against them so that they would pay me back.
I think it's so crazy. Nobody is accountable, or nobody's going to be accountable for it, and that's the weakness in the system at the minute. But the other problem for that, and we talked about this earlier, when that is going on, be it the hospital, be it the OPW, be it the printers, be it whatever, we talked earlier on about why we're nearly down to 50% participation in elections. I think a lot of people, younger people, and not so young indeed, saying, sure, what's the point?
Yeah.
Sure, look at the bike shed. And I've heard that in conversations, having a pint of people saying, sure, no, but sure, God save us, look at that, look at the bike shed, what it cost. And I think there's old and young saying, sure, what's the point? It doesn't matter who you vote for.
They're
this
all-
waste is going to carry on. And
yeah.
I think that's damaging. We talked earlier about participation in elections and that, and there's no doubt that's a huge problem as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So Stephen Donnelly's on what,
6.3%. So he's got 3,432 of the vote. So it looks like, doesn't look like he's going to get a seat.
No.
Jennifer Whitmore of the Social Democrats is on 7,403. John Brady of Sinn Féin is on 7,985. And Simon Harris is on 16,634.
Yeah, so he'll be struggling then.
He's definitely going to struggle.
Yeah. Okay, well, we're going to take a quick break here from the Aura Centre, and we will have our death notices as well. And you can rejoin us back here in the Aura Centre when Jerome will be back in the hot seat.
Buonasera, Jerome Hughes here at the Aura Leisure Centre in Letterkenny, and the excitement is building by the hour. There's no doubt about that as we get closer and closer to the first official count. And it looks like Pierce Doherty is going to do very well, and he'll have a big surplus, 6,000 or 7,000 votes. Where are those votes going to go? Well, Sinn Féin will be hoping that they stay at home and go between the other candidates. But then, of course, you have the likes of you've the likes of the 100% redress candidate Charles Ward. Maybe he will get a lot of those votes. But anyway, time will tell. We have our expert panel in and around here, by the way. And I want to just remind you, because it's important, we're getting great messages in on the WhatsApp, the text message WhatsApp group, or the WhatsApp number, and it's 083 3500 530, 083 3500 530. And you can contact us. And just to mention as well, because I was watching it myself there when I was taking the break, you can actually watch us live. And if you go onto the YouTube Ocean FM channel, Ocean FM on YouTube, or you can press the link on the Ocean FM Ireland Facebook page, and then you'll be able to see also the latest data in terms of the results that are coming through. And we're expecting that all important first official count results within the next couple of hours. But listen, now I have another guest here, a special guest here, one of the candidates. Don't forget, 20 candidates running in the Donegal constituency, 20 candidates seeking just 5 seats. And one of those candidates is Noel Jordan. And Noel is running for Sinn Féin. Noel, how has the campaign gone? What's your state of play at the moment?
Yeah, well, we're sitting with a tally figure of 3,362 votes. It's a big vote to take out of South Donegal. And you're looking at 2 other major candidates in it, a sitting TD, Thomas Pringle, and John McNulty for Fine Gael. I'm delighted with the first preference votes that I've received. We felt we went out. We went out and we worked South Donegal, knocked every door, and we heard all the issues out there. But we just didn't get that momentum that we had in 2020. We didn't reach the height of that momentum, and we thought that we'd probably take more votes in South Donegal, but it's not. We're still in the mix here, and we're still well in the mix.
And when we say we, you're on about you,
yeah,
because we know that Pierce and Parrick, they're safe. But the big question is, Pierce Doherty spoke to us earlier, and he says that there's a very sort of regimental, and how did he put it? The voters stick with the patch in terms of Sinn Féin. You know what I mean? Now you'll be hoping that's true, because he's got a surplus of 6,000 or 7,000 votes to be distributed. Then there'll be Parrick, McLaughlin, but you think they'll filter down to you, do you?
Yeah, look at this. We ran as a 3-candidate strategy, and we'd be confident that there'll be a fair chunk of transfers coming back to me, which will keep us in the race for another while, for that 3rd seat. We're not giving up on it yet. As I say, 2 other candidates got a massive vote, and you see Pierce as well has a huge surplus to distribute, and we'll be hoping that a fair chunk stays with Padraig's very close to reaching a quota, and then we're hoping that the remainder of that vote come to me.
And it's your first time running, is it?
It's my first time running in the general election.
And because you're a councillor.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is, like, how long ago can you give us any inside track behind the scenes? How long ago did you know you were going to be on the ticket?
Well, look, we decided probably about 5-6 weeks ago.
5-6 weeks ago.
Yes, we decided that
well, that doesn't give you.
We decided it didn't give us that long, but as I say, I think it would have been injustice of us if we hadn't run 3 candidates, and a lot of people had been saying that to me and to the party.
You think they should have said it sooner, maybe?
Yeah, well, we got a massive vote in 2020. We got 2.7 of a quota, which would have elected 3 candidates anyway, and it would have been an injustice to people if we hadn't ran 3. And we have an ambition to be in government, and that's why we ran 70+ candidates throughout the country, and showed our ambition that we wanted to lead the next government.
Do you wish you could have been sort of on the campaign trail a lot sooner?
No, do you know something? When this election was called, and they dragged it out for a while. It was no secret probably, but they dragged it out and give a 3 week window then for going out and knocking the doors and stuff like that there. But I felt in the last 10 days, and it's probably hasn't been said on this programme today, I felt in the last 10 days, people were engaging a lot more. And I felt that if we had another week, believe it or not, a week's a long time in politics, but I feel if we had another week, people were engaging and they wanted change. And that's where we were picking up that momentum. The national press is saying that maybe there's a momentum that we thought we had and we didn't have, but we could feel it. Like there wasn't momentum out there, and I feel that's where we got the vote out of today. But we just needed more time to engage with and get our policies out there. And I think we would have been in a better position to take 3 seats here today, and we'd have been better a position too nationally.
Well, God forgive you for your role in the destruction of the environment, because I received one of your tickets, one of your leaflets. And next thing, anyway, I'm not in it's easy mistake to make. I'm right on the border, but I'm in the Sligo Leitrim constituency. Do you know what I mean? And that's crazy, isn't it?
It's crazy stuff.
Isn't it crazy?
It's crazy stuff.
I'm not surprised. Like I'm surprised I didn't get more leaflets from other Donegal candidates, because I'm right on the border. But this is unbelievable. I had to go to Ballintra, and I'm voting in the Sligo Leitrim constituency.
It is crazy. It's a crazy decision, but look, that's the commission. That's commissioned, and look, it's something that we'll probably not be able to go back to until I think it's 2027 when there'll be another census, and they'll sit again to look at this. But it is crazy, because what we're seeing in the Bundoran, Ballyshannon, Ballintra area is that people are hugely annoyed, and they're saying we're actually voting for people we don't know. And we don't see.
Martin Kenny got a huge vote in those areas.
Yeah, delighted. And
Martin Kenny, the Sinn Féin candidate in Sligo Leitrim.
Well, look, Martin took a huge vote out of there in 2020 as well. But the reason he took it out of there in 2020 is that he was on the ground down there, and they went out and they canvassed, and people told me in that area the reason they voted for him, he was the only candidate that came down and canvassed the Ballintra, that border.
I didn't see any candidates.
But you would have seen, I'm sure you would have seen a canvas cruise out.
I just didn't happen to see any, but Frank Féhin was down actually at the count centre, at the polling stations, to give boxes of chocolates on the yesterday morning. So, but I didn't see him, but I'm sure he was out and about anyway.
A chocolate for a vote, is it?
Well, no, this was after the this was actually when you.
All right.
Right. Well, no, it's a nice touch. Hang on a second now. It was for the staff inside the polling centre, and I think it was actually before it just opened. Now, come here, stay with us. Noel Jordan, stay with us. Frank McBurty Jr. is here as well. What a guest to have. Why didn't you run?
I'm past that stage of my life. It's a hard world, national politics. I ran in a by-election, 2 general elections, and I tell you, it's not easy. And I would know how some of the candidates feel here today, but I think Donegal, you can basically pick what's going to be the outcome here. You're going to have 2 Sinn Féin for definite. But the last 3 seats, in my opinion, from my experience in politics, they're up for grabs. The number 2s, the number 3s, and possibly number 4s and even number 5s are going to be vital in the count after people start getting eliminated. And it's all down to who's the most transfer friendly. Now, my opinion is Thomas Pringle and Charlie Ward are going to be 2 of the most transfer friendly in this race. And I would like to think that Charles Ward will be able to pick up a seat for all those who are affected by defective concrete from those transfers. But it's too close to call at the minute until we actually see the distribution of Pierce Doherty's surplus vote and where they go, the percentage of them. Now, you would presume with the Sinn Féin strategy, it will be 1, 2 and 3. So at least 60% of those surplus are going to go to the Sinn Féin candidates. And we all know that Patrick is going to probably get elected from those surplus. So the interesting thing then is going to be then who goes out first and where do those transfers go? And then
you're not excuse me. You're not making any predictions.
No, I'm not making any predictions. It's too early to make predictions at the minute. I mean, I would ask the question: where's Charlie McConnell going to get the number 2s and number 3s? But I haven't seen them because I wasn't here earlier. But that's the big question: 2s, 3s, and 4s, maybe 5s. Where are they going to go? Because what do you call it? Once Patrick McLaughlin's over the line, the surplus vote goes out of the equation, and it all becomes the transferable votes that elect the next candidates.
And you've been big into the defective concrete issue. Like, do you think in reality, like I was making this point to several of the guests, including Pierce Doherty, including Charlie Ward, like, do you think a lot of people who would have maybe given 100% support to Charles Ward have given their number 1 to Sinn Féin, because Sinn Féin came out with a very clear message saying, listen, we will give 100% redress. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
and they would have thought, well, you've got a better chance of being in government,
well,
you know?
Time will only tell. I see, looking at this, why did Sinn Féin only run 72 candidates if they were serious about getting into government? Because they would need to run far more candidates.
Well, let's ask Sinn Féin. But Noel Jordan,
we ran enough candidates, Frank, to lead the next government.
No, but that's what he got. You should be looking for a majority-led government if they're serious about getting into government.
But none of the parties ran enough.
What do you call it? That's the question. I mean, if I was a strategist here today, I'd be asking why Sinn Féin, who's one of the 3 big parties, have ran less candidates than Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. Fianna Fáil ran 82 candidates and Fine Gael ran 80 candidates.
Why is it?
But 70, you think about this. If you were in the position to win, which no party will be in the position to do this, but to win even 55 seats, like we're running 71 candidates, and we're running in areas that, as I say, we've added to our candidates from the last time, and we made that mistake, of course. We didn't see that bounce coming to us in 2020, and if we would have been leading the government. But that's the reason we went out. We have the ambition, we had the policies to lead the next government, and we're still in a position that will be the most popular party, and will probably get the most.
But Noel, being the most popular, being the most popular party, like that's one thing, okay. But as you saw the exit polls that came out last night, 10 o'clock. What pathway? Can you describe the pathway that you can see Sinn Féin forming the next government?
But Jerome, look, there's a lot of seats yet to be filled, as I say, and look at.
But based, let's just pretend for a second, because those exit polls are apparently very accurate. Based on that, I don't know, I don't want to speculate too much, but based on that exit poll, what path can you see for Sinn Féin to form a government?
Well, we've been looking at progressive parties and parties to the left, and as I say, it's all about winning the majority of seats to put you in that position to do so. And it's something that we haven't given up on yet. Or nationwide, there's a lot of seats up there for grabs yet. And rightly so, what Frank's saying there, transfers, there's a lot of transfers to be distributed throughout the country, not alone throughout this county, and to decide what seats is left here. And we're hoping to pick up additional seats from the 2020 election.
And are you okay, Frank? Yes, you're being very diplomatic.
No, I'm not a diplomat.
No, but
can I just make a point? Right, I'm a former member of the Labour Party, and people say they're the left party, but they've been in government with Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, right? So this left and right and centre left and centre right, I can't get my head around that, because the voting that people are doing is not centre left, centre right, right or left or the middle or whatever. I have no doubt that Labour will be talking to both Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, the Social Democrats. So really, are they left parties or not, as Sinn Féin are describing? Because I don't see it personally at a national level. What they want is power, and they'll want the power whoever will give them the best deal. Whether that's Sinn Féin, whether it's Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael. And if you go on the polls and you go on the commentary nationally at the minute, it's very much looking like a Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael government with either 76 seats or 80 seats. They're saying between 76 and 80 Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil are going to have. So they're going to have to go to one of the smaller parties or some of the independents to make up the majority for the Dáil to last for the next 5 years. And that'll be a big question whether it will last for 5 years or not. But what I'm saying to you is these parties really as left as people saying they are? I don't believe they are.
But will you have sympathy now? It could be a disappointing day for the incumbent minister, outgoing TD Donegal T Charlie McConnell. Would you have, as somebody who's lost elections in the past, would you have sympathy for his position if he loses his seat?
Well, he hasn't lost his seat yet.
Yeah, but if he does.
Well, personally, from a personal point of view, I'd have no sympathy with Charlie McConnell because he has not delivered for everyone who is affected by defective concrete. And it's not Micah. Let's make this clear. Micah.
Well, I was very careful to call it defective concrete when I saw you comment.
I've let everybody know in the media as they came in, stop calling it Micah because Micah is not the cause of the structural defects.
Yeah.
But I'm very confident in the year ahead, there's going to be a lot of things happening in the courts concerning the issues of defective concrete that has been kind of stagnated because of legal issues. It's a minefield what we're having to deal with legally at the minute with barristers and what approach we're going to be taking against the government with judicial reviews and high court cases in the future for us who are affected by defective concrete. And it's not Micah. And county councillors need to stop and ensure and tell the council to stop calling this Micah freestyle because Micah cannot do what they have said it does.
Yeah, I understand. And Noel Jordan,
you were in my father's house.
I was.
You've seen
it.
You've done a great podcast on it. And
thanks very much.
What do you call it? And
he was a great talker as well.
He's natural. He tells it as it is. He speaks from the heart, my father.
Yeah.
So
he's the only one I ever saw.
But I wouldn't. I actually feel sorry for some of the candidates because all of them, whether you love them or hate them, they're out in the doors. They're canvassing.
You have to give them credit
and they're
for
knocking
that.
on the doors. And I tell you, it's a hard job going to people's doors. You're going to meet people that don't like you. You're going to meet people that like you. There are going to be people that are not going to tell you they don't like you. It's not an easy job canvassing. But I'll have to say this: the government had played a blinder. Having a general election at this time of the year, people don't want to see you coming to their door after 6 o'clock at night.
What do you think? What do you mean it played the blind? It goes in their favour.
This election should have been held in the summertime, where people could come out to vote and you could see your candidates at the door. You could have a conversation with them. Sure, I mean, dark at 4:30.
Yeah.
And the people coming in from their work and their dinner on the table don't want to see canvassers coming to the door.
If you don't make it this time, Noel, will you run again, do you think? Or I mean, you're still on the council, but
yeah, listen.
Has it given you a taste for it?
It has given me the taste, believe it or not. I didn't think that the first week was out, and I do agree with Frank that it's ran at a bad time of year, November, of course. And the first week, I said about this, the first week of the campaign, when this was announced and we were on the doors, people were saying, "Oh, Jesus, this is the start of it now for the next 3 weeks," you know. But it was only the last 10 days that people started to engage with everybody on the door. It is the wrong time of the year, of course, and I think they didn't call it deliberately, and they stalled it. It was the worst kept secret because we all knew it was going to be on the 29th of November.
You're based in Mount Charlotte,
yeah.
But you'd be going scouting the whole area looking for votes. And like, you know, when that national exit poll came out yesterday, it said it was all about housing. That was not all about housing. That was the key issue. What were you finding on the doorsteps?
Well, look, as I said, in the last 10 days, if people wanted change, that's what they wanted. And I know that that's what they wanted. They said, we want to change this government because they were sick of it. It wasn't, housing is the number one issue in Donegal, without a doubt. And the defective block is up there with that. And you have then the cost of living. The cost of living was a big one. And they wanted something different. They wanted something that would ease that pain of the cost of living. And we were going to provide that for them. We're going to provide that for that's the change we were talking about. And people were like what we're saying. And we're still in play here for 3 seats here yet. We're still well in play here.
No,
Frank McBurry.
I don't really agree with that. No,
you know,
the vote doesn't reflect that. The people are they want. It looks like they want another Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael government. But I mean, the voting patterns in the last 20 years. I'm almost 20 years in politics. Somebody votes for Pierce Doherty, number one. They vote Pat the Cope, number two. The voting has changed everywhere. I mean, go back to the initial voting in Donegal, people would have voted Fianna Fáil number 1, number 2, number 3.
Yeah.
Sinn Féin would have voted number 1, number 2, number 3. I mean, that has all changed. And you'll see it when these boxes, when these number 2s and 3s start coming out. People are not traditionally voting the 1, 2, 3 the way they did years ago. So, I mean, we all know there's a housing crisis. We all know there's a cost of living crisis, but the vote doesn't reflect it.
I know, yeah. Well, but go ahead and all of you. Just a couple of seconds.
There's a few factors here. I do believe a lot of people didn't come out to vote,
Well,
and we've seen the drop. And that's the big problem. That's the big problem here. A lot of people didn't come out to vote.
Okay, listen.
People should come out to vote. People should come out to vote.
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely. Noel Jordan of Sinn Féin and Frank McBurty Jr.
Best of luck, Noel D.
Thank you so much for joining us here. And you're listening to Ocean FM. And we're going to keep going now. I'll tell you why it's important, because I see Pat the Cope Gallagher's coming down now, so I might just ramble for a little while here. In relation to Donegal, just a quick reminder of the situation. We're in the County Donegal constituency, and I would say within 2 hours, we might have the official first count. 20 candidates looking for 5 seats in this constituency. And the outgoing TDs are Pierce Doherty, Padraig McLaughlin, both of Sinn Féin, Charlie McConalogue, Fianna Fáil, Joe McHugh is an independent, Thomas Pringle, an independent. Joe McHugh's leaving the political scene after 23 years. And there's all sorts of things could happen here. There's been speculation that Charlie McConalogue could lose his seat. But listen, that's all to play for. Charles Ward is is running as well, the 100% Redress party. And just wanted to mention as well, because we can't emphasize it enough, that part of this county is in the Sligo Leitrim constituency, and that's a 4-seater. 18 candidates are running in the 4-seat Sligo Leitrim constituency. Those outgoing TDs are Martin Kenny, Sinn Féin, Frank Feehan, Fine Gael, and Marion Harkin, independent, and Mark McSharry, independent. Now, listen, I want to speak, and just in relation to that very important constituency, in the context of the section of South Donegal that is part of that constituency, Ronan Flanagan. No, we'll not go to Ronan yet. We'll not. We'll wait a wee while, will we? Yeah, because he's going to give us an update. But I think the last time we checked, the Sinn Féin candidate was set to top the poll again in that constituency. And the interesting thing as well was Marion Harkin was looking in trouble as well. Those were the two sort of headlines in relation to that. But look, we'll keep you up to date. As that goes on. I think we're going to be speaking to Pat the Cope Gallagher very shortly, in just 1 minute. And it'll be great to get speaking to him, because it looks like he's on course to win a seat. And it's a very interesting, and you'll speak to me about this, John Campbell. It's a very interesting political legacy that Pat the Cope Gallagher has that just it seems to keep on going.
It is.
And we have him now. We have him, John Campbell. So we'll howl the horses now for 1 second. And we're joined now by Pat the Cope Gallagher, who's one of the 20 candidates running in the Donegal constituency for one of the 5 seats. Pat, what's your take on the whole thing now as we speak? How are you feeling about your chances of getting one of the seats?
Well, I would prefer to be in my own shoes, and I'm very happy in my own shoes. And of course, what I'd be anxious that my colleague, Charlie McConalogue, would take the 2nd seat. Of course, we'll have to wait until tomorrow until we see that. But I'm particularly delighted with my own performance, over 10,000 votes, having made a comeback after leaving here in February 2020, having lost the seat by some hundreds of votes. But I continued working through all that period. And I think the people have rewarded me for that work.
And we were saying that in relation to the panel here that we have here on Ocean FM, we were saying that during the day, that what you seem to have, and it's not a political point to try, it's not pro Fianna Fáil or anything else, but what seems to be the reality, and a lot of people are saying it, is that you kept kind of working as a public representative, even though you weren't elected.
When I left here in 2020, I got me the P60, and I accepted that. And people had been very good to me in the previous elections. This is my 17th election, having been elected to Donegal County Council on 2 occasions, to Europe, on 3, and of course I lost one. But I think I have a record in that I was never eliminated in all of my 17 elections. And when I left here, I took it that was the end of my political career. But I was always at home, and I'd never changed my number. And I continued to get calls from people, and I continued to work. I never had a day off in all that time. And even when I was abroad, which was only a few weeks in the year, I was always available. And I would say to any young politician, you have to be at the other end of the phone. And that's my right hand there, that phone. I have about 6,000 contacts on that phone. And if you ask me about an issue, I had one there recently about somebody looking for a visa to get into Switzerland. I was able to go into my phone and contact directly the foreign minister in Switzerland, because I had been on the EU Switzerland committee. I was chair of that time. So it's all about contacts in life, and not necessarily knowing the people at the very top, knowing the people in the middle or lower down.
Can you give us a wee bit of the juicy background, if you like, to how we got to this situation? Like, was it a case of Fianna Fáil headquarters saying to you, listen, we don't want you to run in the we don't want you to run. Just 1 second, we'll cut over now to the returning officer.
Chun scrúdú a dhéanamh na pápéirí atá in áras an altáchán. Baimide trosnú ag an broses seo ar leathuair tríis a sé. Ag an tábla an seo I lár an halla. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to adjudicate on the doubtful ballot papers here at this table in the centre of the hall. The process will commence at 6:30 p.m. If there are any deputies or duly appointed agents present who wish to attend, they are invited to do so at that time. Thank you, Gormahagi.
And that's Geraldine O'Connor speaking there, the returning officer. Just a technical point there that she's making. We're expecting the first count probably in the next couple of hours, hopefully. Pat the Cope, can I ask you, what happened behind the scenes in terms of, like, were you encouraged not to run for the party in the European elections and then maybe to hold off and run here? How does that work in terms of the general election?
I had no intention of running for the European election in 2024. However, I was nominated by members throughout the length and breadth of the Northwest constituency, but I had no intention, and I had no intention up until about maybe 6 months ago of running for the Dáil. And the fact that I was available over the last 4.5 years, I didn't have an objective of returning to the Dáil. They required the service or my services, and I was glad to work with the people who had issues or wanted my advice. And then about 6 months ago, I thought seriously about it. There was never any suggestion that headquarters didn't want me to run. A democratic organisation, I kept in touch with the delegates throughout that time. I decided that I was in the best position to win back that seat. And possibly, maybe the decision was a wrong one, but I think it was a wrong one for me. Someone said to me, do what's good for you and your wife. I said, yeah, that's the way to look at it. Then I won't be running. If I was doing what's good for me and my wife. But I did what was good for the people of Donegal, and particularly southwest Donegal.
So you were encouraged to run by the party, like the headquarters? They wanted the seat here.
No, I wasn't encouraged to run. It was my own decision, together with a number of and the organisation who advised me. Now, headquarters, I must say, in fairness to them, didn't interfere. They allowed the convention to take its course, and we had a tremendous convention here in Letterkenny. And the one who made that convention was Michael Naughton, who contested it, because had it been a free run for me, we wouldn't have had the hundreds of people from all parts of the county. It was one of the biggest conventions we ever had. And
Micheál Naughton's just down where I am in Lahey, which is in the Donegal constituency. But if you go down 100 metres south where I live, you're in the Sligo Leitrim constituency.
But speaking of that, I made a very strong case to the Electoral Commission in 2016 that Donegal should be reunited. And it's all because of mathematics. Donegal, or the Electoral Commission, wanted another 9,000 to ensure there would be a 4-seater in Sligo Leitrim. And they took this from Donegal. Totally unnatural. And I believe that will not change until such time as there is a referendum And I feel there has to be a referendum because if there's not, leaving Donegal, Sligo Leitrim aside, with the increase in the population, we'll soon need 200 deputies in the Dáil. It'll be too unwieldy. So rather than have the 20,000, 30,000 rule per deputy, then they'll have to change that. And they should insert in that county boundaries should not be breached.
Will you be expecting a ministerial role, given your vast experience, but will you be expecting a ministerial role, if you're elected, once you're elected?
I'm not expecting anything, but I'm there to serve if I'm required.
So it's something you would take on if it came up?
Of course it would. And let me address the one before you ask me of one of age. My age is biologically 50.
Right.
50. And I have just completed now 4 years, 11 months and 5 days walking. It's a long chain, 1,785 in that chain. And there wasn't one breakage. Never missed one day in all that time. 14 million steps, over 9,000 kilometres, 3 times round the wild Atlantic Way. And if I could walk on water, it would be from here. It would be from here to Boston. Here to Boston. I mean, and I'm as fit today as I was at the start of the campaign. And it's the best thing, and I can advocate it to anybody. It doesn't have to be 5K as I do, but people should walk, and it's good for the mentally and physically.
What about, and try to be, I know that you have to toe the party line to a certain extent, and you're loyal, but listen, if you try to speak objectively, as subjective as possible in terms of Charlie McConalogue, what's the situation? Like, do you think he's in danger of losing his seat?
Well, if I speak with my head rather than my heart, I believe that if I were in that position, I would rather be in Charlie's shoes. And I feel that Charlie should win the second seat. And that's the general consensus. But of course, the same was said about me a number of times, and I lost out. So I'm hoping.
Do you think he ran a good campaign himself?
Well, I was concentrating on your own campaign, my own. And we had boundaries. And I didn't breach any of those boundaries. Well, I got votes in show, and I got votes. That's because I'd worked for those people. They didn't vote for me for the love of me. I had worked with them and for them, whether it be in Milford, part of that was in my allocated area, and in Letterkenny, I got a big vote.
And Micheál Martin leads the party. Do you think he did a good job?
He did. He wasn't in Donegal, but he
never came to Donegal once.
Not that no, he wasn't, or in Sligo Leitrim. But they obviously decided that he should go to other constituencies.
That's a surprise, isn't it?
Well,
I didn't know that. Did you know that, John Campbell?
But maybe it's because of the time factors. I don't know, or maybe he had every confidence in me that I would get elected.
Well, it also need to support Charlie McConalogue as well, but. So he never was in Donegal at all during the campaign?
No, I wouldn't labour the point. He wasn't in Donegal, and that was it.
Yeah, that's quite incredible. Well, listen, we'll stay with the just John Campbell's going to say. Sorry.
Little question before Pat goes. I'd like to ask Pat how he feels about polling better in Pierce Doherty's heartland than he did himself this time around, if the tallies.
Yeah, well, from the tallies, I'm very pleased that I got such an outstanding vote in the Glenties electoral area. And that's the one area that I've served all my political life, from the time I was first elected to the council in 79 and again in 85. I have a great relationship with people there. And I found while I was canvassing, there was a great groundswell of goodwill for me there among all ages, and particularly young people that I have a very close relationship with, and it was always available to them, whether it was the Susie grants or whether it was social welfare, whatever it was. The one thing that I didn't lose in 2020, I might have lost my seat, but I didn't lose my contacts.
Very good. Well, Pat the Cope Gallagher, best of luck to you. And do you want to add anything, John Campbell?
No, just Pat. I think, we'll talk to you outside there. It's a great achievement to increase your vote by, I think, 2,800 on the last time. And I think when you look at the size of what you actually did, Pat, the fact that you outpolled Pierce in the Glenties area is a huge political achievement. But I think I said it earlier, it doesn't surprise me because you kept doing the work, which is the secret. And I know from talking to people from Ballabafey to God knows where. You were contactable 24/7, and indeed, Jerome
Oh,
tried
no,
to
I don't mention that. I told you.
Tell
It was early hours of the morning, but I have Pat Taxi. I wasn't wearing my glasses. I Pat the Cope Galler and I Pat Taxi. I think it was 2:30 in the morning. Anyway, Pat, you've said enough about that.
Sometimes I remember the call very well. It was in the early hours, and I thought there was something wrong.
Of course
and
you would.
when
That's crazy.
Jerome was ringing me, but I rang him back in the morning, and he didn't know why I was ringing him back
No,
until
that's
he checked his
That's
phone.
not the full story.
But can I say that this is not all about me? This is about Team Cope. I had the best structured campaign of all my 17. We broke up my end of the constituency into various regions. We had one person in charge of each region, and I met all of those shortly after the convention, and then we built on that. I would brag that we visited 98%, and I'm just taking out an insurance there about the other 2%. But Anne Moy said to me in Glenties, and she was in charge of Glenties and Ardra along with me, she says, "You're wrong, Pat. We didn't do 98%, we did 100%. And, while people might say, canvass isn't gone, people like to be asked for their vote. And if they're not in the House, I got numerous calls from people. We got your leaflet, and thanks very much. So it's a question of visiting every house.
Fair play to you. And what year were you first elected to the Dáil?
81.
81. And were you in the council before that?
I was in the council 79.
79.
And one of in my first 3 years, or my first 3 elections, it was only a year and a half. These young ones wouldn't remember. June 81, February 82, November 82. And prior to that, one of the greatest politicians Donegal ever had was Clement Coughlin. And poor Clement, 1st of February 1983, killed down coming on his way to Dublin.
Yeah,
he was one of the great ones.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, Pat the Cope Gallagher, thank you very much for joining us. I know that you've been asked to go to other locations to do interviews and that type of thing, but hopefully we'll get chatting to you later on again. We're just 1 second, John.
No, Pat, one of the things that impressed me about your campaign was, and I've seen some of the video, was the number of people you were able to get to go out. And I think that's something very important, says a lot for yourself. I've seen, for example, a picture of a meeting you had in Dunlow where you had 80, 100 people in it. And I think in this day and age, to get the sheer volume of canvassers you had speaks volumes for you and what you were doing. That's hard to do. And I think every political party here knows how hard it is. And, from day one, you had the squad out, as we say. You had the bodies on the ground and you got the canvas in. And that's hard to do. And I think as a former director of elections, that is very difficult. And to do it, fair play.
Yeah, thanks, John. They were exceptional.
Just from a young person's perspective, I think we were speaking earlier about who we felt ran the best campaign, and I talked about how you ran a fantastic campaign because we were speaking on the Diamond in Donegal, and you said about how you're going to have a media manager, and I think that really paid off for you because you were active on Facebook, you were active on TikTok, and you were active on Instagram, and it just showed that you were separate. You were available to young people and old people. You speak about being on the doors, and I've always said that that's so important. But for young people, for you to have had an active presence on the media, it definitely stood for you. And I know you got my vote, but you got plenty of other young people's votes, and it definitely was because of how active you were in the media.
I know that, but it would be in your DNA as well.
Yeah, somebody would be turning in their grave if I didn't.
I work with your granddad, and I was at his graveside in Clare when he was buried. I was honoured to have been asked to do the graveside oration, and Peter Kennedy was one of the greats.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thanks,
here.
Thank you.
You're here. Okay, thank you very much, Pat the Cope Gallagher. We'll hopefully get chatting to you again later when things become more official. Now, I want to speak to Ronan Flanagan. And I know he was raring to go the last time when I introduced him, and now he's even more eager to do it. We'll give Ronan a couple of minutes. Sorry, Ronan. I keep thinking there's a microphone over there, and then I forget. But actually, you seem to be ready enough now. Just to give a quick recap, there's 18 candidates running in the Sligo Leitrim constituency, and there's a picture emerging there. This is important because a significant portion of South Donegal is in the Sligo Leitrim constituency. And the outgoing politicians in that constituency, obviously there are four, and those are Martin Kenny, Sinn Féin, Frank Feehan, Fine Gael, Marion Harkin, Independent, and Mark McSherry, Independent. Now, what is the latest? This is important to the people listening in Ballyshannon, Bundoran, Ballintra, you know, all that area, Bridgetown, and all the areas in between those areas. What's happening now, Ronan Flanagan?
So the latest there really in Sligo Leitrim is, I suppose there's a bit of a lull at the moment. I have been told that the first count is due at 9 p.m. tonight in the Clayton Hotel. So that's eagerly anticipated, I'm sure, by all. But it's currently at the moment, counting of votes is underway. And it looks at this stage that Martin Kenny of Sinn Féin and Frank Feehan of Fine Gael will be re-elected to the Dáil. As well as that, Eamon Scandon, who lost his seat in the 2020 general election, actually, he looks to he might regain his seat in that constituency. And I suppose the big news of the day, really, well, two big news, really. First of all, is that independent TD Marion Harkin looks like she might be losing her seat. With Michael Clark looking to benefit from their West Sligo councillor at the moment. He looks like he's a member of Independent Ireland. Oh, Independent Ireland, yeah, newly formed party. So he's kind of shot up the rankings in the last while. And
that would be a big story if Marion Harkin loses out, because she has a high profile. She was an MEP, member of the European Parliament, then TD and so on, and she's been around now a long time. Absolutely, so that would be a bit of a shocker, wouldn't it?
Like a lot of the predictions during the week would have been that she would have retained her seat.
Yeah.
And as you said, very popular, very, when it comes to, I suppose, the main issues in the Sligo Leitrim South Donegal constituency would be that of healthcare, a lot of that, you know, with the likes of Sligo University Hospital, the Ballyshannon new community hospital there has kind of been a real talking point in the last while. And I suppose Marion would have been someone that's kind of a voice for those people that in the health sector, and to lose her seat, looking here at the overall tally results from the constituency, she's picked up just 7.6% of the vote, which is quite dare I say, quite a poor turnout for an outgoing TD.
Yeah, and I had a big issue down there, and I don't know whether she was big on it, was the M17, the upgrade of the M17.
That's a massive one. She
maybe
spoke about it, yeah.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Look, you don't know what happens. Yeah. We'll find out that there'll be the post-mortems and everything else if she loses the seat, and we'll find out. But politics is a cruel sport, isn't it?
Yeah, like
it's a real cruel sport.
You mentioned the N17, I suppose that's actually quite a good point to make, is that Michael Clark is as I mentioned, he's a sitting councillor, but part of the area that he represents is Ballymote Tubbercurry, which is on the N17. And he's one of those people that has, I think he made the N17 one of his top in his manifesto. And I think that's kind of looked like it might get him over the line, yeah.
And by the way, the proposal, is it to upgrade that section of the N17 to the M17? To connect it to the existing M17?
Correct, yeah. As far as I know, it's the only national road in Ireland that has an 80 km/h speed limit, and it's only 2 single lanes at the moment. There's no dual carriageway.
But I have to say, even the N17 has improved a lot since I was young.
Yeah, from Galway.
It really has. Yeah. And then once you get onto the M17, then M18, M19.
Yeah.
Like, it's a big, long stretch and a full hour on a motorway all the way down to Shannon Airport. Yeah. Does it go down all the way to Cork?
Cool.
I mean, you're not far from Cork.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
It does. I mean, it's some road, that is.
Yeah, even like, I would talk about even my own personal circumstances. The dual carriageway from Sligo to, well, even from Colooney to Boyle now it's a godsend. It's proper. Whereas, you know, an own colleague of mine, David, is from Swinford and Mayo. He has to travel on the N17 every day, and he said, like, it could be over, like, you could add maybe 30, 40 minutes to journey every time, because you're just stuck behind all the time. So,
yeah. But actually, even the N17 as it is much better than it was. And I mean, I can go from Donegal town all the way to Shannon Airport in just over 3 hours. Obviously, at the speed limit. I mean, that's incredible. Back when I was younger, that would be a 6 or 7 hour journey. You know, it really would, because the road was so bad. So, like, the roads have improved a lot, but it would be great. Here's me was so delighted with that big long motorway, but then I was listening to the debate with Niall Delaney, with the Sligo Leitrim candidates, and then that came up as a major issue. But it would be great, and if they could keep it on extending it up to here, that'd be some job as well. So, India Kennedy, thanks very much, Ronan, for joining us. And Ronan Flanagan is going to keep us up to date with what's happening in the Sligo Leitrim constituency. India Kennedy, it was nice speaking to Pat the Cope Gallagher. As things goes on, as things happen here now, we know that Sinn Féin are in a very safe position.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of uncertainty remaining in relation to the remaining seats. Like it could get very exciting later on.
Yeah.
Once we start seeing people eliminated, where do their votes go? Also, Pierce Doherty's surplus and so on. It's going to be an exciting night ahead.
Definitely. But as I always say, it's not guaranteed until it's over because transfers can make a massive difference to a candidate. Like if you look in the last election, Thomas Pringle only got 5,472 votes, which is 7.1% of the vote in the last election. And he ended up taking Pat the Cope seat on 2s and 3s. So this election now, he's only sitting on 5,344. So there is a concern that he will come after. He will come after the 2s and 3s, and will he be strong enough to hold on? It's hard to know. Will he take Charlie McConlough's seat? I think Charlie McConlough is definitely in the fight for his life for this seat because he's just sitting in such an unterritory waters.
Well done for retaining your composure and being so professional as your father sat down. Pádraig Kennedy, Mayor of Donegal Town and the scone maker. Beautiful scones.
Well, sure, if all else fails, there's scones.
I had three of them. Would you say scone or scone?
Scones.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I would probably say scone now. I think he used to say scone. It doesn't matter anyway. But Mayor of Donegal Town, tell me this. You've been walking around here since you got here at the Ora Leisure Centre here in Letterkenny. What are your feelings about what you're seeing here and in terms of the initial results not the results, but the tallies and blah, blah, blah?
It's unreal to look at the tally, to look at the voting sheets. There's no rhyme or reason. And I suppose there's going to be a lot of ifs and buts here tonight. But you can call three, you can call Pierce, Pádraig and the Cope. And then there's two then. And it's tight at the minute, like all the way around, because even looking at Pierce's 2s, there's a lot going to Pádraig, but then Noel Jordan is doing well and Ward's going well, and just.
Do you think Noel has a chance from what you're saying?
Gee,
I mean, I know it's impossible to say, but
it's a tight one, isn't it?
Would have been written out.
Yeah, but like a bounce can come, and then you.
And Charlie McConlough's another.
Charlie, but you think that
story.
You would think that Charlie, with the Cope and all, you would think that there should be. You would think that Charlie should be there,
So the excitement could come down to the last seat.
Gee, and then if Thomas Pringle then in the mix of the whole thing. Well, I know listening, they feel that Thomas is going to take the 4th seat, but. Not looking at them sheets, them voting strips there, but that's the excitement of an election, and many of them you done in your time and over in the Bosco Centre and back in the day.
Absolutely,
that's where the real excitement was.
The Cope was saying that the leader Micheál Martin wasn't in Donegal at all.
No,
the campaign. That's unbelievable. Or Sligo Leitrim. I find that unbelievable. I mean, it's not. We're not in a very big country. Huh?
Forgotten county
We're not
again,
in a big country.
Doesn't it prove the point, doesn't it?
But what do you think's going on there? Or can you give us any insight behind the scenes?
I wouldn't be an expert on
it all. But but I mean, it's a curious one.
Well, I mean, it's a bit disrespectful if he didn't come to the county or either county, Sligo, Leitrim, or
and it'd be some crack if he gets 2 TDs out of it as well.
It's looking that way, by the way, isn't it? The things going. But look, overall, it's such a change in the Donegal dynamics of you would never thought that Sinn Féin would have been the lead party, and that you wouldn't see a Fine Gael. Possibly not see a Fine Gael seat in Donegal, I mean, it's such a change because.
What's your analysis of the formation of the next government but it's based on the exit polls last night at 10 o'clock. What do you think it looks like? It looks like the status quo with a few.
It does look like the same again, and like-minded, strong independents will probably benefit,
And I suppose that's if you had a good, strong, like-minded independent with a wish list, you could do well for your people.
Absolutely, for your
And
constituency.
and I guess that's where you need to be. Remember, you're elected to do the best for the people, by the people, and you have to do what you can to make a deal for them. Like,
But we were just saying it's a very tough gig, politics, in the sense that not only do you have to go through the rigmarole of trying to get elected, even if you do get elected, there's a lot of abuse. I was talking to India earlier on about that. Even when you do get elected, you get a lot of abuse, and then you can easily get unelected. Like we're seeing Marion Harkin or even Charlie McConlogue. Marion Harkin could lose her seat. Charlie McConlogue could lose her seat. It's a rough game, isn't it?
It's a rough game, and it seems to be harder now. I guess with the mobile phone, social media, and the keyboard warriors and faceless people having a go all the time, and people like it is a hard game, and people say, oh, they're well paid and all that there, but now not many put their name up and have a go. Like it's there. That's the thing about living in a democratic country. You can put your name forward and have a go. Like but they're quick enough to slate everyone behind the keyboard, and not many of them put their name forward and step up, like, and so anyone that puts their name forward, you have to admire them for stepping up, like, and it's such a hard game, and they're going day and night trying to please everyone.
What does the political future hold for yourself?
Oh, listen, I love it. I love the excitement of it. I love the excitement of a count. And I suppose we were very close the last time, and we were under pressure too to run this time. And maybe just it wasn't the time. But, when is the right time? It's hard to know. And I had a lot of support to say, would you give it a go? So I didn't. We just came together and we thought, no, we'll focus on the next local elections, or maybe there might be someone hot on my tail.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here
But
that
I think she's ruled it out.
I would like her to live her life a wee bit.
Yeah,
before she would.
absolutely.
But look, never say never. I mean, 5 years, it's a long time, but it's look, it's a bug, isn't it? I suppose my father was at it for long enough, and he just loved it, and I suppose that's where we got our love for it, and then they, I suppose, picked it up, the bad habit from me. But it was great. It's great. Politics is great, and it's exciting, and counts are nip and tuck, like, and it's going to be a nip and tuck one here. You couldn't call it. It's
Do you think it'll go on a long time? I think Man City and Liverpool are playing tomorrow.
All right, okay.
No chance of getting to see that, no.
The Four Masters are playing under 21 final in Ballyshannon tomorrow. I was hoping that we might, and the Miners were playing in Dromore the night, but sure, we missed all that. But anyway, look, this is.
And you said Donegal. I know you were talking in the context, kind of a quip and a joke about Donegal, the forgotten county, and it is such a cliche at the moment.
Yeah.
And we don't like to put down the county, because I've been saying all day how brilliant Ireland is, how brilliant the county is. But do you think it is the forgotten county?
Look, I mean, you look at Donegal town 70 years ago. It had a railway station, and it had a cinema, and it had everything going for it. Now, unfortunately, we don't. And you know what? We have councillors and TDs in the area. And, whoever gets elected, they have to step up, because houses are important, but also you have to have something for the positive and well-being and for people, because that's so important, like facilities for the young and for everyone. And, swimming pools and cinemas and leisure facilities, and not everyone plays football, and you have to think about that.
You have to deliver for the
deliver for
do you
the
think
people.
Charlie McConlogue delivered?
I remember meeting the Minister of Health and the Minister of Charlie in Letterkenny or in Donegal town one day, and I says, I don't know which is the worst chalice, and it's such a hard chalice, Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, and the health. Now, I see the health minister doesn't seem to be going too well at the minute.
Stephen Donnelly looks like he might miss out in
and unfortunately, the controls with the agriculture and fisheries seems to be a further step in Europe than we have a control in here, and it's unfortunate that you have one of the best fishing ports in Europe, and you have your boats tied up for 11 months of the year. It's a disgrace, and they should hang their head in shame that we have to tie up our boats and we have to make room for other boats to come in. And if you're watching the chart out past the 15-mile radius, all the other boats are up and down cleaning and raping the seas of the fish, and we can't go near our own fish. Like, it's a disgrace, and we can't fish tuna or nothing. Like, and boats coming from China to fish tuna.
Is that the biggest hit for him, or do you think it's the defective concrete blocks for Charlie McConnell? He got a lot of stick over that, didn't he?
Before, that is such a nightmare for the people of Donegal. And then again, that's us forgotten about again. These people living in fear. And you watch the videos of homes crumbling and people, their houses groaning. That is a nightmare. And your home is your castle. And that people can't go to bed at night, safe in their bed with fear of the house falling around them. That is a disgrace. And people should hang their head in shame that allowed that to happen. But that the people should be looked after. And whatever it takes, we have money. There'll always be money. They print money every day of the week.
Did Charlie drop the ball, do you think, in relation to that?
Charlie, I mean, Charlie didn't make the decisions. He pushed and he fought. And, people are slowly getting the redress and getting their homes in order. But it should happen quicker and it should happen sooner. And, these people have to be looked after because when it happened outside Dublin, it was all sorted, the pyrite and all that there. And unfortunately, it looks like Sligo and Mayo as well. There's homes affected there. There's actually I know people in Donegal town that their homes have been rebuilt.
Really?
And it's such a disgrace.
It's a nightmare, isn't
it? You imagine you going to bed at night and you're wondering, Jesus, will it be in the bed beside me in the morning, the roof? Like, you know what I mean? That's unfortunately the reality of it. And watching the weather on storms and stuff like that there to see if it'll be safe, But look, it's a hard one. That the 4s and 5, who's going to be there? How do you see it? 2 Sinn Féin, 2 Fianna Fáil, and a fight for the last one. Thomas Pringle and Micah to fight for the last one.
We'll see what happens.
Is that going to be it?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens.
It's great though. I love the buzz of it all.
But Pádraig, it's great for you to drop in.
I appreciate it. That's
Pádraig,
3 generations of it. That's 3 generations.
I was just thinking that.
You've
3
interviewed.
generations.
Yeah.
And the one I interviewed the most was Peter.
Yeah.
Pádraig's father. For years and years and years.
Time.
He used to come in for tea in the morning and all the rest of it.
Great times.
He loved his fry-up.
He loved many's a story he had about the whole thing, in elections.
Yeah. We used to have good crack.
He told the one about he went to this house and he knew it was a Fine Gael house, and this old woman lived in it, and she had an outside toilet, and so anyway, he figured he would chance it anyway and see what he'd get out of it anyway, and went up to her anyway and chatted away to her anyway, and he says, maybe we should put in a wee grant there, and you might get the house done up, and we get the toilet inside, and get a new windows in, and upgrade the house and make it a wee bit better, and she says, and he says, and you might give me a wee stroke then if I got it sorted for you. And she says, I'd rather go to the grave with the track of the bucket on my arse than vote for Fianna Fáil. But that was one of the stories. He loved the whole politics. He was a real people person, and it didn't matter who or what you were. If he could have helped you out, and I guess that's the love I have for the community.
He was a good community worker.
He loved it, yeah.
For the fire brigade and all that.
The fire, and the fire stations. And when he came chair of the Donegal County Council, he fought for the fire stations to upgrade them, and then Minnie's station got an upgrade, and then he says, geez, you can't have a new station and an old engine then. And he fought for a new engine then to get them upgraded, Yeah. But he loved Donegal, and he would always go through the gap heading for Lifford, thinking, what could he do for the people of Donegal? And,
he was always available.
Yeah, always available. But look, thank you to all the team in Ocean. It's a great listen to it all day. I was out in Letterkenny this morning, their Christmas market, so I was out there helping them this morning. But it was great keeping updated of all that was going on, and it's a long day for you all. And
it can be a long day, but in between announcements.
Yeah, I know.
I think we've had 1 or 2, and it's just been about we're moving the papers over here.
But I'm very proud of India here.
Absolutely,
going well here.
She decides to go into politics,
keeping her right here.
She could be Taoiseach, you could say.
President, she always said she would like to be president.
Yeah.
Sure, aim high. Sure, why not?
Yeah. Bertie
That's-
Ahern could be the next president.
Right.
Well, I think he hasn't ruled himself out of running
No.
anyway.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Maybe the
So,
monk. Maybe the monk.
The
will-
monk looks like he might get a seat. I
Mm.
don't know whether that's still the case. I'll check it now.
Yeah,
But it is.
it's
incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, and who lose out there to the monk?
I don't know. Isn't he Dublin? Central Dublin? What? Dublin Central.
One of the Green Party seats, they're saying.
Ah, that could be. Oh, yeah. I think that's the deputy leader of the Green Party. But look, thanks very much for
Thank
joining
you,
us.
Jerome.
We'll make room again because I know
Okay.
Brendan Byrne is going to come back now. And thanks very much to Pádraig Kennedy, who is the mayor of Donegal Town and makes fantastic scones as well, it has to be said. You are tuned to Ocean FM, and we are going to keep you updated. Everything that happens, the excitement, I can feel the tension is starting to build as we get closer and closer to that official first announcement. Now, if you want to text us, you can get in part of the conversation or ask a question from our panel. 083 3500 530, 083 3500 530. And you can also go to the Ocean FM YouTube channel to watch us live. And you can also go to the link. There's another alternative. Go to the Ocean FM Ireland Facebook page. And then you can watch us there as well. But right now, let's go for a break. Buona Satatu, and you're very welcome back to the Ora Leisure Centre here in Letterkenny, where we're waiting for it all to happen. And listen to me now, we'll be here every step of the way to give you the latest details. Jerome Hughes here until the early hours, possibly tomorrow as well. We'll make sure that we're here every step of the way. If there's anything, you hear that we're taking the odd commercial break, but we don't take them very often. And if anything has happened during the commercial break, we'll come straight here, cut out of the commercial break. You won't miss a thing. Don't worry about that. Brendan Byrne has been with us since 9 o'clock this morning, former Fianna Fáil councillor here in Donegal, also former Director of Elections for Fianna Fáil. And Brendan, it's been a while since we did it. Could you give us an overview again, please, just of what exactly now, what is the state of play here at this stage?
Well, what's ongoing for the last hour and a half is the verification of the ballot papers, starting with the candidate that got the most votes, which was Pearse Doherty, followed by Pat the Cope Gallagher and Pádraig McLaughlin and Charlie McConalogue. So those are the four papers that are being examined, candidates' papers that are being examined at present. That is a long, arduous process where every ballot paper that was earlier tallied has come back down now onto the tables again and is verified for the stamp that has to be on the ballot paper and that the one is in the box of the respective candidate whose papers are being verified. So they have to do that in sequence, starting with the candidate who's received the most to the least. So I expect that to continue for another hour and a half at the rate they're going, which realistically, having said earlier, we should be getting a first count at 7:30, and that's going to be completely out now.
I reckon that Ronan was saying earlier that it could be 9 o'clock before they get the first count in the Sligo Leitrim.
And it could
Isn't that right?
And it could be 10:30 here. And as we know from our tallies, Pearse Doherty will be elected on the first count with a surplus of in and around 6,000 votes. The second count would be the distribution of those 6,000 papers, which we would expect to bring in his running mate, Pádraig McLaughlin. It will also mean that his other running mate, Noel Jordan, will get a certain percentage of them, but the bulk of Pearse Doherty's surplus is going to Pádraig McLaughlin. There's estimating around 40% of it, and that'll allow him to exceed the quota. So what's ongoing now is a very slow process where the 77 odd thousand papers that are here have to be verified that one, there's a stamp on them, and two, that they're in the right bundles for Pearse and all the other 19 candidates. And after that, the count proper starts, where physically the papers have to be counted one by one and a declaration made so that the first count is returned.
And you reckon it could be as late as 10 o'clock?
It's definitely at the rate of going because they have only four candidates' papers in public scrutiny. Here, immediately in front of us, we have Pearse Doherty. Next to that, the candidate was second, which was Pat the Cope, third, Pádraig McLaughlin, and then Charlie McConalogue. So there are only four. It's the four large candidates that got the largest amount of votes. So after that, it'll free up, admittedly, but it's slow.
It is slow, and we've got John Campbell here as well.
That she's going to, I would imagine it's possible she'll stop the count at 10 o'clock when she's got these votes certified. I can't see her going on. Was there any point in going on to finishing the first count at maybe 2 o'clock in the morning and then back in the morning? A lot of speculation over there that she's going to
with the help of God,
close it off at 10 o'clock.
Well, as you know, John, the first count, it being a surplus distribution from exceeding the quota on the first count, is a very slow. Everything is very slow for us. But this is particularly slow because the 19 odd thousand papers of Pearse Doherty have to be pigeonholed in twos, where the twos are going on Pearse's papers. And then we have to count all the twos for the remaining 19 candidates. And then we have to use that count of all the twos as a percentage of the surplus in order to distribute the surplus of 6,000 votes. So that is, of all the counts, that is a very slow moving count to when you exceed the quota.
What do you think, John? Could be a long night, or we could be off at 10 o'clock. The most important thing is that we're here to observe the democratic process and make sure that we get our first count. That would be exciting when we're waiting for the first count.
I would feel that she's definitely not going to go on too late tonight. I can't see the point in her going on too late with it. Like we're looking at this process now, we're looking at least another 2 hours, at least, aren't we?
Yeah.
To get round this up, and that's been kind. So, I mean, if she really starts into account at that stage after 9 o'clock, well, she's committing to something that she nearly has to finish. So, the instinct would say the likelihood is that she'll decide that at 10 o'clock that's enough, and she'll adjourn to 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Very good. And what's it looking like now? Because different people are coming around and they're sitting down here and they're saying, looks like we're definitely have the two Sinn Féin, and it's even been suggested we'll have two Fianna Fáil. Like, do you think it'll come down to a battle for the last seat? I mean, or the last two seats? Last seat or last two seats?
I think it'll be the last two, but it may not be much of a contest for the last two. If you look at the votes that we've tallied, Pierce Doherty on 19,213 and Pat the Cope on 10,262. And Pierce's running mate, Pádraig McLaughlin, on 9,879. It's without doubt that Pádraig McLaughlin will overtake Pat the Cope on the second count, the distribution of Pierce Doherty's surplus. And it will put Pádraig McLaughlin extremely near to the quota or slightly over it. And after that, then you'll have to revert to a whole sequence of elimination counts, which are quite fast. They should be done in a 30-minute cycle. The candidates with the smaller amount of votes, from Arthur McGuinness all the way up until you get to Nuala Carr of the Green Party. So if you look at that, there's about 4,500 votes there. And it's only after that, when you get to Niall McConnell, who's sitting with 1,572 votes, Mary T. Sweeney on 2,481. That's when you start distributing those candidates' votes that are in that category, that you could see potentially something that you hadn't otherwise anticipated. So once you get Niall McConnell, Mary T. Sweeney, and John McNulty eliminated, which will happen, you'll see is there a larger than anticipated trend to Thomas Pringle, who has to make up 1,500 votes to overtake Charles Ward. You'll also know with the elimination of John McNulty what percentage of that is going to the two Fianna Fáil candidates, both of which will be remaining. And as John McNulty's vote predominantly is Donegal Southwest, but significantly there's 570 votes of that in the east part of the Finn Valley, which is strong farming country. And I believe there's a percentage of that that will transfer strongly to Charlie McConnell Ogue. And it's at that stage that you will get more comfort in seeing Charlie McConnell Ogue move, because on 8,100, he has to find in and around 2,000 votes to be in the safety zone, because he could be caught. And between McNulty and Bradley, and between them, they have almost 7,000 votes. That's a significant chunk of votes. And as I said earlier, Nicky Bradley's votes is strongly in his own Letterkenny and Milford, which is Charlie's canvass area within the party agreement that he has with Fianna Fáil and Pat the Cope. So I think that's where the safety net is for Charlie that will help him to pull ahead of Charles Ward. To give a counter argument then to figure out where Charles Ward has potential, if you see a significant transfer from Niall McConnell, who's Finn Valley based, and Charles Ward polled reasonably well in the Finn Valley, but if you see a significant transfer from Niall McConnell to Charles Ward, then that's the counter argument for making Charlie safe. He becomes less safe. And after that, the avenues that are open to Charles Ward is Mary T. Sweeney and Noel Jordan, if there was in all those papers, because Noel Jordan would have had papers taken on transfer from from Pierce, there's a surplus. Is there a continuation of a Micah redress vote there? I have no proof that there is, and I have no proof that there isn't. So those are the avenues open to both candidates at
And
that
what's the
stage.
bottom? Your analysis is, I'm fascinated by it and listening to it intently.
Yes.
Right. And the detail is incredible. What's the bottom line?
Well, the bottom line is, and he's just sat down and joined us, so is that
You have to be careful what you say.
Well, no, I'll say that anyway. But
No,
Thomas Pringle is sitting with a candidate 5 miles west of him and 8 miles east of him. And they have a massive chunk of votes. And any candidate would give his eye tooth to be sitting in the middle of them, knowing well that they will be eliminated. And this is single transferable vote, and the votes will transfer. So I anticipate that Thomas Pringle will actually take the 4th seat.
4th seat?
Yes.
And 5th?
The 5th, as I see it, based on what I was going through there, crudely, is a battle between the 2 Charleses and Charlie.
Jeepers. That'll be fascinating. And
well, the rest may not agree with me now. I don't know.
No, but I mean, and I'll ask John Campbell in a second if he does agree with you. But Thomas Pringle is an outgoing TD. He's an independent TD. You're based down there in Killybegs. We were chatting to your son earlier on, and we had a good long chat with him.
I heard that. I didn't hear myself. I was only traveling on my way over, so I couldn't hear it myself.
No, he spoke very well. And he talked about the campaign. They're saying it's like a 3-week campaign, but I guess I guess it was a longer campaign than that. In reality, you're talking about months, or maybe when you're an independent, you're probably always campaigning.
Yeah, you have to be always conscious of that there's going to be an election at some stage. But the problem is then, because you're a small campaign and you're limited resources, you can't go out canvassing all the time either, because you don't want to burn people out and wait for an actual campaign to start. But it does feel like it feels like months and months ago since we went out to canvassing the first day, and I think
months ago,
or
no,
it feels like it.
Feels like that, yeah.
It wasn't actually that, but I think we started campaigning on the weekend before Halloween, and we started actually canvassing, and it just seems like a long time.
And it's always an uphill struggle, I guess. Like you've got kind of a reputation now for getting into scraping in or whatever. But does it feel different this time, or does it feel the same as the last time?
I feel slightly different. I mean, I think when we were out knocking on the doors and stuff like that, the recognition and stuff like that, there was an awful lot higher than it had been before, and that there, and and that, I think that stands to you in terms of transfers and stuff like that there. So I would expect that we would transfer very strongly right across the board. And I'm hoping we will at this stage, but I think we will, and I think Brenton was probably right when he was saying about John McNulty and Noel Jordan. That's when we'll benefit exceptionally from them as well too, and that's down to the work that we've done and the team have done in terms of canvassing and stuff like that there, and it's vitally important too,
And not that you'd blow your own trumpet, but is it particularly difficult to campaign and to try and get elected as an independent where you don't have a big party machine behind you? I mean, is it a particularly tough challenge?
Well, it's tough in terms of getting the resources and being able to cover the area. Like, I mean, Donegal's a big county, as we all know. And, when you're trying to canvass, and there's many parts of Donegal that we didn't get to canvassing. And that's the reality of the situation. That's because you have a small team. But, I mean, my team worked so tirelessly and so hard. And
how many did you have in the team?
Well, altogether, probably we had... Probably there would have been the guts of about 25 or 30 people would have went out at different times.
The core
but there would have been a core then probably of about 12 or 14 would have been out all the time, like and that's a huge amount of commitment from them, and it's a great tribute to them that we're here, and hopefully we'll take a seat, and I think it might be the 4th seat, so that's grand, and that's a tribute to all the campaign workers that I've had and the great work that they've done. And they're doing that because they want to, and they enjoy it, and they believe in an independent voice as well in Donegal, and for Donegal, and that's all important.
And unlike the past, does it feel strange when you hit this invisible wall at Lahey and you can't go down and you can't go past Lahey?
Yeah, well, you have to get used to it very quickly, because when you're limited resources, you don't want to be canvassing areas that can't vote for you.
Yeah, exactly.
That's definitely for sure there. Yeah, look, I mean, and that's more so for the people beyond that, Ballintown, Rossnowla, and Bundoran, Ballyshannon, and stuff like that. That feel that they don't have representation or they don't have county-wide representation. And that, I think that's something that needs to be looked at in the future to try and get that resolved. But it's going to require a constitutional referendum for that to happen. And we'll have to see what happens in relation to that, whether there's any appetite to put forward a referendum, which I doubt very much that there will be.
And would you have had, I mean, I know you're an independent, but we're hearing that Marion Harkin might be in danger in the Sligo Leitrim constituency. You don't think so?
I didn't realise. Apologies.
No, I think that she might be in danger of losing her seat. That's what we're thinking anyway. Isn't that right, Ronan? I think it's still the case.
Yeah.
He agrees.
I hadn't heard that.
The strange thing when you're here, Thomas, we're all in a bubble here. We don't know what's happening outside.
I'm in my own bubble as well, which is even worse. You would have known her, would you? Like you work with her, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
I mean, I know just because she's an independent doesn't mean you have an allegiance. No, but I'm asking you if you have any insight into why that might have happened.
To be honest with you, I have no insight into it at all, and I wouldn't know anything about outside of Donegal, and that's true. Like, I mean, the last 4 or 5 weeks, you've just been focused entirely on the constituency. I wouldn't know what's happening nationally. I was surprised that Marion Harkin would be in bother.
Yeah.
That would be surprising.
It is a surprise, isn't it?
Like Marion would have been and part of our grouping within the Dáil, like for the technical grouping that we had, she would have been part of that and for the last 5 years.
But you wouldn't have worked closely with her per se.
No. We would have been in a technical group that shared speaking time and stuff like that there, and that's what we would have been there, and that's an arrangement to make sure you can maximise the time that you have.
And what's that independent group you're in?
It's
not really
the independent group.
The independent group, and
that's the independent group.
No, that's
another group.
Independent group. And then I can't remember what the names of them are.
But come here,
about them too.
The reason I'm asking is because is it in any way in contention to potentially, being willing to form a government, say, with Sinn Féin?
No, you see, the grouping that we had was basically for Dáil speaking time and Dáil functions.
Right.
Like, I mean, Michael
Fitzmaurice
was a member of that group as well, and now he's in Independent Ireland. And then Michael McNamara was a member of the group, and he was elected to Europe, so he's gone from the group. So myself and Catherine Connolly and Joan Collins would have been kind of the most closely aligned of the members of that group, the three of us.
And would you be willing to join an existing independent group that would be willing to perhaps form a government with Sinn Féin? In other words, would you be willing to change your direction a little bit as an independent in order to get rid of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael?
If that was possible, yes, I would.
You would be willing to do that?
I would.
And do you think that's a possibility?
I don't know, based on the figures and that, so we'd have to see what the figures are coming out of.
I mean, I'm thinking, I keep presuming that, I'm basing it on the exit poll figures from last night at 10 o'clock, but you're not ruling anything out in that regard anyway.
No, I think in terms of progress for Ireland, we do need to get rid of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, and that would be the best outcome that we could have.
But the people don't agree.
No, and that's the beauty of elections. The people haven't agreed.
But are you surprised they don't agree? I mean, given that all of the criticism that we hear throughout the campaign about, everyone's moaning about the cost of living or housing and the health system, and that's all we hear about all the time. But then when it comes down to the crunch.
But if you look at over the last 20 years in Ireland, what we have is an individualisation of society, and where basically every person is on their own and every person can look out for themselves, and I think you see that reflected then in the vote for Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, because that really has been a vote for people that are doing okay, and there is a proportion of people within our society that are doing okay, and they're the people who aren't homeless, who aren't dependent on council houses, who aren't dependent on the public health service, and that there's a portion of those people.
Well, those people who are doing okay must be very willing to vote.
Yeah, they voted for Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael.
I know, but you know what I mean. Like they're not lethargic about saying, well, look, everything's okay. I won't even bother voting. I mean, if that's the case, which I'm sure you're right, they obviously are good voters.
They are
good voters.
And I mean, it's no mistake, there's no coincidence that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael concentrate on the pensioners and stuff like that there when it comes to voting. And you can see the statistics are there to prove it. Like 18 to 25-year-olds, they might have a huge number of those when they're polled will actually support Sinn Féin, but a very small proportion of those actually vote. And that's the reality of the situation, where people over 65 probably 95% of them vote, and that's why Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael tailor their policies towards those people that they can be sure that will go out and vote.
And do you think anyone will be, any party or any individual, any independent will be able to target that 18 to 25-year-old to motivate them? Or I don't know how they would do it, because we've been talking about it all day, but what a massive vote they have. If they would, we were saying it earlier on, I know loads of them, they're not even registered to vote. Like, could you imagine if someone like yourself or one of the main parties or anyone was able to mobilize that vote? Jeez, it would be unbelievable.
Yeah, and that's the thing about it. You know, the feeling for 18 to 25-year-olds and a certain proportion of 25 to 30-year-olds feel that politics has no relevance in their lives. And you know, and what you have to do is show the people, you know, if you're attending school, if you're attending university, you know, Susie grants, accommodation, all that politics makes a difference to all those things. And you have to make sure that people get that message out across and get that to young people to actually show them the value of their vote. Now,
Fianna Fáil leader Micheál Martin has just been elected in the first count after topping the poll in Cork South Central, and so it's about getting them aware of how important it is. I mean, that's a big task. I mean,
and it's also about, so I suppose, probably showing that there is an alternative as well too. Like, you know, and a lot of people feel that, you know, that maybe their vote won't make any difference, or that there as well too, and so therefore they don't use their vote. And I always say, like, I mean, the very first election that I stood in, if 9 people had voted for the Fianna Fáil candidate instead of me, I wouldn't have been elected. And that's how fine-tuned it can become. And you'll see even through the count here as it develops too as well. Like, I mean, it'll come down to very small margins and very small numbers of votes, and that can make a difference. And that's what people need to see, that and if they see that and understand that, maybe then they might see the value in their own vote as well.
And apart from the 18 to 25-year-olds, what's the other major cohort of society that don't vote? Because we have a very low turnout. You know, when I say very low, it's not a great turnout. I don't know how it'll end up nationally, but it'll be lower than 60. You reckon? I mean, it'll be lower than the last time.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know for definite on this, but I mean, I think that when you take the amount of on the register, the people that shouldn't be on the register, as the percentage figures, I think, you know, you're looking at a 50% turnout. I think in reality, that's probably the 75% turnout. Yeah, I think so, because the registers are after.
Well, we've got Brendan Byrne here.
Well, down in deep state Georgia, they try to take people off the register all the time. I don't think that's what you're talking about.
No, but I'm talking about dead,
yeah, the accuracy of the register
people and people who've emigrated and stuff like that. There, you know, that they.
Well, look, I think in fairness to Thomas, he's on a very valid point. The registers, since we started going into politics, Thomas, has never been accurate. Yeah. There's people left on, they're dead. People that left on, they're removed, and there's people not on. So the whole accuracy, but we don't have a system of register.
Do you think the turnout could be 70%?
Oh no.
In reality,
no.
I think it could be.
That would be unreal, wouldn't it? If it's true.
It'd be very interesting to have a look for somebody, either the Electoral Commission or somebody like that, there to actually look at the register.
And while they're at it, they could look at changing Donegal back to Donegal.
No, that won't happen. That won't happen without a referendum.
That's maths.
And it won't happen without a referendum.
It's bad maths if it is. It's very bad maths. Because the people feel very disjointed about it in places like Bundoran and Ballyshannon, when they're voting for candidates that they've never and an area that they don't relate to.
Absolutely.
You know, Donegal has its own football team. It has its own clubs. It has its own culture within.
We're 100% with you on the emotion, but in the guidelines, there's no emotion.
But the emotion is important.
You're getting very emotional about it. I'm concerned about you.
You could equally, I suppose, argue that people in Carlow, Kilkenny shouldn't have to vote for a Kilkenny person, and somebody in Sligo Leitrim shouldn't have to vote for somebody from Sligo from Leitrim, and you know, and that's unfortunately what was required to make Donegal.
But I think Galway it has its own constituency, doesn't it?
No, there's Galway. There's 2 constituencies in Galway: Galway East and Galway West, and part of part of Mayo was in Galway West the last time, and it's not this time, and you know, so that's basically what you would need to do. You would need to have a constitutional referendum, and then you would also need to get Donegal to be a single constituency. The amount of representation in the Dáil would need to have to go up to maybe about 190, 200 seats, and nobody's going to agree to that. No. And that's the reality of the situation. I mean, if you said they went to the Irish people and said, "Look, we want to grow the number of TDs up to 200," they would say, "You must be fucking mad."
No, it would never go through. So it looks like you're in Sligo for some time, Jerome.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like you don't seem too upset about it, but I think there has to be a
I
solution.
feel your pain every minute of the day, but
There
I'm
has
just
to be a
feeling-
solution. It's one of the large. I think it's the third largest county in Ireland.
I'm thinking of renting a room to you actually, and then you can register in my house.
Where is it?
In Carrick.
Oh, in Carrick. Well, I might take you up on that. It might come sooner than you think. The way interest rates are going, and my mortgage is going. But no, it makes a. We'll have to examine that in the future. But you're confident anyway, Thomas, of the fourth seat. And what's your we haven't asked you about anything else in terms of the other. Do you think Charlie McConalogue is safe enough at this stage, or what's your analysis of it? Because you're down having a look at it.
Yeah, well, I mean,
earlier on it didn't look good at all.
I was just looking, just from talking to my own team, and that I think it's going to become between Charlie McConalogue and Charles Ward for the last seat, and I think the problem that Charlie McConalogue has is where he's going to get transferred from.
Would you like to see him lose the seat? I know you're not being, you don't want to be nasty or personal, but would you like to see him lose the seat?
Well, I think it would be better for the overall country that Fianna Fáil would go down to having one representative in Donegal, and whether that's Charlie McConalogue or Patrick Hope. And I think it'd be it's better overall to see that we see the end of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael closer.
And what about I think you were in Sinn Féin at one stage, weren't you?
Yeah, I've been in politics for 24, 25 years. Yeah. I was in Sinn Féin for 3 of them. So yeah, it was.
Do you still have any feelings a wee bit? No, but I mean, when you say...
it actually proved to me that political parties are no good for anybody.
Yeah. But if you were to fall out of bed and you had to fall into some political party, it would be Sinn Féin.
I would retire from politics. But I wouldn't fall into any political party.
Are you surprised by the support they have? I mean, Pierce Doherty and Pádraig McLaughlin, that's some vote, isn't it?
That's a big vote.
Are you surprised?
Not really, no.
Why do you think it is? Do you think it's the promising the 100% redress?
No, I don't think so, because I mean, I think Sinn Féin didn't promise 100% redress when they had the opportunity to in the public meeting in Buncrana a number of months ago. And the reality is, I mean, the people that make it, people see that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, we had the Fine Gael redress scheme that was rubbish. We have the Fianna Fáil redress scheme now, which is slightly less rubbish. So there is a need for a proper redress scheme to actually make sure that people can repair their houses and repair them properly. And we're going to have a huge problem that's going to come in the next couple of years. And it's starting already in terms of childcare facilities, public buildings. The building we're here now at the minute is even apparently have got to make a problem too, and that's going to become, and that is down to Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael policies over the last number of years, and that is squarely at their foot. This has got to do with self-regulation of the building industry, which was brought in by Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael over the years, and that's where the problem lies. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to be resolved at any stage soon.
And if you get the call and some way you see a path to get into government, you'd be willing to do it, more than happy to do it. And do you feel, you're in Killybegs, you're still based there, do you feel like if you look at the fishing industry, they feel let down as well? Is it very difficult to bring about change as an independent? Do you feel like you're able to, I mean, you talk strong on so many issues, which is fair enough, like the 100% redress, and probably now you say that you support the fishing industry, which I'm sure is true, but is it very hard to make a real impact as an independent, just as a sole independent?
No, I don't think so. If you look at the Dáil and how the Dáil performs now, I mean, the government doesn't get away with stuff like it used to before, and that they don't, nothing that the government does goes without any scrutiny, and I think that's vitally important. And we need to have that scrutiny to make sure that people know what's actually going on and know that the government isn't getting away with stuff all the time. The problem the fishing industry has is that the fishing industry has been neglected by every successive Irish government since we joined the European Union. Indeed, when we actually were negotiating to join the European Union, the Europeans told the Irish government that there would be no negotiations if they wanted to talk about fishing. And that's where it all started from, and we've led on from that. And we still have a situation where government ministers, no matter who they are, will not support the fishing industry. You have the officials in the department view Irish waters as European waters, not as Irish waters. And that is the problem. And until we have a government that is supportive of the fishing industry, we will never change that.
Yeah. Are you pro-EU? I mean, I know you're talking about a very specific issue, but would you be pro-European Union or?
I think the European Union has been good for Ireland on certain things, but I mean, I think that when we joined the European Union knew what we were bringing to the table. We didn't, and they've got more than the value of and fish alone out of Irish waters, and I don't believe that the European Union has been about growing Ireland and looking after Ireland. I think the European Union has been about taking our resources and using them for their own ends, and we've been handed a sop to change it with structural funds and stuff like that there, and then Fianna Fáil and Gael go along with that, and they buy into that, and they say that we should be thankful for what we're getting, and which we shouldn't be.
Did you ever run for European Parliament?
No.
You didn't? No interest, or?
No, I would no interest. Now, unfortunately, Ming has me down as a substitute. So I'm hoping that Ming will be there for time. Yeah, I certainly don't want to be going as a substitute over the European Parliament.
What does that mean if God forbid, something happened to him?
If God forbid, if anything happened to him, or if Ming ran for president and was elected president, well then I would have
You'd
to
be in.
I would have
do you
to
think
be
he could become president? That'd be some.
I think he would give it a good shot.
And do you think we're well represented over there? Obviously, you're going to say Ming does a good job, but do you think we're well representative in Europe? Because we're criticising.
I think Ming does a good job.
Yeah, but we're when you talk about the EU and its role with the fishing thing and all that, and I know probably what you're saying is it should have been the Irish government, before certain things happened, they should have influenced what was being agreed at that stage. But yeah, I mean, I'm not sure.
It's not that simple either.
The European Parliament has a certain role in terms of European policy and stuff like that there, but the major role at European decision making is the Council of Ministers and is the Commission.
Yeah.
And the Irish government is represented directly on there. So the European Parliament, more and more over the last number of years, can take a role and can have some influence, but it doesn't have the majority of influence. And when Europe makes decisions, it's not the European Parliament that makes those decisions. It's the Council of Ministers and the Commission that makes those decisions. And Irish ministers will go and sit on the Council of Ministers and negotiate on our behalf. And the reality is that Ireland has given up on the fishing industry to ensure that they look after other things.
Brendan Byrne, you know a wee bit about this.
Yeah, well,
tell us why first, if you don't mind. Is that okay?
Sorry, I'm the
I'm
the chief executive of the Irish Fish Processors and Exporters Association for the last 4 years. Look, part of what Thomas says is accurate. Others, it's kind of overly simplified. When we joined the EEC, as it was in 1973, we were a very underdeveloped nation when it came to fishing. And then at critical points along that pathway in 1976, with the expansion of our EEZ, and in 1983, when quotas were set based on the track record from 79 to 83, we were a developing country in many ways in terms of fishing when you compare us directly to France and the Netherlands and Germany and Denmark. And later then in 1986, the Spanish and Portuguese arrived. So we had, from 73 particularly to 83, we didn't realize the potential of what we had, which was what Thomas has correctly said, nor did we have the policies to back up to protect our interests going forward. So basically, the quotas that you have in Killybegs or in Greencastle or Castletownbere now are based on a figure that was submitted by our department in 1983. They've only gone up and down on the basis solely of scientific advice since that. And that is locked in under the relative stability key. And when we submitted our catch estimates from 79 to 83, we submitted the bona fide catch estimates. France submitted theirs and multiplied it by 300%. The Dutch did likewise. And they outmaneuvered us. Now, is that a political criticism? Most likely. Is it an administrative and public service criticism? Yes. We just were outmaneuvered and outnegotiated. And who would have anticipated a policy that came in 1983 would never be changed to this present day? So if you look at the Eurostat figures, every member state, coastal member state of the EU, in the Eurostat figures for fish processing and fish producing is increasing. Ireland since 2017 is at a downward trajectory to such a point that the sector I'm representing has fallen by 66% in the last 2 calendar years, where viability is now on the line. We're beyond the point that we're not viable. So we're hoping to change our government emphasis, at least to give us a designated junior minister or super junior. We have to have political focus. in the 4 years that I've been here, the most frustrating thing I have witnessed is even yet at a critical time when we're going down the toilet in fishing, we still haven't changed how we engage at European level, how we engage with the European Commission, and how our department is function. If you're making a mistake in life, don't repeat the mistake and keep repeating it. You have to change your trajectory. And, you know, if you look at it, it's an industry that should have a strategy for 10 years to double in size and growth.
Not go down by 60 odd percent
in
over
2 calendar years.
Yeah. Well, it's a tough, and you're looking for you're looking for a government to come in and a dedicated minister. But do we have Minister for Marine?
Not since 2014.
Not since 2014.
No,
Minister for Marine.
Yeah, that was the last Minister for Marine in 2013, actually. And since then, you have a Minister for Marine that's part of a Ministry for Food and a Ministry for Agriculture.
Yeah.
So if you're in those 3 departments, agriculture is going to take the bulk of your time because we have 400,000 farmers and family farms, and then food is food production and all this. And marine, unfortunately, in Ireland has become a 1.3 billion industry. Now, in terms of agriculture, it's a small, but significantly in Donegal, it still is responsible for 16% of the overall employment in Donegal, fishing, directly and indirectly, ancillary and service sector. So it's still a big employer in Donegal. Cork Southwest would be another constituency which is a good employer of the fishing industry. But all of that is irrelevant if we are going to continue to do the exact same thing as we've done last year and for the 20 years previous to that. And if it was any other sector of the economy, and I highlighted earlier in the debate, the mushroom industry, a fine industry in Monaghan, but basically Monaghan, they had a bailout when they were at a critical juncture 15 years ago. We're at this critical juncture for the past 20 years that has now got to a point that we're the whole...
So a dedicated minister for the Marine.
And real political will and power to do something.
That's more important than...
Thomas Pringle.
I think it's more important to have political will across the whole of government to actually go out and fight on behalf of it. I really don't think it matters whether you have a junior minister for the Marine or not if you have the political will. I mean, and what's clear for everybody living in Clawback and living in Donegal is the political will hasn't been there ever. And that's why the fishing is in the situation it is in.
Yeah, we might.
And I welcome the debate on fishing. And in fairness, Ocean had a terrific show, 2 hours long from Killybegs that highlighted fishing because for too long, fishing has stayed in the shadows. And
so with the Minister for Marine and Natural Resources, was that Noel Dempsey? Was
it? But that was 2002.
2002. So
you're stuck in a time warp.
Stuck in a time warp. It's been a long time. But you know, what you need is a dedicated minister, and any sound like because you'd be involved in the lobbying, I guess. Any feedback that you might be making some headway.
In fairness,
you might be making some ground.
fairness, these documents that are called political manifestos all make reference to a dedicated minister for Marine.
Do they?
They do, which is welcomed. We welcome that because we can now hold them to account that this is what you said.
Yeah.
Back it up with political willpower.
All of the manifestos,
yes,
including Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael.
Yeah.
So you'll have to hold them to that now.
Absolutely.
Much confidence.
Well, we're at a point, you know, they don't have much time to decide here. They either take a decision to save the industry or they leave it and it's gone. That's where we're at. This is not hyperbole, as Joe Biden says. This is the facts. And Thomas represents Killybegs, and we all know Killybegs. No one around this table in their lifetimes has seen how bad things are in Killybegs.
It's still a significant contribution to the economy.
Absolutely. And as I said, 16% of the people employed in Donegal, according to the stats, are employed because of fishing, directly, indirectly, ancillary or service sector to it.
16%.
Yes.
Which is huge. And you would have heard that. You'd have been lobbied over the years on that, Thomas.
Yeah.
It's nothing new that you're hearing.
No, sadly, it's nothing new. And the reality is that government hasn't supported it, and that's where our problem is. I mean, the problem there's a lot of talk about the problem being in the European Parliament and stuff like that. The European Parliament ultimately doesn't have the say. It's when the government goes out to negotiate through the Council of Ministers and through the Commission, and that has a say. And we do not have and haven't had a government that is supportive of the fishing industry.
And listen, if you were to be really pushed now, Thomas, in relation to the formation of the next government, it really looks like the status quo, doesn't it, with an extra couple of groupings along with Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, doesn't it?
Yeah, it probably looks. It looks. I think from the last I've seen the figures, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael are going to be 6 or 7 seats short of an overall majority, and so I think that probably what you're going to see is the Labour Party will go in with them.
Yeah,
sadly.
You think it's depressing? You think?
It is kind of depressing, all right, to be sitting here at this stage. And
Well, that's how people have voted, of course, we respect it, but it doesn't make it very exciting.
Well, it'll be exciting to see the demise of the Labour Party the next time round, so that'll be something.
It seems to be that the Green Party haven't fared well out of this.
No, I think they're not going to come back with any seats at all.
With no seats. And then you had... Who's that speaking now, Brendan?
That's me, yes.
What were you saying?
That was the best news I got all day. We've no Greens.
Yeah. Not a big fan? Okay, well, on that note...
Did I kill the conversation again, boys?
You did not. But come here, Michelle. You've been chatting to people as you've been going around here. What's the atmosphere been like now? If you can give us a bit of colour, because we're in the Aura Leisure Centre here in Letterkenny. You can see, if you're watching us live, you can see that there's a lot of activity there in the background, and people have been filtering in and out all day. And I think, Michelle, it's just Michelle McFadden, who's a renowned journalist here in Donegal. There's a sense of anticipation, is there? Or is it a sense of fait accompli? What are you getting when you're walking around?
I think it's a kind of sense of a fait accompli, as you said. People are talking about the Greens being decimated. It's all over the news at the moment. Like they're not regaining or getting any of their seats. Then there's a lot of talk about the monk and how he's faring. I think he's in 4th place in Dublin Central. Mary Lou's a good bit ahead of him at the moment. There's a talk about the government and who's going to actually, to use a typical term, who's going to get into bed with Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. And I was talking to Thomas there, and he said Labour probably, and that would be unfortunate, because we all know that a small party that gets in with a coalition government, they're going to be massacred and come out the other side like the Greens have, today. It's always reflected.
But
they don't come out well.
One day in government is better than a lifetime in opposition, or whatever that saying is.
Well, you can always rely on the Labour Party to let everybody down.
Huh?
You can always rely on the Labour Party to let everybody down.
Not a fan either.
I mean, anybody that's going in to prop up Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael knows what they're going to get.
Well,
they're going to get wiped out.
We're already God love them. They haven't done it yet. We're already saying it, but it looks like they could. It looks like they could. I mean, wouldn't be the first. And come here, India. What have people been saying to you? You've been out and about again and walking around. What's the atmosphere been like?
It's very similar to what Michelle said. It's going to be a tight race. I mean, you can call the first 3 seats, but after that, it's very difficult to see it. As I mentioned, Thomas in the last election was very transfer friendly, but now you have Charles Ward of the 100% Redress party, and he's going to take up a lot of them twos as well. So it's all going to depend on how fast Pierce Doherty, Patrick McLaughlin and Pat the Cope are going to get over the line and see where their twos and their threes are going to go to. So it's going to be a tight election, but hopefully in the end it won't go on too long.
And we'll be here from the bitter end. Has it been an exhausting campaign, Thomas, in terms of being out and about? I know you had a team of about 30 people or whatever else, but does it get exhausting? I mean, can you give us a bit of flavour, a bit of colour in terms of what it's like to be on a campaign?
Yeah, it does get exhausting. I mean, for the last week or so, you're just continuing on as much as possible, and
like
then
a robot. Yeah.
And yesterday, then when there's not much you can do. Yesterday, really, it's all over. The people have had they're going to have their say. So, I mean, the tiredness just hits you then, and you get sleep the whole time, and that's what happens with it. So in that sense, I'm glad it was a shorter campaign, because another week would have probably killed us all together. But but you would keep on going, but you would be a hell of a lot more worn out than that as well after it. That's how every campaign goes. And I suppose when you have a smaller team, you're going more constantly as well too, to try and keep on going, and it just gets you eventually, but hopefully you survive it.
Well, Thomas Pringle, outgoing independent TD, thanks very much for joining us. I know you're under pressure to go speaking to other places and that type of thing, and you reckon you might get the 4th seat. So if you do, congratulations in advance. And I mean, listen, anything's possible, but at least you put in a good campaign anyway. Thanks for speaking to Ocean FM. You're welcome anytime.
No bother at all. Thank you.
And now we're joined by Mary T. Sweeney from A&2, and one of the 20 candidates here running for 5 seats here in the Donegal constituency. And Mary T. Sweeney, we've spoken to you many times before. What's it looking like for you at the moment when you look at all the facts and figures? I mean,
well, the first thing I want to say is thank you to every single person that took the time to go to the polling station and to vote for me. And to vote for anybody in effect, but especially those that went out of their way and voted for me. And I really appreciate that. And don't ever consider it a spoiled vote. It is a vote that will materialise in that other parties will look at our votes and say, well, we need to be careful here. If this girl gets too strong a vote, then, we need to maybe withdraw some of the ideas we have and start being more moderate. And there's a lot of issues and concerns that are out there, but I can do that with or without the Dial badge. I'll do my best and I'll keep working hard, and that's the reality of it.
But no luck for you this time out, you don't think?
No, what's going to be this time is there's 10 independents there, and 9 of those 10 are going to give me a fair percentage of the vote. I would expect around a 25% minimum. That 25% minimum, if it projects in, will give me 1,000 votes, which will put me in line with Fine Gael. And the reality is we hadn't one penny of funding, only from the people of Donegal, across Donegal. And well done, all of you that supported us at the pub quizzes and the church gate collection. When you're fighting the big party machine, you must remember it's a different battle. It's a Samson and Goliath battle. But the battles are to be taken, and the strong people fight these battles. And Aontú have fought against all sorts of odds to get on the national media, to get recognised, to be respected. And we will achieve funding after this election. So we have been successful, number one, on that. Number two is we have an undisputed natural leader, a great orator, and a man of conviction and compassion, and a person who really works. We all do work tirelessly. Peadar Devine. He's been fantastic. And I think the whole government recognises that when he won the accolade for the hardest working TD in the Dáil. Now, it says a lot to me when RTD has to win that award as a single person with 2 secretaries. At least now we will have new secretaries, we'll have an extension of the research staff, and we can keep pushing hard and being the real opposition that we have been all along.
And Mary T., and forgive me for this because I'm not able to monitor everything nationally, but how many candidates do you run nationally?
Nationally, we had 43 candidates, 1 candidate in every constituency across the country.
And I know it's a tough gig when you're starting out as a relatively new party, but how's it looking? I mean,
I think we're looking at 4 that are going to be sort of the last losers in that capacity. And listen, we're only formed 5.5 years, folks. What we have done has been remarkable.
No, it's an incredible. Listen, regardless of your politics or whether you agree with your politics or not, it's an incredible achievement and contribution to society if you want to actually form a new party, be part of it, build it up.
And give a voice to people that have no voice.
Keep running despite not being successful. And you will keep running, will you?
100% we'll keep going. If it's not me, there's a seat here for the next person coming along. We desperately need a few more professionally qualified people that are involved in the political world. So, we're a party that has room for people coming in politically that have experience. We don't have the big directors of elections and the big planners and the access to all of that. The reality is that will come now. That will come.
And I was saying earlier on, you were on the right side of history in terms of agreeing with the electorate 100%. And the referendums. And I think you were the only politician here. Do you remember I interviewed you here?
Yeah. I got chewed for walking away at 1 o'clock in the morning from you.
Yeah. No, I think that was the local election. So
was it? I get mixed up.
I mean when the
one runs and we've been fighting. Was it 5 elections in 5 years? Is it something? We had the European, we had the local, we had the previous local.
Yeah, it's hard to keep
I've had five elections in 5 years. I have no clean house. I have no Christmas tree up. All of that will happen next week.
Yeah, and you're. I suppose you're kind of sick at this stage speaking about all the issues, but that's what you do.
No,
you're a politician.
Privileged. I'm not sick.
You're a politician.
I'm privileged to get the opportunity to stand for
What was the number
people.
one? What was because the exit poll last night says housing was the number one. Housing is also a major issue here in Donegal. And there was something else. Somebody else said housing. They kept hearing housing.
For me, it's been housing, health, and immigration. That's the 3: housing, health, and immigration. And the reality is when I talk to whether it's the students in Milford or whether it's the students in the ATU, our students need support. They've taken away student accommodation, no thought to the parents, the stress it's putting on parents, the extra budgeting they have to do to try and manage that. When we have people sitting in Donegal working in the civil service, taking unpaid leave days so that their children can access the Susie grant, that's crazy, folks. That should not be happening. We should be looking after our people and our parents, trying to get children through education, and we're not doing it. Why is that not reflected in the polls? Because people are afraid to jump ship. You need strategy. You need people that understand politics to lead politics. And I think there's a fear element, or the biggest element in the room, the elephant in the room, is the amount of people that don't go out to vote.
I don't want to put you. India Kennedy is studying politics and international relations, right? And I'm just, India, looking for your, and this is Mary T. Sweeney that just made it, and I'm not putting you on the spot, India, but do you have any insight into terms of perhaps why it's not getting as much traction as it might?
I think as a party, you're not a very reciprocal party to young people purely because of your stance on the pro-life. And I think that if you were to change your views on pro-life and be more reciprocal to the young voters, you would definitely be a stronger party. But I think by you saying the parties that are in government, they don't understand, I don't agree with that. And I think that as a young person and as a student, it's the government. Yes, they're not doing enough. I would completely agree with you on that. And things like Susie and things like supports for student is not enough. But there's a lot more supports for students since there has been in the last 5 years and in the last 10 years for the last two governments. So I don't think it's right to say that they don't understand what they're doing. And I think that if Aintu were to get in government, I think it'd be very different. I think they wouldn't do half as well as Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael in government.
One thing I would say, we went to meet, there was 46 students in Milford, and thank you to all those students came for the debate there last week, I think it was. I'm sort of confusing days. And I have to say, and a pleasure to meet you. Never met you before. Delighted to meet you. Delighted to see young people involved in politics. But in my opinion, you haven't looked into the Ogre group. Go and look at the young Ogre group. It's a phenomenal group of young people. They're flying it. They're all over Ireland. They're at colleges all over Ireland. People have a perception in their heads of what Aintu is or is not. And many people, even today in this room, came to me from different parties and asked me.
I'm just basing on the Aintu manifesto, and that's my opinion, and I'm basing that on the Aintu manifesto. And I was looking at Ogra Aintu, and they're not. I think they could be a bigger party and a bigger Ogra party if they were more active on social media.
You see, when you got a moral compass about an issue in life, then you either have your compass or you don't. And you have to be very brave to give people that compass and stand up. I had two students at the end. There was only two students came to speak to one candidate in the Milford school. And I was very honoured that those two students came to me. Now, you had ministers from government sitting in that room, and they didn't want to ask them questions. It was the same in the ATU law debate.
Yeah.
They didn't rush to the other people that were ministers in government. They came. I was madly honoured that they came to ask me questions and to stand with me.
You're very active. Like, I mean, we met once in the
Did
local.
I beg your pardon.
It's okay. We only met briefly.
I beg your pardon.
But I've been watching you, and I've been doing my research on you, and you're very active in things like the Letterkenny Hospital and in the 100% redress. And I think it's unfortunate that you're not going to get a seat. But one of the reasons why I think you could have done better is if Aintu were a bit. I think Aintu need to broaden their horizons a bit more. And I completely agree about your moral compass, and you're completely entitled to that. But I think you would be such a stronger party if you were to broaden your horizons more on.
If I had £1 for every time that a candidate asked me or a party asked me to go and jump ship and join them.
Oh, I'm not saying to jump ship at all. Like, I think.
But can I tell you, you see, when you stand and you're a first-time mother and you hold a baby at 25 weeks in your arms, and the nurse says to you in the intensive care unit, would you rather have known this child for a day than never have known it at all? You can't help but swell that emotion. And you can never, let me just finish this point.
Yeah, no, sorry.
You can never finish the point that there's a 3-day wait for mothers. And in that time, there's 70% of mothers change their mind about having an abortion. 85% of women have abortions because they can't afford the baby. In Aintu, we're looking to give that 85% maternity pay and all the others maternity pay from 16 weeks of pregnancy. We're looking to guarantee that a mother that's pregnant should have a roof over her head. We're looking that life is life for the whole life. It's not just for me, it's for the disabled, it's for the professional that has worked all their lives and can't get a mortgage. You know, life is not just one concept of life. There is a media presentation given and driven by the national media that never allowed. Do you know that a referendum went through on abortion and not one type of abortion was covered from the 5 different types you can have? There's a lot of education to be done there.
I'm not saying, listen, you've obviously done your research. I've done my research, and I can completely understand why you are pro-life. But I don't think that it's up to a party, and I don't think it's up to Pat or Tobin to tell me what I can and can't do with my body.
Nobody's telling you. Nobody's
No,
telling
but
you.
you're like yous were trying to change the abortion legislation. I am completely against having abortions for disabilities or having abortions, but there is
95% of our children with Down syndrome go on.
I don't agree with that whatsoever. I think that's a disgrace. I think if you can bring a child into the world, no matter what their ability or disability, they should be right. But there's not, people just don't wake up one morning and say, I'm going to have an abortion. There's so many reasons around it. Like there's rape, there's health issues. It's not just a black and white case. And I completely agree. You have your reasons and I can understand why you're pro-life, but I think that if anything, looking at America and the overturn of Roe versus Wade was detrimental to women's health. I think rather than pushing it back into the dark, we open it, but we provide more information so that if you need to have an abortion for your own reasons, for health reasons, for mental health reasons, you should be allowed it.
Do you see when a student comes to me in the classroom and they say to me when I was a lecturer?
We're a wee bit pressed on time, you know.
I beg your pardon. I'm probably going on too much here.
No
but listen to me, anybody that is pregnant or in crisis that wants to reach out to something like the Donegal Pro-Life, always reach out and have that option. That is an option to have somebody help you step over that line. And that's what the government missed. They never give the option. Sorry.
Not at all, not at all. And so we're just a bit pressed on time, but basically the message from Mary T. Sweeney is maybe not today, but you're hoping that you'll not stop fighting in the elections.
God willing and health prevailing.
You'll not stop
and
fighting.
That many aches and pains.
You'll not stop fighting in the elections. Listen, thank you very much for joining us. I know that you're under pressure.
You're very welcome.
And Mary T. Sweeney from AIN2, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Just a reminder, please, that, and we're getting comments and questions in and stuff like that, and we're going to read those out shortly. 083 3500 530. 083 3500 530 if you want to text us on WhatsApp, and we can read out your comment or we can ask questions of the panel. John Campbell, what's the timeline now, do you think, in terms of, we've been here since 9 o'clock. Everyone just starts laughing. No, but we're here since 9 o'clock. What's the timeline now in terms of when we can expect action?
Well, they're still in the verification stage there, so I think there's two options. After that, does she call an end to it at 10 o'clock, or does she carry on and have the first count?
How long would the first count take? I'm asking for a friend.
Well, the first count, obviously, the certified will be Pierce Doherty. So
yeah, take long, I would say.
It shouldn't take that long, maybe an hour and a half.
Yeah,
I said, but I don't think even she does that, she's going to start distributing Pierce Doherty's surplus, because that's going to take 2-3 hours anyway.
Yeah.
So
this man here is chanting, and I just had a man coming over to say it.
He's out for a cup of tea there.
He'll be back, yeah. He'll be back. So, John Campbell, carry on. What's the timeline here?
So, it's 8 o'clock now, say 9, 10. Guessing here, 11, 12.
And I don't think I asked you specifically because we had a few different opinions about, is it a battle for the last 2 seats? Is it a battle for the last 1 seat? Why don't you give us your predictions in terms of, I think we can agree at this stage, it'll be Pierce Doherty, Padraig McLaughlin, Pat the Cope Gallagher. Yeah. Are we all agreed on that? I mean, that's a fait accompli, isn't it? So now we're talking about the last 2 seats.
Going down through the figures, if it plays out like some of us were talking there, former director of elections, I think there's a reasonable chance that the 4th seat should be Thomas Pringle. And the reason for that is he's likely now he will have both Jordan and McAnulty behind him, which should boost them. Well, now, no matter how you get down to it, it's very likely it's going to be between Ward and Charlie McConnell
For the last
for the
seat.
last seat. Now,
That's unreal, isn't it?
Been very using a very rough thing. You've got to look at it when if we get to that stage. Charlie McConnell has potential transfers from Bradley. Okay? In theory, McAnulty as the part of the government, but I don't think that will materialise because A, McAnulty is in the old Southwest constituency, and I think this is where it gets very confusing. I think this is where it kicks in. So Bradley is one of his best bets. If you look in the same breath at Ward has a great opportunity because Mary T's vote, there seems to be people agree that's heading. There should be a significant boost there for Ward. Also, Scanlon has, I think, 1,600 votes now. A lot of that should go there as well. Plus the fact that it's very likely he will get a bit of a bounce from Pierce's transfers. I think what I'm saying in a sort of roundabout way, there's three potential ways for Ward to get transfers. And if we're realistic and look, apart from the ones that really don't have a lot of figures, realistically, there's only one bite at the cherry for Charlie McConnell. And it's going to come very, very close. But I think people are starting to form the opinion now that the last seat will very likely, if the few big ifs here are, if the vote in South Donegal that McAnulty and Jordan have transferred to Pringle, that should put Pringle safe. Pringle will also get some transfer votes from Pierce Doherty. So that's three potential ways Thomas Pringle has of getting increasing his vote. As I say, Ward has 2/3 ways. We keep coming back to the key question then, is the one person who can transfer to Charlie McConnell going to give him enough votes to keep him ahead of certainly Ward? And it's hot. The end of the day, which of the two people, Ward or McConnell, is the more transfer friendly? And that's basically where we're heading for. And you would have to say that it looks at this particular time that Ward is a more transfer friendly.
And come here to me now, right? Say for example, Charlie McConnell. I want to ask you a couple of questions on this. But say, for example, Charlie McConnell does get re-elected, and it looks like we have a similar setup at national level with Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. Is he likely to be rewarded? I mean, given that he's an outgoing minister, is he likely to get another ministry? Like, how will that work? I mean, I'm asking you to. Yeah, but I mean,
well,
is it normal?
I'm tempted to go back to what Brendan said at the last council election. That's a question for the Fianna Fáil Director of Elections.
Yeah.
But no, seriously, I
mean,
think
normally
it's very
speaking,
interesting. If you have two TDs in a constituency, one of them a minister, one of them an ordinary TD in brackets. Well, the guy who gets in with 3,000 votes to spare usually makes pretty decent case to himself, saying, "Well, I should." I don't know. As the answer to you. I genuinely don't know.
Well, here's a man now. I could ask him.
Michael might have the answer to
talk
that
about
question.
starting with the tough questions. Michael Naughton's here of Fianna Fáil, and you weren't on the ticket this time, Micheál, but Pat the Cope. It looks like Pat the Cope. If that was the choice that was made to put Pat the Cope, it looks like it was a good choice.
Yes, I mean, Pat had an excellent vote, did a brilliant vote in his own area, in the Glenties area, but he took a vote over the county on that. As you rightly said, I mean, went to convention. I think basically having a convention, that's what's good about a convention. Basically, it rallies the troops and it rallies the organisation.
He actually praised you for taking part in that
yes.
when he was speaking to us earlier on, because he said that sort of rallied the troops, so to speak.
Yes, and I know, and that's that's the good thing about having a convention and that. But as I say, I mean, it's going to be interesting. I mean, it looks like Piers will take the first seat, Porrick will take the second, Pat will probably take the third, and the last two, it'll be a fight between Charlie, Thomas, and Charlie Ward. I mean, that. So,
what's your gut feeling on it?
I'd still be confident that Charlie can hold on to the season. I mean, I think.
And then the last one, or one of them, would go to maybe Thomas Pringle.
If I was a betting man, I'd say Thomas Pringle. Yes, that's. Yes.
Come here. If Charlie, this was the question I was asking John Campbell here, but if Charlie does survive, and then obviously we've got Pat the Cope in the mix as well. What do you think's likely to happen? And if we have a return of Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael led government, or that sort of a government, which looks likely as well. Which one of them? One of them will definitely get you'd imagine, a ministry. Would it be normal for the outgoing minister to get a new portfolio, or would it be likely that Pat the Cope would be rewarded because he's a veteran politician? He was the head of the chamber, and he's been minister for.
Well, I don't have the luxury of making that call or making that choices, but I mean, definitely, I mean, the one thing we can take here for sure, that basically, we need a minister in Donegal, and I mean, and no matter who it is, I mean, it's very important that we have a minister up here at the cabinet table. Looking nationally, we're going to come back. Fianna Fáil is going to come back with about in the region of between 46 and 48 seats nationally, and that we'll probably have a standalone Taoiseach, which will be very good for Fianna Fáil. Won't be a rotating Taoiseach, and that. So definitely is more important than ever, because Eamon Scanlon will probably take a seat in Sligo Leitrim. So will Eamon get a minister? It's hard to know. But I mean, in the northwest region, it's very important because it's a big area. If you take from the border below Mayo to Mallinhead, I mean, it's very important that we don't even need a junior minister. We need a senior minister in this area. I mean, and I hopefully think that we'll have a senior minister in Donegal. And I think it's very, very important.
And apart from the politics of it and you being in the party, from an analyst point of view, what do you think is most likely in terms of that? It's unlikely. What do you think would be the most likely, Pat the Cope or Charlie McConnell?
That's Michael Martin's gift. I mean,
I know, yeah, but what's most likely? Like, do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Well, honestly, I mean it as what's your gut feeling? What would be the most likely thing?
Well, probably Charlie would be an advantage being sitting there as a senior minister in agriculture. That mean you would take it that he would be there. But as you rightly said, Pat the Cope had a brilliant election. I mean,
it's going to be a tough one for them.
Yes,
for the leader
and that. So, but I mean, looking at it as coming back, as senior minister there already, will they get back into a senior minister position? You would think that would be the norm, but you can never take nothing in politics. You can take nothing for certain.
Take nothing for granted. And were you very disappointed when you didn't get the nomination to run?
No. I mean, look. I mean, we live in a democracy. I mean, basically, where people, you put your name out there, and and the people to decide. I mean, and that was for the party. I mean, of course. I mean, yes. I mean, probably on a personal level. I mean, when you put your name out there, it's like anything. You let you be involved in sport, you let you be involved in anything.
Of course.
You want to compete and you want to be successful. But look, it wasn't my turn. But please God, there'll be another day, and that, and as a party, if we can return two TDs to
big achievement, wouldn't it?
Exactly for this county, and went back a seat in the south of the county, which we lost. I mean, it'd be huge for Fianna Fáil, and it'd be huge for the party going forward. And I think it'll be very good for Fianna Fáil as well in the county.
And do you think our area of the county is represented in terms of? Well, you would say underrepresented in terms of Fianna Fáil. Because the more Fianna Fáil, but I mean, like, if you look, we're more or less neighbours, but that area of the county, from the party's point of view,
well, I mean, hopefully,
if you could get elected, as be good for that area, wouldn't it?
Well, exactly, and there's no doubt about it. And also, as well, I mean, we cannot forget about the 10,000 people that's in the Sligo Leitrim area. And when you look at that area, I mean, from Bundoran right down to Ballantrae, I mean, the number of people that left out there, and I feel sorry for them people, because the reality situation, they're in limbo, to say the least, and that, and hopefully for the next election, the general election, that mean that Bundoran and Ballyshannon are back in the Donegal constituency, because that's very, very important for the people up there. I mean, we serve them as councillors, I mean, but unfortunately in the Dáil we don't. But I'm no doubt Pat the Cope and Charlie won't be, if they get elected, won't be found wanting for the people of Bundoran and Ballyshannon to make representation for them in Dáil here.
That's a huge part of the country geographically with no Fianna Fáil TD. When you look at Sligo Leitrim, there's no Fianna Fáil TD there.
Yes,
I mean outgoing. And then if you look at County Donegal, I mean, where's the nearest Fianna Fáil TD?
In Ballymote. If Eamon Scanlon gets elected.
I know, but as things stand, I mean, currently, I mean, before the election, like that's a big long stretch of the country that with no Fianna Fáil representation. But you're hoping that'll change with.
Well, you mean outgoing Mark McSharry was there?
Oh yeah, yes, that's right. He went.
Mark McSharry was there. He was in the last election. Mark served that area very well. To be fair to him, and that. But I mean, Mark didn't run this time, and Adel was running.
That's right.
But I mean, you know, it's, as I say, I mean, Eamon basically went into the race. I mean, and looks like he will probably take a seat. Looking at the tally figures in Sligo Leitrim, I mean. But I mean, overall, I mean, you know, it's a good day for Fianna Fáil. I mean, if we can deliver what was looked nationally of 48 seats, and that and that we formed the next government, and you know, if we can gain maybe 8 or 9 seats more than Fine Gael, that it looks like basically we could have a stand-alone Taoiseach, and that would be even better as well for the party.
And Camille, I think the exit polls last night, or the surveys that were carried out as people were, I think Micheál, you can correct me if I'm wrong, although you probably wouldn't want to, but I think Micheál Martin came out as the favourite to be Taoiseach, didn't he?
That's right.
Followed by I think it was followed by Mary Lou.
Mary Lou on 34, yes.
And that must be encouraging.
Exactly.
But Camille, it's unbelievable. When Pat the Cope was here earlier on, okay, he said that at no stage during the election campaign did Micheál Martin come to County Donegal or come to the Sligo Leitrim. That's incredible. Like, yes. And I'm not just pretending to be shocked. Like, as I said earlier, it's not really that big of it's not really much big of a country.
Yeah, yes.
It's a relatively small country.
Yes, and
how could he not make a journey up here? Like, it's unbelievable.
Well, in fairness to Micheál, and that, I mean, you know, he was the leader. Yes, I am disappointed, but I mean, I had spoken to Micheál, and Micheál rest assured me that he was hoping to come to Donegal, and I don't know what happened or why he didn't get here, but he had planned to. I definitely know he had planned to come to Donegal, and unfortunately, he didn't come to Donegal. But I hope if we were back in government, that one of our first trips will be up here.
I would hope so. You would think so, wouldn't you? Especially if he gets 2 TDs out of it in Donegal.
I won't be thinking. I would expect it and nothing less. And that, I mean, and in fairness to Micheál, I think, well, I hope he will, and that, you know, come up. But he definitely had planned to come up here. I don't know what happened or why he didn't. It was disappointing, and that we won't say otherwise, and that. But I mean, overall, I mean, if we
didn't seem to do him any harm. Well, that depends now. Yeah, I don't know. You couldn't blame it on. But if Charlie doesn't make it, I mean, that wouldn't put up or down. But at the end of the day, you'd have rather him visit.
Of course, I mean, you also want the Taoiseach of the country to come to your county. There's no doubt about that.
But you're in no doubt that it's not the case that he's. It's not a case that he doesn't see Donegal as significant. Like, you know, he doesn't look down on Donegal. You don't think?
No, not at all. I mean, and you know, in fairness, like, if you look over the last, I mean, you know, term in the election, I mean, also in power, I mean, a huge amount of money has been delivered to Donegal, and you know, matter what way, you know, we dress it up, or matter what we say, and that the reality situation, if you don't have a minister up here in the county, you're at a huge disadvantage. You need to be someone at the cabinet table, because otherwise, if you're not at the table when it's been given out and nobody's speaking, well, then you don't deliver. And you know, we have delivered. Let it be sports capital grants, let it be the road infrastructure, and you know, anything that we get. You know, we're not saying we don't deserve it, because definitely up here in Donegal, we deserve it, because we're isolated from the rest of the country. But I mean, in fairness, I mean, you know, in government we have delivered for this area. I mean, and if we have 2 TDs, which hopefully we'll have after this election, it'll be huge for this area and huge for Donegal. And you know, we will be knocking on that door at every opportunity. That we and the more voices that we have at the table, and the more people that we have fighting for Donegal, it's better for everybody.
A full ministry, not a junior ministry.
Oh no!
I mean, because if there's one, if say only one of the Fianna Fáil candidates succeeds it does, and this is forget about politics. This is just about the fact that it looks like it's going to be Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil again running the next government. So forget about politics in that sense. But if there's less likely to get a senior ministry if it's one Fianna Fáil TD up here than if there's two. Like if there's two elected, you'd imagine they would have to give a senior ministry.
Definitely, you would like to think that, especially after having a senior minister in the county for the last number of years, you would expect that to happen. But as I say, in politics, you can take nothing for granted. The saying goes, a week is a long time in politics. There's, a lot of candidates set out in for the general election, and unfortunately, a lot of them lost out as well. As you have gains, there's a number of TDs around the country that's probably sweating it out at the moment, and you can see that happening. But I'd be hoping that if we return to that, we would have a senior minister in this county. That would be.
You'd expect it, wouldn't you?
Exactly, that's what I would be hoping for.
And what is next for Michael Naughton? Michael Naughton in Lahey there.
Yes,
positioned in you would say an interesting location that could do with. It'd be interesting to get a TD. It'd be the first TD in that area of the county, wouldn't it?
Well, yes, it would be. And that's all another day's work. And that, Jerome. But look, I was delighted with my vote in the local election. I'm delighted to represent the people of South Donegal, from Petticoat right down to Glencolmkill and that. And I'm there for the next 5 years. I will work on the ground along with Pat the Cope and hopefully Charlie, and that to make sure that we deliver for this area, and that, and the number of projects I've started that I want to see continue to and happen, and that for our region, and that, and when there comes a general election again in the future, we'll look at that as well, and that. But in the meantime, I'm a councillor. I will be working on the ground for the people of South Donegal, what I've done for the last 5 years, and I look forward to representing them and working with them people, because I enjoy it. And as I say, politics is a bit like sports. You have good days and you have bad days, but the day you deliver for somebody and you ring up and you tell someone they're either getting a house or they're getting their medical card or they're getting what they're entitled to, it's a good day. And in fairness to the general public, them out there, they're very respectful, and people are very thankful, and that. But it's only right to get what they deserve, and that's what I'm there for. Nobody expects anything, only what they're entitled to, and that's what we're there to represent them at every opportunity that we can.
Okay, and you were out and about with the candidates. Which candidate were you out with? Or did you share yourself?
No, I was out with Pat the Cope, and I also did a bit in Bundoran and Ballyshannon as well with for Edel McSharry and that. But as I say, Pat the Cope, the area was divided up. Pat Cope is in our area, so my team was all out with Pat the Cope, and in fairness, we have a great team built up there. My team over the last number of years, and I think that helped as well for Pat. We have people to call on, and we have people to go out there and work on the ground and put posters up and basically to canvas. And they're an excellent team, and we all know you're nothing without a team, and it's the people that you put around you that are important that makes it. And I just want to say a huge credit to everybody that helped out over the last 3 to 4 weeks.
Very good. And the story's not over. It's actually, when you look at it's it's probably too strong to say about Pat the Cope that it's a political comeback, because it's not like, it's not, you can't compare it to like Donald Trump or something like that. Yeah. But it's an incredible chapter in the political story, isn't it? What did he say? 1979. He was first. Yeah, but I think he was first in county council in 1979. Yeah. But so first elected, you could say. That's some legacy, isn't it? It's incredible. And he's as bright as a button.
And that, that's the name is out there. The name is known. That's a huge plus, and that. And in fairness to Pat, he has worked hard down to the years. It's good to get his reward here today. Sometimes you put in the hard work and it doesn't work out for you. That means hard stuff. And the last time he was here in 2020, and it was disappointed, and we're here now in 2024, and it's a different story, and that's politics.
He's not going to be disappointed tonight, anyway, or tomorrow, whenever it happens. What do you think? Just before I let you go, what do you think's going to happen? Because John Campbell was chatting about there, he's hearing rumours that the returning officer Geraldine O'Connor might, before the first count starts, might sort of call it a day. And have you been hearing anything like that?
Well, my understanding is basically we're going to get a first count here tonight, and they're going to call it a day after that.
Jeepers.
I think Piers is surplus will be first distributed in the morning then. And that.
Right.
So that's what we're hearing.
That sounds about right, doesn't it? So that at least they can get one result done.
Exactly.
And then get back to the.
That.
So it'll be a 12 o'clock job, I think. Oh, it could be later.
No. They're talking about the first count around 9 ¼ That's what I was hearing.
Shapers. Well, sure, look. You'd be in bed by 11.
Yeah.
I have to drive all the way down to Lahi. But anyway, listen, Michael Naughton, thanks very much for joining us. And no doubt, I'd say at some stage I'll be chatting to you, if I'm still alive, please God, as when you're a TD. At some stage down the road. It wouldn't be too bad for that side of the county either.
Oh, well, look, definitely we need representation. I mean, and over our side, as one side, our side of the gap, and that. But look, I mean, we have a council there. I mean, and hopefully we'll pat the cope there now as well. We'll get more representation as well in that area.
Very good. Okay, Michael Naughton, Fianna Fáil councillor, and future candidate, no doubt. Thanks very much for joining us, and safe onward journey. I know that other people are wanting to speak to you as well. You are listening to Ocean FM on 105 FM, and I've been promoting all day the fact that you can watch proceedings from our wonderful camera system here. I'll give you a quick wave, but I have been informed, and I've just deleted the message, but I think we have to reboot. Oh yeah, I see it now. While we're on the break, we're going to reboot the stream. Is that right? Am I supposed to say this on air? Oh yeah, it says, tell the viewers we need to reboot our system, our stream, so that we're going to the 12-hour mark in terms of streaming, because we started at 9 o'clock this morning, and 9 hours, do the mathematics. We're approaching, what? That's 12 hours. So maybe we didn't start streaming till 12. Let us not get into it anyway. But in any case, we need to reboot the system when we're having our ad break. But make sure when you come back then, it'll be off. So it'll be off for a while. And then we'll remind you that you can rejoin in terms of viewing. But you can continue to listen to us on your digital device or on 105 FM if you're in the car or whatever else. And we've loads to come. Our panel is going to stay with us. And make sure that you stay tuned to Ocean FM, because we're going to be giving you all the very latest details. And as we've just heard, we could be having the first count in about an hour or so. But we've got loads of people to talk to between now and then, because we've got candidates and candidate supporters and former politicians. They're all coming in and out of the Ora Leisure Centre here in Letterkenny. And as they do, we will grab them. So you won't miss anything as the evening goes on. And it looks like as well, we're going to have a day of it tomorrow as well. And also, while I mention Ronan Flanagan, I think it'd be no harm soon enough to get another update from the Sligo Leitrim constituency, because of course that is important to the area of South Donegal that we've referred to earlier, Ballyshannon, Bundoran and Ballantrae and all the rest of it. But for now, from the Ora Leisure Centre in Letterkenny on Ocean FM, we're going to take a quick commercial break.